Chapter 1, Stage 1, The Wings of Strangereal. Are these the so-called mercenaries? 4 men looked up at the sound of that voice, a man dressed in a white officer's uniform. Yes sir. His aide said, looking down at the documents in his hands. They've only recently arrived on base. Central Command says we are to outfit them for battle. The officer scoffed. Pa! Damned Eurasians, sending us pilots without wings. He then raised his voice, addressing the 4 pilots. I don't know who you are, and I frankly don't care. My aide will show you your quarters and your assigned units. Dismissed. He turned and left. The aide waited until the man was out of earshot, and then sighed. I apologize for our commander's brash words. The situation in space is quite trying as it is. The oldest of them waved it off. It's understandable. The aide then motioned for the 4 to follow. These are your crafts, they've been inspected and are in good working order. The aide said, standing in front of 4 rather odd-looking crafts. Said crafts had a cockpit attached to 2 large legs of engines, along with a pair of hardpoint arms mounted near the front. They were painted a silvery grey. Ts Ma 2 Mobius. The aide said, missing a sideways glance shared between 2 of the men in the back. These are our workhorses of space. Familiarize yourselves with the controls within the following weeks. Nods all around. Very good, your quarters are. Now then, now that we're all settled in, how about some introductions all around? One of the pilots, the youngest looking one, said. It was several hours later and the 4 pilots spent their time reading the manual to the Mobius crafts that they would be flying, noting how one of the pilots would seemingly twitch every time he saw the word Mobius. None of the pilots knew each other, they had, after all, only came up with the term mercenaries as a cover story and let the eldest one do all the talking. Now they had to make that cover story stick. I'll go first, then. The youngest pilot said, after getting lukewarm response from the rest of them. My call sign is Garuda 1, TAC name Talisman. I serve in the M. Ryan Air Force, 8th Wing, 28th Fighter Squadron. The name M. Ryan got a stir. A pilot from Emiria. Out here in God knows where? Looks like we have a little more in common than I thought. One of the other pilots said, smiling slightly, before extending a hand. TAC name Blaze, call sign. He hesitated for a fraction of a second. War Dog Leader. The younger pilot looked at him in shock. ACES Air Force, 108th Tactical Fighter Squadron. The Ghosts of Rajgriz. Talisman whispered in awe. Blaze looked distinctly uncomfortable. I didn't know we were called that. My turn next. The not oldest one said, after everyone else turned and looked at him for a moment. I don't have a TAC name. Call sign Mobius 1, I'm attached to the ISAF 118th Tactical Fighter Squadron. Blaze got up. Apparently his discomfort among strangers vanished, once he realized he was among people he knew, in some fashion. We're not worthy. He said, comically worshipping the man while standing up. Looks like we're all aces in Strangereal. The oldest man said, smirking. 6th Air Division, 66th Air Force, Galm Team No. 1, Cypher. Cue shocked looks from everyone at the table, although part of them expected something to that effect. Looks like we're all aces, indeed. Mobius 1 mused. Stories were swapped, and timelines were confirmed. Cypher was fresh off his victory party after the destruction of the Excalibur, the super weapon deployed in the Balkan War. The Demon Lord of the Round Table, as he would have been called later, is famed for his brutal and total annihilation of all targets on the field. Cypher looked a bit cowed by that last bit, as he himself made sure to spare unnecessary targets from destruction when he could. It was a waste of ammo anyways. Mobius 1, given the new TAC name Ribbon, much to his bemused chagrin, was preparing for an attack on Stonehenge, a massive ring of anti-air cannons that would have marked his meteoric rise to fame and popularity as the most famous ace on the planet. Ribbon became extremely uncomfortable once he was told by Blaze that he would be considered the equivalent fighting force of an entire squadron. Blaze, comparatively less known than the 2, as he sees it, gods before him, was nevertheless known as of the 4 Wings of Sand Island or, alternatively, Demons of Rajgriz. Having just returned from his attack on the large-scale submarine Rimfaxi, Blaze was certainly aware of that second nickname. But why a ghost? He asked. Talisman clarified that, at some point, Wardog Squadron was branded traitors of Asen and shot down, but a mysterious squad of 4 fighters later rose up out of nowhere and ended the Second Balkan War, the unsung war. It is believed by many pilots, Talisman among them, that the second squad was indeed Wardog, and that they simply were not shot down at all. Upon hearing this, Blaze simply shrugs. Talisman, being the youngest of the group, had no one to fill him in on the roles he would play in the Aenean Continental War. While he had more flight time than at least Blaze and Ribbon, having had around 2 years of experience prior to the invasion of the M. Ryan capital of Grace Maria besides basic training, his pride was in tatters due to the loss of said capital and the barely executed defense of the Air Force base on Vitos. The Angel of Emiria had yet to earn his wings. Still, I can't believe we're all Strangereal pilots. Blaze muttered, changing into his flight suit. We can worry about that later. Ribbon replied, doing the same. Yeah, it's odd enough already, ever flown in space before. Blaze was starting to feel a bit nervous. Ribbon shook his head. A single thought rang through both their heads at that moment. Shit. Rashgriz Squadron, you're cleared for takeoff, deploy immediately. Blaze heard over his communication set in the cockpit of his Mobius craft. Rashgriz was the name the four ACES of Strangereal decided for themselves. In all honesty, none of them, except maybe Talisman, expected to use said moniker except as a formality. They were, after all, ACES who earned their wings on individual flying. Rashgriz leader, Roger. The few hours spent with the manual was paying off, as nobody managed to crash. Immediately upon clearing the ship, the four ACES started testing everything about their crafts. I have to admit this isn't how I thought space would be like. Cypher said, putting his craft into a spin for a moment before getting it back under control. What the hell are they doing? The aide deadpanned, looking at the four Mobius crafts flailing through space, behaving for all their worth like decorated space junk. All Rashgriz crafts report in. Blaze said, having been nominated as the leader of the squadron. Rashgriz 2. Cypher. 3. Ribbon. 4. Talisman. There was a discussion on which pilot is better, Cypher or Ribbon, but no conclusion was reached due to a distinct lack of atmosphere to fly in and compete. We're coming into the Endymion crater, stay on your toes. Blaze said, looking at the flashes in the distance. 2's with me, 3 and 4 stay together. Nobody questioned it, they're not the aces of space yet. Soon enough, the four saw the enemy in their sights, ZGMF 1017 GIN units. All of them expressed some level of shock and indignation at having to fight against highly mobile humanoid weapons. Going against a target that can turn a full 180 degrees in a matter of seconds was not something any one of them relished doing, especially for the three that were aware of the exploits of a certain Phoenix. Rashgriz Squadron, join the battle. Blaze heard over the comms. Roger that. Rashgriz Squadron, cleared to engage. Don't get cocky out there. As every one of them expected, nobody used the Rashgriz moniker at this point. Blaze, engaging. Cypher, engaging. Garuda 1, engaging. And then everyone felt a slight chill. Mobius 1, engage. GIN sighted, Vector 020. Talisman. I'm on you. Let's do this. Copy. Mobius 1, Ribbon, leveled his craft's nose at the enemy. It turned off the auto tracker, and fired 2 shots from the linear gun. The GIN shook from the 2 shots hitting its back, and turned around in a hurry with its heavy machine gun raised. The GIN pilot saw a blur of silvery grey race past his target screen and started to turn to catch the target, before being forced to stop after taking another hit on the wing. Talisman, target hit. Talisman said as he flew across the GIN while taking a moment to inspect the damage. Geez, these guns are horrid. No visible damage done. Flank him. Roger. The GIN pilot paused for a moment and sighted the Mobius to his left, and fired a short burst. The Mobius craft jinked out of the way in a large, exaggerated movement. Talisman swore, before wrestling back control of his craft. Damned lack of air. I have him. Mobius 1 said, firing 3 shots and hitting the GIN's head with one of them, before darting by. Talisman regained control of his craft, and kept the enemy in his sights until the auto-tracker gave him a tone of lock. The GIN immediately went into evasion mode, flying as erratically as he could to dodge the supposedly incoming fire. Figured. Talisman grumbled and turned off his auto-tracking, and chased after the GIN. Hey! You guys having fun? Give us a piece. Blaze's jovial voice came over their unit speakers. Nobody needed to say it. The lone GIN was giving them trouble, and they knew it. Better to fly together and kill it than to spread out and do nothing. Copy that lead. Talisman chuckled, watch your locks. Cypher and Blaze promptly turned their gun auto-trackers off and headed after the now slowing down GIN. Man, evasive flying isn't their forte, isn't it? Blaze shook his head. Rashgriz, let them have it. 4 linear guns roared in reply, blasting the GIN's extremities into scrap. These things are built really well. Talisman said, surveying the damage. The GIN's torso cockpit section was largely intact, but its arms, shoulder pads, legs, from the knee down, and head were all blasted off. Well, this means we just need to cut off its arms. Cypher said. Affirmative on that. Rashgriz, let's go. Blaze said, as the 4 crafts headed into the battlefield. Or, rather, the 4 crafts stayed on the outer edges of the battlefield, looking for a target of opportunity rather than diving into the fray. As Talisman could see, the need to be extra cautious was rubbing the Demon Lord and Mobius 1 the wrong way. We got another one. Rashgriz, engage. Blaze said suddenly, having picked up a gun that strayed just a little too far from the action. The 4 crafts turned and dove after it. What's with these guys? The shipbound operator exclaimed in a mix of confusion and exasperation. The Earth Alliance training handbooks said nothing about squad-based combat operations, and this was his first time seeing a gun actually get taken down by Mobius crafts at close range. Cypher, break off. The gun fired his giant rifle, which Cypher dodged with an exaggerated action. The gun taking the shot showed his back to another craft while Cypher cursed the lack of air. Mobius 1, firing. His craft lurched as his gun found its mark in the back of the gun. This particular gun pilot was smart enough to realize that standing stock still on the battlefield was a hilariously stupid idea, and engaged his thrusters to lose the circle of Mobius crafts. He's running. Blaze fired 2 shots at the gun, who dodged it with its exceptional maneuverability. The gun turned around while mobile, and received a shot to the chest for its troubles. Keep flying straight. Blaze said lightly, as the gun turned around to evade some more, but not before taking another shot to its back. Makes our jobs easier. I have a lock. Mobius 1 said suddenly, Mobius 1, Fox 2. His Mobius craft fired one of its 4 missiles, and the gun responded by trying to evade even harder. Take the shot, gentlemen. Mobius 1 said, as the missile exploded, barely grazing the gun, who was trying to regain control after his wild evasion tactics. The instant the gun stopping flying erratically, it was struck by a barrage of linear gunfire. Now missing its head, left arm, shoulders, and half of the left leg, the gun turned and accelerated away at top speed. Are we letting him go? Cypher asked. It was money down the drain, after all. He then silently reminded himself that he wasn't a real mercenary at this place. Affirmative. What the hell was that? Blaze said, suddenly experiencing a strange tingling sensation in his stomach. The other 3 felt it too, and the combination of familiarity and omen struck them hard, before Mobius 1 had an epiphany. This feels the same as Stonehenge. Mobius 1 inhaled. We need to get out of here. Right now. Cypher nodded, despite no one being there to see it. Feels like the Excalibur to me. We're out, let's move. The 4 crafts turned tail and ran. Moments later, the crater was engulfed in a huge explosion. Months later. Rashgriz Squadron, you're cleared to land. Rashgriz 1, Blaze, lead his flight into the cargo carrier. Nicely done, Rashgriz. Welcome to Heliopolis. We're peacekeepers. Talisman said again, for about the 5th time this hour. Yet, might as well get used to it. Blaze muttered, reviewing in his mind for the 5th time how the faces of the Earth Alliance officers fell after they justified their retreat as a feeling they had. He had zero doubt that they were sent to this particular station as a reward for that feeling. Cypher managed to do some fast talking with the officers to let them do some modifications to their crafts per their status as mercenaries. He had, along with Blaze, deduced correctly that the officers had something else in mind with the peacekeeping force they were sending to a neutral station, thus the Rashgriz Squadron were allowed to modify their crafts as they please, and to operate independent of the Earth Alliance chain of command unless otherwise specified. Which meant all the crafts are now painted with their insignias, since silvery grey was already an unusual color for the Earth Alliance Mobius crafts. Oh? More Mobius pilots? Are you guys new? The 4 heard a voice behind them. Blaze turned and saw a blond man in an officer's uniform with a confident and friendly grin on his face. No reason to be hostile. Blaze reasoned. Yes sir, we're transferring here as an independent peacekeeper force. He saw the man scowl for a fraction of a moment. For a neutral colony? Man, High Command is getting more arrogant by the day. What did you guys do? The man laughed. We had a bad reason to get away from Endymion. Cypher said from up front. The entire wing had stopped for the chat. A bad reason? Wait, you guys were at Endymion too? Which wing were you attached to? The officer said with genuine shock. Mobius 1, Ribbon, shrugged. We came in at the tail end of the battle. Hey, how interesting. Ah. He looked a bit sheepish. I haven't even introduced myself. Mu La Flaga, pleased to make your acquaintances, gentlemen. Blaze. Cypher. Ribbon. Talisman. Are those your real names? Mu laughed. Blaze grinned in response. They might as well be. Shit, seriously? The hell is ZAFT thinking? Blaze swore as he quickly strapped himself into his craft. Guess they didn't like how we looked. All units. Intercept the enemies as soon as you take off. Mu La Flaga said, pulling out of the dock in his orange Mobius 0. Rashgriz, check in. Blaze said, pulling out of dock quickly, followed by his squadron. 2. 3. 4. All Rashgriz units, cleared to engage all ZAFT forces. Stay together for this one. Blaze said, watching a Gin cut a friendly Mobius craft in half with a sword on a flyby. These guys look skilled. Sounds interesting, this squad combat thing. Mew said lightly, using the gun barrels that were a signature to the Mobius Zero to perforate a Gin. Said Gin promptly exploded and destroyed 2 of the barrels in response. They're self-destructing. Must be a special ops force. He muttered. Rajgriz lead, copy. Blaze had seen the unit explode, and turned on his auto-tracker. Soon enough it sounded the lock-on tone as it locked onto a Gin. Said Gin pulled a sharp turn and leveled its large recoilless rifle at his Mobius. The Gin was then promptly shot in the face by Talisman's Mobius fighter. They're pretty good. Blaze said after regaining control behind the now head-hurt Gin. All units watch out for the enemy explosions. They're a bit suicidal. The Gin responded by pulling out its heavy machine gun and spraying bullets ineffectually all over the place in front of him. Blaze put it out of its misery with a stream of Vulcan fire into the Gin's back. These naturals are oddly skilled. A pilot in a white mobile suit mused. Mew La Flaga felt an odd flash. Is that? That looks like a commander unit. Mobius 1 remarked upon seeing the white mobile suit. As if in consensus all 4 units chased after it. 2 Gins flew to the aid of the white command unit as it headed into the colony. Mew La Flaga's Mobius Zero flew past them at top speed. Man's got a one-track mind. Rajgriz, spread out. 2. Cypher locked onto one of the Gins and fired a missile. The Gin turned on its burners and rose higher, only to be intercepted with a shot from Cypher's linear gun. As it staggered in space he fired another missile at it, and it struck the Gin in the torso, likely killing the pilot. Mobius 1 flew behind the second Gin that had its over-large gun aimed at him, and pulled a very sharp 180-degree turn in the zero gravity, and as the Gin turned around to intercept, Mobius 1 fired a missile at the Gin without bothering to wait for a lock. The Gin kicked its engines to full and avoided a direct impact with the missile by dodging to his right. Blaze intercepted said Jin's evasion by firing a missile into the Jin's path of evasion, hitting it square in the back and totaling the craft. The entire exchange took about 30 seconds. Alright, we're done, Flaga might need our help. Blaze called, already moving on to the next battlefield in his mind. Historians have often argued about the capabilities of the ACES of Strangereal. Opinions ranged from they use drugs to they are all the same person. What most people fail to account for is one, quite simple, fact. The ACES of Strangereal are all fast learners. I'm gonna be honest, the insides of a colony amaze me. Talisman said, taking a moment to look around at the ground all around him. Same here, now where did that command unit go? Cypher muttered, before catching himself. All units, this is still space, don't get complacent. Blaze laughed, catching Cypher's odd action. I see it, command unit at 050. Talisman suddenly said. Looks like it's fighting with some other units. Whoa, wait. They stocked combat weapons in a neutral colony. Mobius 1 raised an eyebrow. Guess they did have something up their sleeve. Blaze grunted. Rajgriz, we're taking that command unit. Watch your fire. 3 affirmatives came in reply. Shit, Jink. Mobius 1 suddenly said, and the 4 broke formation. They're quite good. The pilot of the white command unit said, having just sprayed fire in the direction of the incoming Mobius unit. I didn't know Earth still had pilots of that caliber, just where were you hiding them, Mew La Flaga? Mew smirked, firing a gun barrel gun at the command unit. They're a surprise gift, Ra Le Crucit. Ro raised his shield-mounted Gatling gun and fired at the Mobius Zero, largely ineffective as the small orange craft zipped out of the way. Before hearing the Earth Alliance communications from the Mobius crafts. Apparently the Mobius pilots don't know their encryption. Ra thought. Flaga, you alright? Blaze said. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm taking this bastard down right here, right now. Mew replied, turning around for another run. Give it your best shot, Flaga. Ra said mockingly. We'll assist. Rajgriz. We're here. Let's do it. Mobius 1 responded, turning to put a little more distance between himself and the white command unit, before needing to evade a little harder to dodge some shots from said command unit. Blaze, I'm with you. Talisman said, putting himself a little behind Blaze. Ra sighted one of the Mobius units and opened fire with his machine gun, forcing the Mobius to dodge to the side. He then fired his shield-mounted Gatling and raked the Mobius with fire. Shit, I'm hit. Right engines are down. Mobius 1 detached the single missile attached to the right hard point, it exploded behind him. I'm still in the air. I got him. Blaze said, having maneuvered behind Ra's unit in the meantime. A single linear gun round flew at the command unit. And Ra quickly dodged out of the way while twisting to bring his machine gun to bear on the Mobius behind him, only to need to dodge again due to a shot from Cypher, aimed at his side again. Cypher, for his part, had to break off the attack to avoid flying face first into a burst of fire. These guys are good. Everyone muttered about everyone else. Ra fired both of his guns wildly around him, forcing all the Mobius crafts to break off their attack runs. He then took the advantage and made a quick exit out of the colony. Not a commander for nothing. Blaze muttered, restraining himself from firing a parting shot after the command unit. All units stand by. Roger. What's that thing down there? Talisman said, looking down at the giant humanoid unit. That's our secret. Mullah Flaga said. The strike. Not much of a secret if you told us what it was. Cypher turned his Mobius a little, and frowned. He then frowned harder. Look at those things. I guess they were carriers for those weapons. The other aces turned to look at the 5 empty mobile suit carrier trucks. Guess there were more than one. What happened to the rest? Mobius 1 wondered out loud. Good thing there's no atmosphere, otherwise I'd be crashing and burning. He thought to himself. A beep caught his attention. An unregistered ship appeared on his radar behind him. He twisted to look and caught the sight of a large, oddly shaped spaceship that looked as if it had legs. Looks friendly. Talisman said, before changing his communications to a general Earth Alliance channel. This is the Independent Earth Alliance Fighter Squadron Rajgriz, unidentified ship, state your affiliation. A brief pause, before a woman's voice came over the line. This is the Earth Alliance battleship Archangel, I've never heard of a fighter squadron with that name. We're a bit new to the neighborhood. Blaze said. Archangel, this is Rajgriz leader, requesting permission to land. He watched as the Mobius 0 went to dock without getting clearance. Must be emergency times. Roger, Rajgriz. You have permission to land. This boy was in that thing. Mobius 1 was shocked. The boy in question happened to be the one and only Kira Yamato. Surrounded by his friends and facing down a wall of guns. I was unaware the Earth Federation employed child soldiers. Cypher said with a slight edge in his voice. I wasn't piloting it because I wanted to. Kira said. He did it to protect all of us. A brown-haired girl said, looking a bit hurt and lot angry. So it seems. So why are we pointing guns at him? Mullah Flaga walked in with a sigh of exasperation. He's a coordinator. A severe-looking woman with black hair said, as if that explained everything. Someone clarify why that's dangerous. Talisman asked. We're currently at war with the coordinators. The same woman replied, looking annoyed. Yet? And he saved all your asses. You should all be thanking him instead of pointing your guns at his face. Cypher growled. A few of the soldiers looked sheepish at this, and lowered their guns. Mobius 1 scowled as well. Racial prejudice was not something he was used to seeing, considering the nature of his previous employer. Regardless, can we be briefed on the current situation? What's there to brief? The Earth Alliance used a neutral colony to develop weapons and ZAFT found out. Mew laughed bitterly. And now we're paying for it. In any case, we need to chase down the 4 stolen suits and report back to headquarters. The woman with long brown hair said. Lieutenant Flaga, being the ranking officer, will you take command of the ship? He shook his head. You know more about this ship than I do, besides, he glanced at the 4 aces of Strangereal. Their crafts aren't combat-worthy right now, and we need all the guns we can get. The 4 aces almost sighed in unison. After the attack by the enemy command unit, all 4 Mobius crafts almost simultaneously blared warnings in the cockpit about engine troubles. Their best guess was that the Mobius crafts simply weren't built to handle the erratic flying the aces employed in combat. Either way, the Mobius crafts in question are currently stored in the Archangel's hangars, smoking slightly. So how are we getting this ship out of the colony? The 4 aces looked out of the bridge window. The severe-looking black-haired woman, Natarl, her name was, shot them a few disapproving glances every few seconds but didn't say anything. If you have any good ideas, I'd love to hear it. The brown-haired captain of the ship, Muramius, sighed. They had just confirmed the destruction of the military dock that would normally have allowed them to get out of the colony. The bad news was topped off by the hesitation to blast the debris away for fear of damaging the colony further. Cypher scoffed at that justification, and when pressed said the colony's already damaged beyond repair. Nobody asked why he thought so. Considering ZAFT's attempts to get this ship and the mobile suits, we can assume that they will use whatever tools at their disposal to do so. Ribbon said, scratching his chin. So you think they'll blow the colony? Blaze said, surprised. Cypher pointed to the captain of the ship. Their attempt number 1 almost succeeded. Murrah frowned. Cypher had found out about the attack on the Archangel's original crew in around 30 seconds of talk with the captain and executive officer, and had zero issues with vocally expressing his distrust in the experience of the current ragtag crew. Besides, this colony is already screwed beyond repair. Cypher continued. Wouldn't put it past anyone to claim that it was destroyed as an act of, he raised his hands to do air quotes, accidental fire. So we wait until they bust us out. Talisman said, a slight edge to his voice. What choice do we have? Cypher shrugged. The only things we have are a zero and a child. Blaze sighed. Kira Yamato, the brown-haired, supposedly superhuman coordinator, was adamantly refusing to pilot the mobile suit he was previously in. The X-105 strike, then, was currently sitting without a pilot as Mew tried to talk him into going into battle. The four of you are ace pilots, are you not? Neytarl suddenly said. Couldn't one of you pilot the strike? Would love to, but none of us have experience in a mobile suit. Ribbon responded. Even if they did, that OS the kid wrote is insane. Mew said, coming into the bridge. Did you see that thing? Only someone like him could pilot it. Have him rewrite it then. Cypher said instantly. Mew shook his head. Kid won't do it, and the mechanics won't let him do it either. Blaze raised an eyebrow. They said they'd let him do it after they're done copying it to a backup. Faces met palms on the bridge. Now's not the time to be thinking about something like that. One of the weapons operators said as he got up and left. Murdoch, don't leave your Neytarl said as Murdoch raced out of the bridge. Station. She sighed. Can't be helped, he was a hangar crewman before we got hit. Muru said, adding the last bit as an explanation. Suddenly, warning sirens blazed in the bridge. Heat signatures detected. All hands were alert. ZAFT is, attempting to shoot through the colony. A nameless operator said. What? Neytarl and Muru said. How can you tell? Ribbon wondered. The Archangel has connections to a sensor array on the outside of the colony in case we needed to deploy. Damn ZAFT. Neytarl explained, adding the little bit at the end in an undertone. Muru scowled. All hands condition 1, brace for impact, we'll break thorough in one go. The communications officer relayed her orders to the rest of the ship. Weapons, arm Gottfried. Prepare to fire. The ship shook. Or, rather, the view outside the bridge shook. The four aces of Strangereal looked on in shock as the ground before their eyes trembled and broke apart, revealing the seams of steel that held them together. Missiles incoming. Intercept. Muru said. Through the bridge they could hear the dull whir of the anti-aircraft guns, and the area in front of them lit up with explosions, shredding the pieces of the colony down further. Gottfried, fire. Neytarl said. The ship rumbled as four green beams of light streaked through the X-colony air, now very much so space, and caused more explosions to happen. Archangel, full speed ahead. All weapons fire at will. Muru said. Second shot incoming. A second shot hit the colony debris and burned it up, and didn't reach the ship. Counter-fire. Neytarl commanded. The Gottfried cannons swerved to the direction where the enemy fire came from and returned in kind. I don't know if we got a hit. The weapons operator commented. It's fine, we just need to get out of here. Muru waved him off, as they watched the colony's debris float past them as the ship shook with debris impacts. That ship's escaping the colony debris. The captain of the opposing ship said, watching said ship on monitor. Well, let them run a little, pursuing through colony debris isn't good for our ship or our status. Ra-L-E Crusat said, his voice doing the shrugging for him. Yes sir. The captain said, have all pilots on standby. Yes sir. The executive officer said, before relaying the order. Have the captured units on standby as well. Ra added in, thinking of the unrecovered mobile suit. We've cleared the Heliopolis debris, where do we go next, Captain? The helmsman of the Archangel said. The bridge felt oddly empty now that the four aces weren't standing around, Muru mused. Captain, the ship wasn't fully supplied when it was under attack, I advise that we head to Artemis. Neytarl said, looking at a map on her screen. I agree. Set course for Artemis. Muru commanded. Will they actually help us? The communications officer mused, they're the Eurasian branch, after all. We're still Federation, bad blood aside. Muru mused. Oi! You guys came at just the right time. How did you burn them out that badly? The four aces were in the hangar, being hailed as they watched their Mobius crafts go through what seemed to be a total overhaul. You guys actually have the parts for that? Blaze wondered as he descended down to the hangar floor, not having gravity is great for jumping off of railings. We don't, these are reserve engines for the mobile suits that we're not gonna use anytime soon. The chief engineer Murdoch said with a sigh. Cypher whistled under his breath. Pretty good work for a rush job. The Mobius craft's old engines were stripped off entirely and the new ones looked like they were forcibly bolted onto its two legs, which they were. Murdoch grinned. If you got some requests for these babies I'd love to hear them. The four aces looked at each other for the briefest of moments. Well. The four pilots from before can fly again, right? So why do I have to keep piloting that thing? Kira demanded. Mew sighed. We're up against a ZAFT ship with a full complement of djinns, Mobius crafts have never done well against those things. Your strike is the only. It's not mine. Kira said. I know. Mew corrected himself. The strike is our only shot at getting out of here alive. Kira fumed on the inside. He wasn't a soldier, why were they making him fight? Mew read the look on his face. I know what you're thinking, but if this ship goes down your friends would die too, it's not like they'll be left alone even if we could get them to an escape pod on time. Heat signatures confirmed. The weapons officer said, staring at the readouts. Enemy ship confirmed to be an ACES-class destroyer. Enemy will be within probable weapons range in 20 minutes. We can't outrun it, I see. Muru sighed, the damage taken from the sabotage meant 2 of the Archangel's engines were offline. Alert all pilots. If we can damage it enough we can get out of here just fine. Wait, that's her plan. Cypher was incredulous. Yab. Ladies got balls, that's for sure. Blaze laughed. They had just been briefed that Muru battle plan was essentially ignore everyone and hit the enemy ship's engines. Shouldn't be too hard, ZAFT's got shit gunners. Ribbon mused. All 4 of them were changing into pilot suits in a hurry, before hearing Natarl's voice on speakers. All crew, brace. We're taking fire. Immediately they felt the ship shake. Let's hurry. Blaze motioned to the others, and hurried by Kira as he came in to change. We took a hit, missile impact to port side, light damage. Natarl said. Weapons, what are you doing? Roger. The weapons officer gritted his teeth, the Eagle Stallion CIWS were not designed to target behind the ship, and the lighter Hell-Dart missile launchers were still non-operational. Poor man has his work cut out for him. Is the enemy ship launching units? Muru looked at the screen display of the enemy ship. Additional heat signatures detected, probable launch of combat units, estimated time of arrival, 15 minutes. The search and detections officer said. Just great. Launch all we have. We need to stop the enemy ship. Blaze. We got the launch order. Murdoch said, as the 4 aces arrived to their respective Mobius crafts. Roger that. Rajgriz, let's rock and roll. Blaze entered his Mobius craft, refitted with a pair of wings outfitted with missiles mounted on external pylons. A picture of a man in a black winged helmet was on his ship's body. About time. Cypher grinned like a feral beast. His Mobius was upgraded with a second linear gun, both mounted on the legs of the craft. Where the gun used to be was replaced by a large anti-ship missile. A picture of a bright red dog chewing on its chain emblazoned his craft. Roger that. Talisman's craft was emblazoned with a bird emblem, and mounted wings with external pylons with additional missiles, as well as an anti-ship missile. Copy. Mobius 1 showed no emotion, his craft carried both the wings and missile-armed pylons along with an additional linear gun. His craft carried his symbol, the Mobius strip, on its body. All of them were also armed with a grapple hook and wire. Rajgriz Squadron, Natarl said over the communications, still having some trouble with getting the pronunciation right, you are to engage the enemy ship, ignore the rest of the enemy units. Blaze laughed. Not happening, girlie. Cypher cut her off before she could interject. If we're up against mobile suits we can't leave them alone. They want to sink our ship, and they hit harder than we do. Natarl fumed for a moment, having orders blatantly ignored wasn't normal for her. Rajgriz, you're cleared to launch. She said a moment later. Aye. Rajgriz, let's do this. Looks like they have Mobius crafts, though they look different from mass production models. The search and detections officer on the Nazca-class ship said, and the Mobius crafts were brought into view. The captain looked at the insignias for a brief moment, and then promptly sighed in despair as he saw the status of those crafts in question. Looks like they rigged a piece of garbage to float, this is what we're fighting against. All mobile suits, you're cleared to launch. The combat information officer said. Roger that, Crusa team, deploy. Whoa, what? Blaze looked at his display. Is this a joke? They're deploying the stolen G-weapons? Damn them. Muru said under her breath. All pilots, capture the stolen G-weapons if you can. That's a joke, right? Talisman said with a slightly shaky laugh. Shit, alright, Rajgriz. 2. 3. 4. We're taking down the Jinns, launch your anti-ships at the enemy carrier if you can. They can't fight if they're out of energy. Copy. 3 affirmatives came in reply. Enemy units are within range, Rajgriz Squadron, take them down. Natarl said as missiles exploded over the ship. Roger that. Wardog 1, engaging. Galm 1, engage. Garuda 1, engaging. He took a deep breath. Mobius 1, engage. Why do they have different call signs? Mew wondered. Chapter 2, Stage 2, The Wings maim people. Enemy units sighted, there's 4 Mobius crafts. Isaac, the pilot of the dual Gundam, said, then scoffed. They're armed with pieces of trash. Dirka laughed. Well, then it'll be a cinch. His Blitz Gundam brought its large rifle to bear as he sighted one of the crafts, and noted, almost absent-mindedly, the insignia of a dog biting on its chain. Athrun saw insignias on the Mobius crafts, but didn't see them clearly. They have custom insignias. Are they ACES? Isaac's shrug could be heard over the radio as the duel raised its rifle. Doesn't matter, they're flying trash. Kill them all. Rashgriz, let's run some interception. Blaze said as he brought his craft into a spin. Whoa! What the hell? Isaac saw the Mobius craft in front of him suddenly spin and took aim at the fighter. He then blinked in surprise as his craft shuddered for some reason. The light beeping his console gave off reported that the phase shift armor was only slightly disturbed. Enemy hit, I don't think it did anything. Blaze snarled as he sped past the dual Gundam, outspeeding the enemy's Vulcan fire response. Coming! Cypher said, bringing his twin linear guns to bear on the duel, which happened to be turned around, trying to catch Blaze. Isaac! Behind you! Isaac heard over the radio and swerved to look behind him out of instinct, despite training telling him not to because you can't see that far back without using cameras. He then felt a much stronger shudder as Cypher's shots hit him square in the back. I got a hit, doesn't look like it did a thing. The stolen suits have phase shift armor, bullets aren't going to work against them. Natarl said. There was a moment of silence as the four aces processed that information. Why didn't you tell us this earlier? Talisman demanded, before dodging incoming fire from an enemy Gin. Natarl was too busy giving out orders to the ship gunners to reply. Rashgriz 2 and 3, intercept the stolen units. 4, we're taking down the Gins. Blaze said. 2. 4, roger. 3, conserving missiles. Mobius 1 said while rolling heavily to dodge bullet fire from a Gin and fired back with the built-in Vulcans. My god, what are these guys? Athrun muttered after firing quite a few shots that he thought would hit only to have the fighters dodge them at the last moment. He then felt his craft shake again as he received yet another hit to the back from the yet another Mobius craft. Every single time, always to my back. He thought with a grimace, not bothering to turn around, since the one behind him would be long gone by then. He watched the Mobius he fired at roll heavily to dodge a burst of fire from a Gin. Said Gin paused in his fire and was immediately hit in the main camera on its face, seconds before Athrun brought up his rifle for another shot. I don't believe this. We're being outmaneuvered by goddamned Mobius crafts. Dirka said, after watching one of his missile salvos be thrown off by an impossibly sharp evasive maneuver. Never mind them, all units, focus fire on the legged ship. Ra-Le Cruset said over the communications, and heard 3 affirmatives in reply. Isaac, ever the hothead, ignored the order and continued to pursue the 2 Mobius crafts, being dragged slightly further and further from the ship attacking force. Isaac, you're too far from us, return. Ra's order fell on deaf ears. Our magic's wearing off. Cypher said lightly, barely dodging a wildly aimed shot from the duel. But it looks like someone's got wool in their eyes. Then let's finish this one off quick. Mobius 1 said with a slightly predatory snarl in his voice. Wait, what are they doing? Dirka said, having taken some pot shots at the Mobius crafts while attacking the Archangel, with limited success. I don't care. They're dead. Isaac roared with fury. The 2 Mobius crafts around him have been pelting him almost incessantly with Vulcan fire, doing no damage, but shredding the hell out of his pride. Isaac, don't lose your cool. Athrun warned. Shut up. Isaac's response was paired with some beam rifle fire aimed wildly at the Mobius crafts flitting around. He then raised his engines and tried to charge the Mobius units, namely, the one with the ribbon painted on it. 3 here, commencing retrieval, requesting support. Mobius 1 said, and deployed his grapple towards the incoming dual Gundam. 2. Cypher said, trying to maneuver to a position beneath the duel. Isaac heard an odd sound and ignored it. He raised his rifle at the oddly built Mobius craft, and blinked in surprise as the unit nosed above him and disappeared out of sight. Isaac then heard his unit's autopilot blare a warning that it was trying to keep its position against some outside force attempting to drag it. Then he heard a missile alert and promptly ignored it because phase shift armor. Mobius 1 catapulted himself to a spot behind the duel and had fired a missile at the duel's engines. Although the unit is protected against damage against physical impact, the armor doesn't protect against the force of the impact, and Isaac found himself thrown against the harness that bound him to his seat. Damn! Isaac's in trouble. Athrun yelled, turning around and leaving the Archangel alone. We're going to help him. Ra-Le Cruset barely resisted shaking his head. Go help your friend. Gin squadrons, continue the attack. Got it. Take this, you damned naturals. Dirka roared, firing his Gundam's large rifle in the duel's general direction. He had pride and confidence in his marksmanship and was sure he wasn't going to hit the duel. Unfortunately for him, the two Mobius crafts he was shooting at knew it. Ignore him. He can't aim for us. Mobius 1 said, kicking half of engines into gear while keeping his grapple length constant, and depressed his gun triggers. His Mobius craft flew in a circle around the duel, peppering it constantly with Vulcan and linear gunfire. The duel, on the other hand, was held in position by the constantly thickening layer of grapple wire and could do nothing but take the damage. Cypher shook his head, and turned his attention to the red unit that was charging forward with its beam saber out. Athrun heard a voice over the communication line, and silently cursed himself. They haven't changed the communications channel encryption in the units, so the naturals knew what they were saying. Which was halfway true. Cypher had no idea what they were saying but was using a general line anyways, and indeed the ZAFT ship engineers hadn't changed the stolen unit encryptions yet. Kid, you're in way over your head. Athrun heard as he brought his sword in for a sideways slash. Cypher's Mobius craft had long since rolled out of the way and had dropped the anti-ship missile in his stead. Athrun narrowly avoided hitting the missile with the beam saber, but Cypher turned around hard and strafed the missile with his Vulcans before rocketing off, causing the missile to explode in Athrun's Gundam face. Athrun's suit instantly blared an alarm. He spared a moment to look at his readout and cursed yet again. The explosion damaged the saber mount on the arm, rendering the blade useless until it could be repaired. Cypher, on the other hand, cursed as well. He hadn't anticipated the phase shift armor to absorb so much damage from a missile designed to kill capital ships. However, before he could follow up his attack, his threat alarm blared and he twisted hard out of the way of a solid something that occupied his space before. He looked back and saw a heat signature appear behind him, before catching the glowing eyes of a mobile suit. Athrun. Are you all right? Nicole, pilot of the Jet Black Blitz, said, before he instinctively raised his shield-mounted arm in response to a pepper of Vulcan fire. Said Vulcan fire hit the Blitz square on the head, though it didn't do any damage. I'm fine, Nicole. Thanks for the help. Athrun said a little shakily. These pilots are naturals. How can they move like that? His mind was reeling. Looks like the two heroes are doing just fine. Garuda 1 remarked, dodging another shot from a very angry Gin. What did you expect? They're the ace of aces. Blaze laughed, suddenly jinking sideways away from a downward sword slash from a Gin that's getting too close, and responded by shooting out its main head camera with his Vulcans. I wish these guys were a bit better. Talisman sighed as he put his craft into a sudden reverse, dodging a swipe from the same Gin that's getting a bit desperate. Said Gin received a missile to the face for his troubles. Shit, we can't possibly be losing to goddamned naturals. The captain of the Gin squadron snarled. Blaze opened a general communications channel, laughing all the while. Man, you're in for some horrible luck. And then he came across a good idea. The Gin squadron couldn't help but stop for a brief moment to watch the Mobius craft flying high above the battlefield twist downwards to face their captain, while their captain raised his gun to meet the tiny fighter. Luck? You think luck's enough to save you, you natural bastard? Blaze's chuckle suddenly drew a shiver from everyone listening in, which was, in effect, all the Gin pilots. We are the Rajgras, the demons of the north. The captain of the Gin squadron fired his recoilless rifle, but it was no use. Blaze dove straight down while firing all of his guns. The captain of the ZAFT vessel was furious. 4 Mobius crafts 4 were making a mockery of the ZAFT army. Uller's unit has gone silent. He heard one of the crewmen report, and his rage built even more. Ra-Le Cruset looked on with a mixture of amusement and frustration, as he dodged another round of fire from the enemy capital ship. Even through all that, he couldn't help but wonder, where was La Flaga? La Flaga couldn't help but whistle at the otherworldly skill exhibited by these pilots as he crept up slowly upon the enemy ship. As his computer beeped on his arrival for the target location, La Flaga, the Hawk of Endymion, took a deep breath, and charged towards the ZAFT ship. The Archangel crew was busy trying to not die to Cruset and his Gin compatriots in their renewed attacks on the ship. To the ship's credit, the armor is holding quite well. The Mobius Zero has begun its attack, Captain. Natarl said, watching a light on her screen go green. Good, just hold out a little longer. Kira Yamato felt the ship shake yet again, and made up his mind. Incoming fire. One of the ZAFT crew suddenly shouted, and the ship shook. Damage to the main engines. We can't maintain acceleration. Another officer shouted. The captain of the ship gritted his teeth. Where the hell did that come from? He then saw the orange paint job of the Mobius Zero fly in front of the ship. The Hawk of Endymion. The captain gritted his teeth harder. Somewhere back on plant, a dentist felt the tug of potential money in his wallet. Here's a farewell present. Mew laughed, set 2 of his gun barrels to fire while holding position, oriented them towards the ship's main cannons, and detached them, before turning and flying back to the Archangel. As the ZAFT ship's main cannon barrels exploded from the gun barrel fire, the ship captain couldn't help but utter a string of expletives, though most of them were just repetitions of the same word. Isaac was in all kinds of hell. He heard his name being yelled over the communicators, but he was too focused on trying to keep his bearings straight to heed. A little while ago he heard a second clang very similar to the first, and rightfully assumed that the second Mobius craft had attached a grapple onto him as well. He then tried to accelerate his way out of this mess, but every time he did the Mobius crafts would drag him in a direction totally perpendicular to the one he was going. The end effect was his dual Gundam spent a lot of its power rotating uselessly in space, firing its Vulcans everywhere while its arm with the beam rifle was pinned uselessly to its side, still firing. What he hasn't realized in his mind clouded with confusion and high-octane rage was that his random firing was both drastically draining his unit of its energy and preventing his allies from assisting him. He was also too enraged to hear unit's many warnings, but at this point there are so many warnings if he had heard any of them it wasn't going to be of much help. God damn it Isaac! Dirka shouted. Get a grip! Of course, Isaac didn't hear him. This is sad. Mobius 1 said, watching the dual Gundam flail about, firing wildly. So sad. Cypher agreed, being forced to use his thrusters once or twice when a shot came slightly too close. Both pilots continued to fly circles around the duel and pump it full of Vulcan fire as it fired back and stopped its allies from helping it. Suddenly, the battlefield was bathed in white light as the ZAFT ship fired 3 white lights, signaling retreat. What? What's going on? Le Crusade demanded. Our ship's taken damage to the engines, if we don't stop the pursuit we could get outside of our operational range. The captain explained, after finally calming down. Crusade chuckled darkly. Affirmative. He then opened a communications link to all ZAFT units on the field. All units, we're retreating. Recover the duel by any means necessary. What a disaster. He couldn't help but think to himself. Shit, looks like they're coming after us. Cypher muttered. 3, got any tricks up your sleeve? I'm all out, too. Mobius 1 sighed. Cypher sighed as well, this was prime money sitting in front of him, and he has to abandon it. He then reminded himself that he wasn't technically a mercenary anymore. Archangel, got anything to send us? I don't want to give up our prize. Muru looked confused for a second. What prize? Wait, the strike has deployed with the launcher pack, maybe he can help. Mobius 1 and Cypher were a little worried now, their Mobius crafts were running out of power. Rajgriz, we're towing back a gift. Kira, can you read me? Blaze said, deploying his grapple along with Talisman onto the duel. Read you. Kira said, a little surprised. Sir. He added at the end. After all, he was a young man who has read military fiction. Give us some cover while we tow this thing home. Blaze said, as all 4 Rajgriz crafts deployed their grapples for the towing work. Dirka gritted his teeth as he sighted the Mobius crafts yet again, ignoring the state of his unit's energy. This was his best friend, about to be dragged off into the natural ship like a piece of trash. The sudden alert of incoming fire broke his concentration as he dodged out of the way of some incoming fire, courtesy of the strike's Agni cannon. What the hell, the last unit sorties now? He said in dumbfound shock. Will assist, fire missiles behind us. Natarl said suddenly. The weapons control officer nodded with a grin, and fired as many missiles as he could behind them between the Rajgriz and the remainder of the ZAFT units. Isaac, meanwhile, had raged so hard he fell into a state of almost catatonic shock when he felt the 2 other grapples hit his unit. Having ran out of energy earlier and fired the last of his Vulcan ammo, he couldn't do anything but feel his unit be dragged and watched as the Vesalius flew further and further away. We can't get any closer than this. Nicole said, trying and failing to get a good firing position on the Mobius crafts. The crafts in question were dodging and maneuvering almost in tandem with each other, dragging the dual Gundam along as if it was a giant ragdoll, while the ZAFT Gundam pilots maneuvered wildly to dodge the endless barrage of missiles from both the Archangel and the Strike. Come in, leave. Kira muttered, sighting again and pulling the trigger for his Agni cannon. Le Crusade gritted his teeth as he watched again evaporate from the attacks of the Strike Gundam. Damn. We're out of time, all units, retreat. Dirka swore loudly, enough for everyone to hear him, and aimed at the Archangel, and fired the last of his missiles. He then looked on in shock as the missiles were shot down by Vulcan fire from the 4 Mobius crafts. Damn it. Those guys are insanely good. Mew said, having made his way back to the Archangel only a few minutes earlier. Docking was a simple procedure, the fighters just had to match speed with the Archangel, gently nudge themselves into position, and slow down a little bit until they met the gravity locks. The duel was dragged into position and forcibly slowed down until it was caught with netting. A silver-haired boy was then escorted out of the unit at gunpoint and thrown into a makeshift prison aboard the ship, which was just a room with the door locked. The brig was reserved as a storage depot for the moment. Wow, I still can't believe they managed to recapture one of the stolen GS. Muru breathed, after the radar cleared them of all threats. Natarl could only shake her head as she smiled. Between the four of you, the stolen duel was retaken, and 5 djinns were taken out of commission. Mew said, astonished. Never mind the djinns, retaking that duel was insane. Did you guys have the grapples installed just for that? Mobius 1, Ribbon, was inspecting his craft. The pilot was too easily enraged, and no, it was a spur of a moment thing. Mew chuckled. Spur of the moment? Like shooting down those missiles. Ribbon shrugged. Give your thanks to the mechanics for that one, the gun's auto-tracking is excellent. Oh really? I don't think auto-tracking was all it was. Well, if you don't mind, Mr. Ribbon, care to teach me a few things? Ribbon paused. I don't think I could teach the Hawk of Endymion anything useful about zero-G combat, we got lucky, that was all. Mew clapped him on the shoulder. Don't be like that, a few rounds will do. Well, if you insist. Yo, Yamato. Cypher said, getting the young man's attention. Yes, sir. Kira snapped out of the daze he was in. Thanks for the covering fire back there, the blue one wouldn't have been recovered without your help. Cypher laughed. Kira made a non-committal gesture. You were done fighting at that point, it wasn't like I contributed a lot anyways. Cypher shook his head. See, that's where you're wrong. We cover for each other, and we share our kills, so to speak. He saw Kira flinch at the word kill. Thus, we're all equally responsible for the survival of each other. Kira sighed. I don't want to fight, especially not when I'm forced to do this. Cypher sensed a last-minute word swap, but figured it would be better to let the issue drop. Nobody wants to fight, kid, after all, the people in those djinns we fought had friends, families, and loved ones at home probably hoping they're all right. The fact that some of those people were definitely not all right was left unsaid but could be heard as loud as a thunderclap. Kira stared at him. If you know that, then why do you fight them? He thought again to the unit he had sighted and killed. Cypher shrugged. Simple, really, because they chose to step onto the field of battle, they chose be here, fighting for their beliefs, their reasons, who am I to deny their courage? He added, almost absent-mindedly. Just like the round table. But still. I know. You're in an extenuating circumstance that you don't want to be in. But look around you for a moment. Cypher made a sweeping motion with his left hand. Everyone on this ship has people worried about them too. Kira said nothing. Well, it's not like you have to kill your enemies. Cypher added, from what I've heard you're pretty talented, and you have a top-of-the-line machine on your hands. What's your point? Kira felt a slight irritation. My point is, you're good enough to force the enemy to withdraw, better than what we can do, which is to barely damage the enemy enough so that they withdraw. If you can fight to protect others, do it. If you can fight to protect everyone, even the people you're fighting against, then by God why are you not fighting? I'll, keep that in mind. Kira said, getting a bit confused. In the end, man, it's your decision. Cypher said, clapped the young man on the shoulder, and left to do who knows what. Hey, what's up? Blaze asked a rather tired-looking Ribbon as the latter walked into the officer lounger, obviously exhausted. Mew La Flaga is good. Damn good. Was the tired reply. Oh really? The Hawk of Endymion is good at his job. Blaze said with a smirk, looking back into his drink. Would have never guessed. No, seriously. All the man needs is some competent wingman to let him fly without worries, and he's going to do miracles. Ribbon sat down, taking the drink Blaze casually tossed at him. Or pushed, since this is 0G. What, are we gonna fly support for him next? Not likely, it'll be good if we can get some pilots at Artemis, though. Ribbon said between gulps of his drink. Blaze's eyes clouded over for a moment. Speaking of Artemis. Mew La Flaga came out of the simulator, aching all over, as a bemused Murdoch passes him a towel. What is that man made of? Mew demanded. Was he really that good, Lieutenant? Murdoch, a secret fan of the Hawk of Endymion, asked, barely covering a grin. Despite his loyalties, he did just win a good penny in a bet. Good? Good. Mew was indignant. He flew circles around me in every match. I've never seen half the things he could do with a Mobius, and the man's only spent a few months in 0G. He calmed down for a moment, though he was more incredulous than angry. If all 4 of them are as skilled as Ribbon, we have the war in the bag. Why did the idiots at High Command shove them off to Heliopolis anyways? They should be instructors for the new kids. Murdoch stroked his stubbly chin. Well, going by how the 4 treat each other, I think the oldest guy, what's his name, Cypher, is the most skillful one. Fancy taking him on. Mew leaned against the simulator, burying his head in the towel, to hide the massive grin on his face. I don't think I can take another hit to my pride like that. Those can't be their real names, though. Murdoch mused. Good. Let me believe there's some god of the fighters from the future. Mew grumbled. What was with the young man they pulled out of the duel? Talisman asked, having wandered onto the bridge at some point. What do you mean? Muru asked. He seemed different. Talisman cast around for some good descriptions. It was like he didn't succeed. Well, for starters. He tried again. What's with the pride he had? Natarl came onto the bridge at that moment. Captain, I suggest you get some rest. Oh, it's you. Talisman was uncomfortable around the lady that Cypher had such interesting descriptions for. Yes, it's me. He felt the bridge's temperature drop heavily. Muru chuckled. It's all right, Natarl, the young man was probably prideful because of his red uniform. Click. Ah, so he was an elite pilot then. Talisman felt his respect for the young man rise, and respect for ZAFT as a whole plummet. Muru nods. You got it. So is the age of service 16 for ZAFT? How long do they train their kids for, anyways? Muru frowned slightly. Well, they are coordinators, they require less time to learn a new skill to a competent level than us normal humans. Natarl interjected, getting progressively angrier at Talisman's blatant disregard for the chain of command, but not saying anything since Muru wouldn't care one way or the other. Talent, or whatever the hell it is they have, is no reason to use children as pilots. The glance Talisman, Grace Maria's angel of death, shot at Natarl could have frozen oceans. But since the lights were dim and she wasn't looking at him, she missed it, though she still felt a serious chill up her spine. Well, we have unusual circumstances. If only Mr. Yamato would rewrite the OS for common usage, then he wouldn't be in a position to fight. Natarl shrugged, a slight wobble in her voice betraying the slight break of composure. Talisman thought for a moment, then. Is the difference between a coordinator and a natural that large? Enough that a 16-year-old can make something not even a team of adults can understand. It isn't that simple. One of Kira's friends said, the young man with the glasses. Apologies for eavesdropping, but... To put it simply, Natarl said, as if the interruption didn't happen. Our engineers are running overtime trying to bring the Archangel and your crafts up into full combat mode again. At this point everyone on the bridge, and out of it, remembered how the 4 Mobius crafts bolted on engines caused warnings to blare in the hangar, to the point where said hangar needed to be locked down for a few minutes and the crew evacuated while the engines stopped trying to melt everything down around it. The problem was eventually pinpointed to a faulty release mechanism for the heat radiators, but it was a few dangerous moments for the hangar crew. On the plus side, the entire ship's temperature went up from uncomfortably cold to acceptably cold. And thus they don't have the spare time to decode the strike. And stop burning out your engines. Natarl added almost sulkily. We'll try, but no promises. Isaac lied back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He had exhausted all of his rage a few hours ago, and has now settled for playing back the battle in his head, examining it from every detail possible. Every time he reviewed himself losing his composure he would seethe inwardly. Him. AZAFT Red. Would make such an amateur mistake. He's been beating up the wall for a while now, is he all right? One of the guards said after Isaac struck the wall in frustration for the umpteenth time. The other guard on watch shrugged and downed a shot from a glass floating near them against the wall, silently thanking the fact that the Archangel had no booze. Sir, we should continue to give chase to the Archangel. Dirka said to Ra-Le Crusade in Ra's quarters aboard the ZAFT cruiser. The hiss in his voice was palpable. Ra put on a new mask and turned to face Dirka. Dirka. I know you're worried about your friend, but we're currently in no condition to give chase. Ra said for what he felt was the 5th time. The almost constant loss of their aces Rusty during the infiltration operation, Isaac when his duel was caught, and Oleg, one of the ship's senior pilots, and the presence of those demonic Mobius crafts, made of, as far as he could tell, junk, had driven ship morale to a near-total depression. The ship captain had advised Ra to continue the chase, scrapped engines be damned, to raise morale, until he was reminded of the scrapped guns as well. Ra had left the captain sobbing into his drink in the cafeteria. The man was very attached to his ship, after all. However, Ra-Le Crusade wasn't about to give up entirely. Prior to the attack they had confirmed that the Archangel was on course to Artemis. Rather, it was the only viable location the ship can run to, factoring in the ship's expected supply and manpower, and should the ship continue to give chase with its current capable acceleration, the Archangel would reach the station long before they did. And if they gave chase at constant maximum acceleration, then the Artemis's gunner crew would have an enjoyable day watching the Vesalius plow into the station's umbrella of light. For those reasons, Ra-Le Crusade ordered the ship to retreat to plant, and for an emergency message to be sent for the deployment of a new pursuit force, along with mobile suits equipped with cameras. He wasn't about to let the damned naturals outfly ZAFT's boys, after all, even if they had to resort to theft. Dirka was hardly at ease, even after listening to that explanation. They were humiliated. As the ranking officer who would bear the blame, Ra-le Crusit should know that, above all else. Dirka. Ra sighed. The boy was taking after Isaac, he could only hope the ship's best sniper calms down after a few days. I am fully aware of what sort of responsibilities I shoulder. That is why, even though it is shameful, even though it places one of our own men in danger, we must withdraw. Isaac would not want us to lose an entire ship to retrieve him, the blow to his pride would be far from inconsequential. Dirka shut up, and nodded after a moment. He then saluted, turned around, and left. Ra could only hope he wasn't about to do something insane. Dirka felt the need to do something insane, like fly after the Archangel by himself. Until he talked himself out of it like a sane person. A small part of him bemusedly noted how his constant friendship to Isaac and anticipating the boy's penchant for anger was the cause of Isaac being abandoned, if only for the moment, to the naturals. I have to admit I don't like Isaac all that much. Athrun said, scowling. But leaving him to the naturals is practically a death sentence. It can't be helped for the moment. Nicole sighed, his eyes a bit redder than normal. We need to think about the overall structure of this war, too. Athrun chuckled sadly. Structure, right, how many men do you think Isaac's mother would mobilize to get him back? Isaac's mother, Azalea Jewel, was a member of the plant council. Athrun didn't know what her position was and was quite worried about him, a fact that Isaac faced a small amount of teasing for back in school. Dirka walked in with a drink, visibly calmer than he was when he stormed out a few moments ago. Knowing her? 3 ships, at least. Not only did the naturals develop new weapons, they also had the audacity to create these monsters. A man in his office hissed while reading a report sent to him from Ra-le Crusit, concerning their stolen weapons and a recommended plan of action. After he finished reading the report, he paused for a few moments to plan out his next actions, and then made some calls. I want you to take a look at this, he said, and waited for a few minutes while the man on the line read the snippet he sent under his breath. Holy shit, Patrick. Patrick Zala laughed, in the bitter and cold way that he seemed to do nowadays. Think you can spin this? I don't think naturals can achieve these things by just raw skill, do you? A pause, then. Yeah, I don't think so either. A story about how the naturals are sending young trainees through hellishly tough training should be good for our war efforts. Throw some shit about them forcing drugs on their pilots too. You got it, boss. Patrick hung up, and then dialed another number, and then checked his tone, just in case. Azalea, we might have an issue on our hands. Azalea Jewel was against the idea of sending a ship to Heliopolis, even for supposed peaceful purposes, so she was, despite being one of his supporters, currently a little bit unhappy with him. On the other hand, she hated using neutral places as a means of war. What is it, Pat? I'm a little busy here. One of our scout ships have discovered that Patrick Zala checked himself at the last second. Earth Federation Army has used Heliopolis as a weapon development center. He could almost feel the fury on the other side of the line. Who it was targeted towards, he prayed that it was not him. Might as well do some fence mending now, he thought. Crusit found them out, he added, before the lady on the line could properly vent her fury, and he decided to engage. During the battle, apparently Isaac was captured after he had obtained one of the developed units. Okay, now the fury could be clearly felt over the line, even though Azalea was totally silent. I might have screwed myself over. Patrick thought bemusedly. I know, regardless of what happened before, we obviously can't leave a man behind, no matter where he is, and we can't exactly let. How many ships can I send, Patrick? Upon hearing her deathly calm voice, Patrick Zala reminded of the instances where he did something his wife strongly disapproved of. And it terrified him. If we can spin this right, we can probably send 3, but... Send me everything you have, Patrick. He did as he was told, and waited for a minute or so. I'll get us 5 ships, she said, and hung up. Patrick let out a breath. And a smile played on his face. Time, some days later. Dirka, are you going to transfer? Athrun asked, packing up his things. Damn straight I am. I'm not going to leave Isaac on that natural ship any longer. Dirka's reply was punctured by him nearly beating his belongings into his box. That makes all of us then. Nicole smiled. For a brief moment earlier during the day Athrun had tried to talk the fragile-looking boy into taking a position away from the front lines, but Nicole had adamantly insisted that they were Isaac's friends. And friends don't abandon each other. They had received word earlier that the Council of Plant had decided, far from unanimously, to send 5 ships and full complements of djinns to chase after the legged ship. Azalea got her approval when she revealed that the ships used for the operation would be stragglers that were slow to retrofit and couldn't make a rendezvous with their 17th fleet in time. In technicality, they were a fleet to do surveillance and patrol around the Artemis Station region. In reality, each one of the ships was equipped with a new piece of equipment the technicians dubbed the Cold Gun, developed for the sole purpose of taking down the Artemis Station. And all of them knew it was because Isaac's mother pulled strings, and everyone knew that Isaac's mother was fiercely protective and very resourceful when it mattered the most. And now that legged ship will be facing down 5 ZAFT cruisers, and all the Jins attached, some armed with cameras and told to focus on some Mobius crafts if they show up, to those pilots eternal confusion. Unfortunately for ZAFT, said legged ship was already within hailing distance of the Artemis space station. This is the Earth Federation assault battleship Archangel, Artemis Station, do you copy? The Communications's officer said, who happens to be Natarl today. This is Artemis Station, I'm afraid we do not recognize your IFF, please stand by. Archangel, copy. Natarl said. Muru, having heard the whole thing as it wasn't on a private line, ordered the ship to come to a standstill, as it had been decelerating the whole time. It wasn't overly difficult. Nice to know they're still taking their protocol seriously. Natarl said with a note of approval in her voice, apparently the rumors of Artemis becoming lax were unfounded. Indeed, although I wish it wasn't held by Eurasia. Muru said after stretching, the rivalry between Eurasia and the Atlantic branches got quite ugly sometimes. The bridge crew watched as the Mobius crafts from the base came up around the ship, and moments later heard the ship's electronic warfare sensors beep as the scanners from the fighters went to work. Archangel, you're cleared to dock. They heard a good 15 minutes later. They're being a little too cautious, don't you think? Mulaflaga wondered aloud, having arrived on the bridge some minutes back to see what the delay was. It's not like they don't have physical cameras. Natarl scowled a little. Lieutenant, a little extra caution has never hurt anyone. Mew held up his hands in mock surrender. I know, I know. Docking complete. Archangel, welcome to Artemis. Author notes. Woo, I did things. So, for those of you who are familiar with what's going on. Flay isn't on board yet because I forgot she showed up I mean. Kira didn't sortie for the leave the colony battle, thus he didn't get to pick her up. She'll show up later though. The Archangel has more technology because Kmin, state-of-the-art spaceship. Granted, the expectations for what state-of-the-art means in 2014 is a lot different than 2000. I figured there would be more behind the shadows play with politicians, so, yeah. That's a thing. Chapter 3, Stage 3, Umbrella of Artemis. So what was that about Artemis you were worried about, Blaze? Cypher asked while leaving the Archangel. They had gotten some time off while the ship was being resupplied and repaired, about a week's worth. This station gives me the same feeling as back then. Blaze said, careful to drop his tone in case they were being overheard. Got in trouble for it once, might as well not do it again, he figured. Cypher didn't need to ask what he meant. It's probably just because of their defensive system. Artemis was famous for its impregnable status, owing to its umbrella of light defensive shield system. Blaze mulled it over for a moment. Yeah, that's probably it. Ah, you must be the ship's captain. Gerard Garcia, the station's commander-in-chief, greeted Mururamius once she was off the ship. Acting captain, sir. Muru said, taking his offered handshake. Our maiden voyage was far from smooth. He chuckled, and then sighed. Had the Atlantic Federation made us aware of the situation, we would have been able to offer some measure of support to the secret project. Please accept my condolences for the losses of your comrades. Garcia bowed slightly. Thank you for those thoughts, and for accepting the Archangel's request to resupply. Garcia laughed. But of course. Even though we're a tad jealous of the folks in the Atlantic, we're still humans, after all. I guess that means coordinators are out of the question. Mulaflaga mused to himself, before he received Garcia's attention. And here we have the famed Hawk of Endymion. It's an honor, Lieutenant Laflaga. Garcia gave an overly exaggerated salute, somewhat unbefitting of his status. Just between us, I'm a huge fan of yours. Mew scratched the back of his head. You're giving me too much credit, sir. Garcia laughed again. Please, Gerard is fine, you're an inspiration to everyone here, no need to be so stiff. Natarl scowled slightly, the man's lack of attention to protocol was getting on her nerves. But he was a commanding officer that outranked her severely, so she held her tongue. Garcia paid her almost no attention on the path to his office. All right, so the Archangel needs to get to Alaska, the sooner the better. Garcia summed up the results of Muru's debriefing. She nodded affirmative. After she's done resupplying, we can have the Archangel fold into the 8th Fleet until drop position to Alaska. Would that work? Garcia said, looking at a holographic globe with several lines drawn across it. Yes, sir. It would also be extremely advantageous if we were to receive additional crew, as well. Natarl finally said. Garcia didn't bother to look at her. Well, all of our non-reserve ships were sent to bolster the 8th Fleet's numbers, and our reserve ships were scouring the Heliopolis wreckage for survivors. The first ships are back, by the way. But regardless, we're not in a position to spare any crew for the ship. We do have pilots, however. More pilots would be extremely helpful, the current ones we have are not very good at keeping their crafts together. Neytarl said, adding the last bit as almost an undertone. Oh really? What's wrong with them? Garcia said, finally looking at her. Well. Man, the Artemis is almost a home away from home. Talisman said while looking around the oddly very not military-looking bunch of shops and stores lined up in front of him. It's good, isn't it? At least we'll be able to rest for a while. Mirialia said, the girl with the curly brown hair had invited him along with Kira and the rest of their friends for their downtime on the station. Actually, her original goal was to get all of the Strangereal ACES, but Blaze and Cypher left early and Ribbon was talking to the mechanics, so Talisman was the only one who was free to go. Also fittingly Talisman was the youngest of the group, so he fit in a little better than the others. Where did you learn to pilot like that, Talisman? Kira asked. A few months of flying in space, trying not to die. It's amazing what the EFA won't do if they think you're not a natural, but at least they paid for our food. That's horrible. Cuzzy, one of the less noticeable members of the group, said. That's war. Sai sighed. Once we get back to the Archangel, I'd like you to fly against me, if you don't mind. Kira suddenly said. Kira, didn't you want to avoid fighting? Sai asked worriedly. Kira nodded. I do, but something tells me I can't just pretend as if this war isn't happening. The truth is already in front of our faces, and we can't exactly turn away from it. He then looked at Talisman in the eyes. That's why I'm going to fight. If my power can end the war just a bit quicker, then I'm going to do just that. I will protect my friends and the people who live without worrying about war. Tal looked at Kira, then at Talisman. Me too. Talisman, teach me to be a fighter pilot. Tal. Mirialai looked at him. He nods, staring back at her. Like Kira said, we can't turn away from the war that's in front of us, especially now that we're already involved. Kira, Tal turns to look at him. We want to protect you, just as you want to protect us, no way am I letting my friend shoulder all the burden. Tal, but... Kira started to say before Sai cut him off. He's right. We're friends, and if you're risking your neck for us, then the least we can do is help as well. Talisman took a swig of his drink. That's nice and all, but... They all turned to look at him. This is, after all, a war. You're going to be killing people, are you fine with that? Tal looked a little troubled, but Kira's eyes were still firm. I will get stronger, until I'm powerful enough to stop the enemy without killing them. Good luck with that. Talisman silently thought to himself. Well, it's your call. Once we get back on the ship I'll ask and see if we can have the strike hooked up to a simulator. So that's the Artemis? Athrun asked, looking at a picture taken by a long-range recon drone. Yep, pretty impressive, isn't it? They hollowed out a rock for it and everything. Dirka said while staring at a map projected onto a table, complete with markers, key points, and lines denoting everything they knew about the fortress. Why are we sending a kill force for it? Artemis was never a problem before. Nicole asked, also looking at the map and taking notes. Well, apart from our attack being driven by the rage of a parent, Rael Crusat said while walking in, returning the salutes of his squad. It's also because High Command is worried that the station houses potential prototypes we're not aware of. Plus, taking it out would free our forces to operate around here as we please, if we needed to. Your father Ra looked at Athrun is also worried about those Mobius pilots we saw. Athrun thought back to the one insignia he managed to see, a dog biting on its chain. Imagine the type of damage those pilots can do if they got their hands on one of the experimental prototypes, assuming they exist, of course. So what's the plan? Athrun looked at the map, focusing specifically on the key points, the emitters of the umbrella of Artemis. Isaac waited inside the Artemis, having used the unprotected terminal in his room. The naturals are idiots, he thought, to access the local internet. He found out that the Artemis had planned to send a refugee ship loaded with refugees from Heliopolis to Earth. From there, he could make his way to a ZAFT base. Whether if they'll let him keep his status as an elite, Isaac wasn't sure. But regardless of the consequences, Isaac was driven by a desire to face the ribbon fighter and prove that he was as good as his uniform suggested. So we're not using the duel? Ribbon asked Murdoch as they ate a hurried dinner. Kira's the only guy that can program them, and I'm pretty sure none of you are any good in a mobile suit. Murdoch said. No offense. None taken. So we're just going to mothball it for the time being. Eventually we'll transfer it to Alaska, but I seriously doubt we'll be doing anything more to that. Shame. No kidding. Murdoch sighed. When I first saw those GS I had trouble sleeping. And now the first thing I get to do on it is to take it out of commission. He was ordered to take the cockpit block out entirely to avoid it being hijacked a second time. So, what do you think about the base commander? Muru said, after the three commanding officers were back aboard the Archangel. He's definitely planning something. Mullah Flaga said after stretching. Did you see how he paid almost no attention to Lieutenant Badgeruel? Definitely not good behavior. Natarl Badgeruel flinched a tiny bit. Hearing you refer to me as a lieutenant is a little grating, Lieutenant Commander La Flaga. They had received, unofficial, promotions given by Gerard Garcia per his powers as the Commander-in-Chief of the Artemis Station. La Flaga laughed. Sorry. He then returned to being serious. The man's obviously got his own agendas to pursue, and it might not be good for us. Stay on your toes, Maru. Lieutenant Commander Mururamius shrugged. As long as the Archangel is supplied and good to go before the week is up, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Sir, is this all right? One of Garcia's aides asked him, upon reviewing the documents of transfer he was supposed to use. Yeah, it's fine. Damned coordinators. Garcia said. He did not like the idea that the Atlantic Federation could produce pilots good enough to not only fight Djinns on equal footing, but good enough to fight them, be at a disadvantage, and win. Thus, it was only convenient to have them labeled as inhuman. But these pilots are best of the best. Garcia smirked. Surely their aces wouldn't have problems with doing a little teaching on their days off. The aide groaned inwardly. Yes sir, and about the supplying of the Archangel. Garcia waved it off. Supply them as they request, their failures will not be our issue. Yes sir. A day or so later. I take it you're the leader of the Archangel's aces. Cypher heard, and turned around to face a man he's never met before, but judging by the rank insignias the guy was a top brass. No sir, he's doing something else, can I help you with anything? Ah, well, you seem like the most capable member of the bunch. Garcia laughed. Cypher smiled as well, in a way that was almost feral. Looks like we have a leech on our hands. He thought, the mercenary side of him finally happy to have some work. We're going to have them hooked up in about an hour or so. Until then, you're just going to have to wait. Murdoch said for about the 5th time to a very enthusiastic Tall. The Strike and Talisman's Mobius were currently being patched into the Archangel's intership network, where the training programs were located. Why can't I just use that one? It's not like they're on duty or anything. Tall pointed to Ribbon's craft. There's a bug with its control program. It's grounded until we get it fixed. One of the mechanics inside the Mobius said. With the way they fly these things, I'm amazed they're still holding together. Tall heard another mechanic say. No shit. Think Artemis will give us more units? Said Mechanic 1. They better. Eurasia put a lot of money in the Mobius projects and for once they're winning. Will you two shut up and get back to work? Murdoch yelled. A pair of sorry came from the Mobius cockpit in reply. Anyways, that's the deal. Until we hook this thing into the system you're just going to have to wait. Tall sighed. Oi. Kid. How's it going up there? Murdoch yelled up to the strike. Kira, who was working in the strike, poked his head out. Just a little more left. He said, before ducking back in. The Archangel really needs a dedicated simulator room. Tall grumbled. Murdoch shrugged. It's supposed to. Yo. I got some good news and bad news. Cypher clapped Blaze on the back. Blaze was resting in the Archangel's lounge. What's the good news? The base commander is a leech and an idiot, so he's going to give us some brand new Mobius crafts. How'd that happen? Blaze turned to look at Cypher sitting down in a soft chair. Eurasia was one of the primary sponsors of the TS-Ma2 Mobius project, and we're doing really damn well in the Mobius crafts. Put 2 and 2 together. He doesn't want Atlantic to take more credit with the new mobile suits, makes sense. So what's the bad news? The base commander is a leech and an idiot, so he's going to give us some dropout pilots to babysit. Blaze rolled his eyes. One of his wingmen in Strangereal, Archer, was considered to have no talent for flying until he pulled an F5 out of a hangar in the middle of the base being bombed. They can't be that bad. The man is very capable at cutting off the fat when it comes to his base. Cypher said, suddenly aware that they were, in fact, talking about a man responsible for keeping the ship they're on in full combat duty. Blaze was suddenly reminded of Perrault, his old commander on Sand Island. Perrault was also very good at maintaining his power at the cost of efficiency and competency. I see. But is having more in the air bad? No, it isn't. The true bad news is that the commander is very, very proud of his static defense. The two aces fondly thought back of the supposedly war-ending super weapons they destroyed. Well, shit. Blaze and Cypher said in unison. Sometime during the week. Sai, what are you doing? Oh. Mirialia asked, before realizing that Sai was scrolling through a list of names on a wall-mounted display screen. A new refugee ship came in earlier, so I wondered. He trailed off. Mirialia vaguely heard him muttering about the list not having an alphabetical search function. The two spent an uncomfortable 20 seconds before Sai bolted off without another word. At the end of the week, Raul Crusat stood in front of the pilots in the fleet in the briefing room. Behind him was an image of Artemis, and 4 insignias he had managed to scavenge from the surviving GIN black boxes. Warriors of ZAFT, I will outline our battle plan against the Artemis space station. A picture of Artemis with its umbrella of light deployed was brought up. As you know, the Artemis is defended by its laser-based shield system, which protects it against all forms of damage. Because of that, a direct assault is impossible, and a siege against it impractical, therefore. A new picture, of a particular gun mounted on their ship, appeared. The attack will be divided into 3 stages. The first stage will consist of a long-range attack from the ship-mounted cold artillery to destroy the shield emitters. When the shield emitters have been brought down, the ships will fire all ordnance into the base ports to reduce the enemy deployments. Various pictures of the Artemis, focusing on several large hangar ports, appeared on the screen. The last stage of the attack will be an all-out attack from our mobile suit divisions. Your goal, gentlemen, is to completely paralyze the base's ability to fight back and crush Artemis into dust. Athrun raised his hand. Yes, Athrun. What about Isaac? Ra smiled. A special operations force will be deployed to retrieve him. The insignias of a dog biting on its chain and a Mobius loop appeared on the screen again. As some of you may be aware, the Federation has recently found some extremely talented pilots. Loath as I am to say this, if you see these pilots, ignore them and focus on destroying the station. If they're dedicated to chasing you down, request support from nearby allies, or retreat. The last suggestion brought some murmurs from the pilots. We run from Mobius crafts? Really? One of the pilots laughed. Come in, guys. They're cake. They'll show up, we'll pump them full of lead. Boom. Job done. Ra laughed as well. If it goes that well, I'll be a happy man. All of you are aware of the situation. Get prepared at once. Isaac snuck onto a refugee ship due to deploy to Earth, dressed as plainly as he could with what he stole from an on-ship shop. Muru sat down in the captain's seat back on the Archangel, the ship ready to deploy after the week of resupply. A moment later, a communications from a ship came in, a ship that Cypher had somehow wheedled the base commander to loan to them as a support craft until the Archangel reached the 8th Fleet. Captain Muru, how's your deployment status? The other ship's captain asked. We're mustering our crew, and we'll be ready to deploy in 15 minutes. Excellent. I hope that we'll both have a safe voyage. Thank you for providing support. Muru said. Think nothing of it. We're all humans, after all. A warning suddenly rang through the base. All hands, ZAFT ships have been sighted in probably operational range. All hands, report to your stations. ZAFT. Of all the times. Muru muttered. Archangel to Artemis control. Can we still deploy? Negative. They'll chase you down if you deployed now. Sit tight, and eventually they'll go away. The control operator said. Muru sighed. How long would that be? She asked herself. Oi, guys, we're deploying. Wait, what? Blaze looked at the other 3 pilots, mild confusion written on their faces. I have a bad feeling about this. Blaze said simply. Same with us, but we're not going to get a clear order with that umbrella blocking our way. Ribbon shrugged. Talisman was showing some maneuvers to Tal on a small display. Besides, the new pilots aren't here, and the new Mobius crafts aren't here. If there's a launch order, only Blaze and Cypher can deploy. As it turned out, Mobius 1's craft had sustained a remarkable amount of internal damage due to his piloting, and was cannibalized for parts to keep Blaze and Cypher's crafts afloat. Likewise, Talisman's craft was also scrapped after a thorough search had found its hard points totally melted and unable to function any longer. Shit. Well, can't say I'm surprised. Cypher. Cypher sighed, but got up anyway. Might as well be on standby. Wait, I'm going with you. Kira said, after debating internally for a little while. You sure, kid? Cypher was drafted into helping Talisman with the training sessions, and they both found out that Kira was very good at piloting that strike of his. Yeah, I want to protect everyone. Focus on the ship first. If you protect everyone you'll just end up not being able to protect anyone. Cypher warned. Kira gave a good-natured salute in response. Range optimal. Ballistic trajectory calculations complete, arming cold. Raul Crusat heard the ship weapon control officer read. All ships, coordinate, and prepare to fire on my mark. The ship captain said, looking at a watch. Mark. You think they're doing anything interesting out there? An operator on the Artemis asked her neighbor. At that distance? Probably just yell at us. Her neighbor stretched. Neither of them noticed the small, almost unnoticeable sudden spike of heat that occurred on the ships. The hell was that? Cypher suddenly said. I don't know, I've got a bad feeling, Murdoch, can we deploy? In your dreams, just because we bolted them up doesn't mean you can fly them. Murdoch was standing next to what looked like a literal junk heap with an engine strapped to it. Alarms blared in the station. We're taking fire. We're taking fire. Shit. Emitters 1 and 4 have been hit. Bring up the shields. Is there any danger to the shield coverage? Ra looked impassively at the display, at the sight of Artemis, being fully covered by its umbrella of light. We hit 2 of the 5 targets, I don't think we'll get a second shot, sir. The captain said, deeply ashamed of his gunner's skill. The gunner in question owed all of his buddies a round of drinks. That's fine. I always have a backup plan. Ra said lightly. What the hell? Shield emitter 3 is down. An Artemis operator suddenly said. Bring out the cameras. The chief operator said, dressed as if he rolled out of bed, which he did. The cameras were active, and, nothing. They couldn't see anything out of the ordinary as the umbrella of Artemis continued to cover the base. Suddenly, another shield emitter was cut to pieces, as they saw a beam of light emit from an unnaturally black part of space. Shield emitter 4 is down. The shield system has a leak. Shield system has been compromised. All units. Scramble launch. The catapults on the ZAFT ships worked overtime to launch their mobile suits at the Artemis, which was now covered by a blanket of light with a massive hole in it. Natarl. Is everyone back yet? Muru asked, the alarm on the system getting to her nerves. Everyone is back, plus a few extra. Extra. Muru couldn't help but ask. Natarl's face had disapproval written all over it. Sai brought his girlfriend aboard. Flay, this isn't a good idea. Sai said for about the 5th time. And like I said, I'm not going back to Earth while Papa is in space. Flay said for about the 4th time. And I get to be with you and your friends, so it's a win-win. Sai could only sigh. Fine, but stay out of trouble. Shield emitters 6, 7, 8 all offline. What the hell is attacking us? Nicole took a deep breath in the pilot seat of the Blitz Gundam, before hailing Ra Crusat back on his ship. Nicole here, I've taken out the primary targets. What's next? Find the legged ship, we're going to start phase 2. Roger. Energy spikes from the enemy ship. They're going to fire. Garcia had reached the command room by now. Rotate the station. Don't let them hit us. The station helmsman roared. Firing thrusters. Come in, baby, move. The ZAFT ships and the Artemis crew watched as the station turned, slowly, to bring about a layer of its shield against the incoming wave of beams and missiles. And both sides knew, it wasn't going to make it. More warning sirens blared inside the Artemis as the first wave of attacks slammed into its side, destroying installations to pieces and blocking a lot of hangars with debris. Not all of them though. Garcia gritted his teeth, and raised a station-wide alert. All pilots scramble and intercept the enemy immediately. Repeat. Kill every last one of those coordinator bastards. He then raised a specific alert to the Archangel. Archangel, have your pilots to deploy as well. Muru shook her head. The crafts they're supposed to fly haven't arrived yet, and our current units are non-operational. On Cypher's suggestion, the Archangel treated the strike as barely operational, usable as a gun point, but useless once it detaches from the ship. She heard Garcia swore and close the communication link. She then heard the door to the bridge open. It might be a good idea to get the hell out of here really fast, Captain. Blaze said behind her. I would, but with the umbrella active like that we're not going to get very far. Both of them looked ahead at the screen of light outside the dock. All GIN units. Attack all targets of opportunity. Cripple the station. Ra Crusat found a hangar that wasn't blocked yet and sprayed it with bullets. He was rewarded by a series of explosions from inside the hangar. Second volley, away. He heard the captain of the fleet say, before opening a private channel. Nicole, have you located the legged ship? No, I haven't. Nicole said, watching a few of the visual feeds of the small unmanned camera drones fly over the other side of the fortress. It was deemed too risky to send the pilots over to the other side of the station, since it was still covered by the umbrella of light. Ra heard his unit blare a lock warning, and jinked away from a line of conventional bullet fire. Watch yourselves, gentlemen, the station is waking up. Athrun, Roger. Athrun dodged a spray of fire from an anti-aircraft gun and fired at it with his rifle, destroying it. He took a moment to look around, and noted with pride how the Jinns were either dodging the attacks from the station or just taking minimal damage, if any. Second volley, impact in 10 seconds, all units stand clear of impact zone. Ra said, watching his timer. It was actually 20 seconds until impact, but safety is better. The Jinns that received threat warnings accelerated out of the way as the second barrage of beams and missiles hit the station. Enemy second wave, hit. Breach detected. An operator of the station said in a panic. Countermeasures. Make sure nobody gets sucked out. The master operator said. Garcia gritted his teeth, watching the display of Jins flying about his fortress like flies while the anti-aircraft guns fire back almost lethargically among the debris, before being destroyed by that unknown red unit. Correction, by that stolen red unit. Damn those Atlantic bastards, if only they knew what security is. He hissed. What's the status on the Mobius transfers? All 4 units have finished their modifications and are being routed to the Archangel. Another operator said. We couldn't find the reserve pilots to send to the ship, however. That's fine, send them some rookies. Just get them out of the dock. Garcia could feel one of his veins pop, not that it actually did. I won't let my reputation be tarnished by losing that ship, god damn it. Artemis to Archangel, Natarl heard over the communications, while she hurried coached Mirialia on its usage. Do you copy? She nodded at the younger girl. This is Archangel, we copy, go ahead, Artemis. Mirialia said, a brief tremble in her voice. We have a delivery of Mobius crafts, please open your hangars and prepare them for docking. Blaze immediately rushed over to the communications. Do you have 4 units ready for action? Yes, we do, but... Then fire them up, we'll be out there right now. Wait, what are you? Blaze had already left the bridge. Maru sighed. Can't blame the man. Then she raised a ship-wide alert. Rashgra's team, you have orders to scramble, meet Blaze in Catapult 1. Oi, Blaze. What the hell are we doing? Cypher demanded. Blaze noted that everyone was already in their flight suits. There are 4 fighters out there with our names on it. He said simply, before clutching what looks like an oversized coat hanger. The other 3 aces shrugged and did the same. Catapult 1, soft deploy. One of the hangar crew said, and launched the hangar out at a fairly gentle speed. Oh, I am liking this. Cypher said, after seeing the modified Mobius crafts they'll be flying. Their new crafts were outfitted with oversized engines that wouldn't have looked out of place on a capital ship. Underneath the 2 legs of the Mobius were linear guns, elongated to drive a projectile out of the gun faster. Underneath the middle hardpoint of the craft was a single missile. Their insignias were painted on the back of the Mobius crafts, next to a deployable something and 2 small orbs. What are the new toys we got? Talisman said as he floated into the cockpit and strapped himself in. Blaze scanned the document he was handed in a hurry. The missile is the same large-scale one that our ship uses. That explains why it's so flat. Mobius 1 muttered, going through the startup sequence. The linear guns are using additional coils, so they hit harder but also burn up faster. We got 2 more Vulcans than normal and a deployable radiator so we don't catch on fire again. These guys thought of everything. He put the paper detailing the changes to the crafts underneath his seat and strapped himself in. Rashgriz, check in. 2 Cypher. 3. Mobius 1. 4. Talisman. The 4 pilots looked to the front of the hangar, and their eyes widened in surprise as the umbrella of light vanished from sight. What's going on? What happened to the umbrella? Garcia demanded, watching alerts pop up all over the station. We don't know, sir. The main system overheated and just shut down. Commencing emergency cooling procedures. Garcia swore loudly. Just get it back online. The umbrella has vanished? Well, no point waiting for it to come back. The ZAFT fleet captain muttered. All ships fire long-range missiles. Transfer targeting to our spotter units when they're free. Isaac reclined a little in his chair aboard the refugee ship, allowing a moment of pride as he watched his handiwork. Nicole, the long-range missiles are coming in, you're in charge of units 5 through 9. Guide them well. Ra said. Roger, sir. Nicole watched the readout in one of the monitors change to a display of 4 missiles, before placing in coordinates into those missiles, guiding them to their destinations. He then saw an anti-aircraft gun pop up next to him, and lazily picked it off with his beam rifle. Archangel. Deploy immediately. Get out of here. Garcia roared over the intercom. Muru wasn't sure what he was doing, but complied. Archangel, roger, we'll deploy immediately. Rashgriz, escort us as we make our way out of the battle zone. Rashgriz 1, roger. Nicole heard one of his alerts go off, and watched a second monitor zoom into the picture of a hangar, and then the Archangel came slowly into view. Captain. I see the enemy ship. I could redirect a missile to hit it. Don't bother, it wouldn't make it. Came Ross' reply. Nicole was about to argue the point when he saw a wing of 4 Mobius crafts come into view. He maneuvered his camera above the Mobius crafts and saw the 4 insignias of the ACES of Strangereal. Well, more specifically, he saw the image of the dog biting on its chain. Damn. He said under his breath. More missiles incoming. The operator on the station said, watching a swarm of blips come toward the station on the radar display. He didn't catch the 16 special ones inside the swarm of hundreds, for good reason. Intercept! Garcia roared. Due to the umbrella being down, the hangars that were undamaged could actually deploy interceptor crafts for a change, and Mobius crafts started to fly against the missiles. Which would be a relief, if they survived for more than 5 minutes. The Jins were liberally spraying each Mobius craft that came into view with machine gun fire. Per their briefings, none of them wanted to be known as a pilot who was shot down by a Mobius craft, after all. Shit, what are they teaching the other pilots? Mobius 1 said, watching yet another allied craft fall under a withering hail of fire. How many pilots actually survive out there? Blaze asked. All of them didn't want to answer. Blaze then saw a communication request from a particular wing of Mobius crafts. This is Rajgriz 1, state your intentions. This is Artemis Detachment Squadrons 35 and 36, we've been transferred to your command. Blaze heard the tremble in the voice and groaned inwardly. Rookies. Rajgriz 1, Roger. Stay near and cover the Archangel. Blaze, Rajgriz 1. He heard someone say. Kira came onto the screen. Do I have permission to launch? Blaze mulled it over for a moment. Yeah, but stay near the Archangel for now. Once we're far enough from the station then you can run wild. What? Why? Do you think we're going to get away without a chase? Talisman said, watching his radar. Some Jins have taken notice and were accelerating towards the Archangel. Rajgriz 1 to flight, commence interception. Captain. It's them. Ra-Le Cruz had heard one of his Gin pilots say, and zoomed in on the 4 Mobius crafts with over-large engines. All Gin units, keep your eye out on those units but do not engage. Continue attacking Artemis Station. The hell is he saying? There's nothing on the station left to shoot at. The Gin pilot smirked. Cruzit's lost his balls, I say. Let's show these guys what real ZAFT pilots can do. Rajgriz Squadron, you're cleared to engage. Blaze heard over the communications. He still was getting used to hearing Mirialia of all people relaying orders. Roger that. Wardog Leader, engage. Blaze. Galm 1, engaging. Cypher. Garuda 1, engaging. Talisman. Mobius 1, engage. Ribbon. Ra-Le Cruzit felt a sudden chill run through his body. The loudmouth Gin pilot raised his recoilless rifle towards the lead oversized engine Mobius craft, and fired. Said Mobius craft rolled out of the way and fired back with its 2 linear guns. The pilot felt 2 massive jolts and the warning in his cockpit told him that he was now missing both of his arms. What the hell? The pilot could only watch as the Mobius crafts ignored his now armless suit and go after his squadron. Report. Michael Team has been disabled. The captain of a ZAFT ship looked about in mild confusion. Michael Team wasn't exactly the best they had but they certainly weren't rookies either. Was it the ACES Ra had warned them about? Have all units use their interlinked cameras. Find out what's going on. He ordered. They're ignoring us. Cypher said with a mixture of amusement and respect, it takes a lot of guts to ignore someone trying to kill you and focus on your mission. Good for them. Blaze said. Heads up, new group out there. Take them out. Got it. Osprey team, the ACES are heading in your direction, be careful. The Osprey team leader heard over the radio. Don't worry, Ra, we'll take care of them. He then raised a general alert. Osprey team to all local units, requesting firing support against the ACES. Hellion team, Roger, can't believe we actually have to try against the Naturals. Rosemary team, we're en route. Quail team, got it. Miguel team, we're here. Oh, looks like we got a lot of attention. Blaze was surprised to see some 20-odd Jins raise their guns at the 4 of them. 2, you're with me, we're heading in. Cypher, got it. 3 and 4, we're counting on you. Roger. Enemy lead units are accelerating. Rosemary team leader said, surprised. Yeah, what can they do? Her teammate's response was cut off when a shot hit her unit square in the head. What the damn? Rosemary leader looked around frantically before jinking away from a spray of Vulcan fire, only to be hit in the right leg by a linear gunshot. All units, their linear guns are faster than normal. Don't get distracted. She said as she pulled out her 2 machine guns and fired at the Mobius crafts speeding past her. I got the dual wielder. Talisman said with Rosemary leader's back square in his sights. He depressed the trigger and raked the engine with Vulcan fire. Rosemary leader is down. One of the Rosemary wingmen said, as the leader watched the 4 units fly past her and through the blanket of machine gun fire. Whoa. We don't have a good angle to attack like this. Cypher said, rolling and dodging through the Gin fire. We do. Talisman laughed, enjoying the relative lack of machine gun fire in his airspace as he sighted what was his 4th Gin of the minute and fired his linear guns. Hey, ZAFT. Look at us for a moment, will ya? Mobius 1 said lazily, shooting out the engines on yet another Gin. Shit, we're losing ground. Hellion leader hissed. All units spread out. Don't make yourselves an easy target. The Hellion team spread out like they were told, but as a result their fire dissipated for just a moment. That brief moment was all Blaze and Cypher needed. The Hellion team was now missing various arms and legs, and a head, on their Gins. Ra-Le Crusoe shook his head. Never mind them. Athrun, Dirka, Nicole. We're targeting the legged ship. He received 3 affirmatives in reply. Archangel, be advised, the Crusoe team is heading in your direction. Blaze said, after Talisman alerted him on the location of said Crusoe team. Roger, can you guys make it back? Negative, we're still engaged with the enemy forces. Cypher said. Although they were able to disable a fair amount of Gins, all of them were perfectly fine with using their guns with their other arms or firing without the assistance of their main cameras. The end result being that the ACES were having a harder time than normal, because they were up against 20 enemies, some of them firing a little wildly. Kira, your turn. Blaze said simply. Roger. Kira Yamato, strike, engaging the enemy. Archangel will be out of the combat area in 5 minutes. That's the unit we didn't recover. Athrun said upon seeing the strike. Inside that unit, is it Athrun? Kira wondered, before opening a general communications link. Strike to Aegis. Athrun, is it you? Kira. Athrun's shock was written on his face. Kira, why are you with the Naturals? You're a coordinator. Kira mulled it over for a fraction of a second. I am here because I want to be, there are people I want to protect on that ship. He raised his strike's gun towards the Aegis. Athrun. You're my friend, so I don't want to fight you. Please, leave the combat area. Kira. Athrun raised his gun as well. I have my duty towards ZAFT. I'm sorry, but I'll bring you back with me, so please don't resist. Athrun depressed his trigger, and almost immediately heard the incoming fire warning and barely got out of the way. His shot as a result went wide. Athrun. You're wrong about one thing, coordinators, Naturals, we're all human in the end. Kira, in the Ale strike, pulled out a beam saber to complement his rifle, and threw his shield away. I may be a coordinator on a ship of Naturals, but before that, I am a human. With that, Kira opened his engines to maximum thrust. Athrun dodged 3 shots from Kira's beam rifle before he found himself staring down Kira's beam saber. Kira had learned well from Talisman, and Cypher, who helped out during training. All the moments where he hesitated during training was rewarded by either one of the 2 aces pounding his head in, super-powered prototype notwithstanding. With his skills as a coordinator and experience of being toyed with for hours on end in the simulator by the Demon Lord of the Round Table and the Angel of Grace Maria, Kira is now miles ahead of what he would have been. Athrun felt his blood freeze, but Kira had zero intentions of destroying the Aegis to begin with. Instead, Kira slashed the Aegis's beam rifle to shreds before boosting back hard to dodge a shot from the buster. Shit. Athrun. You all right there? Dirka locked onto the strike, letting Kira know that he was being targeted. Dirka fired as quickly as he could, but Kira's convoluted evasion caused him to miss cleanly every single time. What's with this bastard? He's even faster than those Mobius crafts. Kira, meanwhile, was muttering to himself. Don't stand still, keep moving. Watch for the opening. The opening, in this case, was Dirka needing to take a moment for the gun to cool. And strike. Kira pulled the trigger 3 times. Oh shit. The buster's thrusters were enough to save it from being hit directly, but as Dirka's cockpit says, the leg sections were grazed and were now demanding to be maintained. One more. Kira took aim at the buster's head, and fired a shot. Dirka wasn't able to stop his unit in time. The beam struck a something dark that had zoomed up in front of the buster. Dirka. Don't get careless. Nicole said, his Blitz Gundam showing up in the infrared sensors of the nearby crafts. Damn. Who'd thought the boy from back when would actually be this good? Ra-Le Crusoe muttered, trying to find an opening in the blanket of fire that covered the Archangel. No, that's not quite right, who'd thought that he would find such a talented teacher, right? Mew La Flaga. Mew, meanwhile, was sulking on the bridge because the Mobius Zero wasn't cleared for takeoff. Athrun, Dirka, we'll take him on together. Nicole said, as Athrun shook his head to get the fear out of his system. Got it. Nicole, we'll follow your lead. Athrun said, activating the beam saber in the undamaged arm. Hey? Right. Nicole said while looking at a series of screens as presented to him by the cameras rerouted to this battlefield. Dirka, open fire, use ballistic arms too, it's fine if the armor blocks it. Alright, but you better know what you're talking about, man. Dirka locked onto the strike again, and fired the buster's missiles. The strike backpedaled by turning a full 180 degrees around to use the main thrusters, and then turning back around to pick off the missiles with the Vulcans. Shit, now what? Dirka said, rising to avoid a counter-fire, 3 shots very fast together, from the strike. Nicole didn't answer, rather, his blitz did the talking for him, as he fired at Kira from below the strike, without using the targeting system. Whoa! Kira heard his alarms blare and twisted in an extremely odd angle to dodge the fire from below him. Geez! What's with this guy? Nicole accelerated out of the way from the counter-attack fire. A thrun. Go for it. Kira was muttering to himself again. If I'm being attacked, I should expect to continue being attacked, and if I can counter, I should even if I can't see, thus. A thrun sped downwards toward the strike, which was facing downwards when it was counter-attacking the blitz. Kira, don't move. A thrun said to himself. Kira, after having been shot at countless times to his back during training by Cypher and Talisman, instinctively, and with his beam saber active, turned at maximum thrust. A thrun saw a white blur, and then felt his unit shake as his unit's arm was knocked away by a blur of green. Kira, a little dizzy from the G-force, brought his unit back to a standstill, getting dizzier from the G-force, and aimed his beam rifle, right at the head of the Aegis, and pulled the trigger. A thrun pressed a button, and the Aegis transformed into its mobile armor form, resembling a claw, which he opened to try and grab the strike. The beam rifle fire aimed at his head flew off into space, as the target it was trying to hit no longer existed. Kira maneuvered his strike for a shoulder charge into the Aegis, right into the claw. The resulting force stunned a thrun for a brief moment, which was all Kira needed. The strike spun around and fired its engines at full power, escaping from the Aegis and damaging it with the fire from the engine. Kira. A thrun looked on at the strike's back in a mixture of shock and awe. A thrun. You all right in there? Dirka said, taking shots at the strike without the use of the targeting system. After the first few shots he made a mental note to practice shooting without targeting, since his shots were going nowhere close to the strike. He also kept himself moving while shooting, which, while making his aim worse, was also proving to be quite a bit more helpful on evading the counter-fire from the strike, which came with alarming frequency and were almost all near hits. I'm fine. My threat radar's going crazy though. A thrun said, his cockpit was practically glowing red with the sheer amount of alerts coming from every piece of the Aegis's body that sustained burn damage. Yo. Kira. Need a hand? Blaze said. Blaze. Yeah, a little help would be nice. Kira dodged another wave of fire from the almost invisible blitz and the long-distance buster. Rajgriz. On me. Blaze received 3 affirmatives in reply, and the 4 Mobius crafts dove down onto the buster, peppering it with Vulcan fire. Archangel to all units, we're going to leave the battle zone at maximum acceleration in 60 seconds, return to the ship. Muru said over the radio. Roger that, Kira, return to the ship, we'll cover your 6. Kira Yamato, roger. Kira dodged yet another spray of fire from the blitz while shooting back to give himself some cover, and flew towards the Archangel. What about the rookies? He asked nobody in particular. Don't worry about them, we recovered them a while back since they kept getting in the way of our anti-air fire. Murdoch said, laughing. Cruza team, we're done here, let's go back, the Archangel will leave the combat area soon. Ra said as he accelerates away from the Archangel at last. He was also giving a wide berth to the Strangereal ACES that were heading to the Archangel. Roger. Damn. A thrun was both disappointed and angry that Kira not only outperformed him but had apparently allied with the Naturals. And kicked his ass, to boot. The Aegis, now looking much worse for the wear, Buster and Blitz accelerated out of the combat area, to be replaced by a veritable swarm of djinns, many of them missing pieces from their body. Shit. Rajgriz, we have visitors. Cypher said, looking at the djinns behind them. Artemis, shield emitter backup generators ready to go. Rajgriz 3, what are you doing? Natarl demanded, after seeing Mobius 1 do a very sudden about-face and slow down to meet the djinns. Mobius 1 didn't answer, and instead flipped his communications to an open channel. To all ZAFT units, leave the combat area. This is your only warning, continue to approach, and I will be shooting to kill. Asshole, like I'm gonna let you walk all over us like that. The ZAFT Hellion team leader snarled, and fired a shot from his bazooka-looking recoilless rifle. His gun then suffered a direct hit in the cockpit block and went silent. Mobius 1 barely bothered to evade the incoming fire as it flew harmless away into deep space. What the captain's been hit. A Hellion team member said, raising his gun in rage. His squad mates followed his example. They had barely managed to fire a few shots before 3 shots from the linear guns found their way to the cockpit blocks of those djinns. Oi, ZAFT pilots, the ZAFT pilots heard over the communications, a voice from a different person, much older than the first guy. The only reason you're still alive is because we've been trying to avoid a kill shot. Run along home like good little boys now. Garcia rubbed his temples. I know what he said, but damn. To think we would want to leave monsters alive for later. Umbrella's backup shield emitters are ready to deploy. Main shield system cooling complete. Garcia took a deep breath. Deploy shield. Whoa. What the hell? Dirka's unit spun a little wildly as the Artemis's umbrella of light deployed yet again, this time covering the whole base. I guess we overstayed our welcome. All units, mission complete, return to your carriers. Ra-Le Crusat said, his voice somewhat harder than usual. We can wait until the new generators die out and then mount a new attack, right? Nicole said as he scanned Artemis for its new emitter locations. Well, we crippled the station either way, even if we leave it alone for now it won't be useful for the duration of war. Athrun said, watching the shield flicker as debris from inside the Artemis flowed into it. What are our losses? Ra asked the fleet captain. A few of our ships were hit by long-distance counter-battery fire, but they're still afloat. 6 Jins were killed, 12 crippled. An operator said. On the plus side we killed about 1 million Mobius crafts in a star base, so I think we came out ahead. He added to himself. Ra smiled, the man forgot to turn his microphone for his additional comment. Nicole then received another alert on the blitz. Captain. I picked up Isaac's SOS signal. I'm almost out of energy, but I can go recover him. Negative, we have a shuttle for that. Give them the coordinates and let them handle it. Roger. Rajgri's team has bolted onto the Archangel. Deeming the docking sequence too time-consuming, the 4 ACES of Strangereal elected to use their grapples and tie themselves to the wings on the Archangel. Right now the 4 Mobius crafts had reeled themselves in and had their folding radiators deployed to bleed off the heat from their engines. Good work out there, kid. Blaze said to Kira. Nice to see that training pay off well. Yes, sir. It was thanks to your support. Kira said, his adrenaline finally leveling off. But I never expected Mr. Ribbon to be so, well. Blaze chuckled. Oh, he's not bloodthirsty, those guys would have continued to pursue if we didn't give them enough incentive. Isaac was found in a deployed refugee ship that had a malfunctioning engine due to debris, and was promptly recovered by the ZAFT Special Operations soldiers. The ship itself was given some quick repairs so it would return to Earth on time. The ZAFT military weren't in the mood to attack civilians. Instead, they were all, Isaac included, looking forward to a compiled video stream concerning some very interesting units that the Earth Federation was fielding. To all units, this is the compiled footage concerning the enemy's custom Mobius units. Study it, and learn from it. Athrun, Dirka, Nicole, and Isaac, in a brand new red uniform, no less, were watching the footage in the ship lounge with the other pilots. Isaac, what did you do to the station? Nicole asked him while the video was being prepared. I slipped a bug into it that made the cooling system computers malfunction. He said with a smirk. What he didn't say was that the Artemis's firewalls were good enough that the only thing he could do was to slip in such an otherwise innocuous virus. If it wasn't giving out the right readouts, the cooling units won't work to keep the umbrella working, and it burns itself to the ground. That's pretty smart. Nicole said. Everyone caught the implied message, and Isaac bopped Nicole on the head in retaliation. Hey! Nicole rubbed his head. We got it working, now pay attention. One of the technicians at the front said. Holy! Dirka breathed, transfixed by the pilots in the customized Mobius units as they danced through the barrage of machine gun fire laid down upon them. Even though he had fought against them before, it was only when he saw them dance through fire thick enough to blanket the screen did he fully appreciate just how valuable the stolen buster was in saving his life. Yet, Isaac was focused entirely on the one with the ribbon insignia, who was unerringly hitting anything and everything in front of him, even when he was being targeted by his prey. Kiram must have learned from these guys, if that's the case. Athrun thought, feeling the fear rising through his body before he forced it down again. Once the footage ended, the lounge, which before was at least full of conversation, was deathly silent. All of the pilots, and some crew who came to watch, were now keenly aware that the only reason they were alive was because the pilots in the custom Mobius crafts were firing only to disable. The fact that, despite all of them expending almost all of their ammo blanketing the combat area, not a single Mobius craft sustained anything remotely resembling battle damage, that the footage could see, made them realize just how badly outclassed they were. If the nervous laughter that was popping up was any indication, some of them were having trouble accepting that idea. None of them, except for perhaps Nicole and Isaac, noticed that the pilots could only fly as they did because they supported and covered for each other. Every time the front unit streaked past again and caused it to turn just a fraction, it would be hit almost instantaneously in the arm or the back by another unit. Nicole was, at one point, timing their attacks to a metronome inside his head. After nearly a minute of everyone just sitting there, staring at a freeze frame of the last picture of the footage, the picture of a dog biting its chain, there was a loud noise that jolted everyone awake. Athrun had given himself a wake-up slap to the face. Isaac, Dirka, Nicole. Simulators. Now. Isaac grimly nodded, slightly smirking. He made no mention of the small bead of sweat that floated from his forehead. Dirka blinked, looked down, and found his hands trembling. Nicole was busy writing furiously in a little pocketbook that he carried with him, his face several shades paler than it normally is. His face was concentrated in a look that was some mixture of terror and resolution. Athrun looked to the other pilots, and saw the fear that was apparent in their eyes, heard some of the nervous laughter that was just beginning to bubble up. He then took a deep breath. They're better than us, we've just seen it. We have a lot of work to do, for ZAFT. He then walked out of the lounge, followed by the rest of the Crusader team, with Nicole bumping into the door frame, so engrossed in his writing. The rest of the pilots sat in silence a little while longer, looking at each other, before the respective squadron leaders ushered their squads to training. Was that okay? We might have gone overboard. One of the technicians responsible for compiling the footage asked. Ra-Le Crusader clapped the man on the shoulder. Yet. I have to thank those pilots. If I ever get to meet them, they'll propel the ZAFT army to a brand new level. The technicians were instructed focus on footage from the units that sustained fire and units that were in the heat of the action. As a result, the ACES of Strangereal appeared a lot faster and a lot more vicious than they were, attacking and weaving near the cameras almost as if using magic. Well, as far as Ra-Le Crusader is concerned, they might as well be made of magic. Compile their flight data, and send it to the ZAFT High Command. Advise them that this should be the new standard all ZAFT pilots should expect to fight against. He then told the technicians. Even if it is untrue, no, the Federation will have this data too. Got it. Footage is out, it looks pretty good, Commander. One of Garcia's underlings said. Per Cypher's suggestion, Gerard Garcia had managed to capture all 4 pilots and they're flying in a much more complete fashion than ZAFT, and the Artemis technicians had also compiled it into a video that was full of action shots depicting Mobius crafts shooting down Jins while doing some extremely fancy flying. Unfortunately, it merely looked like badly made war propaganda, and the end result wasn't nearly as good as it was compared to the ZAFT version. It did wonders for morale, however, especially to some new pilots assigned to fly in Mobius crafts. It made them think they would actually survive their first battles. He also submitted the flight data in its entirety to the Earth Federation, Eurasia, High Command and the Artemis simulators, with the express order that all pilots should practice against that data until they can keep up, by any means necessary. He also, with a brilliant stroke of foresight, if he does say so himself, suggested that the improved linear gun should be mass-produced for all of their Mobius crafts in the Federation forces. The Artemis pilots were much more successful in recognizing the effectiveness of squadron-based combat than their ZAFT compatriots, which was about the only thing they did better, even with the complete data that they had. In his office, a man in a crisp blue shirt viewed the video sent to him by the Federation with ill-disguised contempt. Naturals my ass. These guys are just as bad as the damned monsters in space. He then took a deep breath. Well, I'll have them die for me, it will be just a matter of patience. I'll have my enemies dead before me, just you wait. You damned coordinators. For a blue and pure world. Author notes. Not gonna lie, had some trouble finding a place to stop. Give me some feedback on whether if anything's confusing or whatever, since I could use guidance here and there. Blitz is cool. I mean, Gundam painted black with the ability to just vanish. Perfect special ops unit right there. I figured Nicole should do operations instead of just straight up fighting, hence him having guidance of the long-range cruise missiles. Overall I personally liked how the Artemis battle turned out. It was a lot more involved than I had anticipated. Artemis's umbrella in the show, I haven't seen the HD remaster, mind you, lasted for like, a single hit from Nicole, which was probably good for animation budgets, but since I don't have one I can go a little crazier. An animation budget, I mean. Not that I have a blitz either, but... Chapter 4, Stage 4, Songstress of Junius 7. Archangel, all units recovered. Mirialia said, after the Mobius units were finally recovered into the ship. Ugh. Finally, too much sitting and doing nothing. Blaze grumbled, finally unstrapping himself from the seat. It a pity the escort ship didn't make it. Muru mused. The escort ship that was supposed to go with them was trapped in the dock when the entrance was blocked by debris. Yet, what's going to happen now? Natarl wondered while looking at the small speck in the distance of the viewport that was Artemis, its umbrella shimmering as debris from the station kept on floating into it. Odds are? We're going to be pursued. Mew said. I'll be surprised if ZAFT will let those guys go after what happened back there. Well, the Archangel has better acceleration than the Nazca-class cruisers ZAFT is fielding, so we'll be fine. Natarl said with pride in her voice. Didn't help us the first time. Mew couldn't help but say in an undertone, earning him a dirty look from the severe black-haired lady. Captain Crusader, are we going to be pursuing that legged ship? One of the other ship captains asked him over the ship communications. We are, but not before resupplying, no point pursuing the enemy if we don't have mobile suit support. Yet. The captain sighed before signing off. His ship used to house the Hellion team, and their immediate and sudden death at the hands of a single Mobius, modifications or no, was shocking, to say the least. Ra-Le Crusat sat back in the captain's seat and couldn't help but sigh as well. Something on your mind? The ship's captain, Frederick Ades, said while walking onto the bridge with 2 drinks in his hand. Ra gratefully took one of them. Yet. How are the pilots coping? Not well, except for your boys, most of them are either some form of denial. Oh. That video you made was a little too good. Frederick took a sip of his drink. It made the naturals seem unbeatable. Ask the Reds and they'll tell you they really are. Ra chuckled at that remark from one of the ship's operators. According to Frederick, they had watched the battle between the stolen Gundams and the strike, from the back of the room, with an odd mix of fascination, horror, and excitement. Well, I might have gone a little overboard, but I assure you, the training will be worth it. Do you think High Command will push for those changes to the recruit training like you asked? Probably not. Ra smiled. Patrick is very stubborn, it's one of his good traits, after all. As it so happens, Patrick Zala had the video censored even within the ZAFT military, under the belief that it would be harmful for troop morale. A part of him lamented the loss of such useful propaganda footage, but he consoled himself with the knowledge that a war fought under the belief that you will eventually lose is a war that should be avoided. And what do you think the naturals are doing? Frederick asked with a small chuckle. Why, continue being xenophobic and useless, of course. Ra said, and broke into full-out laughter, not shared in its intensity by the rest of the bridge crew. Well, shit. Cypher muttered, looking at a discreet mail sent to him by Garcia, commander of the Artemis station. The Earth Federation Army High Command had released their video as a pure propaganda move, despite Garcia's suggestions, and as an end result almost nobody, in or out of the military, took it seriously. Almost nobody, because the crew, especially the pilots, of the Artemis station now worshipped the Strangereal ACES as if they were gods, and logged a truly staggering amount of simulation time trying to be like them. Some time later. What's up? Ribbon asked a disgruntled talisman. It's the rookies. They're refusing practice on moral grounds. Cypher perked up. Wait, what? Yab. Something about not wanting to learn from a space monster. Talisman said, shrugging. Blaze growled. Makes sense, much as I hate to admit it. During the start of the Circum-Pacific War, many Yudobanian flight instructors in ASEA were apprehended or detained in some way, on the simple basis of them being from nations at war with each other. Many ASEAN pilots also refused to fly in Yudobanian skies and were arrested for insubordination, at least until the war got going in earnest. Cypher had an expression that just screamed dull surprise. So the rookies won't train to be better because they think anyone better than them are space monsters. I had no idea they wanted to die that quickly. He deadpants, before getting up. Where are you going? Talisman asked as Cypher headed out of the officer lounge. To beat in some heads. He said before leaving. What? You want to run a live training exercise? Natarl said with no small amounts of shock, while trading looks between Muru and Mew. Both of them shrugged in response. I'm worried about the state of readiness of our lone pilots from Artemis. Cypher sounded more diplomatic than normal, Mew noted. Muru shrugged again after giving the idea a minute of consideration. We're currently not being pursued, so I don't see why not. Captain. Natarl started, before Cypher cut her off. Thank you, Captain Ramius, we'll get the boys ready right away. He said as he left the office, much too quickly. Are you sure about this? Natarl said, almost accusingly. Muru blinked. It'll be a good way to get the rookies some experience, so why not? Why are we learning from a coordinator? A rookie asked another. Because he's got the captain in his pocket. Came the laughing reply. His pants, more like. Said another. Cut the chatter, and get focused. Cypher said sharply. Sorry, sir. The rookies said, their tone indicating absolutely zero respect. Cypher sighed inwardly. We will now begin our combat training, get ready. Cypher seethed inwardly. Damn you, Garcia, you and your nuggets. No wonder Artemis blew to pieces. And it was as he saw, the rookies had serious issues just trying to keep their units pointed in the right direction, and often they nearly flew into each other or couldn't use their vectored thrusts correctly, causing a lot of swearing on the lines and quite a few near-death accidents. He finally couldn't take it anymore. How did any of you earn your wings? We were just transferred to Artemis before it was attacked, what did you expect, sir? Came a rookie's accusatory reply. I was expecting you to do more than just shoot your damned mouth off. Cypher replied. This was really not his field of expertise. Sir, We're naturals. Cypher couldn't help but laugh at that one. Oh. That's good. Is that what you want to hear when you die out here? He then changed his tone to mock the young pilot. You weren't meant to live, because you're a natural and can't do anything, right? No response. Cypher's voice changed once more. Out here, there's no distinction between naturals, coordinators, space monsters, or whatever the hell you can think of. Right now, you are all pilots, flying under the same rules as everyone else. If you don't want to learn from someone not like you, fine, then die out there on the battlefield with your pride. Cypher grinned. If you think your complaints can save your asses from a real bullet, then go right on ahead and run your mouth until you die. If you have an actual pair of balls, then learn to fly like it. If it makes it any easier on you, treat me like I'm a goddamn demon from hell. I don't care, as long as you can fly right. A momentary pause, then. Sir, the rookie lacked his usual bravado. Coordinators are better in every way, how do you expect us to beat them? You fly to survive. If you can do that, then you can worry about winning. Cypher said, remembering some of the words spoken by a certain instructor in Belka. And to survive, you have to fly with everything you've got. Not just your own abilities, but the abilities of your wingman. Can't be a hero if you don't work alone. One of them said sulkily. Yet. Cypher agreed. But you're not out here to be a hero. If you do, then all you're going to do is die. Silence. I'm done arguing the point. Cypher said after a few seconds. If you think your pride can make you fly better, then prove it right here, right now. Otherwise, shut up and train like you mean it. Sounds like the problem is solved. Blaze said with a hint of skepticism in his voice. If they didn't believe us back at Artemis, I don't see why they would start now. I guess Cypher's gonna have to pull ranks on them to get them to behave. Ribbon shook his head. I know they're rookies, but are they really that undisciplined? Eurasia and Atlantic branches of the EFA always had strained relations. I guess Garcia just dumped his worst pilots on us. Mew sighed. Not to get sidetracked, but, Ribbon. Yes. It would be an honor if you taught me everything you know. Mew said, begging with his hands. Pretty please. He added a wink at the end. Some days later. Know what this is about? Not a clue. Mew and Ribbon were swapping theories as to what the sudden summons for all the officers was about. Theories ranged from birthday party to Natarl baked a cake for everyone. The two had been in the simulator for the better part of a few hours, so they were both rather hungry. We're here, Captain. What's the news? Mew said, saluting once he got onto the bridge. We picked up an emergency signal beacon. Muru said, nodding towards Mirialia. From where? Kira asked. Mew had passed by him on the way and dragged him to the bridge, despite Kira not being an officer. From the debris belt. Mirialia replied. The debris belt was, as the name implied, a ring of space junk left over from humanity's exertions in space. Technically it was more of a sphere, but since the majority of the junk was orbiting around the equator, most people just call it a belt instead. We're not going into there, are we? Mew asked with raised eyebrows. We're not. Muru shook her head. We need to rendezvous with the 8th Fleet and we're still being pursued. The detour will take us too long and give ZAFT the chance to catch up. However, we can't just let someone die in space. Kira finished for her, looking grim. Muru nodded. That said, there is always the chance of the beacon being a dud. Natarl interjected, earning her a blank look from some people in the process. It is a possibility, no matter how remote. Muru sighed. She's right, which is also why we can't take a detour, which is why we're all here right now. We're going to send a detachment. Mew's eyebrows almost melted into his hair. Muru nodded. That's the idea, any takers? Mirialia started to say, catching everyone's attention. The signal is also coming from a ZAFT ship, if that matters any. ZAFT ship. Ribbon voiced everyone's confusion. What's a ZAFT ship doing in the belt in one piece? Everyone looked around at one another in mild confusion, before something clicked in Kira's head. I'll go. He said. The strike has greater operational range than the Mobius or the Zero. Ooh. Good for you, kid. What if this is an ambush? Mew said, fake jovialness in his voice. Well, have him tow the Zero in. Ribbon mused. It'll save the problem of him not having a wingman. That's true, and, wait. Why am I going? Mew sounded shocked. Loading spare batteries onto the Zero. Mew la flaga, Roger. Sheesh. Mew sat in the Mobius Zero's cockpit, watching a large oversized energy canister, dubbed batteries by the uncreative staff, be dragged through the loading dock for attaching to one of his hardpoints, leaving him with 2 gun barrels instead of the usual complement of 4. With a little creative engineering, Murdoch was able to fashion a crude system for energy transfer between two compact batteries, allowing the strike to refuel in flight without the use of another strike pack. The fact that it actually fitted onto the Zero, Murdoch had made it as a sort of a hobby, was only an added bonus. Sir. Ah, nothing. Mew forgot that Mirialia could hear him. Lieutenant La Flaga. He heard Muru say. Yes, Captain. Well, you know what's in the debris belt, be careful, and watch Kira's back. Not gonna tell me to watch mine. Mew laughed slightly. I think you'll be just fine. Muru said, a little frostily. A short while later, he was watching the Sword Strike's engine running in front of him while being towed by a grapple cable. La Flaga, sir. He heard Kira over a private line. No need for the sir, what's on your mind? Mew was glad for a little company, the flight was going to be fairly long, after all. Is there something unusual in the debris belt? Mew went to stroke his chin but found his helmet in the way. Not really. There's trash, maybe unexploded ordnance, and pirates. Beyond that it's pretty normal. Kira momentarily wondered what definition of normal Mew had. Why did you ask? Worried about something? Yeah, well, Heliopolis was a neutral colony, so we could get satellite TV from plant. Mew wasn't sure where this was going, so he didn't respond. And, well, I heard once that ZAFT makes routine trips to remains of Junius 7 as a part of some program they had. Mew sat up straight as he could under the circumstances. So you're thinking that this crippled ship belongs to one of those expeditions? Yeah. Kira said with a small nod to himself. Mew's mind was racing. If the kid is right, then that ship has the high possibility of containing someone valuable to the ZAFT top brass, especially if this trip is done right now for political reasons within their own government. But if he's dead, then there's a good chance the EFA's going to be blamed for killing a non-combatant. He then mentally shrugged. Given that the EFA's greatest claim to fame is nuking a farming colony, I can't see how ZAFT's propaganda machine could spin it any worse. Alright, head there at maximum thrust, I want to be back before the day is over. Mew commanded. Roger. I wish I could have gone with them. Tal said, slightly wistfully. It would have been my first mission, too. Not a good omen to visit a graveyard on your first trip. Talisman said lightly. Yeah, but it would have been good experience anyways. Tal sighed. Once again, Talisman was stuck babysitting the teenagers on the ship, given age similarities. If nothing else, it gave him an idea of what the moral support around Kira was like, and it gave him a reason to slack off, which was good. Knew this time was a girl with long red hair. A little inquisition later told him that she was Flay Ulster, Sai's girlfriend, through arranged marriage, and the hottest girl back in Heliopolis, based on the relatively small sample size of one. Which, honestly, told him very little about her personality, and forced him to extrapolate based on what he knew about the Ulster family instead. Sai, why is Kira flying that machine? Isn't he a student like us? Flay asked. He's made a pledge to protect us and help end this war, in our own way, we're going to help him right back, because he's our friend. Sai responded. According to what Talisman could gain from various news outlets, the Ulster's head of household, George Ulster, was quite famous with his reputation as a family man in a political climate rife with people trumpeting their family purity, and had gained a little bit of bemused notoriety for his near-constant doting of his daughter. This implies that Flay here might be spoiled rotten. Talisman thought worriedly. Spoiled rotten on love and not a small amount of problematic ideology. Well, yeah, but, isn't he a natural? How could he fly something like that without any training? Flay asked. Being a natural isn't a justification, what really matters is your skills, and how willing you are to compensate for your weaknesses. Talisman said idly, not really paying attention. Hey. He sighed. Kira has been practicing almost constantly ever since he decided to fight. Add on the fact that he is a coordinator and, frankly, I'm not worried about him at all. The rookies, on the other hand. Kira's a coordinator. Aren't we fighting the coordinators? Flay exclaimed, dropping her voice to a hiss as if it was some great secret. On the surface, sure. Talisman said. But very rarely are wars motivated by just plain hatred, there needs to be some reason for declaring war. He stared directly at Flay, who immediately began fidgeting under his gaze. There's no such thing as a war where one side is perfectly evil and another perfectly good, girlie. Flay flinched a little. But Dad said that all coordinators are evil. You've seen Kira. Would you say he's evil? Talisman asked. Flay slowly shook her head. No, he's nice and polite, if a little weird sometimes. Yet. It's never a good idea to believe that all people on the other side are evil. Remember that the war started because the Naturals decided to nuke a colony. He stared at her again. If you were to meet a coordinator aside from Kira, how do you plan to convince them that you are, in fact, not an inhuman monster? Flay didn't have an answer, and instead mumbled something under her breath. So, talisman. Sai said, trying to change the subject since it seemed like Flay was about to cry. What do you think the reason for the start of the war was? Before Bloody Valentine? It's hard to say, actually. Talisman said after a moment of thought. The EFA had no reason to invade a series of colonies, especially when Earth has more resources overall, a higher standard of living, and generally better conditions. He shrugged. I say it was because the EFA High Command was insane. I hope they died fast and early, otherwise we're all fighting a war for someone else's personal feelings. A few hours later. Kira, I'll give you the updated coordinates to the signal, hold on a minute. Kira patiently waited for a minute. What the ship has moved more than expected. It's a trap after all. Mew muttered, releasing the grapple from the strike and coiling it back onto the Mobius Zero. It could have just hit some debris. Kira said, but he unhooked the oversized sword from the strike's back just in case. You're going into the debris belt, please be careful. Mirialia said. There was enough space between debris to comfortably fly a mobile suit around. There it is. Kira said after a few minutes of following the signal coordinates sent by Mirialia, the strike's receiver would actively ping whichever ship was using an SOS signal, effectively ruining the element of surprise, thus it was turned off, and had finally found a ship that looked to be intact enough to do anything useful. It was also being guarded by 2 Jins. I think we found our target. Mew muttered upon seeing the 2 Jins. He unhooked the spare battery, as he saw it, and placed a signal flare on it. The Jins lifted their machine guns to face the new threats, before one of them suddenly had his head replaced by a sword. The second Gin fired a few shots at the strike in retaliation, since the strike threw its oversized sword at the first Gin and was effectively weaponless, and turned as a missile from the Zero caught its attention. Mew then almost gasped in surprise as the Gin suddenly rocketed upwards while firing its forward-facing thrusters, causing it to fly over the missile while flipping around to face said missile. It then destroyed the missile with a burst of machine gun fire. Damn, looks like we have an ace on our hands. Mew seated, rolling out of the way of a retaliatory burst of first from the Gin he had just fired at before he had to roll once more to dodge a burst of fire from the headless Gin, which had jettisoned its head connector, which was still attached to the oversized sword, and was now fighting without its main camera. Make that 2 of them. He thought as he heard a metallic ping from one of the Gin machine gun rounds scraping his Zero. Kira, meanwhile, was sorely missing the Ale Strike's beam rifle. He had chased down the Jin's head and retrieved his oversized sword, and had now powered it up, a beam of power acting as the cutting edge for the sword. He then charged full speed towards the second, still whole, Gin, bringing his sword down for an overhead strike. The whole Gin spun quickly and boosted out of the slash to deliver a roundhouse-ish kick to the strike's side with the momentum of the spin. It then brought out a pair of knives and neatly jammed them into the strike's arm section, causing the phase shift armor to crackle and removing the arm's ability to do anything useful. Whoa! Damn! Kira, though taught by the ACES of Strangereal, was still inexperienced in actual hand-to-hand combat with mobile suits, as he had nobody to teach him. Kid. I got your back. Mew fired a few shots from his linear gun near the whole Gin, but it didn't budge an inch. Figured a move like that wouldn't work on an ace. He then had to focus his attention on the headless Gin, as it had maneuvered above him. Mew fired a grapple at a nearby piece of debris and nosed up hard, bringing that debris into the Gin like a wrecking ball, knocking said Gin off balance. Mew then detached his grappling hook while taking several pot shots at the headless Gin, while the Gin fired back aimlessly, reorienting himself to set up for another attack. Kira tried to hit the Gin pinning his arm with his knee but missed, as the Gin rocketed out of the way, knives still stuck in the strike's arm, and counter-fired by spraying the strike with a pair of machine guns. Mew rolled and sharply pulled his Zero to bring his gun to bear on the still whole Gin, but before he could even stabilize his threat alarm told him that the headless Gin was firing at him, forcing him to dodge out of the way again. Dying in a graveyard, this isn't even remotely funny. Mew gritted his teeth, and released his gun barrels. He aimed his gun barrels at both Jins and fired away while dodging the spray of fire from the headless Gin. Meanwhile, on a ZAFT ship bound for the debris belt. Sir, we're receiving a lot of heat signatures from a location within the debris belt, it's very close to where the ship disappeared. The operator said, after spending some time listening intently to his headphones. The captain of the ship nodded. Acknowledged, Mr. Zala. He looked at Athrun, who fidgeted a little upon being referred to as such. He was here as a representative of the ZAFT government instead of as a military officer, thus his status as the son of a top official trumped his rank. Do you think Miss Klein is being attacked? I don't think a civilian ship could defend itself against an enemy attack for this long. Athrun mused. Let's hope not, but it's best to not rely on just hope. How quickly can the ship get to that location? It's fairly deep within the debris belt, and we can't dive in too quickly. The captain said. Athrun grimaced. Okay, then I'll deploy in the Gin, head to that location at top speed. Roger. And, A Thrun, the captain was a family friend, after all. Don't get in over your head. A Thrun smiled slightly. I won't. Son of a, he fights just like those guys. Mew snarled as he pulled another high-G maneuver to dodge a spray of fire from the headless skin that was getting more and more accurate. Are you all right there, kid? Mew yelled over the warning alarms telling him that his vernier thrusters were starting to overheat from the strain. Yet, Kira felt his body shake from yet another kick from the gin he was up against. These guys are really good. Well, no shit, kid. Mew couldn't help but think. Kira was a better ranged fighter, the ACES of Strangereal had taught him that much. Every hit he's gained so far on the gin, with his head-mounted guns, was when he was fighting at range. The pilot of the unit had realized that quite early and as a result had moved into super short-ranged combat, combining kicks and punches along with well-positioned dagger stabs to the strike's joints. At this point the strike's cockpit was blaring with warnings about joint damage despite the phase shift armor's protective properties. Mew, on the other hand, was locked in a shooting duel with the headless gin. A lot of fire was being exchanged between the Mobius Zero and the gin, but due to maneuvering, debris, and the fact that the gin was missing its main camera, neither side scored any serious hits. Kira had long since abandoned the oversized sword that came with the sword strike, favoring the smaller but nimbler armor Schneider knives instead. However, due to his lack of experience he simply couldn't bring them about fast enough to do any serious work. After a few minutes of Kira getting punched and knifed in the everywhere repeatedly over and over again, he found himself face to face with the gin's knife, held pointed at his cockpit section, while his phase shift armor happily informed him of its end of operation. Suddenly, the gin flashed something with a light on the head. A truce. Mew said, after his Zero's computer had deciphered the message. Why would they ask for a truce? They were kicking our ass. Mew wondered, and pulled his gun barrels back. I don't think they're ZAFT units. Kira said, calming down and finally getting a good look at the units in question. The gin still with his head attached was painted a mixed hue of black and blue, had oversized shoulders signifying increased mobility and performance, and most importantly it was missing the notable fin on the head like most gins. The one that had its head blown off was a normal gin in design, but it had one of its arms colored a bright red, almost as if it was a replacement arm from a different piece. Well, it's good to know that we're not going to die out here. Mew said dryly. Once the two pilots had docked with the ship, parked next to it and gotten out, they went inside the ship, which was surprisingly well furnished and in pretty good condition, damage aside. Good enough condition for the two of them to remove their helmets while inside. Ah. You two must be the newcomers. I hope my friends didn't give you too much trouble. A girl's voice greeted them once they got into a room in the center of the ship. She had long, flowy pink hair, a white dress, a very pleasant expression, and a small bundle of pink annoyance bouncing around her heels. Hello. Hello. It said, flapping its ears wildly while half bouncing and half floating around. Hello, and you are? Mew said hesitantly. Lakis Klein. Nice to meet you, sir. The girl said with a deep bow. Klein. So you're Sigil Klein's daughter? Mew was shocked. Do you know my father? Lakis asked with a very pleasant expression on her face. Ah, well, not exactly. Mew scratched his head. The girl's not very attuned to the politics side of things, I see. Mew, who's Sigil Klein? Kira asked. One of the big brass in ZAFT, and one of the more moderate ones. Said someone behind him. Ah. Mr. Mercenary, I hope you weren't injured. Lakis said, upon seeing who it was behind them. Mew wheeled around to see the man that had almost single-handedly killed both of them. The man he thought Lakis was referring to had unkempt black hair, an EFA uniform, unbuttoned at the top, and large glasses. I guess that uniform makes you a deserter, hey? Mew remarked. The man didn't answer, only gazed at Kira with an impartial expression. Don't mind him, he's not very friendly even on the best of days. The second man said, with short blonde hair, small crooked grin and a friendly extended hand, which Mew took. Nice shooting back there, taking my head off with a sword like that. He said to Mew. Mew pointed to Kira. He's the culprit, I'm innocent. The man's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Ah, well, your hit with the grapple was pretty good all the same. Mew laughed. Only because you kept stopping everything else I did, where did you learn to fly like that? The man's grin widened in response. It'll take a while. So what's a princess of ZAFT doing all the way out here? Mew asked, after the group had made a little bit of small talk. I was on a memorial trip to Junius 7, before the ship was ambushed by pirates. Lakis said. If it wasn't for the assistance of these mercenaries here I don't know what could have happened. She said, following it up with a small bow towards the mercenaries in question. Mystery Mercenary number 2 waved it off. We were paid for the contract, nothing to be surprised about. So who would hit a girl? Mew mused to himself, mostly. Someone looking to extend the war, most likely. The second man said, scowling. I wouldn't put it past them to assassinate a peaceful ZAFT envoy and try to blame the EFA for it. Well, knowing our top brass, it would be more of a kidnapping mission instead. Mew muttered, not a hint of a joke in his voice. What do you plan to do now? The first mercenary suddenly asked. We came here looking for a distress signal, and we found it. Mew said. So I suppose we could go back empty-handed, but it wouldn't explain the battle damage. And we can't part with the princess either, since the job is to get her back to her daddy safe and sound. The second mercenary said. How about you guys stick around for a while, until one of our ships get here? Then you get your pay and we get our alibi. Perfect. Mew said. Got anything to do while we're waiting? I got some cards, if you're interested. The grin came out again. Kira and Lakis, meanwhile, retreated to some plush chairs bolted to ground and started talking, with a fair amount of fumbling on Kira's part. Mr. Zayla, we're not picking up the signs of battle anymore, be careful. Athrun heard over the communications. Roger. Athrun acknowledged. Don't be dead, Lakis. He then pressed his high mobility gin to go faster, navigating through the debris field with relative ease. It wasn't very long afterwards until Athrun came across a most peculiar sight. The strike, colored grey, a headless gin, and the orange Mobius craft were unmoving next to a relatively intact ship bearing ZAFT markings. If I strike now I could destroy both of them. But what if Kira's inside the strike right now? He thought for a second to himself. That second was immediately punctured by a lock warning. Athrun hesitated for a split second, and that second was enough for him to feel his unit shake. Damn. Athrun throttled his engines to full and climbed for a brief moment before rapidly and suddenly decelerating to hopefully throw off the attacker, which he still hasn't seen. He then suddenly felt cold in his stomach, and pulled out his sword almost in reflex. That reflex meant he suddenly heard the sound of metal on metal as his sword collided with a solid something, and he finally could see his assailant, a piece of ship debris. Athrun gritted his teeth and forced himself to focus, and then accelerated rapidly downwards, spiraling away from the debris. You're decent. Only decent. He heard over the general line, and came face to face with a customized Gin aiming a pair of machine guns at him. I assume you're here for the same reason as the EFA. Athrun took a calming breath while his mind worked overtime. I'm here in search of a missing in action civilian ship. If you goals are the same, then we've no reason to fight. The Gin lowered its gun. So be it, come to the ship. Athrun walked into the gathering room, still seething at his performance, despite his hours of practicing. The first thing he heard was two people saying his name in surprise, and looked up. Kira Yamato, his childhood friend, and Lakis Klein, his fiancée, were both looking at him with surprise and no small amount of joy. Kira, Lakis. What? Athrun was a little too shocked to be happy. Kira. What are you doing here? We received a distress signal from this ship, so the two of us were sent to check it out. An EFA officer he doesn't know said, looking very relaxed. Athrun's hand twitched to his gun holstered at his side. Easy there, kid. We're here to save lives, not end them. I'm fine with not fighting over that. The man said. Athrun calmed down. Right. He then turned to Lakis. Are you okay? Lakis nodded, smiling. Yes, thanks to these nice mercenaries I'm perfectly fine. Athrun looked at the man leaning against the wall and the man sitting down with some cards in his hand, and bowed slightly. I give you my thanks for protecting her. The man sitting down tapped a card, watching it flip over and over in his hand. No problem, kid, is she someone important? Athrun didn't answer, the question was simply too odd. Kid. Why do you fight? The man leaning against the wall said. Kira pointed to himself in confusion, before noticing that the man was focused on Athrun. Why, to get revenge for Junius 7. Athrun said, a little too automatically for his own liking. Then, almost as if in justification, the Naturals destroyed a civilian colony and killed millions of innocent people. I can't just let them get away with that. But the coordinators, no, ZAFT. Mew said, correcting himself for a moment. Wrecked the Earth's ability to produce power and indirectly killed just as many people in response. If you didn't attack us that wouldn't have happened. Athrun said sharply. True. Mew shrugged. Coordinators as a whole have a reason to hate Naturals, but that doesn't justify why you personally fight. Athrun seethed. My mother was on Junius 7. Is that reason enough, you damned Natural? Athrun. Kira started to say, before Mew cut him off. Yeah, plenty. So when do you plan to stop fighting? When I've avenged my mother. Interesting. You've killed a lot of my comrades, you know. That should give me enough reason to chase you into hell itself. And let's not forget the fact that you were also responsible for trashing a colony in response. Do you think you should die for our revenge? Mew shrugged. Do you think the war would end after you got your vengeance? Athrun opened his mouth to retort. The second mercenary holding the cards sighed. It's so much easier to fight when you're just doing it for the money. Are we here to argue or to get the lady home? Mew's expression softened. Just trying to make a point. Athrun looked at Kira. Why do you fight, Kira? Kira looked at Athrun. To stop this war, I don't have as deep of an emotional reason as you do, Athrun. Athrun remembered that Kira's relationship with his parents were distant, at best. But, I've seen what this war is, and I can't just turn away and hope that it will end soon. Lakis looked at them both. Athrun, if you fight for hatred, will you stop once your hatred is quenched? Athrun sighed. I don't know. But I do know one thing. I do plan to fight. The first mercenary rapped his knuckles against the wall, getting their attention. Philosophical debate later, decide what you need to do now. Athrun shook his head. Right, there's a ZAFT ship nearby, I can take Lakis back with me. We've got a ship coming too, you know, and we're getting paid to get her home safe and sound. The second mercenary said, packing up his cards. She's a ZAFT civilian, thus it's only right that the military recovers her. Athrun said. Just between all of us here. The second man said, pretending to whisper. Our contractor has implied that someone within ZAFT might want your princess gone. Athrun looked shocked. What? Why? Because she's practically a poster child for peace. Mew suddenly said. Kira looked at him. Think about it, the innocent and pure girl of a moderate ZAFT politician gets assassinated on a memorial trip to Junius 7. A story like this is going to power the ZAFT war machine for ages. As if Junius 7 wasn't enough. Athrun mumbled, Mew's story was plausible, though Athrun was drawing a blank on who would want to escalate the war further. Well, who would want to kill her within ZAFT, though? Kira said, looking at Lakis, who was playing with the pink annoying thing that had demanded for her attention. The more extreme factions. Mew mused. But it could also backfire horribly, if ZAFT goes on a murderous rampage and starts a genocide, they stand to lose their platform for the war immediately. Lastly, it could have been just a pirate attack, although I don't think the ship would be in such a state if it was. Kira said, looking at the mercenaries. We only got here after the attack was underway, as soon as the attackers saw us they turned tail and ran. The second mercenary said with a shrug. In any case, it would be best if Lakis went with the mercenaries, the risk of there being a possible opposing faction aboard that ZAFT ship Athrun's with is too high. Kira mused. Kira. Athrun felt like his best friend should have taken his side. Athrun, I've been feeling it for a while now, but, this war is weird. Kira said hesitantly. Weird. Athrun deadpans. Yeah, as if. There's someone else behind the wheels, right? The second mercenary said. Kira nodded. So please be careful out there, Athrun, don't get yourself killed. Athrun looked at his friend with a bemused expression on his face. You do realize we're on opposite sides here, right? Kira shrugged. Well, as far as I can see, ZAFT can't touch me out there, so I'll be fine. You, on the other hand. Athrun frowned. This isn't like the Kira I know and don't love. You used to be so mature and gracious, what happened? Kira grinned. Blame it on a demon lord trying to kill me every day in the simulators. He didn't see the second mercenary look up upon hearing that name. The hell's that supposed to be? Athrun laughed. The two friends, for a moment, briefly forgot, or willingly ignored, the fact that they will be trying to kill each other again as soon as they go their separate ways. A few moments later. Kira, don't die on me. Athrun said as a goodbye. Yeah, same to you. Kira frowned. The two friends parted ways, with Athrun leaving first to report back to his ship. As he left, he saw a shuttle pull nearby to the stranded ship and hide itself behind a wall of debris. Our ride's here, we need to leave as well. The first mercenary said, standing up straight. Sure thing, guy. Give me a moment. The second mercenary said, getting Kira's attention. You said you know a guy called Demon Lord, right? Yeah. Kira said, surprised. Actually. The man had a slight smile on his face. Never mind. I'm sure I'll meet him soon enough, stay alive out there, young man. It's oddly difficult to communicate the polite yet friendly tone that Japanese honorifics seem to confer without resorting to honorifics. If you guys have any tips I'm happy to listen. Chapter 5, Stage 5, Angel. Kira refueled from the spare energy tank the Zero was dragging around, and set his course back to the Archangel. Mew opened a communication line to the Archangel. This is the Archangel, Lieutenant La Flaga, is everything alright? Mirialia asked. Yeah, we're fine. We found something interesting back on the ship. We'll let you guys know once we get back. Did you recover it? Neytarl asked despite herself. Nah. Too much trouble. Mew laughed, and closed the line, leaving Neytarl to seethe silently on the bridge. Athrun, did you get Miss Klein back? Negative. She's going home on a different ship, though. Athrun said, a slight tone of defeat in his voice. What? Why? The captain asked despite himself. Apparently there was an independent team sent by her father to find her. I think they should report the good news. Athrun said, and then felt a minor tremor in his unit. Hope the engines stay alive. He thought idly. Now, Mew La Flaga. Neytarl said, all semblance of respecting rank forgotten. Explain. Kira gave him a look that plainly said you're on your own. We found someone interesting aboard the ship from ZAFT. That certain someone happened to be the child of a high-ranking ZAFT official. We met with Mew hesitated for a brief moment, him and the mercenaries hired to guard him, and then we let him go home. He emphasized the end of his story with a flourish of his arms. Easy as that. You could have recovered him onto our ship, Lieutenant, Commander, La Flaga. Neytarl had reeled herself back from the brink of extreme anger just in the nick of time. Sounds like you wanted to take a hostage. Talisman said lightly, looking at a remarkable spot on the wall. Neytarl glared at him. I believe that an EFA ship would be better equipped for caring for a civilian than a mercenary one. She said stiffly. Right. Cypher had the barest hint of a disbelieving chuckle in his voice. What's done is done, the two of you should get some rest, we're going to rendezvous with the 8th Fleet in a few days. Yet. Finally, no more sitting on pins and needles. Mew said with a fist pump. What's the status on the ZAFT followers we got? They don't seem to be pursuing us with the same determination as before. Neytarl was unhappy that her opinion was just tossed aside, but she took it in stride all the same. However, the 8th Fleet has reported that a ZAFT fleet is just within their detection radius, so they're expecting the worst. And that's why you told us to rest. Mew sighed, his previous happiness replaced by an exaggerated sadness. Why don't we get a break? Cypher grinned. You do. It starts now and ends tomorrow. Athrun, Sigil Klein sends his thanks for your efforts to save his daughter. Ra-Le Cruset said, after Athrun had debriefed him on the situation back in the debris belt. It would have been better had you escorted her home personally, you know. Athrun nodded. I am expected to be in the front lines, after all, I cannot, in good conscience, escort a lady home and immediately go to slaughter others. How noble of you. Ra smirked slightly. What else did you find in the debris belt? Athrun took a deep breath. If it isn't much trouble, I would like you, sir, to oversee the training of the Cruset team. Ra-Le Cruset blinked in surprise. Really? Is the data not enough? Athrun grimaced. As I have experienced, no, sir. Ra smiled. Okay. I'll be there shortly. Next day. The Archangel, a lone, bright white ship, with red and blue markings and unusual design, floated inside a nest of ships that looked nothing like it, outlining it as a bright target telling everyone who to shoot once the shooting starts. Archangel, welcome to the 8th Fleet. A man said, saluting Lieutenant Commander Mururamius over the main screen. It's an honor, sir. Muru saluted back, before blinking in surprise as the picture was replaced by one of a man in a suit trying to squeeze himself through the camera. Where's my baby girl? He demanded. Muru had a sort of a frowny smile on her face, as if to say oh dear. Flay Ulster rushed aboard the bridge. Daddy. Cypher tuned out their happy family reunion banter. What happens now? He asked Blaze. Blaze stared at the picture of the ZAFT fleet that they had requested for. Now? We pray ZAFT loses their balls and leaves us alone for 2 weeks. Ra-Le Cruset had coordinated strategies with the fleet commander of the 17th Fleet, which was tasked to tail the 8th Fleet and make sure it wasn't going anywhere. Prior to the joining of the Archangel into the 8th Fleet there wasn't much action between the two apart from some sporadic trading of long-distance fire. The 17th Fleet commander, incidentally, had received an order from ZAFT High Command to sink the 8th Fleet. Being a man who has seen the video Cruset made and recognizing the hints behind it, he was glad of any support he could get against the so-called demonic Mobius crafts. Ra, on the other hand, was told to ignore the 8th Fleet and focus entirely on sinking the Archangel, and wasted no energy pretending to care about the maneuvers of the allied ZAFT fleet in his plans. Murdoch watched the new crafts get loaded onto the Archangel with no small amount of glee. What are those things? Sai, who was assisting Kira with something on the strike, asked. FX-550 Skygrasper. The next-gen answer in air-to-air combat. They pack missiles, guns, beams, and hardpoints for the strike packs. Murdoch looked like he was about to cry manly tears. I don't think any Earth Alliance fighter is a match against ZAFT mobile suits, though. Sai thought. Ribbon was watching from his perch on the topmost levels of the hangar, regarding the skygraspers with no small amount of disdain. What do you think about these new crafts? He heard Mew ask behind him. Not flying it. Ribbon deadpants. The fighters reminded him of a MiG-21 with large engines taped to the wingtips, and he wasn't sure if they would fly with the mobility needed for air-to-air supremacy combat. What? Not to your taste? Mew laughed. He personally was looking forward to flying in one. It looks like it could be outmaneuvered by a foxhound. Ribbon grumbled. Mew wasn't sure what a foxhound is, but he guessed from Ribbon's tone that it was not a good thing. Well, give it a chance once we get into the atmosphere, he said, and then gestured to a dozen or so fighters being moved into their hangar spots. You can always fly those things. Those things Mew was referring to were F-7D Spearhead fighters, larger wings, nose-mounted control surfaces, and a large, boxy body. Spearheads were the predecessors to the FX-550 Skygraspers that Murdoch was salivating over. The two crafts shared the ability to perform vertical takeoff and landing, VTOL, maneuvers, and Ribbon was personally looking forward to flying the Spearheads, even if they lacked the beam munitions mounted on the top of the craft. I'm just not sure if that Skygrasper can turn at all. Ribbon sighed. Mew shrugged. Fly hard, shoot straight. He then turned to see Murdoch walking over to them with a huge grin on his face. Hey, Ribbon. I'm guessing the four of you'll be flying the Spearheads, he said. Ribbon nodded. Wonderful. Murdoch grinned. Got any customization ideas you want us to try out? Mew looked at Ribbon's devious smile, and then looked at the Spearheads, and then briefly wondered if the Earth Federation's mobile suit will never get off the ground because of these four-plane-happy pilots. The fleet captain of the EFA's 8th Fleet, a certain Rear Admiral Louis Halberton, looked at a display of the ZAFT fleet tailing them with worry. Sir, do you think they'll try an attack? One of the bridge operators asked despite herself. Halberton sighed slightly. Were I in their position, I would. How long until we reach optimal insertion point over Joshua? JOSHA, pronounced Joshua, is the Earth Alliance headquarters, and the final destination of the Archangel. About 4 hours, sir. So they'll attack once we start the drop. Halberton thought. Good. Blaze looked up as he heard Mirialia over the Archangel's speakers. All pilots are hereby ordered to stand by for launch. Repeat, all pilots are hereby ordered to stand by for launch. Stand by? Are we getting attacked? Talisman wondered. A ship is weakest when it's leaving orbit and heading into the Earth. Kira said by ways of an explanation. He had already changed into his pilot suit a little while ago, and was talking to Tal, who was also in a pilot suit. Tal. Talisman started. Tal shook his head. I'm a pilot too. Upon request, the Archangel received another Mobius craft for Tal to use from the 8th Fleet. Does she know about this? Talisman asked hesitantly. Tal didn't answer, but paled just a tiny bit. Tal. Blaze looked at the young man in the eyes. If we get a launch order, what do you plan to do? Tal stared back at him. Fly hard, shoot straight, and stay away from a knife fight. Blaze nodded. You'll do fine then, kid. He briefly wondered where Tal learned that last euphemism. 15 minutes until point of descent. All Archangel units are hereby cleared to launch. Your orders are to protect the ship. Blaze heard over the communications. You heard the lady. All units stay near the Archangel until further orders. He said as his Mobius was catapulted into space. Rajgris 2, Roger. Cypher. Rajgris 3, Roger. Mobius 1. 4, got it. Talisman. Hawk 1, all right. Mew La Flaga, leading a trio of amateur pilots and feeling a mixture of both confidence and utter terror for them. Strike 1, okay. Kira Yamato was supported by a pair of pilots and Tal. Blaze had assigned the two of them squadron call signs, but he was doubtful that they would actually use them. After all, Kira and Mew most often supported each other first and foremost. Ra-Le Cruset looked at the 8th Fleet, with all of its deployable units fielded, waiting for an attack that they knew was coming. Well, the man was never complacent. Ra thought. Commence. Warning. Warning. Cruise missiles incoming. All ships intercept. The space around the Federation 8th Fleet lit up with fire in anticipation of the waves of heat signatures closing into the fleet. Have the picket ships move closer to the fleet. We will protect the Archangel until it makes its descent. Halberton commanded. Drake 2, 7. Nelson 4, 9. Check your positions. The operator said, addressing 4 ships on the outermost layer of the formation. This is Drake 2, we've been hit by enemy fire. The operator for the ship said, as confused as the rest of the bridge crew on where the attacks came from. Hell, Nelson 6, our engine took a hit. One of the ships on the other side of the formation suddenly said. Are the cruise missiles getting through? Halberton demanded. No sir, scanners are showing total interceptions. The operator said. What the hell is hitting us? Looks like the fleet's getting shelled to pieces. Cypher said, watching the outermost ships in the formation take a multitude of hits. Do you think it's the same thing they hit Artemis with? Blaze wondered. First rounds of cooled fire, effective. The operator for the ZAFT fleet said, watching the readout from each and every gun in the fleet. Good, prepare for round 2 of fire. The captain said. The cooled fire in question is a stripped-down version of the cold fire cannons attached on the ships sent to Artemis, stripped down to be fired by GINs and produced, very quickly, en masse, and not as effective. The ZAFT plan was to mask the guns' fire signatures with cruise missile heat signatures, fooling the sensors of the EFA ships and causing them to miss the chance to evade. The result was pretty effective. As far as the first wave was concerned, several of the ships sustained damage to key components, and many others were hit for varying damage to their structure. The only saving grace for the EFA was the distance between the two fleets. ZAFT's penchant for using cruise missiles meant that they were at a distance their gunners were not used to, and the accuracy of their guns suffered as a result. But as the fleet captain had reasoned, any lack of accuracy can be compensated by simply having more guns. Second wave, away. An operator on the flagship squinted his eyes as he focused on the heat sensor display. He noticed that there were small blips apart from the large blots that were cruise missiles. Shit, ZAFT's got a new weapon. There's way more heat spikes than missiles out there. Have the picket ships deploy chaff shields. Halberton commanded. Chaff shields was just a very fancy term for metallic scrap and garbage that gets forcibly ejected outside of a ship to give it some additional cover against attacks that can't be intercepted by the anti-air weapons. The operator watched as the large blanket of debris sparked as the incoming fire from the ZAFT fleet found a target. The fact that the cloud was much larger than the ships in question avoided the man's mind. Holy shit, they must have 2 whole fleets here. He breathed. Second wave, not effective. They found us out. A ZAFT operator said, watching the display. Damn, a little too early for my tastes. All units. Move in and engage. All ships. Move into melee combat. Sink the natural fleet. They're finally starting. Mobius 1 said, watching the sudden explosion of light coming towards the fleet. I won't be surprised if they're aiming for us. Yet. All planes, break. Blaze ordered, and all the units, with the exception of the Rajgriz squadron, lazed about the Archangel and didn't move. Planes? We're in space. One of the smart aleck rookies said, before he was blown away by a ZAFT particle cannon shot. Strike 4 is down. Blaze said, watching the explosion where that Mobius craft used to be. When we say break, you break, for God's sake. He then looked at the incoming blanket of blips on his radar. Rajgriz, change of plans. We're going to dance with the enemy for a little bit, all other crafts cover the Archangel. He received 3 affirmatives in reply and 1 very angry Natarl. Blaze, that's against orders. She shouted. Yet. Blaze could care less, given the numbers they were against. 2, with me. The 4 ACES of Strangereal accelerated to the edge of the fleet line along with the rest of the Mobius units in the fleet. In no time at all the Rajgriz found the front line of the ZAFT forces. Lock. Blaze, for what seems to be the first time in his memory of flying a Mobius craft, used a missile against a GIN. Fox 3. A call that was echoed by the rest of the squadron. The hell, Fox? Mew wondered. Where'd the Fox come from? Fox 3. Fox 3. Mobius 1 was very glad that they opted for a loadout with external pylons and lots of radar-guided missiles. While the briefing and experience had suggested that the missiles wouldn't be effective in a battle of this scale, with almost 100 units participating and most of the attention focused on the ships meant that anyone who wasn't focused on the lone Mobius would inevitably be hit. Most GIN pilots, when faced with locks coming from enemy ships, guns, missiles, crafts, and sometimes the occasional friendly gun, aren't focused. As a result, Mobius 1 was fairly certain that out of all of his missiles fired at least half of them found a mark. Wow, this is a bigger fur ball than Kometa. He muttered under his breath, after dodging a streak of bullets and firing back, and missing, in return. 4, you with me. Right behind you, Talisman had nailed the target that Mobius 1 had missed. Where are we going? We're going to pay that ship a visit. He said, looking at a ZAFT cruiser that had eagerly moved into close-range combat with the rest of the EFA fleet. The rest of the ZAFT fleet was a fair distance behind it. Roger, 3. Shit, this is bad. Blaze dodged a series of streaks, puffs, and everything else the ZAFT could throw at him and the unfortunate allies that happened to be near him. 2, I could use a little help. Wish I can help ye, I really do. Cypher gritted his teeth, using his thrusters as best as he could to both evade the Jins constantly trying to cut him to pieces and to get a good vantage point to fire back. What's with these guys? His consternation is well placed. As soon as Cypher and Blaze entered the battlefield, an utterly insane amount of attention was focused on taking down the two of them, to the point where several other Mobius crafts were able to kill a few Jins with minimal effort. The Jins engaging the two aces were quite skilled, and dedicated themselves to making sure that neither Blaze nor Cypher could help each other and could never slow down to fire. Damn! Blaze detached a pylon, using the ejection force to give himself a small kick to narrowly avoid a very close burst of fire. His counter-fire, a burst of Vulcan bullets, did preciously little in response. These guys are a lot better than the guys from before. Between the attention aimed at them and the crossfire on the battlefield, the two aces had a very limited amount of maneuverability. However, even with the limited mobility, they were able to avoid taking a direct hit from any of the attacks, a feat not repeated by their EFA allies, who were, to put it politely, dying all over the place. Allied casualties at 30%. Halberton heard. The Archangel will begin its descent in 10 minutes. Captain. Request permission to join the battle. Kira said, looking at the field of explosions and exchanged fire before him. Kira, you know what you have to do. Muru said gently but firmly. I do, but... Kira gritted his teeth. I can't just sit here and watch people die. I feel for you, kid. Mew said, but in a fight like that you are going to end up killing some ZAFT soldiers even if you don't want to. Are you prepared to do that? Yes, I am. Kira said after a moment of deliberation. Very well. Muru said, raising a hand to forestall Natarl's complaint. Come back before we start the drop, all right. Right. Kira said, raising his engine output to maximum. What do we do? Tal asked in a flat tone. He kind of abandoned you, didn't he? Mew chuckled. Strike team, hold your positions, he can handle himself, you can't. Damn. Fine. Tal's desire to get into battle was not shared by his squad mates. We're coming up to the ship. 3. Talisman jinked hard out of the way of an incoming Jin's fire, returning the favor with a spray of Vulcan. I'm also running dry out here. Yeah, we're going to light it up and then go home to tank. Mobius 1 acknowledged, it took extra energy to dodge incoming fire while flying at the ship in a battle of this scale, especially to dodge the shots that were flying in their general direction, but the end result was getting bigger and bigger on his screen. 2 enemy mobile armor in front. The unfortunate ZAFT ship officer said, having noticed them just now. Evasive maneuvers. The captain ordered. There's not enough time. The helmsman replied, instead of doing his job of trying to dodge. Guns. Mobius 1 said, opening fire with all of his Vulcan gun ports, raking the top of the ship, hitting the bridge, catapult, and many exposed gun ports. Firing. Talisman aligned himself to the center of the ship, facing the hangar entrance, and poured his ammunition into the ship. The two fighters zipped away from the ship as it shook with several explosions on the inside. I guess we hit a sweet spot. Mobius 1 murmured, before turning his unit around. Rajgriz leader, you guys okay? We're a lot of things, okay isn't one of them. Blaze shouted with his voice devoid of any panic. Yeah, nice to see you guys contributing over there. Cypher laughed, having taken a split-second advantage to maneuver and strafe a Gin that was gunning for Blaze. Hey, we killed a ship while you guys were screwing around. Mobius 1 said lightly, accelerating towards the other two aces at full speed. The Gin pilots, for their part, had pride on being, at some level, veterans of the war, and weren't about to let the rookies attacking Artemis show them up. They had, as far as they were concerned, put the Super Mobius enemies on the run and were chasing them down to the best of their ability. Come in, just stay still, you damned fly. One of the pilots said, trying to get a lock on the large engine Mobius dancing wildly in front of him. Captain. We too got more incoming. One of his wingmen said, glancing down on his radar and seeing two targets approach very, very fast. Oi, Ribbon, are you sure you should be going at that speed? Blaze asked, a little worried. If Mobius 1 decided to enter the battle at the speed he was going, by the time he could turn around he would be out of the battle area and probably would burn up in the atmosphere. Not a problem. Mobius 1 said. Holy shit, this guy's stupid. The captain of the ZAFT squadron voiced the thoughts of his entire squadron as he watched the newcomer Mobius zip into the battlefield. Mobius 1 sped almost directly towards the lead Gin unit, and deployed both of his grapples. They connected with two Gin units. What the hell, the captain of the Gin squad uttered before he felt his unit blare a warning that it was being towed against its will. He then engaged his engine at full power to counteract this idiot with a string, as his mind put it. Mobius 1's craft momentum, however, was too great and the two Gins he latched onto were forcibly moved. Moreover, because the Gin captain had engaged his engines a lot earlier than his wingman, he accelerated forward, and ran right into his wingman. Mobius 1 turned a full 180 degrees around and peppered the Jins with Vulcan and linear gunfire, silencing the two units' haphazard self-defense fire. He watched with some satisfaction as Blaze took the momentary lull in fire to strike the Gin collision with his linear gun. "Man, you're insane," Blaze said to Mobius 1, looking at the two dead Jins. He had hit them both on the engines. "It got the job done," Mobius 1 replied, flying back into formation. "No kidding. Rashgriz, we're going back." Blaze looked at his heads-up display. Apart from the energy meter demanding to be replaced, there was a multitude of warnings, almost all of which were structural failure messages due to a combination of grazing hits to his units and the unit protesting against his haphazard evasive flying. "Roger that," Cypher said lightly, after capitalizing on the shock of the Gin squadrons to damage some other units before the rest lost their nerve and backed off. "Rashgriz to Archangel, we're returning, we need to tank." "Tank? I guess they're out of energy," Muru said to herself. "Okay, Rashgriz. Do you plan to deploy again after you're refueled?" "Most likely yes," Talisman said, looking at the radar display. The overwhelming number of red blips was a bit worrying, especially their progressively smaller distance towards the blip that was the Archangel. "As I thought, they're out of fuel," Ra said to himself. He had, upon discussion with the rest of the Artemis Assault Squadron, realized that the oversized engines installed on the ACE Mobius units would require more energy to both keep it running and to compensate for maneuvers. He didn't anticipate them to run dry so quickly, though. "Well, it's a bit early, but, Crusa team. We're entering the battle." "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit," Halberton's operator muttered. "More enemy units incoming. Including signatures from the stolen G weapons." The strike Gundam, meanwhile, was engaged with the first ZAFT fleet. The presence of its phase shift armor meant Kira could take less time to evade and take more time to fire, shooting down the Jins with near-engine hits, causing several of them to explode worryingly, but he pushed those thoughts out of his mind for now. "Damn, what's with these numbers?" He complained to nobody in particular, suddenly accelerating forward while twisting fast, causing the Gin aiming for him with a charging sword attack to miss and run straight into the strike's beam saber. "Mirialia, how's the Archangel doing?" "Wiria." Mirialia flinched as a missile exploded near the Archangel. "We're taking fire, but the ship is okay. Stay focused and don't get hurt out there." Kira spared a moment and looked back. The 8th Fleet has suffered enough damage to cripple its blanket of anti-air fire, letting the occasional missile through to the Archangel, which was shooting most of them down as well as it could. The rookie Mobius pilots were also helping, spreading out above and below the ship and firing at the missiles, though many of their shots strayed very close to the ship. "Damn. Mew. I'm doing all I can, kid." Mew recovered his gun barrels to let them recharge. "What's the 8th Fleet doing?" "Dying," thought the four aces at the same time. "Archangel, point of descent at 6 minutes. Incoming," Sai said. "Evade." The ship's helmsman didn't bother questioning it, and tried to maneuver the ship away from a shot coming straight to its back. The ship rumbled as it took the hit. "We're hit. Light damage." Sai let out a sigh of relief. "Counter fire," Muru ordered, and the Archangel fired a few missiles behind it. The missiles were intercepted, to nobody's surprise. "Enemy sighted, it's the Buster." "Damn." Muru bit her lip. "Have the strike return immediately. The strike is on the move. Nicole. Stop him." The strike flew towards the Archangel and swerved out of the way of a beam rifle shot and returned a pinpoint-precise counter shot while dodging. "Geez, he's even better than before," Nicole said, moving in for close-range battle. "Athrun, Isaac, I'll need your help for this." "Okay, Nicole." Athrun's Aegis had received a new beam rifle that was, to put it politely, taped together from spare parts based on ZAFT's current efforts of constructing beam weapons, and the destroyed beam rifle that the Aegis had. "Got it." Isaac, through his training, had become more professional, as anyone watching his piloting had commented. He piloted a white high-mobility Gin armed with the Aegis's undamaged arm beam saber. The Aegis had its leg ones put onto the arm slots. "All right, go." Nicole fired a Lancer dart at the strike, who dodged it and returned fire with lightning speed. "I need to remember that he does that," Nicole said to himself, shaking his head. "Kira." Athrun murmured, and charged into melee range. "Athrun." Kira backpedaled as hard as he could with his engines while not turning around and fired at the charging Aegis, causing the Aegis to pull away from the charge while dodging the terrifyingly accurate shots. "I got you!" Isaac roared, having charged straight underneath the strike and was zooming straight up with its physical sword. "Damn!" Kira maneuvered to point his beam rifle downwards to intercept, and then immediately had to rocket upwards to avoid a spray of fire from the Blitz and Aegis. Kira had half a mind to counter fire, but the white-painted Gin with oversized thrusters was still bearing down on him, and he had to draw his sword. Kira then felt a clash as two beam sabers met, and then felt the G-force as the unit kicked him on the side of the body. Kira gritted his teeth and accelerated towards Izak's skin at maximum thrust, ramming into it with his shield and dazing Izak. I got your back. Nicole fired the Glenir, his rocket-propelled claw on a wire, at the strike, grabbing its leg. Nicole pulled and the strike came down a little. Kira raised his engine output to counteract the force of the pull, before something clicked in his head and he pointed his rifle along the wire and fired quickly without bothering to aim. What's with this guy? Nicole nearly swore as he had to pull an evasive maneuver while reeling himself into the strike for a very odd charging attack. Damn it. Kira couldn't maneuver his unit to cut the line, the strike wasn't built to be that flexible. He looked up and saw the beam saber from Izak approach his face, and made a split-second decision. Kira threw the shield as hard as he could at Izak's unit, forcing him to block with the saber and knocking the Gin off balance. Kira then holstered his beam rifle and drew his second beam saber, wielding it in his left hand. Nicole charged in with the Blitz's beam saber out for a stabbing attack, letting the Glenir's line slack a little. Kira reoriented himself to face the Blitz and charged right back. The Blitz's saber struck the strike on the shoulder, while the strike cut away the Blitz's left arm at the elbow, releasing the Glenir and causing its grip to loosen. Kira accelerated down and then cut the grapple line from of his leg with his left-hand saber, before feeling his unit shake yet again from a flying kick aimed at his back from Izak's skin. Kira gritted his teeth, he knew when he was outmatched, and the ZAFT pilots had way more experience in close-range combat than he did. Thus, he turned around and tried to run back towards the Archangel at full speed. Damn it! To all local ZAFT units. Take down that EFA mobile suit. Nicole roared over a general channel, not caring if the enemy got the message as well. Oh hell, why the hell did they send him without a wingman? What's our status? Blaze shouted at Murdoch after hearing Nicole's message over his radio. Your linear guns are good to go and you have half energy. Murdoch shouted back. Good enough. Clear out. Rashgriz, emergency launch. Blaze rocketed out of the hangar almost immediately after the crew was clear of the engines. The three other fighters followed suit. Blaze, we're not in a good condition here. Cypher warned, their engines had taken damage from both heat and ZAFT fire. I know, but we can't let Kira handle this alone. Blaze said. All Archangel units. Cover the strike. As soon as he cleared the Archangel, he nosed toward the strike heading back and kicked his acceleration to maximum. Oh no you don't. Dirka said from his sniping position, firing shot after shot into the projected flight path of the Strangereal ACES. God that's annoying. Mobius 1 remarked as he lazily dodged a sniper shot. Kira, we're coming, hold on. Kira heard over his radio as he nearly crashed into a Gin hell-bent on stopping him. He heard a sound and looked down on his HUD to see that the Gin had taken a piece of his wing. Which didn't bother him, as he's in space. What did bother him was the near-constant barrage of machine gun that he was getting, from almost every side streams of bullets flew at his position, forcing him to use progressively wilder maneuvers to avoid taking hits while watching his phase shift armor slowly whittle down his energy with every successive hit. Gah! Kira stopped dodging for a moment and felt another shock as a Gin crashed into him from behind. His HUD now politely warned him that his back engine had taken damage and was going to be shut down for damage control purposes. Oh hell, not now. Kira said, accessing the OS as fast as he could to do a manual override. He's stopped. Finish him off. Nicole said, his adrenaline getting to him a little. You're mine, you bastard. Izak roared with his beam saber extended for a slashing attack. Got it. Kira's main engines came back online and he rocketed downwards to avoid Izak's slash. Kira then felt yet another shake as he was hit by the Gin that he just dodged. Izak had made a very fast high G turn and emptied his missile tubes into the strike. I'm not done yet. Izak charged downwards despite his confusion from the G-forces with his beam saber extended, pointed towards the strike's cockpit. Kira kicked his engines into as high of an output as he was willing to risk and spun with his beam saber outstretched. The two sabers met and Kira's momentum allowed him to knock the Jin's arm away. The rest of the Gin, however, was still moving straight, or nearly so, and crashed into the strike. Izak. Move. Izak heard someone tell him, but he was still a little too dizzy to tell who. Regardless of the source he pushed the strike away with his unit's arms while trying to clear his head by shaking it. Nicole locked onto the strike with his rifle sight, letting the strike know that it was being targeted. Kira knew that he was being targeted, but his engines had taken enough, and replied with a cough. Kid. Blaze's Mobius craft screamed into the battle area, spraying Vulcan fire at the Blitz and causing it to alter its aim just slightly and miss the strike's cockpit, instead hitting the winglets of the ale pack on its back. Get out of there, now. We're almost out of time. Kira spared a moment to look down and noted that he was almost out of power. Alright. He detached the ale pack and picked it up with his unit's hands. He then put full power into the strike's built-in thrusters and aimed himself at the Archangel. All units, cover Strike 1's retreat. Blaze roared, latching onto again with his grapple to slow himself down faster and to circle back to point at the blitz. Shit, they're here. Nicole quickly circled to a private communication channel among the Crusade team members. Isaac, get back and support Dirka. Dirka will snipe from a distance, Athrun, get their attention and don't get hit. 3 affirmatives met his orders, and he then changed to a common ZAFT band. All units at my location, focus fire on the modified Mobius crafts. Don't lose track of each other's positions. Who the hell are you? One ZAFT pilot started to say before Ra-Le Crusade cut him off. This is Crusade, affirmative. When Ra-Le Crusade decided to follow orders, the rest of the pilots knew better than to question the authority of the person issuing the order. Holy Blaze cut his grapple and jinked hard to avoid the torrent of machine gun fire. Rajgriz, keep your guard up. They got their eyes on us. We kind of figured that out already. Mobius 1 gritted his teeth, jinking to avoid fire while trying to line up a shot on the Jins shooting at Blaze, and not having much luck as the Jins doing the shooting would switch to him the instant he turned to aim, and end up needing to fly straight. Cypher streaked high over the battlefield while being followed by a swarm of missiles. Where's the rest of the fleet? He said as he purged his heat radiator into the missiles, detonating enough of them for him to turn around to shoot down the rest. They're still covering the Archangel. Talisman said, neglecting to mention the fact that there was a worrying amount of debris from the dead EFA ships around them. Damn. How long until Archangel's descent? Blaze asked, taking a wild shot at again aiming for Cypher. Archangel's descent in 100 seconds. Mirieliah said. Beginning final descent preparations, all units, please return. Strike to Archangel, I'm coming back. Blaze to Archangel, requesting fire support, we can't disengage with these guys on our tails. Muru looked around, and noted the condition of the 8th Fleet, reduced to a fraction of the numbers it used to have. Admiral, please retreat from the combat area, we'll make the descent on our own. She said as the Archangel's Mobius squadrons fired willy-nilly towards the combat area occupied by the Rajgriz squadron. I'm sorry, Ramius. Looks like we couldn't hold out until the end. Halberton said, sighing. All 8th Fleet ships, retreat from the combat area while suppressing all ZAFT forces around the Archangel. Muru then issued another order. Use the Valiants, Corinth, anything. Cover the Rajgriz. With the lights coming from the engines of cruise missiles engines aimed at the Archangel, it wouldn't have been too much of an exaggeration to say that it was like a bright lamp being swarmed by moths. And the moths were fireproof. In almost no time at all, the Archangel began to take damage. Gottfried emplacement 1, hit. Barrels offline. Igelstung emplacements 2, 5, 8, hit. All offline. Continue firing. Lay down a blanket above us, don't worry about hitting anything. Natarl ordered, as the Archangel's armor continued to be pummeled by machine gun fire and the occasional missile that manages to get through. This ship's like a goddamn porcupine. A ZAFT pilot said, watching the hail of fire coming back toward them. Yet. Better than dealing with those stupidly good Mobius units back there though. His wingman said, aiming at a normal Mobius that was hanging around the Archangel and picking it off with his recoilless rifle. Strike 3, hit. Mirieliah said, her heart beating again after seeing a Mobius take a direct hit to its cockpit, while her brain berated her for being relieved that someone other than Tal had died. Damn. Tal sighted again, and fired away as fast as he could. Get the hell away from us, you damned ZAFT bastards. Blaze, the Archangel's in trouble. Mobius 1 said, finally getting some breathing room. Once it became clear that every ZAFT unit in the region was gunning exclusively for the Strangereal ACES, they started flying differently, they started to fight differently. With every maneuver, with every shot, again either lost a body part or exploded entirely. Every time a minute gap appeared in the hail of bullets that surrounded the 4 ACES, it would be exploited for all its worth and the unfortunate soul that decided to reload would find itself suddenly and violently ripped from its host. Soon enough, the withering fire around them lessened and they had more maneuver room. And once they had gotten that maneuver room, even more ZAFT died. What do we do now, Blaze? Cypher said, looking at his energy readout. I'm bone dry here. Makes all of us. Talisman sighed, citing again that didn't retreat far enough before reloading and punching a hole in the cockpit. Only got my Vulcans left. I don't think we have enough left to dock. Cypher said. We go too fast we overshoot and burn up in the atmosphere, we go too slow and we'll get shot to pieces. Damned if we do, damned if we don't. Blaze sighed. This is Rajgriz 1 to Archangel, what's your situation? We're proceeding with the descent, return to the ship, Blaze. Mirieliah replied. That might be a bit tough. Can you patch us to Murdoch? Hey, sure, hold on a second. Murdoch here. You're not gonna die out there, are ya, Ace? Nah, but we do need a little help, got any ideas? You can latch onto the Archangel with your grapples during the descent. It won't be pretty, but at least you'll make the descent with us. Or you could go with the 8th Fleet, not much in terms of options here. Thought as much. All right, Rajgriz, you heard the man. We're going to chain ourselves to the Angel. They're running, sir. Should we pursue them? Nicole said, finally letting out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Even in a suit with immunity against bullets, he felt as if with every gun that was shot down he would have been next. I think we're the ones who'll be in trouble if it happens. They're not going to reach the legged ship in time anyways. Athrun said, trying hard to ignore how cold his back felt, pressed against his pilot suit drenched with sweat. We've won, though. Right. Isaac's chuckle was without any mirth. Some victory, Athrun. His high mobility gun was smoking in several locations, and one particular hole near his cockpit reminded him just how much he missed the near-perfect defense that phase shift armor provided. I know. Damn. Athrun looked around at the gun pieces floating around them. Somewhere during their planning, somewhere during their concerted assault on the ACES, they had completely forgotten the fact that the pilots they were trying to kill were accurate enough to aim for non-fatal hits. Faced with overwhelming odds on behalf of the ZAFT attack plan, the ACES of Strangereal had collectively decided to stop toying with the ZAFT and show them just how real war was fought. All units, return to the ship, we've done more than enough here. Ra-L-E Crusat said, berating himself for having forgotten that the ones they fought against were trying to avoid killing, instead of simply being unable to. Of the 32 units deployed dedicated to killing the Rajgriz, 9 units made it home. Tal watched as another Mobius craft died next to him. Muru. What do we do now? Muru wanted to tell the boy that it was a lucky shot. Their ZAFT pursuers were now far away due to their desire to remain unburnt by the atmosphere. You've done well. All crafts return to hangars, we're entering the final descent phase. Right, I'll help. Kira deployed with the strike and no packs to help retrieve the Mobius crafts. Nobody on the ship had the illusion that amateur pilots would make the trip back to the hangar during conditions as punishing as an atmospheric entry, and the amateurs themselves weren't eager to rush to their deaths. Not many heroes heroically failed a docking maneuver, after all. What's going to happen to the Rajgriz? Tal asked once his craft was secured in its anchors. All pilots were ordered to stand by in their cockpits until the descent had completed. Hopefully they'll do something insane and survive. Mirialai said, her adrenaline overwhelming her common sense, as she watched the metallic screen shutters close the bridge off from the rigors of re-entry. Oi, Blaze. Look over there. Mobius 1 said. Blaze looked. A ZAFT cruiser, trailing a lot of smoke, was following the Archangel down on its descent. That guy has a death wish. Blaze deadpanned. Blaze to Archangel, you have a tail. Our weapons are locked down right now. Natarl said, feeling fear anew in her chest. Shit. Blaze felt his mind race for a moment, before it settled on an unpleasant solution. Rajgriz to Archangel, we'll take care of it. What? Blaze, you're not going to make it back in time. Muru said. The ZAFT ship was descending at a much faster rate than the Archangel, but it had its guns trained on its prey, ready to fire, once it cleared some condition to do so. We'll meet you once we've touched down. Blaze, out. Way. Man, this sucks. Cypher laughed. You said it. Talisman chuckled, none of them had the fuel left to get back into orbit, and if they chased down the ZAFT cruiser and killed it they would end up lower than the Archangel, and would burn up in orbit even if they tried to latch onto it. Gentlemen, it's been an honor to fly with you in the wide open space. Mobius 1 said, and then grinned. Now let's bag ourselves a ship and fly in the blue skies. Damn straight. Blaze was grinning as well. Blaze, Wardog 1, engaging. Galm 1. You guys are nuts. Engaging. Garuda 1. I concur. Engaging. Mobius 1. Engage. Mirialai looked at the dead control panel in front of her. The ship was no longer receiving communications from the outside since the radios were retrieved and covered. She couldn't do anything more than pray that both the ship and the 4 ACES made it. Kira looked down at his hands still tightly wrapped around the strike's controls, his, would-be, guilt ringing loud in his ears, knowing full well that if the 4 of them died it would be his fault. That if he was a better pilot they would not have needed to deploy with reduced fuel. Kid, you okay there? Mew asked over the radio. Kira didn't answer. Mew sighed. Kid. Murdoch's voice came over the radio in his head. Don't be so hard on yourself, kid, they're not dead yet. Kira flinched. How can you? How do I know? Murdoch laughed. Because I've never seen pilots with as much skill as those guys. I dare say they make the impossible possible, you know. Mew grumbled. Geez, first they take my spot then they take my line. Murdoch's grin was audible and infectious. I took your line, Mr. Flagga. Murdoch then turned serious. I believe in them. As if in response, the ship rumbled. Shit, it fired. Blaze said, burning up almost every last bit of his energy to get into optimal range. The ZAFT cruiser had just fired at the Archangel with its main cannons, scoring no direct hit but close enough to damage the heat-resistant gel that was deployed on the bottom. He then noticed that the ship's engines were still going. Rajgriz, pour everything into those engines. He roared. 4 crafts worth of linear guns and Vulcans complied, pouring all of their ammunition into the ship's engines, turning it into a fireball that engulfed the ship and turned it into a floating corpse. Whoa! Cypher said, his eyes widening. Yat. Rajgriz, we're using that thing as a heat shield. Grapples. He then remembered that he had cut his grapple earlier. Aw shit. I lost my grapple. Ha. Cypher couldn't help it. We got you, don't worry. The 3 planes that had grapples latched themselves onto the descending corpse of the ZAFT cruiser, and then detached their linear guns. Blaze detached his oversized engines and linear gun, right before he nearly crash-landed onto the cruiser. His hard-point claws dug into the cruiser armor and secured the cockpit block as tightly as it could. The 3 other fighters landed close around him and dug into the armor as well, and the extra mass of the engines helped pin Blaze's craft onto the cruiser. An alarm sounded in the Archangel after a few minutes of silence. What's going on? Muru demanded as the ship shook heavily. They then felt their center of gravity change severely. One of our engines overheated and exploded. Sai said in disbelief. We got hit. EXP. How could that have happened? Natarl demanded, feeling as if she's going down a steep slope on a roller coaster. The ablative gel took a hit, probably from that tail we had. Sai shouted in reply. Maintain our position. Muru ordered, feeling very uncomfortable due to the seatbelt around her waist. Trying. The helmsman said, pulling back as hard as he could, fighting against the force of gravity on the massive ship. I really hope we don't burn up in here. Cypher said to no one in particular, their radios had already short-circuited. He watched another piece of the cruiser fly off the ship. I really hope we don't burn up here. Before long, the skies over the ocean saw 2 visitors from space, a giant fireball and a ship. The ship was oddly built, and struggling to keep its bottom pointed towards the water. The fireball was, well, a fireball. With pieces flying off as it slowed down to the point where it was a small fireball being followed by smaller fireballs. We're clear. The Archangel crew breathed a collective sigh of relief as they slowed down enough to avoid burning to death instantly if their angle of attack into the atmosphere changed. The helmsman was particularly grateful, as it meant he finally won the tug of war against gravity. The Archangel leveled out to be parallel with the ocean surface, with one of its engines bellowing out smoke, before another engine exploded and sent the ship almost spiraling nose first into the ocean. Fortunately, the Archangel's helmsman is an underrated badass, and he managed to stop the ship before it started its ungodly spiral and tried to pull the ship's nose up as much as possible while the air brakes on the ship deployed to try and slow it down as much as possible. Unfortunately, as much as possible still meant a very fast, nearly 30-degree dive heading towards the ocean. Blaze saw the Archangel plunge into the ocean ahead of him while trailing a lot of smoke, and was worried. But his craft demanded more immediate attention. Warning alarms were going off inside the cockpit about every possible defect, from charred armor to unresponsive controls. It also didn't help that his HUD was entirely dead, having burned out from the re-entry. It's gonna take me a miracle to get out of this one. He muttered, before using light communication to talk with his wingman. It was a single word. Fly. Almost in tandem, the 4 Mobius crafts released their hardpoint locks on the cruiser. 3 made the release. Cypher's locks actually broke off instead, and the odd-looking Mobius cloud lifted into the air, powered by momentum and slowed down by a hideous lack of an aerodynamic frame. Mirielai rubbed her forehead. Even with her pressing her head against the panel to avoid bashing her head in due from the momentum, it still hurt. She then looked at the display, which was showing a cloud of 4 blips somewhere over their head. Rajgriz confirmed. They're alive. She shouted joyfully over the cacophony of warnings and alerts. Natarl was about to remind her that they have zero reason to believe the blips were the Rajgriz, and that their ship was in fact underwater when it wasn't built to be, but thought better of it. One of the blips suddenly broke off from the other 3. Mobius 1 didn't have time to utter a curse. One of his engines decided that it finally had enough and detached itself, taking his grapple with it and causing him to go into a spin aimed at the ocean, much like the Archangel. Unlike the Archangel, the Mobius's control system was totally dead due to a combination of stress and re-entry damage. The end result was that Mobius 1 was fighting a battle against gravity while watching the sky and ocean mingle in front of his eyes. We might have an issue here. Kira said, watching water flow into the hangar. We know, the equipment's sealed and the pumps are all good, so don't worry about it. Murdoch replied, looking at the hangar entrance from his spot above the hangar floor. Don't worry about it, he says. Kira mutters, looking at the water accumulate around the strike at a worrying rate. What's the situation? Muru asked over the radio. Hangar 2's catapult system is totally dead, we'll need to dock to replace it, both hangar gates are busted, and water's coming in. Do we have permission to blow them once we're out of the water? Granted. The Archangel's helmsman pulled as hard as he could, hoping that the Archangel will surface after its plunge into the ocean faster than the rate of water flowing in. Soon enough, the altitude display changed from a negative to a positive number, and he reduced power on the remaining hover thrusters, allowing the Archangel to float on the water surface. Cypher spared a moment to look as one of the Archangel's hangar door exploded for no reason as he attached Blaze to his grapple. Mobius 1 finally stopped spiraling. Talisman fired his grapple at Mobius 1's craft, latching onto it. He then pulled up as hard as he could. Mobius 1 felt himself swing through the air, and struggled to maintain an angle that exposed as much of his unit's underside to the water as he could to slow himself down, before whatever's left of his speed broke the badly damaged grapple connections and sent him into the water. Mobius 1 crashed into the ocean engine first and bobbed there like a lopsided cork, until the other engine's attachments gave out, and then he bobbed there like a regular cork, propped up by the engine block underneath him. Talisman burned out the last bit of his energy, and his engine with it, and hit the water much like Mobius 1, only with a sharp crunch sound as his engine's connectors to the rest of his craft broke off, scattering sparks everywhere. Blaze's craft was more or less dropped into the ocean like a stone, where it bobbed for a moment and began to sink. Cypher glided to a stop near the Archangel, the very picture of control, that is, if his engines weren't actually on fire before they hit water with a loud hiss. Muru opened a channel to the outside of the ship, an open-air channel. "Are you guys all right?" she asked. The crew heard her voice ring through the air. The pilots then heard an explosion underwater, and Blaze floated to the surface, accompanied by debris from the remains of the blast door of his now submerged Mobius. Mobius 1 flashed a light message to the Archangel's bridge, after the steel shutters were retracted. RSOK. Chapter 6, Stage 6, Tiger of the Desert. The 4 aces were fished out of the water in a short amount of time, and Blaze inwardly thanked the man that decided to give Mobius Craft's paper-thin armor, it made them float. Assuming, of course, that the engine blocks were still attached to the main body. Which was important for Ribbon especially, as his craft's cockpit entrance had jammed and refused to budge, causing a few several harrowing moments as water flowed in while the Archangel hangar crew cut a new entrance on the top of the craft. But, at the end of the day, they were safe back in the Archangel. Total damage, nearly half of our guns are dead, and we lost 2 engines. The ship's almost lost all of its ability to glide, and we're on the ocean. Wonderful. Muru sighed. On the other hand, we're alive and kicking, so that's good. Where are we, exactly? We're, on the Pacific Ocean, near the coast of Africa. Sai said, looking at a radar display. He then glanced out the window, and saw the shoreline, a fair distance away. It's really good that we avoided landing in Africa. We were heading for Alaska, right? How'd we end up so far away? Natarl wondered. The computer wasn't correctly calculated. The helmsman, Arnold Newman, said. Whoever made it failed geography. Natarl rubbed her temples. Of all the things that could have screwed us over, it had to be a computer issue. Just our luck, Captain, what should we do next? Murdoch was called to the bridge earlier as he knew the ship's physical condition the best, and he responded in Muru's place. The ship's not in good shape. Mew rolled his eyes. Murdoch shot him a dirty look. Most of the aft lift engines are damaged from the re-entry heat. We won't be able to keep the ship stable if we fly, and we can't fly if we want to keep the ship stable. He scratched his head. The 2 engines we lost means if we sail we're going to take a lot of water and sink as soon as something scratches us, and the guns we lost means if we sail we're going to get scratched by ZAFT, take a lot of water and then sink. What about the Rajgriz? Natarl asked. Murdoch's reply was a blank look. They just got fished out of the ocean after crashing into it from orbit, what do you think? The Rajgriz, incidentally, were placed in the medical bay because it's not very often someone decides to make an atmospheric re-entry with a dead ZAFT cruiser as a heat shield. So what are our options? Muru asked. Honestly. Murdoch replied. Muru nods. We need to fish for supplies, at the very least enough to get all of our lifters working. Where are we going to get those out here? Africa is ZAFT territory, after all. Natarl said. There's always the black market. Mew said with a shrug. Natarl scowled at him. For the time being, Murdoch, do whatever you can to get the ship floating. Murdoch salutes and leaves the bridge. In orbit. I can't believe those guys. Athrun breathed after seeing a replay of the ZAFT cruiser falling into the atmosphere. Did they make it? God, I hope not. Dirka replied. The sooner those guys die the better. Well, we're just going to have to make sure. Ra-L-E Crusat said, walking into the lounge and returning the salutes of the 2 boys. Sir. Dirka, you will accompany Izak and continue the pursuit of the legged ship. Crusit ordered. We need to make sure that ship dies before it can get back into friendly lines. Dirka frowned, continuing to fight against those pilots wasn't what he wanted, but maybe they would be easier in the sky. Yes sir. And me, sir. Athrun ventured. We've received some, interesting, reports of unusual activity in the Heliopolis remains, we're being tasked to go check it out. Unusual? Isn't it just more of the junkers? Dirka muttered. Crusit smiled. Apparently we might have missed a few things. Back on land, a week later. Mirieli was on night duty, paying the sparsest of attention to the communications display in front of her, feeling herself drifting off to sleep because it's dark and it's quiet. She heard a knock on the wall, and jumped slightly to look and see, Tall. Miri, are you still mad? He asked sheepishly. No response. Yep, still mad. I'm, really sorry I didn't say anything, but... Mirieli sighed. I know. We all want to protect Kira. She pointed a finger at him with the hand that her chin was resting on. But the next time you deploy you let me know first, got it? Tall nodded furiously. The communications panel suddenly beeped, and Mirieli read the message to herself. What's going on? Tall asked, coming up to read the message. Beats me. Mirieli leaned back. I don't know what this message means, but I don't think it's anything important, it doesn't follow any encryption rules the EFA uses, anyways. Hey, weird. Next day. Murdoch, how are we looking? We're about as close to finishing as we were yesterday. Murdoch sighed. We just don't have the parts to do the repairs, we can cannibalize some of our units to do it, but I don't think that's a smart idea. Muru sighed. Yeah. Damn. Mirieli then caught her attention. Ma'am, earlier I received an odd message, but it didn't seem to make any sense, so. Muru nodded. Show me. Muru read the message, and didn't understand what it meant. Wow, what? Mirieli couldn't help but slightly giggle. I didn't quite understand it either, but I think it's a communication from someone. Ma'am. Muru heard Blaze's voice at the entrance to the bridge. She stood up to see him saluting. She salutes back. Good to see that you're all right, Blaze. Blaze grinned. Takes more than a re-entry to kill me, Captain, what's up? We got a message from someone that doesn't make any sort of sense. Mirieli replied casually. Oh really? Blaze scanned it. Then he did a double take. And then he read it again a third time, just to make sure it was right. What's this about? Mirieli was a little scared of Blaze's sudden change in demeanor. I'm not quite sure either. Blaze said in his best fake nonchalant voice. But it looks really familiar. I'll say. Muru thought, not tricked for a moment. You're not as good of an actor as Cypher, Blaze, what's this message about? I really don't know. Blaze raised his hands. But I have some guesses, speaking of which, Cypher. You called. Cypher Lean stopped short of passing by the bridge. How did you know he was there? Newman wondered. What do you think about this? Blaze said, gesturing the communication panel. Cypher leaned over and read it quickly. Someone want a piece of us? Cypher said lightly. How'd they know about us? Think it's someone we know. Blaze ignored Muru's raised eyebrow entirely. More like it's someone that knows about us. What's going on? Muru demanded. No clue. The two aces said in unison. But you might get another message later. Cypher added. Sure enough, a few hours later they received an incoming call, from an encrypted EFA line that no one should have access to. Hey, guys. The voice said. It was quite friendly and fairly young. Who is this? Muru asked, as politely as she could. That isn't important right now. The voice said. I saw you guys come crashing through the sky, figured you could use a little help. That's quite admirable of you. Natarl's caution was palpable. The person on the line picked it up as well. Well, we're no friends of ZAFT, and I don't think ZAFT would willingly let one of their ships descend while on fire. Muru raised an eyebrow. In any case. The voice sounds apologetic. We know some people who could help you with supplies that you need in a dry dock for repairs, and if you are willing to help us out with someone then we would be happy to help you back. Deal. Muru sighed. Help you how? Natarl was about to point out that it broke regulations for the army to broker deals with a third party, before seeing Muru's frown and conceding, silently, that they were in no position to be picky. Well, we could use some more manpower. A certain tiger of the desert has been giving us trouble. And how do we know that this tiger won't come and hit us? Natarl asked, before noting that Blaze had entered the bridge at some point during the conversation. If we raise a big enough stink, he'll be too busy to divert his forces. Africa's not exactly the most peaceful of places, you know. ZAFT had been in control of Africa for only a few short months, and pacification processes weren't going well. Compounding the fact was that ZAFT had given Africa fairly low priority, and most of the forces that could deploy were being fielded elsewhere. Muru looked behind her when she heard Blaze clear his throat and give a thumbs up. Very well. We agree to assist. Muru said after a brief moment. Great. Oh, by the way. The enemy has some way skilled pilots, so you should send only your best people. The line went dead. Natarl narrowed her eyes. I don't like this, Captain. They could be trying to divert our firepower, especially with a line like that. Muru nodded. Yeah. So who should we send? Rajgriz will go, the strike should be used to defend the ship if the stolen G units show up. Blaze said. Are you sure about that? Natarl wondered, a little snidely. Yeah. We can handle it. Blaze shrugged. We're all itching to fly in a sky again, you know. He grinned. Ribbon climbed into the cockpit of the F-7DC Spearhead, as Murdoch called it, the Super Spearhead, positively giddy at the prospect of flying in the sky again. How do you like your craft, Ribbon? Murdoch asked with a wide grin. Ribbon sat back and soaked up the feeling of being in his metallic sky blue painted aircraft, with its tail adorned with the insignia of a plane soaring through a Mobius strip. Like I'm finally back home. He said with a satisfied smile. You're not home yet, Ribbon. Blaze laughed, climbing into his craft, featuring a yellow and black line running across the fuselage of the plane, and the insignia of a hunting dog. We still got a few minutes before we cross the door. Cypher was all grins, any pains from his injuries forgotten. His plane's wingtips were painted black, with the insignia of the hound biting its chain on the tail. Talisman's insignia was the emblem of a bird on an otherwise unpainted craft. It's about time. Hope we didn't forget how to fly in the sky. The F-7DC Spearhead had retooled engines given the maximum amount of care and attention to make sure that said engines won't burn out, again, during combat. The wings were given structural pylons for more missiles, as enemies in the sky tend to be far less capable of suddenly turning around and shooting down said missile. Blaze wasn't quite sure how much better a plane with a week's worth of upgrading would be, but he certainly wasn't about to disparage Murdoch's hard work. Rajgriz, deploy in 5 minutes. Mirialaya informed them. One by one, the 4 spearheads climbed into the sky. Mirialaya then heard a simultaneous sigh of comfort from all 4 pilots. It's good to be back. Ribbon said. Mirialaya felt slightly creeped out. Come to think of it. How's the kid doing? Blaze suddenly asked, remembering that he didn't see Kira at all for the past 2 days. Kira? He's sulking, I suppose. He blames himself for almost killing us. Talisman replied. Seriously? That's what Sai's saying, Kira's spent all of his time in the simulator, as far as I know. Talisman shrugged. Miri. Blaze said to the radio. Hey. Mirialaya said, a little annoyed, only Tall had the privilege for that particular nickname. Fix the kid for us before we come back, alright. He's not a toy. Mirialaya was now a lot annoyed. Kira had compiled data from the asteroid belt, the descent battle, and then had cranked all of the settings on the trial units to maximum. And then he hacked the simulation to give said trial units the highest possible specs that he could without breaking the simulator. That was 2 days ago. Apart from stopping for a few hours to eat and sleep, he hasn't left the simulation room at all. A few hours later, Blaze heard a voice over the radio. EFA fighters, we've been expecting you. Please land as soon as you are able. Mobius 1 blinked, before opening a line. Neil? Is that you? The other line sat silent for a little while. This is Sky Eye, Mobius 1, do you copy? Mobius 1 smiled despite himself. Mobius 1, acknowledge. Good to hear your voice, sir. You two know each other? Blaze asked. Sky Eye was my AWACS operator back there. Mobius 1 replied, all of them understood back there to be Strangereal. Ah. Blaze said. Wardog 1 to Sky Eye, it's an honor to meet you. The pleasure is all mine. I haven't seen you since Operation Katina, Mobius 1, how've you been? Ribbon raised an eyebrow. Operation Katina. Cypher interjected here. Galm 1 to Sky Eye. There's some temporal issues with us ACES, we'll fill you in once we're on the ground. A blonde-haired girl looked at the man manning the radio, then back to the dark-skinned man standing next to her. The two of them shrugged simultaneously. I see, so we're from different spots on the timelines. Neil muttered. But all the same, it's nice to see you again, Mobius 1. Sky Eye had retired after Operation Katina and had not seen Mobius 1 again for 3 years. Same here, I miss having my AWACS, you know. Ribbon laughed. I think we all miss having an AWACS, Ribbon. Talisman grinned. Neil then turned and offered his hand to Cypher. It's an honor to meet the famed demon lord of the Round Table, you were an inspiration to a lot of our ISAF pilots. Cypher shook the offered hand. Ha! I'm more famous than I know. Guess you don't know about us, hey? Blaze accused with a smile. I'm afraid I do not, but I have my guesses. Neil admitted. Had his untimely transportation to the current timeline been a month late, he would have seen the opening of hostilities between Asia and Yetobanya. Ah well, that's good enough, so what's the current situation? Everyone became serious, as it was business time. The rebellion in Africa has been going on for some time now, and hostilities between them and ZAFT are at an all-time high. However, the rebel forces lack the military capabilities to strike at the ZAFT flagship directly. An operator said. Mobius one could have sworn that it was the same man who briefed him on his missions back in Strangereal. Blaze raised an eyebrow. Wow, dreaming a little big there, aren't they? Neil shrugged. The operator continued after a moment. The ZAFT forces are projecting their influence with the help of this land ship, operational name Lesseps. A picture of a large yellow behemoth of a ship appeared on the screen. As long as this ship is active, ZAFT is able to move unimpeded through the desert and deploy their forces at will. More importantly, that's the flagship of the Tiger of the Desert. A girl's voice said behind them. The operator bowed and stepped away from the screen. Okay, so explain to us why crippling one ship will miraculously force ZAFT to lose control over this place. Cypher said with doubt in his voice. The girl shot him a dirty look. ZAFT is choking the float of supplies in this region, and all to maintain that giant ship of theirs. We kill it, and the local people will rise up to support us. Cypher refrained from rolling his eyes with some difficulty. Whatever you say, darlin'. The girl bristled. In any case, she said through clenched teeth. We need your help against that ship. Talisman looked around on the base. What other assets do you have? His eyes roamed over the jeeps parked underneath canopies and bazookas propped against crates. What you see is what we have. Hence, we need your help. We have ammunition for your spearheads, but we don't have the fighters to fly them. The dark-skinned man behind her said before the girl could respond. We also have the engineers to provide maintenance should you need it. Which we probably will. Blaze sighed. We've already agreed to this, but man, you guys don't have any idea what you're up against, do you? The girl practically shouting at him in response. The people are suffering. Why should we sit on our asses and wait for things to get better when we can do it ourselves? Don't confuse courage with stubbornness, brat. Cypher growled. He noted that the dark-skinned man shifted a little aggressively. You'll just die a quick death if you do. Stop calling me girl or brat, I have a name, damn it. Which you've never told us. Ribbon pointed out. The girl seemed to be taken aback, which was not the response any of the aces had expected. Kagalai. The girl finally said after a moment. Cypher felt his brain spin and then click into place. So what's the Princess of Orb doing in Africa? The dark-skinned man barely stopped himself from pointing a pistol at Cypher's forehead. What makes you think I'm someone like that? Kagalai responded, much too slowly and shakily to be believable. Kagalai isn't exactly a common name in these parts. Cypher said. Well, why you're here is none of my business. Any further discussion was interrupted by a young man running up to the makeshift table. ZAFT BAQs coming in. The ACES of Strangereal took to the skies fast, thanks to the Spearhead's VTOL capabilities. What are BAQs? Talisman asked. ZAFT's ground dominance units, they look like dogs and are pretty damned fast, supposedly. Cypher replied. How did you know about her? Ribbon asked, referring to Kagalai. She's pretty infamous in Orb for being flighty, and being flighty as a princess plasters your face all over the news. Kagalai Eula Atha, the daughter of Orb's current head of government, Uzumi Nara Atha, had gone missing and nearly caused a national panic before Uzumi stepped in with an official story. Naturally, while she was considered missing, the Orb news sources posted every last picture, some real, some fake, they could get of the 16-year-old girl, and Cypher, ever the attentive news watcher, managed to catch some wind of it. Chat later, targets now. Ribbon reminded them, the BAQs were kicking up a trail of dust that could be seen by the naked eye. Damn, they got this close before the lookouts saw them. Blaze shook his head. Rashgriz, check in. 2. 3. 4. We're going to do a visual sweep first and identify the targets. Don't get careless out there. Roger that. Captain, I see some aircraft coming from the rebel base. A BAQ pilot said. I see them, have the mercenaries get in the air, too. Roger. What do you see, Blaze? Talisman asked, flying over the BAQs as the guns on the dog-like mobile armor swiveled to track him in the air. 2 BAQs, 3 support vehicles. Blaze said, seeing 2 BAQs and 3 jeeps. All right, we doing this. Cypher said, stopping in midair with the VTOL engines. Yet, Rashgriz, cleared to engage. The ZAFT jeep drivers were too busy swiveling every which way to try and aim at the 4 spearheads zipping overhead to realize that one of them had suddenly stopped and pointed its nose towards them. Jeeps are dead. Talisman said, seeing 3 flames from the dust. Captain. Our support units are. Damn it, fire, fire. Ribbon saw the streaks from the BAQ guns, and banked to evade them. A part of him felt joy at being able to do something so simple again. Damn, we're not hitting them. What's with these damned pilots? Oi, you guys, quit screwing around. The ACES heard Kagalai over the radio. All of them had gotten so caught up in enjoying the free flight, despite being shot that they had momentarily forgotten that they were in a battle. In response, Cypher dove down sharply, leveling out and stopping right above a BAQ. Then he dropped a bomb while putting power into his VTOL engines. Said BAQ pilot felt a shudder before the unit collapsed onto the ground, the guns on its back a smoking wreck. Captain! Where are you looking? Mobius 1 muttered, watching the remaining alive BAQ stop moving to turn around and physically look at the downed unit. Said BAQ turned to look at the spearhead diving at it far too late and received a hail of bullets for its troubles. Rashgriz 3, direct hit on enemy cockpit. He's probably not getting up anytime soon. From what Mobius 1 could deduce from desert combat vehicles in the desert need to be fairly robust to withstand the harsh conditions, and as such he didn't delude himself into thinking that the BAQ's pilots were dead. Said ZAFT pilot was in fact alive, but had lost all of his main cameras. He debated fighting for a bit longer before a gruff voice came over the radio. Hey you! Get yourself back to base, now! Alright! The young man said, and punched a button on his control panel. The BAQ suddenly sprang to live, swiveled around, and bolted off at top speed. All BAQs were equipped with an auto-recovery function that drove the suit to a predetermined point, in this case the less-ups, in the case that they get lost in the desert. Hey, that guy ran away fast. Mobius 1 said while pulling back into the air. Probably some safety protocol. Cypher mused. Wouldn't surprise me, ZAFT cares a lot more about its pilots than the EFA. Blaze muttered. Rashgriz, picture clear, return to base. The 4 crafts turned around and headed back to the rebel base. Blaze's cockpit suddenly blared a missile alarm. Wasting no time, he broke off from his flight path, scanned his radar, and pulled up sharply, using the VTOL engines to quickly change his direction. The missile exploded well before it hit him. What the hell, where did that come from? Talisman demanded. All 4 aces had jinked when they saw Blaze suddenly deviate from the flight path. Looks like more ZAFT boys are showing up. Rashgriz, turned to engage. Blaze said, before getting an odd feeling in his stomach. Trusting his instincts, he inverted and dove suddenly. A fighter streaked by, bullets from its nose raking where he was only seconds ago. Whoa, you're joking. Cypher said, after he had gotten a good look at the enemy fighters. Looks like there are more of us than just us. Blaze said, opening up a general communications link. This is Wardog 1 of the Sand Island Defense Force hailing the X-02 Wyverns in current airspace. Please respond. The pilot of one of the Wyverns, a fighter from Strangereal, grinned after a moment. The 2 ZAFT fighters flew side by side, displaying the insignias on their tail to the 4 aces of Strangereal as the 2 groups flew by each other. Hey kid! Fancy meeting you here. A man with a gruff voice said happily. One of the fighters, sporting an insignia of a heart being cut in a jagged pattern, broke off and flew next to the spearhead with the hunting dog. Blaze was too shocked to verbalize his thoughts. Surprised? Me too. I hear you've a Haluva squad captain now, kid. The man continued, his fighter inverting on top of Blaze's aircraft, so that their canopies faced each other. Yeah, you're looking real good. So how about a little tussle, for old time's sake? Blaze blinked. This was no time to be sentimental, old relations, especially in times of war, meant nothing while they're in the air. Yes, sir, Rashgriz, stay out of this. And yet... What? Talisman was about to interject. Like I said, sit back and watch. Blaze said, breaking out into a huge grin as he and the Terminator flew apart to face each other in the blue sky. Blaze took a deep breath. Wardog 1, engaging. The 2 fighters sped towards each other. The other pilot smiled, though it was covered by his mask. Heartbreak 1, engaging. Meanwhile, the other Uviern and Mobius 1 were flying side by side. I didn't think there would be other Strangereal pilots around. The pilot of the Wyvern said. To whom do I owe the pleasure of flying against? Mobius 1 looked at the Uviern, its folding winglets were painted bright yellow, and the tail of the craft had a 13 emblazoned upon it. ISAF 118th Squadron, call sign, Mobius 1. Apparently this guy hasn't fought me yet. Arusan Air Force, 156th Wing. Call sign, Yellow 13. Pleasure to meet you, Mobius 1. The wyvern banked lazily in the sky. Now then, shall we get this dance started? What's going on? Talisman watched the two pairs of fighters weave through the sky. There, what do you call it, fighting? Cypher said with a smirk. Neither of the two pairs seemed very willing to use any ammo, preferring to just fly around each other. Fighting. Talisman shook his head. In any event, we're on call if anything happens. Cypher's spearhead circled around the perimeter at a leisurely pace. Eventually, the wyverns ran out of gas and had to retreat, prompting the spearheads to do the same. Did you enjoy your dance? Talisman asked lightly. Like dancing with an angel. Blaze said with a light laugh. It is a little worrying though. Mobius 1 said. Yet? Those were people you knew, right? Cypher asked. Yet. So there are others out here besides us, not that surprising if you stop to think about it. Cypher reasoned, stopping over the designated landing site with his VTOL engines. Rashgris Squadron, Sky Eye here, report your situation. Blaze heard over the radio. Rashgris 1 to Sky Eye, we engaged 2 BAQs and some support vehicles. The enemy didn't do a lot of shooting, so they may have been a recon force. Blaze said. Sky Eye, copy. Good work. Rashgris Squadron, you're cleared to land, don't kick up too much dust now. Blaze clambered out of the cockpit to the scene of a few of the rebel men talking with the tall, dark man that guarded Kagalai. Probably talking about if they should move the base. Cypher said, upon seeing the same picture. They really should. If that tiger's as good as his reputation then we need to move. That tiger, Andrew Waltfield, was in the radar room of the Lessups, watching his men crunch numbers based on the recon data that the lone surviving scout BAQ brought back. What did you think of the enemy pilots? Andrew asked the mercenary pilots after watching the map display narrow down on possible locations. They're good. Captain Bartlett said with a laugh. If there's a fight it's going to be one hell of a show. Andrew smiled. It sounds like you're not taking them seriously. Bartlett chuckled. Except one of them, they're all still wet behind the ears. He pushed the image of insignia of Galm from his mind. Once the battle starts we can keep them busy, no problem. If only High Command gave us DINs for you two to fly. Andrew sighed. Talent like yours shouldn't be wasted. Radar. How goes the targeting? The map had narrowed down the possible rebel base location to a thin ring with the Lessups at its center like a giant wheel. We have some possible locations based on the rebels' past behavior. The radar operator said. The targeting map circled certain areas on the map. You know, you could have just let us fly over there to scout. Bartlett said matter-of-factly. I could have, but it wouldn't be polite to the rebels. Andrew said with a smirk. Gunners, fire on the spot that's least likely to contain the rebel base. The ACES of Strangereal felt a soft tug in the stomachs, before hearing what sounded like an explosion far in the distance. I guess that's the Lessups. Blaze muttered. Kagalai waved it off. They do this every time. Ignore them. All right, that should do it. Andrew stretched, before pouring himself some coffee. All pilots get some sleep, we'll begin the real operation at 0200 hours. Night, 1:45 am, 0145. Blaze woke up to a sharp tug in his stomach, like the rest of the ACES. Almost by instinct, he headed towards his spearhead cockpit, like the rest of the ACES. Looks like you got the memo, too. Blaze heard Cypher say. Yet. He replied. Something big is going to happen. The rebels had, after deliberation, decided to move the base tomorrow. That is, a few hours from right now. Suddenly, Blaze felt the urge to take off into the air. Trusting in his instincts, he brought full power to the VTOL engines and lifted a meter off the ground. He then heard a massive explosion that sounded very, very close to them. Confusion reigned in the base as the Rashgris took off into the night sky. No hit, say again, no hit, sorry Captain, we missed. An operator on the Lessups said. Andrew shrugged. No problem. Readjust and continue firing. 4 heat signatures detected from probable rebel base, calibrating new firing solution based on their data. Blaze, we got company. Cypher said while staring at his infrared display. It's those two from yesterday. Roger that. All aircraft, you are cleared to engage. Blaze said, receiving 3 affirmatives in reply. I don't like flying at night. Talisman muttered. Makes all of us. Mobius 1 sighed. An X-02 Wyvern roared into the battlefield and dropped 2 bombs into the base airspace. Blaze involuntarily squinted as the night sky was illuminated by a massive explosion. Shit, they got FAEBs. Mobius 1 snarled, accelerating at full power to catch the Wyvern that zoomed away from the explosions of the fuel-air explosive bombs. A second later, a shrill sound filled the air as the base exploded once more. Second strike, effective, they're probably not getting up from that. The Lesseps operator said with some satisfaction. Waldfield nodded. Mop up. Whoa, whoa. When did they get so close? Talisman jinked sharply to dodge a sudden barrage of fire from several clusters of heat sources from the ground. They got Sams, watch your back. Mobius 1, meanwhile, had caught up with the longherin after its bombing run and was busy chasing it down with spurts of Vulcan fire. Blaze, what should we do? Blaze looked around for a moment. 2, with me, we're hitting the ground. 4, you're supporting 3. Keep an eye out for the other fighter. Copy. Mobius 1 and the bombing wyvern flew and matched each other move for move, which was not a comforting thought, as said wyvern flew over the rebel base and would ceaselessly strafe it with machine gun fire at every available opportunity despite the spearhead hounding on its tail. Mobius 1, I'm here for support. Talisman said, flying to the 2 heat blips zipping across the sky. Don't need it, hit the damned ground targets. Mobius 1 said tersely. Shit, I wish we packed bombs. Cypher said, pouring Vulcan fire onto a heat cluster, and then banking and accelerating away as soon as he heard his threat alarm go off. Yet. Blaze broke off from a strafing run on a BAQ to avoid a half-dozen surface-to-air missiles flying at him. He momentarily considered using the air-to-air missiles on ground targets, but then remembered that this was not Strangereal, and his spearhead was not packed with the all-purpose seeker missiles that were ubiquitous back in his home. As Blaze dodged yet another wave of SAMs, he felt a sudden urge to jink hard in the opposite direction. So he did. He then felt a shudder and saw streams of bullets fly past his canopy. Blaze pulled up hard with the VTOL engines, cutting his speed sharply. The wyvern behind him zipped below him and then pulled up high into the sky. 1, you all right? Cypher asked, looking at a wisp of smoke from Blaze's craft. I took a few hits, but I'm still good. Blaze said, sparing a glance to his display. 3, heads up, second wyvern moving in on your position. Mobius 1, copy. The enemy pilots are good, we've lost 2 of our light squads already. The operator on the Lesseps said. Andrew scowled. Have them take cover under the BAQs, how long until they reach the rebel base? 2 minutes, sir. He nods. Fire third round, flares. Upon detonation, all units will advance at top speed to the base. Roger. Mobius 1 heard his warning alarm go off, and jinked to avoid the missile that he knew was behind him. The momentary opening allowed the wyvern he was chasing to break off and dive for the base once more. Mobius 1 gritted his teeth and dove as well, spinning to avoid the bullets that he imagined would be coming. What's with this guy? His senses are exceptional. Yellow 13 breathed, chasing after the now diving Mobius 1. Don't worry about it, 2, bombs away. Heartbreak 1 said, dropping his last 2 bombs while pulling up sharply. Mobius 1 flinched when the bombs went off and pulled up hard, feeling his heart skip a beat when the absurdly large dust cloud filled his vision. He then heard the ping of bullets impacting themselves on his fuselage, before jinking despite the dust cloud into the night sky. The battlefield suddenly became bright as 4 flares exploded in mid-air. What the hell? Talisman breathed, looking down on the ground and seeing the veritable swarm of vehicles racing toward the rebel base. Shit. Looks like he got us. Cypher muttered, strafing the ZAFT forces now that he could see where they were. Blaze, we should get out of here. Blaze looked at the ground, at the units swarming into the rebel base. Rashgriz, we're pulling out. What? We can't just, Mobius 1 started to say, ignoring the missile alarms in his cockpit. We don't have the equipment. 3. All Rashgriz aircraft, disengage and return to the Archangel at top speed. Blaze then heard the threat alarm go off, and felt the hair on his neck stand up. He then saw the wyvern suddenly dive for the deck. Shit. Rashgriz, dive. Dive. The 6 aircraft flew low as a series of explosions filled the airspace. Stonehenge rounds, detonation confirmed. Effectiveness unknown. Andrew sipped on his coffee. Pretty useful thing that mercenary gave us, total denial of air superiority. Continue firing, cover our ground forces. Stonehenge. Mobius 1 breathed, before needing to focus on the 2 wyverns turning to engage him despite the low flight ceiling. Damn it. We're getting Mobius 1 and then getting the hell out of here. Rashgriz, on me. Blaze roared. Talisman rolled to avoid some sporadic SAM fire from the ground. There's no way he came up with this plan on a whim. He muttered to himself, with his microphone on. What could have possibly given you that idea? Cypher said with no small amount of sarcasm as he accelerated with full afterburners towards the dogfight in front of him. Mobius 1, upon hearing his threat alarm, banked and turned as hard as he could, cutting his engines in the process. The Terminator behind him raced up to meet him with its machine gun firing at full pace. Mobius 1 toggled his VTOL engines and spun in midair. Yellow 13 raced past the spinning spearhead and heard bullets impact his fuselage. Mobius 1 reoriented himself with some difficulty, his G-force sensors practically screaming at his idiotic maneuver. Wow, that guy's nuts. Captain Bartlett said, before heading around in a wide circle, with the intent to continue the fight. 2, you all right there? Heartbreak 2, I'm okay. Yellow 13 said, watching the readout on his craft barely change. Rejoining formation. Rajgris 3, say your status. Mobius 1 sighed as he flew away from the rebel base. I took a few hits, but I'm okay. Damn. He resisted the urge to punch something. Yet. The 4 aircraft flew low away from the now captured rebel base, before clearing the combat area and the repeated bombardment from the Lessups, then climbing, and finally zooming off at top speed. This is Heartbreak 1 to the Tiger Den, enemy fighters are gone, you can stop shooting now. Andrew heard over the radio. Tiger Den, got it. The operator sighed. Sir, those pilots are really something, hard to believe they're naturals. Who are you talking about? Ours or theirs? Andrew asked, stretching. Both. Cuzzy, taking the night shift as the communications officer saw Mirialiakin sleep, felt himself roused by an incoming call alert. This is Rajgris 1 to Archangel. Archangel, do you copy? This is the Archangel. Blaze, you're back really soon. Cuzzy replied. Yet. We screwed it up big time. Do we have clearance to land? Messed it up? How? Cuzzy couldn't help but wonder. Yet. I think. Hangar 1 is clear. Roger that, Rajgris 3, you're first. Murdoch woke up to find 4 spearheads that weren't supposed to be back for at least a week. What gives? He asked one of the technicians examining Mobius 1's aircraft. I heard they failed the mission. The technician replied, shaking his head. The Desert Tiger's as good as his rep. Murdoch sighed. Oh well. Just more work for us. We've just received word from the rebels. Muru said, after Blaze had given her an emergency briefing. The cell that you were attached to was summarily rounded up and arrested. Blaze sighed. My apologies, we weren't able to do anything for them. Muru frowned. You did what you could. The other rebels are willing to lend us all the support they can muster in exchange for our continued support. It seems like that cell was the largest and most well organized. Blaze thought back to the level of organization exhibited in the base, and couldn't help but feel mild despair for their future endeavors. Regardless, the Archangel's going to dry dock soon. Rajgris is off duty until further notice. Blaze saluted and left the bridge. Can't we just leave the rebels to the ZAFT, Captain? Natarl asked. If we can get the ZAFT off our backs any other way, we could. Murray replied. But as things are, if we let ZAFT do what they want, we will be pursued and then sunk. Natarl grumbled something under her breath. For their first performance in the sky, the Rajgris didn't seem to do that well. Mew knocked on the wall to announce his arrival. A surprise night attack with a low flight ceiling, I'm amazed any of them came out of it alive. He said. Kira. Kira Yamato heard someone call him through his exhaustion. Turning off the simulator, he stumbled out of the cockpit of the strike. Jesus, kid, when's the last time you slept? Blaze demanded, looking at the disheveled boy. A while ago. Kira mumbled. Blaze sighed. You're hereby banned from the strike until you've gotten proper rest. Kira looked at him. Blaze stared back. Training is good, but a pilot that can't perform at his best is just asking to be shot. Kira nodded, still tired, and trudged off to sleep. Damn. Blaze watched Kira leave. What's up? Cypher asked. The 4 aces were helping with the maintenance and customization of their crafts. The kid's not listening to anyone. Blaze sighed. He's going to burn himself out at this rate. If only he had a girlfriend. Cypher said lightly. Meanwhile, Kira had trudged to his room and crashed into his bed. His eyes were a solid shade of purple, and his head was amazingly clear. It took him a while to fall to sleep despite his weariness. How are you holding up, Flay? Sai asked her. Flay was brushing up her hair. I wish Daddy could contact the Federation soldiers from here. She pouted. Flay. Sai started. Flay pointed her brush at him. I'm not stupid. The brush went back to her hair. Earth is jammed really badly right now and there are no satellites, so it can't be helped, but... She sighs. I just want to be out of here. We're civilians, Sai. Kira, too. She adds after Sai opened his mouth. Besides. Flay puts down her brush, and glances at the door to her room to ensure that it was closed. My dad thinks there's more to this war than just 2 sides hating each other. While all that conversing was going on, the Archangel was being towed by an unmarked and suspiciously powerful tugboat along the coast of eastern Africa. Soon enough, the Archangel was towed into a dry dock by the end of the day. Muru let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. It's a good thing we weren't sighted. Natarl sighed. Should we go, Captain? Yeah, let's greet our benefactors. Muru, now off the ship, saluted the man that met her next to the ship. Thank you for your assistance, we were really in a bind. Muru said. The man spoke with an accent she wasn't familiar with. It's not a problem, it's not every day we get to work on such a beautiful ship. Muru smiles. She's in your capable hands, then. The man proudly thumps himself on the chest. Not to worry. We are Grunder, we can make anything. Ultimately, I was looking for a crossover on a scale larger than just 4 guys are now here. Let's see how it works out. Amendment. It's been pointed out that they would be in the Indian Ocean, not the Pacific. This is what I get for not using an actual map, thank you for pointing that out. There could be 2, in story, justifications for this. 1, India doesn't exist anymore, and the guys in the EFA doesn't want an ocean named after a country? I dunno. Racism makes people do weird things. 2, Sai just read whatever the computer display said. Take your pick. 3. Chapter 7, Stage 6X, Astray. During the Archangel's week on the ground, Ra-Le Crusat read through the report he received for what he feels is the 15th time. The ruins of Heliopolis had generated some light patterns that suggested a battle, and Ra, by virtue of both being the closest ship that mobilized and by being in hot water for letting the Archangel go repeatedly, was tasked to find out exactly what had happened in the colony debris field. He had also received a discreet order from Patrick Zala to start grooming Athrun as an officer. What do you make of this, Athrun? Ra passed the report to Athrun, who scanned it quickly. It could just be 2 junk guilds fighting over the scraps. Athrun said with disgust. That's why we're going to find out. Crusat said with a light laugh. And the battle plan, sir? Is as we discussed, Athrun. Don't be nervous, you'll be fine. Ra smiled. Athrun, according to the battle plan, is responsible for leading 2 fresh recruits into the debris for scouting purposes. Said 2 recruits were not exactly happy about their first mission being a non-combat mission, but the prospects of being under the sun of Patrick Zala closed their mouths. Ra was to sweep in later with a combat team in case something happens. Athrun, you're cleared for launch. Roger. Athrun Zala, Aegis, heading out. Athrun's Aegis was overhauled with new armor. To the eternal ire, and no small amount of respect, of the ZAFT ship engineering crew, the phase shift armor module performed just as well regardless of what kind of armor the Aegis had, provided it didn't exceed some built-in limitations within the onboard computer. Regardless of the reason, the Aegis was now repaired up to its brand new condition, missing a beam saber and wielding a makeshift beam rifle, but brand new nonetheless. Athrun idly dodged a few pieces of debris as he coasted through the ruins of Heliopolis, his mind elsewhere. Deep down, he was both terrified and thankful of the appearance of the unknown pilots of the EFA. Terrified, because the 4 ACES have demonstrated again and again that they were superior in terms of skill, and thankful, because they gave him a reason to fight, and gave him a target other than his best friend. A small part of him also reminded him to thank whoever decided that stealing the G units was a good idea. Athrun involuntarily shuddered at the idea of the 4 ACES piloting the super-powered prototypes. Sir, we're coming close to our inspection point. He heard one of the rookies say. He marveled at their ability to keep pace with him despite the debris field. Understood, keep an eye out. The Junkers might still be around. Roger. Permission to speak frankly, sir. Go ahead. Athrun stared at his radar. Do you think there's really anything left here? This place is trashed. It doesn't hurt to be careful. Athrun said. Carelessness will get you killed. Yes sir. But the demons aren't here. The rookie laughed. Athrun then heard a beeping, and felt himself frozen for a fraction of a second. Scatter. He ordered. The 3 units split and flew in different directions. Athrun turned around when he had flown far enough and saw an explosion mark where he was. Captain, we're currently in combat, requesting support. Athrun has long since abandoned the notion of fighting alone with his pride. Understood, we'll be there momentarily. Athrun looked around and saw nothing. The debris obscured his vision at every turn, forcing him to engage his engines and move around to find this potential attacker. He then heard a warning alarm denoting fire coming from behind him. Athrun propelled himself upwards and turned around, just in time to see a missile fly toward his face. Athrun raised his shield in defense and the missile exploded, relatively, harmlessly upon the shield. He then took this opportunity to rocket away from the oddly thick dust cloud to properly see his enemy. It was again a high-mobility type with its oversized back-mounted engines, painted white. In fact, he would have thought it was a ZAX unit if not for the fact that the right arm of the unit was painted red. Unknown Gin, state your intentions or you will be destroyed. Athrun declared on an open frequency almost instinctively. He heard a laugh in reply, from a voice that sounded familiar but he couldn't place where. That's not something you should say when combat has started, buddy. Athrun gritted his teeth, and leveled his rifle at the unknown Gin. The unknown Gin responded by vanishing from sight. Damn! Athrun realized too late that the debris created far too many blind spots, and he responded by boosting and climbing upwards. Before he stopped to avoid running into a stream of bullets. Athrun twisted his unit's arm around to the direction of the bullet stream and fired back blindly in reply. The red and white Gin jinked away from the Aegis's counter-fire. Captain! Athrun heard his rookies yell. Ignore him. There's something here that he wants, find it. Athrun roared while keeping his eyes locked on the Gin. Good call, Captain, you've got some good instincts. He heard the other pilot say with a laugh. But you're a little late to the party there. We'll see about that. Athrun fired at the Gin while charging forward at full speed. The other Gin dodged the beam rifle fire, and waited until the Aegis was close enough to swing with its beam saber. Then, with the swift maneuver of his engines, the Gin took aim at the back of the Aegis with its rocket launcher, and pulled the trigger. Athrun fired his engines for a brief second and barely evaded the rocket that was supposed to damage those engines. The rocket flew into a nearly piece of debris and exploded harmlessly instead. Athrun twisted around with one of the Aegis's leg out in a roundhouse kick. The Gin blocked it with his sword, and threw a punch in return. Athrun blocked it with his shield. This might take a while. He thought grimly. While the two units were trading blows, the two rookies flew into the largely intact piece of a warehouse. What do you think is in there? Rookie 1 said. Hopefully. What we came here for. What do you think about the captain? Rookie 2 replied. The two managed to catch a few of the oddly savage melee between the two units. Never mind him being the son of a top brass, the guy's got balls. Rookie 1 said with a shake of his head. Rookie 2 laughed. You got that right. Rookie 1 turned to the hangar. Let's sweep this. Turning on lights. The light on the head of the Gin turned on, and the two made a short sweep around the outside of the hangar in a minute. Don't see anything. Move on. Rookie 2 said, glancing back at the melee every so often. Yet. Athrun, meanwhile, was getting angry. Damn, get the hell away from me. He snarled. The Gin was sticking to super close range combat. Close enough that every time the Aegis tried to swing in with its beam saber, the Gin would stop the attack by forcibly hitting the Aegis's arm. I know what you're thinking, buddy. The Gin's pilot said, with an audible grin. Athrun was briefly grateful that his communications was off. Yeah, and you're still annoying. Athrun tried to knee the Gin, but the Gin blocked it with its sword. Get that sword out of my face. Athrun was losing his composure. Ra-Le Crucet, meanwhile, was taping the fight from a fair distance. Suddenly, Athrun noted that Rookie 1's unit was no longer responding. Oi, Unit 2. Are you okay? Athrun's momentary distraction cost him a punch to the Aegis's face. Athrun then fired his head-mounted Vulcans to try and get some distance. The Gin blocked with his sword again, and Athrun took this instant to rocket forward into the other Gin for a full-body tackle. He heard the other pilot grunt with some satisfaction, before rocketing away at full speed. Unit 2, respond. Unit 2, meanwhile, was dead like the debris around him. See, Captain. There's a new unit, Athrun heard before the line went dead. Unit 3. Damn it. Athrun turned to see, the other Gin keeping his distance. Guy, you okay over there? The pilot of the red and white suit asked. Startup sequence normal. Status is all green. Mirakumo Guy said, marveling at this new unit he managed to find. Okay, I think I'm done here too, can we go home now? Guy looked at the empty dock next to it. Yeah, we'll need to move on. Roger that. Athrun leveled his gun at the other Gin, cursing himself for not taking a shot sooner. The other Gin swerved and took cover behind floating debris. Soon enough Athrun saw two engine lights escape from the combat area. Athrun, you did well. Ra-Le Crucet said lightly. Thank you, sir. Athrun growled. We've recovered one of the rookies for some quite useful data. Losses are unavoidable, but a reality of war, Athrun. Ra said gently. Athrun took a deep breath, the melee battle had gotten to him. Right, I understand, Athrun Zala, returning to ship. For the next few days the ship's intelligence crew pored over the data, piecing together anything that seemed relevant about this new, unknown unit. They also spent some attention on the red and white unit, but the unit data was already within most common databases, including the ZAFT mercenary registry, so they ignored it after the first 5 minutes. Ra-Le Crucet had briefed Athrun on the unit that fought with him when the data came out. It belongs to a mercenary that is affiliated with the Serpent Guild. Ra had said. Serpent Guild? How did they get access to a high-mobility Gin? Athrun wondered. Not sure. We've never seen a unit with that particular paint job before either. Either way, they were employed by the Klein faction when Siegel's daughter was missing. Athrun remembered the man playing cards on the ship. Oh, so that's who he was. Ra nodded. Have you met the pilot before? Athrun shifted a little. Yes, he was aboard the ship during the parley. Ra looked thoughtful. And I take it you did not meet his unit during the exchange. Athrun shook his head. No sir. It's the first time I've seen it. Ra smiled. I understand. You're dismissed. Athrun salutes and turns to leave, but Ra stopped him for one last comment. By the way, I recorded your fight. You've gotten better, Athrun. Athrun froze. Ra laughed. Patrick Zala felt an odd mixture of happiness and despair at watching his son pilot a machine and go into old-fashioned fisticuffs with another unit in a zero-gravity no-holds-barred brawl. Athrun Zala felt an odd mixture of fear and exasperation at the fact that he was now considered something of a local hero and very well respected among the ZAFT rank and file as a total badass. Side story, featuring the Serpent Guild showing up for real cease this time. Kinda, sorta. I'm probably going to do more like this, and they're probably going to be about as short as this. I can't pad very well. Sad face, Chapter 8, Stage 7, The Tiger. At the Grunder Industry Dry Dock. 4 days after the ACES returned. Murdoch wasn't in a good mood. Natarl wasn't in a good mood. Mura was in a great mood. And all for the same reasons, the Archangel was, nearly, fully repaired. I don't understand how those guys can work so quickly. Murdoch said to anyone who would listen. Given that it was his 5th time posing that question, nobody was really listening. I don't understand it. This is a prototype ship that doesn't even exist in official records. Murdoch continued after realizing that nobody was listening. How can they manufacture things they don't even know so fast? The other mechanics could care less, they got a blessed break after the previous week of trying to perform miracles, and none of them wanted to spend it doing Q&A. Grunder, hey, who thought the South Belka munition plant would have made it here too? Cypher said, after Blaze filled him in on the details. Grunder, formerly the South Belka munition plant, was a pivotal player in the Circum-Pacific War, which Blaze participated in. While he did not know it, and Talisman felt no need to worry Blaze, Grunder was, in effect, one of the main reasons why the Circum-Pacific War began in the first place. Regardless of their political alignment, the company was a notable producer of arms and equipment in Strangereal, and was often at the forefront of aviation and production technology, facts widely known by a majority of Strangereal. I know, right? Blaze laughed. It's good luck for us for a change. Blaze was referring to the new and improved spearheads that were now sitting in the Archangel's hangars. Due to the lack of pilots to fly them, an extra set of spearheads were converted for the ACES to use, so that if there ever will be an extended operation they could switch fighters immediately for the roles as they appear. As such, the 2 sets of spearheads were given different designations to denote their differences in specifications, with the F7DC name thrown out since the Grunder's mechanics thought it sounded stupid, further adding to Murdoch's ire. The new crafts were given the unofficial name of F8 Super Spearhead, split into 2 outfits, Type A and Type B. F8A Super Spearhead had every available upgrade possible within the 4 days to maximize their mobility in the air and their staying power in an air supremacy battle against, as a Grunder employee proudly exclaimed, any idiot dumb enough to fly against you. They also had engines with reinforcements and extra heat sinks, along with emergency coolant. Once Murdoch mentioned how often the ACES burn out their engines. The F8B, also Super Spearhead, was a multi-role fighter outfitted for ground assault roles, packing lots of bombs and short-range Vulcan guns, as well as one conformal hardpoint that allows it to carry a Korintha's anti-ship missile, the same kind used by the Archangel. To quote the Grunder crew, kaboom! Ha ha ha! The Grunder crew also, and somewhat worryingly, restored the duel to operational condition without anyone asking or having access to the design documents that would make such an operation possible. For that reason, Natarl was worried. Captain, if they could reverse engineer a cockpit for the duel from nothing. Natarl neglected to mention the fact that the cockpit block was merely mothballed underneath some extra thick tarp and not actually destroyed. There's no telling what they're capable of. These people are dangerous, Captain. Mura for one was just happy that her ship no longer looked weather-beaten and derelict. If they're an issue, I'm sure the High Command would have addressed it by now. Natarl grew maced. She had done some independent research on the Federation database and found out that Grunder was a contractor for both branches of the EFA, and as such they were, in effect, untouchable. But still. Mura waggled a finger, still in a good mood. Not another word, Natarl. Let's just enjoy the day off. Natarl sighed. The two of them had attended the same officer school and she had heard of Mura's penchant for unorthodoxy, but to imagine it surfacing now of all times. Mura looked back at the ship. I'm sure it's going to happen any time now, we're going to be busy soon, Natarl. Captain. Mura turned to face her executive officer. The rescue operation. Aboard the Lesseps. Andrew Waltfield, the Desert Tiger, was having an off day. Even his best coffee brew didn't seem to help matters. He read and reread the order in his hands, hoping to find some loophole he could exploit, before finally giving up and tossing the memo into a shredder. I don't believe this. He muttered. Sir. Martin da Costa, his second in command, asked. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Waltfield continued to pace around the bridge, as if he didn't hear. Is there something wrong, sir? Martin asked again. Waltfield stopped his pacing. High Command wants the rebels to be summarily executed. Martin blinked. But, they're rebels and naturals, so isn't it, well, natural? He then instinctively backed off a few paces when Waltfield glared at him. The Desert Tiger leaned against the captain's seat. Never say that line again, Da Costa, we are ZAFT, we fight for our freedom. We do not take it from others without a good reason. But the Bloody Valentine is a tragedy and the EFA will pay for it. Waltfield waved the argument away. What High Command is asking me is to commit these rebels to a similar fate. Those idiots. Then, maybe we can ask the rebels for help. Aisha, Waltfield's very pretty blue-haired lady friend, suggested. Ma'am? What do you mean? Martin was not comfortable around the couple, to say the least. Oceania wants the Princess of Orb. Aisha said softly. And I don't think she would want to be separated from her little group, especially if we made her status known to the rest of the group. Oceania, Australia and New Zealand, was also a holding of ZAFT, and at the moment was pressuring Orb consistently for them to renounce their neutrality and join ZAFT's side. Andrew smirked at the idea. If Oceania wants a prisoner, tell them to come fetch her themselves. We're strapped for resources as it is. Oceania was also surrounded by neutral holdings and was relatively safe from any major assault, unlike Africa which was experiencing attacks from the EFA on a near-daily basis. Aisha giggled. Aye. Archangel Bridge, 3 days later. It's finally happening. It's finally happening. Blaze and Ribbon filed into the briefing room. A rebel message arrived a few minutes earlier, detailing the transfer of the captured rebel soldiers, an Orb Princess, from ZAFT-controlled Africa to Oceania. As you might expect, this is a golden opportunity for the rebels to free their comrades. Mew was tasked with the briefing today. Our primary enemies will probably be these. A picture of a purple GIN-like unit appeared on the screen. AMF-101 DIN, it's the air superiority fighter of the ZAFT forces. Compared to our spearheads, they're practically better in every way. The DIN had 3 pairs of oversized wings on its back, and they deployed out in a fashion rather similar to that of a bug's. Blaze paid special attention to the shotgun weapon one of the video clips demonstrated, as well the pilot's apparent penchant to change altitudes very, very quickly. Question. Cypher raised his hand. Yet. Isn't this a trap? Cypher said. There's no reason for them to do something this obvious. That's what I thought. Mew admitted. But trap or no, this is an opportunity we can't pass up. Besides, the rebels are going to free their comrades and we're honor-bound to help. Honor. Cypher chuckled. Right. Either way, we're going up. I'm not letting my wax sit in a prison cell. Ribbon muttered. Blaze shot him a glance. That's that. When's the transfer, Mew? 5 hours from now. From our current position we'll reach the intercept point. Mew tapped a map projected behind him with a pointer here in 3 hours, assuming we're flying at Strike's cruising speed. The Strike did not have a very respectable cruising speed. Fortunately, Grunder was able to fix that. Or rather, they gave Kira an alternative. The Strike was outfitted with what looked like an oversized ballistic missile taped to its AL strike pack. With it, it would be able to fly into the battlefield without using its internal batteries. Unfortunately, it had no internal computer and would need to be purged once Kira enters combat, unless he would rather fly through the battlefield very quickly and have no way to return. He would have to walk back. The Grunder employee said with a shrug when the problem of the return trip was brought up. Once Kira was made known of this little quirk, he merely shrugged. I just have to not lose the cruise pack, right? Easy enough. Man, all those hours in the simulator gave you some balls. Blaze said, surprised. Kira smiled, and then frowned. I felt kind of odd afterwards, but a good night's rest made me feel a lot better. I don't quite understand it either. Lesseps Bridge. Andrew, are we deploying as well? Heartbreak 1, a certain Captain Bartlett, asked. Yet. We can't leave our ZAFT allies out to dry, either. Waltfield chuckled. Can you maintain air superiority against the unknowns when they show up? Shouldn't be too hard. Bartlett grinned. 4 hours later. Over the Pacific, previously Indian, Ocean. Blaze to Strike. Strike here, I can hear you. How's the cruise pack? Blaze grinned. Kira shuddered. Terrifying. And loud. He didn't add. Kira had also found out to his immense displeasure that the cruise pack had preciously little maneuverability, and noted with disappointment that he will have to ditch the oversized engine once he entered the battle area after all. Also, the Grunder mechanic had overestimated the Strike's aerodynamic capabilities. The refurbished engine wasn't that much faster than the AL Strike's engines when weight was accounted for. I'm so glad I'm not flying that thing, Mew said, watching the Strike through his Skygrasper cockpit. Makes the two of us. Tall sighed, in his own spearhead. Both of you are spineless. Kira laughed, trying to ignore the panic in his gut after hearing a particularly loud noise from somewhere in the Strike. Engagement zone. I got contacts. Cypher looked down at the splotch of dots on the radar. This was a trap all right. Blaze flipped a switch, arming his longest-range missiles. Like we didn't see this one coming, Rajgriz, check in. 2. Cypher armed his missiles as well. 3. Mobius 1 cracked his neck. 4. Talisman rechecked his radar. We're going to wrestle the skies from the ZAFT. Blaze said, waiting for his missiles to get into range. Is everyone ready? You got it, Chief. Cypher said lightly. What should we do? Tall asked. Tall flight will enter the engagement after we have entered combat. Blaze heard the tone for the missile lock, and prayed that the Grunder missiles provided would be more effective than the local variant. We'll be with you, Tall. Kira said. Right. Tall gulped, it was going to be an actual battle for him and the 3 rookies in his flight. Rajgriz, engage. Blaze commanded. Fox 3, Fox 3. The 4 aces released their long-range missiles. Enemy units are coming, looks like the captain's gut was spot on. One of the DIN pilots said as his radar beeped a warning. Yet. All DIN units, scatter and engage. Destroy these rebels. The DIN captain said. These things are going a little too fast. One of the DIN pilots said. Do you see anything? No, what the hell? Are they cloaked or something? Another pilot complained. The 6 DINs tasked to guard the prison ship were suddenly engulfed by explosions. Did that actually work? Talisman was surprised. Given their armor, no. Close in and engage. Blaze ordered. Shit, what the hell was that? The DIN captain spat as his unit helpfully warned him that one of the arms on the DIN was missing. The missiles have duped signatures, first time I've seen a spearhead use one. One of his squad members mused, before a beep on the radar made him look down. Would explain why we thought they were fighters and not missiles, heads up, more rolling in. All units scatter and evade. Ooh, bad move. Blaze grinned, and sighted the DIN that looked like the captain unit. Rajgriz, split up and take them down, watch your backs. They're the real deal this time. The ZAFT captain said. All units intercept. 6 shotguns came up in response. The 4 aces of Strangereal jinked hard out of the way of a burst of shotgun fire. Geez. Cypher corrected his plane and pointed his nose at the closest DIN and accelerated. The DIN pointed his shotgun at Cypher in response, and fired. Cypher jinked out of the way again. The DIN followed Cypher with his gun. The DIN then was propelled forward by a missile exploding into its wings. The DIN turned around to find this new target. Cypher turned around sharply to face the DIN's back and opened fire with all of his Vulcans, tearing the DIN's wings and causing it to drop to the water while trailing smoke. Good shot. Cypher said with a grin. As always. Blaze said lightly. Mobius 1 heard his threat alarm scream at him as the DIN behind him launched a salvo of missiles. He floored his accelerator and nosed upward to an almost vertical climb. The DIN pilot smirked and fired a second salvo of missiles, just in case. That ammo bank is a little insane. Mobius 1 murmured, before cutting his speed as hard as he could and then turning around a full 180 degrees with his VTOL engines. Mobius 1 then floored his accelerator along with the VTOL engines. The DIN watched with some satisfaction as the missiles exploded, before raising his machine gun as the spearhead he was supposed to have destroyed flew down at him, spewing fire from its oddly numerous front gun ports. The DIN pilot fortunately had an intact sense of self-preservation and raised his shotgun arm, the DIN's right, to protect his cockpit block, moments before his main engine cut out from damage. Mobius 1 dove by the DIN and leveled out near the water surface. Ribbon to all units, DINs have weak front armor. Repeat, strike them in the head. Talisman was flying over a DIN, matching its speed, when he heard this announcement. He shrugged and then dove at the DIN with his guns blaring. The DIN pilot heard his threat alarm go off, and dropped like a stone in response. Talisman sighed and shook his head as the DIN delayed the perforation of its head by a mere few seconds before he pulled out of the dive and looked around for another target. Is it just me, or are these guys really bad at their jobs? Blaze wondered as he rolled to dodge a shotgun blast aimed in his general direction. I don't think it's just you. Mobius 1 said as he charged at a DIN while banking side to side. These guys are. Mobius 1 fired a burst from his Vulcans, destroying the missiles the Din had fired almost immediately. Very by the book. Guess they don't get out much. Talisman braked and rolled behind the Din that was trying to chase him, dodging a volley of machine gun fire in the process. Fox 2. His missile happily went after the Din's engine and blew it to pieces. Blaze scanned the field. All the Dins had suffered some level of damage, but only 2 were actually out of commission. These Dins are pretty sturdy, all things considered. Second wave, you're cleared to engage. About time. Mew grumbled. Mew la flaga, engaging. The Din pilots, confused and a bit cowed by the spearheads that destroyed their cameras, responded to the second wave of lock warnings with confusion and indecisiveness. Run or you'll die. Blaze sighed. Sure enough, the Dins that didn't collect themselves in time were hit by the second volley of missiles, and fell from the skies. I count 2 ejects. Cypher stared at his camera as he flew by the Dins that freshly hit the water. Make that 3. He said as he flew inverted over a Din with its cockpit block open. Copy that. Rebel units, begin your approach. Blaze said, finally getting reception with the rebellion boats. Got it, thanks for your help, ACES. A grateful voice on the line said. All right, all units. Blaze turned and saw Kira shoot out the wings on the last Din with pinpoint precision from a terrifyingly far distance. Hit the enemy escort ships, neutralize their combat power. Blaze, enemy choppers taking off. Talisman said, watching the blocky ZAFT helicopters take off from the enemy's escort ships. They must be pretty desperate, Rajgriz, take them out, tall flight, hit the ships. Captain. The spearheads are. Swat them from the sky. The captain of the ZAFT escort flagship said, shouting over his operator. We can't lose to some goddamned spearheads. What will the rest of the forces think? The demons from space are real. Most of the operators thought in unison. The ZAFT helicopter pilots were not having a good day. First they were told that their mission was going to be an easy one, provide backup support in case the enemy was able to somehow throw off the squad of Dins and attack the ship. Then they were told to deploy because all the Dins were wiped out. And now they're watching 2 spearheads fly straight into their ranks at a worrying speed. Blaze pulled up after his attack run through the ZAFT helicopters. Is that all of them? He asked, looking at his radar. I think so. Mobius 1 said. Talisman. Talisman and Cypher were told to circle around the helicopters and mop up if the first attack didn't get all of the helicopters. I don't see anything else in the air besides us. Talisman said. How's Tall Flight doing? Cypher asked, training a camera onto the prison escort ships. Considering the circumstances, pretty good. Blaze laughed. Tall and the 3 rookies were able to safely bomb the escort ships with no regard to any potential threats, since the ACES had taken out the enemy air cover, and the ships were too reliant on said air cover to pack anti-aircraft artillery. In a matter of minutes the prison escort fleet was disabled and the rebels moved to capture the main ship. Mobius 1 suddenly felt his stomach twist. Shit. All units dive, don't go above 2,000 feet. He shouted. The rookies wasn't quite sure what he was talking about, but dove along with the ACES all the same and only leveled out their planes once the ACES had done so as well. The skies above them lit up with explosions, and it was a moment before radio contact among the fighters could be re-established. They have Stonehenge all right. Mobius 1 snarled. All units, keep your heads down. Rebs, get a move on, we don't have a lot of time left. Blaze warned, using his VTOL engines to float near the prison ship. We're working on it. The rebel in charge of the radio had fear in his voice. Just give us a little more time. Blaze circled around the ship and found the rebels fighting hard to obtain control of the bridge. Blaze then flew right over the bridge and oriented his spearhead's nose to the window. The ZAFT troops took one look at the spearhead nearly touching the bridge glass with its multitude of infantry decimating Vulcan guns and surrendered almost immediately. There's your time, now get to it. Blaze said gruffly. Stonehenge was getting on his nerves. Okay, we have control. All air units follow us and let's get out of here. The rebel said. Deploying jammers. A few men had placed themselves all around the ship, and deployed their jamming mechanisms on cue. Between the roar of a second wave of Stonehenge fire and the jammers, the fighters and the prison ship, and the strike, were able to slip away easily in broad daylight. Heartbreak 1 to Tiger's Den, cease fire, the enemy has left the combat area. Understood, are you sure this was a good idea, Captain Bartlett? Martin da Costa asked. They stole a prison ship. You'll get plenty of chances to hit the enemy base this way. Bartlett replied with a gruff laugh. Tell me this wasn't your idea of a good strategy, kid. He thought inwardly. By virtue of being a lightly armed but heavily armored ship built to contain all sorts of people unsavory to the owner of said ship, all prison ships were equipped with an extremely robust GPS system. The rebel jamming system was able to jam this system for as long as the jammers are running. Said jammers were deployed for the purposes of getting away, not hiding the ship. An hour later, the prison ship pulled into a sheltered dock, with their EFA allies landing nearby in a similarly sheltered VTOL base. How'd you guys build something like this? Blaze wondered, looking at the oddly well-built surroundings of the underground landing pads. This place was an EFA supply depot before ZAFT took over. One of the rebels replied. The EFA abandoned it, and we found it. Blaze had a feeling it wasn't exactly abandoned when the rebels took over. You think ZAFT had this place? Cypher muttered. Horrible place for a hideout if they did. Blaze muttered back. ZAFT never found this one, don't worry. The rebel in front of them laughed. You can rest easy, ACES. Thanks for busting us out, Ribbon. Neil said with a small laugh. I wasn't about to let my AWACS rot in jail. Ribbon grinned. Did ZAFT do anything? The Desert Tiger is pretty civil. We were expecting a trial before the other guys showed up. Neil replied with a shrug. Other guys? Blaze frowned. Oceania. Kagali's tall, dark guardian replied. ZAFT's secure foothold on the surface. Cypher clicked his tongue. I see. So those were the guys we flew against. The man nodded. No wonder. They haven't seen much action after they secured the area, I take it. Talisman asked. The man shrugged. I heard Oceania is making some kind of move into Eurasia, but that's all I know. Interesting. I'm Blaze, nice to meet you. Blaze said suddenly, extending out a friendly hand. I realized that I still have no idea who you are. The man shook the offered hand. Letanier Kisaka. He said with a small smile. You form around here? Cypher asked lightly. Kisaka looked at Cypher, both of them keenly aware of Cypher's sharp intuition, and attention to the news. Yes, I was born in Tassel. Not far from the Desert Dawn's base of operations, if I remember right. Cypher thought. He then wondered idly if the people they've been dealing with so far are the Desert Dawn. This rebellion has special meaning for you then, I take it. Kisaka nods, but only after a moment's hesitation. So he's certainly not EFA friendly. Wonder why that is? Cypher thought. The Tiger of the Desert was in a decent mood. On one hand, they had pinpointed the position of the rebellion's base, and its summary destruction would ensure that ZAFT would secure its control over the region. On the other hand, simply destroying a rebel cell wouldn't pacify the region, no matter how influential the cell is. Rebellion would just spring up again as long as the people feel oppressed. It all comes back to manpower. Waldfield sighed. Something wrong, sir? Martin da Costa asked. Just a little deep in thought. Waldfield chuckled, taking a sip from his coffee mug. Well, let's see how this goes. Next day, 10 a.m., 1000 hours. Report. The rebel leaders, plus Blaze and Mew, looked up at the man gasping for air at the door to the room they deemed the headquarters. The Tiger of the Desert just sent us a message. They know about this place and they're attacking in 2 hours. Blaze and Mew traded a glance while the rebel leader stared at the messenger, thunderstruck. The leader then graduated from dumb silence to sputtering while Blaze and Mew rushed out of the meeting room. Blaze and Mew made it into the lounge before the rebel leader nearly screamed for all units to prepare for the inevitable ZAFT attack. How'd they find out? Cypher asked, not sounding very surprised. Who knows? Either way we're looking at an attack in 2 hours. Any suggestions? Mew said. Load up on missiles, wait until they show up, and then punch their face in. Cypher said with a wide yawn. Nothing to it. The 2 hours were spent getting ready for the inevitable fight, and passed all too quickly. Kira, are you going to be okay? Blaze asked. The young man was staring blankly at nothing from the cockpit of the strike. Yeah, I'm fine. Kira sighed. It's just, what will happen if we win? Blaze scratched his head. If we win? ZAFT will take the rebels seriously, and the EFA might consider an operation to retake Africa. Kira blinked. So the ZAFT hold on the area will be stronger in the long term. Blaze shrugged. Probably. Cypher clicked his radio, signaling his entrance into the conversation. The EFA's been losing ground since the start of the war, it's hard to believe they'll have the manpower to take back anything. So this battle is ultimately meaningless. Kira sighed. Cypher laughed at that. Thought you figured that out ages ago. But if we know this is meaningless, then why are we fighting? Kira sounded offended. Talisman chipped in. This battle is only meaningless for us because we have no investment in it. Look around the base, for them, this battle is far from meaningless. It would be better if we could talk it out. Kira said after a moment. It would, but talking is only effective if they want to listen. Talisman agreed. Love the chatter, but we're about to go into a battle right now. Mobius 1 interrupted. Kid, don't fly with your head in the clouds, it'll get you killed. Cypher laughed. What he said? For now, focus on the enemy in front of you. But how? Never mind. Kira sighed again. Even though he had decided to fight, he was ultimately a civilian at heart. Aboard the Lesseps, Da Costa sat in the captain's chair with no small amount of discomfort. Oi, Da Costa! Don't mess this up for us. Waldfield said cheerily from within his unit's cockpit. Sir, I still think we should ask for reinforcements before we attack. Martin said half-heartedly. Waldfield waved it off with as much cheer. You know they're not going to do that. They being the ZAFT High Command. Just do what you usually do, and it'll be fine. Yes, sir. Da Costa sighed. Worried about your boss? Yellow 13 asked him. Da Costa flinched. He still wasn't used to the mercenary pilots showing up seemingly at random, nor was he used to being addressed so casually by a natural. Isn't it obvious? He responded after a pause. Yellow 13 had a barest hint of a laugh. I suppose it would be, focus on your job, and he'll survive. Like I needed you to tell me that. Da Costa muttered. Rashgriz is in the air. Blaze said after counting off his flight. Tall flight, we're ready. Tall said shakily, with his 3 rookies. Mu la flaga, I'm up. Mu cracked his knuckles in anticipation. Kira Yamato, strike, I'm ready. Kira's voice held the hint of a forced determination. All right. Blaze took a deep breath. All units, we will now commence the operation. Our target is the enemy flagship, Lesseps. Per our briefing, Rashgriz will fly cover and Tall Flight will attack the ship. Fly hard, shoot straight. Tall muttered repeatedly. Blaze frowned a little. Don't get too excited, Tall, or you'll make mistakes. The Strike and Sky Grasper are free to engage any target they see fit. Don't get killed out there. You're the boss. Mu said lightly. Understood. Kira took a deep, calming breath. The enemy may have Stonehenge rounds, so keep your heads down. Blaze finished. Mobius 1, how's everything looking? In the 2 hours of preparation, Mobius 1 had the bright idea of strapping discarded radome units the rebels found to every spearhead, with his craft acting as a master controller between him and the ground. Data feed seems to be okay. Mobius 1 replied. How does it look on the ground? Sky I hear, it looks usable at least. Neil said, fiddling with his display. It's no wax, that's for sure. An extra pair of eyes can't hurt. Blaze laughed. The ZAFT advanced ground forces consisting of 4 BAQs heard a roar overhead as 4 spearheads streaked by them. This is the scout unit. The enemy has launched a preemptive attack. The captain of the lead BAQ said to his microphone. As expected, don't get killed out there. Waldfield said. The BAQs opened fire on the spearheads as they banked and turned. Sir, all recon unit signals have been lost. An operator on the Lesseps said. Martin blinked, that was way too fast. Nice shot, Kira. Tall surveyed the now smoking BAQ corpses with surprise. When the scout forces had turned around to fire at the Rashgriz, the Strike had charged forward with a volley of beam rifle fire. 2 BAQs fell to the barrage, and the other 2 died from thrown beam rifles landing in their body. Best way to end the fight is to stop them from fighting. Kira muttered to himself. I'm a little worried about the kid. Cypher said to Blaze on a private line. He's getting really good, but I don't think his mentality is keeping up. Sooner or later he's gonna snap and kill a lot of people, I take it. Blaze said lightly. Yeah. We'll rope him in if that happens. Blaze said confidently. I hope we're up to it if that happens. Cypher muttered. There it is. Mobius 1 breathed, looking at the large signature on his radar. Talisman squinted and tried to find it with his eyes. It's either still too far or it blends with the sand really damn well. Blaze was about to agree, before he felt a tug to his stomach. He checked his altitude. Still below Stonehenge's limit. All units break off. Evade. He said as he turned sharply. A veritable wave of missiles, bullets, and anti-air fire filled the skies. Flight ceiling restriction removed. Get moving. Blaze roared, climbing to avoid the blanket of death behind him. He then heard his threat alarm blare and dove sharply, avoiding a missile coming from his left. Blaze spared a glance, it was the X-02 Wyvern with the heartbreak emblem. Mobius 1's dodge took him close to the ground, where his VTOL engines kicked up a sand cloud behind him as he regained altitude, jinking all the while just in case someone decided to try and shoot him in the back. His intuition proved to be correct, as his threat alarm immediately blared a warning from multiple missile locks. Mobius 1 turned sharply to throw off the missiles, firing off a flare just in case. He then inverted and used his VTOLs to push himself toward the ground. A streak of bullets flew into the flight path he would have taken had he flown upward. Kira stopped flying to hide behind a sand dune. Mew relied on his Sky Grasper's powerful thrusters and forcibly pushed himself above the lessups, outrunning the streams of fire chasing after him. Tal's flight was nowhere to be seen. That's one hell of a greeting, Cypher said, looking down from his vantage point high in the sky. Cypher and Talisman were left alone after the ZAFT's initial attack, and were able to escape to get a better grasp of the situation. The tiger's smart. Let's finish this as quickly as we can, Talisman said, focusing on the wyvern chasing after Mobius 1. Yeah, let's do this. Cypher and Talisman inverted and dove into the ensuing battle. For some reason this chapter felt very wrong to write. Might just be a quality thing. Chapter 9, Stage 8, The Den. Cypher and Talisman dove in search for the X-02 wyverns ZAFT had fielded among their withering anti-air fire. I have to admit, Talisman said as he wove through streams of bullets. ZAFT really values their anti-air when it matters. I think it's just the tiger. Cypher pulled up to avoid a shot from a rather gutsy man on the ground with a rocket launcher. The prison ship didn't seem to care about anti-air all that much. Yeah, I guess. 3 o'clock, Cypher. Talisman turned sharply. I see it. Cypher looked down at the BAQ that had its attention focused elsewhere. Cypher, you're 6. Cypher suddenly heard Neil's voice on the line. Got it. Cypher dove down into the BAQ, peppering it with his Vulcans, and then climbed high into a steep climb. I miss LAGMs. He said sadly as the missiles behind him were systematically shot down by Talisman. Cypher, 2 heat sigs on your 5, one of them's Blaze, the other is probably a wyvern. He heard. Okay. Thanks, Neil. Cypher headed towards the head signature that his systems didn't see. Sky Eye. He heard Neil's terse reply. Damn it, get off my back. Blaze snarled. Blaze had evaded the Lesseps barrage of anti-aircraft and found the wyvern with the heartbreak emblem on his tail almost instantly. The two engaged in a short but fierce battle for position, with both planes alternatively swapping positions and taking wild shots at each other with their nose-mounted machine guns. To make matters worse, at some point, he wasn't sure when, the wyvern with the yellow wingtips had appeared on his tail. The combined forces of the two wyverns forced Blaze to take some very harsh evasive maneuvers, practically steering him away from the fight entirely. Mobius 1 was close on the tail of the yellow wyvern, but the sharp maneuvers its pilot was exhibiting in order to keep up with Blaze was making it difficult for him land anything other than the sporadic Vulcan hit. Guys, I need some serious help over here, Blaze said, taking another turn sharp enough to nearly hurt. We're on it, just keep on your toes, he heard Talisman say. The pilot of the yellow wyvern smiled slightly. Sorry, kid, but this is business. The pilot of the wyvern with the heartbreak emblem said with a small sigh. I suggest you punch out soon or your body won't be able to take it. Blaze pulled up high to avoid another streak of bullets. A shot from a beam rifle streaked in front of him. Blaze pulled harder and the beam fizzled uselessly high into the sky. What the hell, Sky Eye, what's going on? Blaze demanded. 4 new contacts approaching from your 2 o'clock, 3 gens and 1 unknown. Watch yourselves up there. Sky Eye cursed his lack of proper equipment. Wonderful, just wonderful. Blaze rolled and braked, forcing the wyverns to break off to avoid a collision. Any other good news? He accelerated to follow the wyvern closest to him. Yeah, stay still for a second, Mew said over the radio, his Sky Grasper high in the air. Like I have the time for that. Blaze gritted his teeth, focusing keeping the wyvern with the yellow wingtips in his field of vision. Looks like those two fighters are giving the demons a hell of a fight, Dirka said with a small laugh. Should we go help out, Isaac? Of course. Isaac scowled. Shoot them from the skies. Roger that. Dirka grinned, watching his targeting radar as his unit landed on top of a sand dune and braced. I'll just wait for the right moment, then. Now, where's that strike? Isaac thought to himself, scanning the sand dunes for a sign of the Gundam. Isaac. Move. Isaac did as he was told, exaggeratedly dodging a beam rifle shot seemingly from nowhere. What the hell? He focused on the sandstorm that was being kicked up from the ground, watching for a stream of green. And then neatly dodged the second shot from a little ways left of where he was staring. Found you. Isaac roared and kicked his engines into full power, launching his Gin to the ground like a comet. Damn. Kira thought, and kicked his engines up as well, before doing what can only be called a twirl with his strike. The sandstorm Isaac was looking at suddenly exploded. Isaac, obeying his sense of caution this time, decelerated and turned away to avoid being caught inside the massive sand cloud. A beam shot from inside the cloud clipped his left wing engine, and his Gin spun out of control and collapsed on the ground. Great shot, strike. Kira heard Sky Eye's voice over the warnings in his cockpit, the strike did not like being in the desert very much. Kira then accelerated out of the dust cloud towards his shot. Isaac. Dirka looked down at his friend's skin. I'm fine. Isaac spat out. I bit my tongue though. Dirka sighed. Sheesh. Watch yourself down there. Never mind that. Is he behind me? Isaac asked, his mind quickly crunching some numbers. Yeah, he just came out of the cloud. Do you want me to? No, stay focused on the demons, I just need to tie him up. Isaac took a deep breath. The strike approached the downed Gin and watched it for a few seconds. He's probably down, I need to focus on taking out the Lessups. Kira thought, and turned to look at the giant land ship. Instantly, the Gin kicked up a cloud of dust with its engines. Kira snapped back to look at the Gin and sees nothing but dust. Damn! Kira backpedaled to get out of the dust cloud. The instant the strike left the dust cloud, the Gin came charging into his right. The Jin's sword met the strike's shield with a resounding clash. I should have gone to his left. Isaac thought idly before using the imbalance in his propulsion to spin his unit wildly. The Jin's sword, as a result, was repeatedly slammed into the shield until the shield bent. The strike moved its arm. Isaac's Gin used its main engine to jump into the air, and brought down its sword with an awesome force on the strike's head, forcing it to stagger forwards. The strike, in response, accelerated forward at maximum speed and slammed into the Gin with its head, causing the iconic V-shaped headpiece to stab into the Jin's armor and then snap off from the force of the impact. With the Gin recoiling, Kira drew a beam saber and slashed upwards, destroying the Jin's sword. He then twisted and slashed sideways at the Gin. The Gin jumped back and avoided the slash, before jumping forward with a kick, sending the strike sliding backwards. Kira threw away the shield and drew his other beam saber. Isaac scowled. I could use a hand here, he said to the rest of the Jins. In response, a Gin dropped a sword to Isaac, who plucked it from its resting position of a few feet into the sand dune. Thanks, Shuho. Isaac said with an audible grin, and pointed the sword point at the strike. The rebel forces with their jeeps were dying in all kinds of ways to the BAQs, mostly via being shot at by explosives. Sky Eye had his hands full trying to coordinate the most ramshackle attack on a ship in his living memory. Rebel Unit 235, enemy approaching on your 2 o'clock, advise immediate countermaneuver. Rebel Unit 258, BAQ in front of you, stay alert. Even if you don't tell us, the man's voice on the radio was punctuated by the sound of RPGs and machine guns we know. He then saw another blip disappear. Unit 219 is non-responsive. All remaining units stay alert for enemy attacks on your left flank. He then opened a new line. Sky Eye to Mobius 1, can you assist the rebels on the ground? That's a negative. Mobius 1 said gruffly. I can't disengage from this position. He spared a glance towards Blaze, who's alternating between chasing a wyvern and being chased by a wyvern, occasionally both happening at once. I'm worried about Blaze. He's gotta be hitting his limit at this point. Mobius 1 muttered. Can you assist Blaze? Sky Eye asked next. Also negative, the enemy pilots are skilled. Mobius 1 said. With the way the 6 pilots were flying, nobody has gotten enough time to lock with a missile. Oi! ACES! We're getting our asses shot up here. How about a little help? Mobius 1 heard over the general line. Damn! The 4 ACES were carrying only air-to-air ammo, and were nowhere near the Lessups in either altitude or distance. Then again, most of the rebels weren't near it either, the BAQs completely stopped any semblance of advancement the rebels had. In fact, the Lessups was confident enough to stop firing its anti-air guns entirely. Shit! This is going to hell in a handbasket. Another rebel yelled. Well, now you know how we feel. Cypher muttered, twisting to try and get a clear shot on the wyvern in front of him. Blaze, take a hit for us. Like hell I will. Blaze laughed, dodging in every possible direction to avoid streams of machine gun fire from the wyvern behind him. How's the kid doing? He's alive, at least. Cypher spared a glance in the general direction of where he thought the strike was. Kira's cockpit blared another warning, this time about this right arm joint. This guy's gotten better. Kira thought, swinging his beam sabers a little wildly to force the Gin away again. Damn! I can't get close. Isaac mused, his confidence granting him a measure of calm. Kira opened fire with his head Vulcan, the right one was damaged and wasn't working anymore, at Isaac, intent on forcing the white Gin to dodge to its right. The Gin threw its sword at the strike instead. Whoa! Kira flinched when the sword flew inches away from the strike's main camera. He then saw the Gin charge forward at full power, and spun with his beam saber outstretched. Figures. Isaac used his imbalance from losing a thruster to spin away from the strike's saber, landing near his thrown sword and retrieving it. He then felt the hairs on his neck stand up and hopped to his right, avoiding a shot from the strike's beam rifle. Dirka! How's it looking up there? Isaac looked down at his panels, less than half energy left. I don't see how the hell I'm supposed to hit him. Dirka groaned, looking at his targeting computer go insane trying to predict Blaze's flight path. Isaac turned and saw the strike focus on the blitz. I have him. Isaac heard one of his squad mates say. The Gin in question pulled out its machine gun and bazooka, and fired haphazardly toward the strike. Kira jumped and flipped in midair, kicking up the sand before spinning to orient himself towards his new attacker. Shiho, you moron! Isaac growled as he charged at the strike. The strike threw one of its armor Schneider knives at Isaac's skin. Isaac, once more, used his imbalance and thrust to sidestep the knife without stopping his charge. Damn! Kira was conflicted between continuing to engage the Gin that was shooting at him and turning to handle the tough, damaged white one. Kira! He heard Mew shout. Mew La Flaga's Sky Grasper dashed into the area and fired its Agni cannon between the strike and Isaac's Gin, forcing Isaac to stop his charge. This is getting out of hand. Intercept that jet. Isaac ordered. Dirka, of course, ignored him because he has a job to do. Whoa! Mew pulled up and rolled to dodge the sudden increase in anti-air fire from the Gins. Kid, you all right down there? Not for long. Kira looked down. He had about 10% of his energy left. What do I do? Blaze. I'm working on it. Blaze snarled into his radio, ignoring the low energy warning blaring in his cockpit. Shit. Talisman. Get on it. Cypher yelled. Trying. Talisman turned hard to keep up with the yellow-winged wyvern, but it braked suddenly and suddenly he found himself being chased instead. They must be running out of gas, too. Mobius 1 muttered. Doesn't look like it. Cypher gritted his teeth, enduring the G-force of his maneuver as he tried to get behind the wyvern with the heartbreak emblem. Blaze. Watch your altitude. Talisman saw Blaze suddenly dive down. Like I have a choice. Blaze muttered, going down as low as possible before pulling up, kicking a cloud of dust behind him. That won't help you, kid. The pilot of the Heartbreak Wyvern said over the common frequency. Yet. You still haven't caught me yet, Bartlett. Blaze said. That's Captain Bartlett to you, kid. Bartlett grinned. Keep flying like that and you'll give Nagase a heart attack. She'll be just fine. Blaze spun and dodged another streak of bullets. Keep shooting and she'll have your behind. It'll be just fine. Bartlett grinned despite himself. You need a potty break, kid? Your flying is getting sloppy. I could use a nap. Blaze admitted, pulling level for a second. Dirka's targeting computer suddenly registered a lock. Dirka instinctively pulled the trigger even as his mind began to ask how. Blaze. Break. Sky Eye saw one of the ZAFT blips suddenly shine. Blaze's craft inverted and dodged downwards. A green beam flew over his craft, cooking the VTOL engines. Blaze leveled out his craft as it billowed out smoke. Shit. Dirka thought as he fired a second shot a little lower than normal. Blaze. Are you okay? Mobius 1 flew next to Blaze's craft to assess damage. Captain Bartlett, in a show of camaraderie for his fellow Asen pilot, broke off the attack. Yet. Shit. Blaze pulled hard on his stick and felt his craft fail to respond. I've lost my main engines. I'm heading back before this gets any worse. You should just bail out. The yellow wyvern said coolly, flying in fast with Talisman hot on his tail, firing away with his machine guns to little effect. Oi! Captain Bartlett started to say. But nothing, this is a battlefield. Yellow 13 locked onto Blaze's staggering aircraft. And fired a missile. You're an asshole, you know that. Blaze sighed, and ejected from his aircraft. Yellow 13's missile impacted the spearhead, shredding its engines and sending the plane spiraling toward the ground billowing smoke. Talisman felt the hair on his neck stand up, and debated on evading for a brief moment. In that brief moment, the second beam from the buster struck his fuselage. Rajgris 4. Talisman. Sky Eye could do nothing but watch as the spearhead's signature vanished from his display. Talisman. Rajgris 4. Respond. Mobius 1 yelled, watching Talisman's craft spiral into the ground. I'm fine. Talisman's radio crackled with interference. Bailing out. This is a battlefield, Mobius 1. Don't forget that. Yellow 13 said coldly, flying gracefully through the sky. Yet. Mobius 1 agreed tonelessly. Yellow 13 then felt bullets impact his fuselage. What the? He inverted to dodge the unknown attack. And then saw the spearhead with the ribbon emblem fly up at him. Mobius 1, engage. Upon hearing those 3 words, Yellow 13 felt a shiver run through his spine. Yellow 13 then inverted and dove, and the 2 fighters engaged high in the sky. Good shot, Dirka. Isaac laughed in a momentary pause in his fight with the strike. Woohoo. Yet. Dirka couldn't help but punch the air in his joy. Rajgris 1 down, Rajgris 4 down. All units, be careful. Kira heard Sky Eye say over the radio. What happened? He demanded, paying his own battle scant attention. Blaze has ejected, talisman's status is unknown. He heard Sky Eye say, and then heard the impact of bullets on his armor. His own energy tank then ran out. What the? Isaac momentarily stopped as the strike's color was replaced with a grey tint. His phase shift is down. Finish him off. Dirka laughed, still running high on his adrenaline. Damn straight. All units. Converge and kill it. Isaac roared. Mew. Give me the launcher pack. Okay. Detaching. Mew La Flaga flew down despite himself and detached the launcher pack over the strike. Destroy it. Isaac raised his machine gun along with his squad of 3 other djinns, pouring fire on the strike. The strike jumped and spun while detaching its wings. 2 blurs shot out from its arms, and 2 of the djinns fell as a pair of beam sabers embedded themselves into their cockpits. What the hell? Isaac gasped as the strike grabbed the Agni launcher. Bartfield to all BAQs. The rebel elements have broken. Converge and attack the EFA forces. Andrew Bartfield watched the battle from the less-ups, having done his share of head shaking from the rebels' determination in the face of overwhelming odds and having done next to no damage against the BAQs despite losing what is nearly all of their forces. Roger, Captain. The BAQ squad captain grinned. The demons aren't anything after all, Crusade must be losing his touch. 6 BAQs, some with scratched paint jobs, rolled towards the strike. The strike loaded the launcher pack, refilling its battery. To all ZAFT units. Kira said with his voice devoid of emotion. If you do not wish to die, eject now. What the hell is he on? Dirka thought. I got him. Isaac's remaining alive squad mate insisted with its bazooka pointed at the face of the strike. Enough. Shuho, pull back. Isaac snarled. The strike was giving him a very, very bad feeling. Strike, destroying targets. Kira's pupils seemed to have disappeared, and his purple eyes fixated on the closed target, Isaac's skin. Isaac. Watch yourself. Dirka warned, also getting that feeling that this strike was suddenly very, very bad news. Isaac spun with his imbalanced thrust and delivered an overhead sword slash toward the strike. The strike responded by dodging the blade by turning a quick full circle, and upon turning around to face the Gin again he instantly stabbed the Jin's head with one of its knives. Isaac jumped back, trying to get his bearing as his main camera crackled with static. He then heard a loud clang as the strike threw its knife into his Jin's sword arm. Isaac looked up, and the strike was suddenly in front of him. He heard a loud, grating noise, and then the strike crouched down with its newly recovered dagger in hand. The strike then struck upwards. Kira's swing caught the Jin's sword arm at the wrist and he took the sword for himself, discarding the Jin's severed hand. Isaac. Dirka fired at the strike, causing it to stop for a second as Isaac pulled away. Thanks. Shit, what the hell is going on? Isaac felt cold sweat run down his back. Isaac team, this is Waldfield, pull back to the ship. He heard over the radio. Isaac team, roger. Isaac looked at the strike with a scowl. I got your long-range death right here, buddy. Dirka snarled, firing another shot from his long-range beam rifle. And immediately heard his damage alarm blare. When did he? Dirka looked at the strike with its Agni launcher in its right hand. Out of my way. Kira murmured. Dirka. We're getting out of here. Isaac looked at the buster with its left arm and half of its beam rifle missing. I got ya. Dirka took a calming breath, it didn't help him much. Is that for real? He wondered as he ran from the battlefield. Captain Waldfield, this guy's acting weird. Watch yourselves. Isaac warned. Understood, kid. The BAQ captain drawled. Isaac sighed despite himself. The BAQ squad met the strike as it walked toward the less-ups. I got him. The BAQ captain said confidently, rolling forward at maximum speed with its mouth-mounted beam blades active. The strike didn't bother to maneuver, and instead pointed the Agni launcher at the BAQ and blasted it into tiny bits. The rest of the BAQs fired volleys of missiles at the strike. The strike charged forward at maximum power, using its head-mounted Vulcan to remove the missiles in its path with almost surgical precision while counter-firing with his shoulder-mounted Gatling gun, shredding 2 more BAQs in his charge. Damn, retreat. Retreat. One of the BAQ's riders said, turning his unit around and trying to run away. Eject. Kira said coldly over the common frequency, before engulfing the 3 remaining BAQs with a sweeping shot from his Agni launcher. All BAQs destroyed. An operator on the less-ups said shakily. That wasn't even a minute. The bridge on the less-ups was silent save for the beeping of the computers and equipment, as all the personnel watched the strike stride from the burning wreckage of BAQs from one of the BAQ's cameras before it fizzled out and died. Because everyone was so focused, the threat alarm was loud enough for the entire ship to hear, it felt like. What's going on? Waldfield demanded. New targets, from up high. 3 fighters. Tall's flight of bombers dove at the Lesseps, having shielded themselves from the Lesseps sensors by hovering low against the sand dunes. They're gonna open fire on us soon. As soon as you have a clear firing solution, drop everything you have. Tall ordered. Got it. His wingman acknowledged shakily. Come in. The sky over the Lesseps began to fill with anti-air fire. Damn. Tall muttered as he rolled to dodge the streams of fire. I am hit. Disengaging. His wingman shouted in panic, breaking off his attack run the instant his plane was caught by anti-air fire by flying high, straight, and slow. It was shredded by anti-air fire moments later. Stay with me, 3. Tall said, just in case his last wingman got spooked. Tall's flying was remarkable enough that the nameless wingman was able to survive by flying close to him, regardless of how much terror was in the poor guy's head. They're not stopping. A Lesseps operator shouted in panic. Continue fire. Don't panic. Bardfield barked. Come in. Tall's eyes darted down to his rangefinder. He regretted suggesting to the technicians that they should give him nothing but radar-guided munitions. The Spearhead's odd computers ensured that while the munitions had no lock they would refuse to fire. He made a mental note to ask Kira to help rewrite it if he, when he got out of this fight alive. Distance, 2000, 1500. Tall pulled up slightly and twisted into a sharp dive. Moments later, his radar beeped a lock. Bombs away! Bombs away! He shouted, releasing his payload onto the Lesseps. Fire! 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 His wingman pulled up along with Tall, accelerating away from the land ship at maximum possible speed. This is Tall, bombing run on enemy land ship a success. Tall said happily, once he was out of the anti-air gun range of the Lesseps. Sky Eye, roger. Tall noted that Sky Eye sounded a little stressed. Stand by for your next orders. What, we don't get to reload? Negative. Stay in the air. Fine. Tall huffed. Yellow 13 was having the time of his life. While running away from a Grim Reaper, Yellow 13 couldn't help but be elated at the prospect of sharing the sky with someone so skilled. Even as his plane's computer showed multiple hits to the fuselage, and countless other injuries that threatened to drop the plane at any second. Oi, you're at your limit, too. He heard Captain Bartlett say over the radio. I am aware. Yellow 13 said quite peacefully. Mobius 1, you're almost out of gas. Cypher warned. Mobius 1 didn't reply, but continued to spew machine gun ammo into the Yellow 13's wyvern. Oi! Ribbon! They're alive, chill. Cypher sighed. Damn. Yellow 13 felt his craft shudder. I guess he's not gonna let me go with just a warning. Yellow 13, bail out. Captain Bartlett said. This isn't going well for us. Yet. Punching out. Yellow 13 ejected from his wyvern, watching it turn into a ball of flames from Mobius 1's continued assault. This is war, after all. He thought idly. Shit, now what? Bartlett muttered to himself. Mobius 1, RTB immediately, that's an order. Sky Eye said. The Lesseps has been crippled, mission objectives have been accomplished. Mobius 1 took some deep, heavy breaths. Understood. Mobius 1, returning to base. Really? The Lesseps is down? Who got the kill? Cypher flew into formation behind Mobius 1. Tall's flight gets the honors. Sky Eye sighed. The Lesseps is down. Isaac stared at the smoking ship. It takes a lot more than that to sink that ship. Dirka said with a laugh, despite his unit's injuries. Waldfield is probably playing dead. I sure as hell hope so. Isaac looked around at the smoldering field around the ship. Otherwise we're gonna fry out here. What happened to the strike? Dirka asked, scanning his radar. Don't know. I hope he burns to death. Isaac mutters. Tall flight, I'm sending you coordinates, patrol the area as outlined. Sky Eye said as he sent some numbers to Tall's flight computer. Why do I have to do this now of all times? Tall whined. The strike's signal disappeared in this region. I want you to check it out. On it. Tall's playful whining vanished instantly. 3, come with me. Roger that, boss. Tall did just dive bomb a warship and disable it by himself, after all. Neil. Sky Eye turned to look at Kagalai. What is it? Neil said tersely. Kagalai frowned slightly. Is the battle over now? She gestured to what was left of the rebel forces with a tilt of her head. Neil caught her meaning, the rebel forces were simply too worn down at this point to continue. I think so. We're still trying to ascertain the situation, but as far as we know all sides are pulling back for the moment. Kagalai let out the breath she was holding. The base had raised a cheer when it became known that the Lesseps was damaged, satisfying their main objective, but the more pragmatic members of the group made it clear that taking out a single ship won't fulfill their end goal of driving ZAFT out of their territory. Of course, losing what is essentially all of their combat power didn't help matters. Just then, Neil's communication system beeped. "Sky Eye here," he said instinctively. This is the Archangel. Is the Rajgris team available?" He heard a young girl's voice over the intercom. "This is ISAF AWACS unit, call sign Sky Eye. Rajgris is currently en route back to base, what do you wish to convey?" Tell them that the Archangel is coming to pick them up, we got some bad news." "What could it be?" "Roger. Sky Eye to all friendly elements, Allied asset Archangel is en route to the area." Cypher heard over the radio. "They have some new information." Patching their comms unit through. He heard Mirialia sound utterly confused about what's going on. "The EFA has sent new information, they're going to stage an attack to recapture the northern coasts of Africa in 2 weeks' time." What the hell are they waiting that long for?" Cypher demanded. We're not entirely sure either." Cypher could hear Mirialia's shrug. "But either way they're expecting all units within the theater of operations to participate in the battle." "Not happening." Mobius 1 said coldly. "I know, right?" Mirialia laughed. "So our goal is to pick you guys up and get the hell out of here as soon as possible, stay put and stay safe." Mobius 1 heard Natarl say something, probably to the effect of "Don't talk like that when you're on duty." He smiled slightly. "So that's how it is on our end, how's the support effort going?" Mirialia asked. Tal chose this moment to report in. "Tal here. I see the strike. Its phase shift is down and it isn't moving." "Sky Eye, roger. Send us your coordinates." Neil then turned to Kagalai. "Do you have any rescue assets available?" Kagalai shook her head. "Mu La Flaga here." Mu Skygrasper flew low, circling around a spot in the desert. "I have Rajgris 1's beacon, should I send you the coordinates?" "Do it." Neil commanded. "Wait. What happened?" Muru demanded, hijacking Mirialia's line. "We sustained losses during the battle." Sky Eye said tersely. "I suggest you have medical facilities prepped and ready to go the moment you arrive." There was a moment of silence. "Right. Got it." Muru said distractedly. Chapter 10, Stage 9, Onwards to Orb. The beauty of the Spearhead is its simplicity in refueling. Unlike the Mobius, the Spearhead's main engines are connected to battery tanks designed to be removed in their entirety and replaced with a fresh one at the quickest possible speed, giving it an unparalleled advantage when a craft needs to be deployed quickly and repeatedly. Thus, Ribbon and Cypher redeployed a mere hour after returning back to the rebel base. Disregarding the technological advantage of removable batteries, the fact remained that the rebel forces were simply too unskilled at actually servicing a military aircraft beyond merely rearming it. Besides, it's not like a Spearhead should constantly replace its batteries, it weathers the joints, according to the rebel mechanic. "All right, I'm in the air, Sky Eye, give me their coordinates." Cypher said, looking at his display. Sky Eye copies, sending data. Cypher's screen beeped and his radar updated with 3 new positions. "Ribbon, who are you going after?" Cypher looked over at Mobius 1's aircraft. "I'll get Blaze." "Roger that, I'll go after Talisman then." Cypher accelerated and headed toward Talisman's distress signal. "What about Kira?" Tal demanded. "We need to recover the strike itself, if you got something good let me know." Cypher said tersely. The 2 ACES of Strangereal were recovered without too much incident. Talisman sprained his ankle on a rather poor landing, but it wasn't anything serious, and ferried back to the rebel base as they waited for the Archangel. Ribbon and Cypher then departed on their second mission, cutting Kira out of the strike. "I see the strike," Ribbon said after a few minutes of flight. "Copy that. Be advised, ZAFT elements are operating in the combat area, watch yourselves up there." Sky Eye reported. "Don't worry about a thing." Tal said confidently, he and his wingmen were flying cover. "All right, touching down." Mobius 1 and Cypher landed near the strike quickly, and showering it with a spray of sand. "Golem 1 to strike, do you copy?" Cypher listened for a radio response. Cypher to Kira, "You okay in there, kid?" "Nothing." "All right, let's go." Ribbon motioned to the technician sitting in his Spearhead's co-pilot seat. What followed next is a few minutes of silent anticipation as the technician cut through the strike's cockpit hatch little by little while everyone else listened intently for the sound of anything belonging to ZAFT flying over the area. The technician cut through a small area in the strike's armor, exposing some wires. "Seriously?" The technician muttered with a grin, and quickly moved some of the wires. A loud thud resounded through the strike's cockpit, and the technician forced it open with relative ease. "I can't believe they use the same wire patterns as ZAFT. Lazy asses. He said with a cocky grin. Inside the cockpit, Kira Yamato was slumped against the chair, held up by the safety harness and not moving. Ribbon moved in quickly and removed Kira's helmet. He's still breathing. Ribbon said after testing for Kira's vital signs. A little on the weak side, but he's still alive. Let's get him out of here. Cypher, give us a hand. On it. Cypher took his spearhead into the air and hovered next to the strike, his craft's nose almost touching the Gundam's mangled cockpit hatch. Easy, easy. Ribbon and the technician eased Kira into the spearhead's co-pilot seat, and strapped him in the best they could. Okay, you're clear. Roger. Cypher pulled away and lifted off. Galm 1 to Sky Eye, we've recovered Strike's pilot, scramble medical assets. We don't have any medical assets. Sky Eye sighed. What few medical staff the rebels had were overwhelmed with the wounds of the remains of the rebel forces. Yeah, I forgot about that. Cypher sighed as his radar beeped. Hawk Flight, we have contacts, prepare to intercept. Right. Tall and his wingmen were assimilated into Mu's flight, for procedure purposes, and Mu himself was grounded due to the Skygrasper not having the parts available for maintenance, since the Skygrasper was damaged when it forcibly ejected the launcher pack for the strike. The mechanics who built the aircraft had not tested for a situation like that, and the force inflicted on the Skygrasper's frame, while it was flying very fast and not hovering like it should have been, shut down its VTOL engines. And the rebel base wasn't built with a traditional runway. Once we're out of the area, just run to the base, it's not like it's hidden anymore at this point. Ribbon said, taking off with a steep climb. What if they destroy the strike? Tall asked, watching the radar blip come closer and closer. Then we're screwed. Cypher laughed. Tall sighed. This is Heartbreak 1 hailing EFA assets. Mobius 1 heard over the radio. Is he that other Wyvern pilot? Mobius 1 wondered. This is the EFA fighter call sign Rajgris 3. State your intentions, ZAFT pilot. He heard a laugh. Rajgris, hey? I'm a mercenary, not ZAFT. Let's try again. This is Heartbreak 1 affiliated with the Asen Air Force, 108th Tactical Fighter Squadron Wardog, a pleasure, I'm sure. So he's just like us. Mobius 1 looked at the radar spot approaching him quickly. This is Mobius 1, affiliated with the ISAF 118th Tactical Fighter Wing. The famed Reaper. I'm honored. Ribbon saw the Wyvern approach him, then slow down to fly side by side. Well, then this'll go a little faster. I'm requesting neutrality in return for letting me pick up my downed wingman. As long as ZAFT doesn't try anything, I think the EFA will stay out of a fight, for the time being. Ribbon mused. Heartbreak 1 laughed. Of course. I'm Bartlett. Do you have a name, Reaper? Ribbon. Another chuckle. Thought so. Well then, Mr. Ribbon, pleasure doing business with you. The Wyvern banked and pulled away. The technician let out a whimper along with his held breath. Soon enough, the two aces landed and Kira was laid on a bed in the infirmary. What a goddamned disaster. Cypher groaned. Ribbon could only sigh as he looked at the rows of corpses being prepped for burial. A small part of him reminded him that a lot of bodies were still on the sand dunes, unable to be picked up because they were buried by the battle that killed them. I mean. Cypher looked grim. I thought the Excalibur was bad, but this is insane. I guess this means the rebellion is all but finished. Ribbon muttered. It isn't finished. It's just beginning. One of the rebel captains said with a bitter smile. We've attracted the attention of the EFA. We'll use them to liberate Africa, you'll see. He then clapped Cypher on the shoulder. Thanks for your help, ACES. If it weren't for you, well, we would have lost all these people without anything to show for it. Cypher felt the man squeeze. I wish we could have done more. The man nodded. Yeah. We wish we could have done more, too. 2 days later. Kira woke with a start. Wow. He felt his entire body burn. Whoa, easy there. Blaze said from the bed next to his. You passed out in the strike. What? When did that happen? Kira asked, lying back down. Who knows? Blaze sighed. We were hoping you could tell us that, actually. I remember hearing that. Kira then almost shot up again, but his body forced him back down. Never mind me, what about you and Talisman? Oh, we're fine, just fine. Blaze stretched. Cypher restricted us to bed rest for a while until we can get a proper evaluation. I'm really bored, by the way. Blaze laughed. We punched out when our aircraft were hit, so we're fine. Don't worry. Blaze said upon seeing the look on Kira's face. Kira sighed in response. If you say so. He stared at the ceiling. I remember hearing the two of you go down and then, my mind just felt, clear, and then... Kira shuddered. And then you killed people. I saw your handiwork. Blaze said lightly. How could I have done that, what did I do? Kira said softly, despair creeping into his voice. Kid. Blaze said firmly. That power is yours, and you know what I've told you about power. Kira took a deep breath. I need to train it to control it, so I don't kill people like this again. Not to the point where you pass out from the strain, you idiot. Cypher said, walking in and gently tapping Kira on the head. When was the last time you got a good night's sleep? Sheesh. That was a rhetorical question. Kira slept very poorly lately due to how hard he was pushing himself. And even a coordinator with superior physical capabilities had a limit. I'll take better care of myself in the future, I promise. Kira said a little sulkily. Good. At least you'll be able to control yourself then. Cypher said seriously. 2 days later. For the past 4 days Sky-Eye had watched over the strike's position, looking for any possible ZAFT signatures near the non-responsive Gundam. Apart from one copter that showed up to pick up the ZAFT rescue signature on the first day, there wasn't any activity. Yo. Neil knocked on the wall near the gate of the dock, getting the attention of Cypher and Ribbon. Your ship is gonna be here in 15 minutes. Oh, good. Ribbon stood up. I was getting antsy. The Archangel pulled into the dock with surprising ease, opening up its hangar doors in the process. Hey guys. Murdoch said with a huge grin. All of his animosity towards the Grunder mechanics seemed to have fallen by the wayside in favor of having a shiny new ship. We're here. Did you miss us? Cypher could only grin in response. We missed having a professional to work on our shit. Ribbon grinned. Murdoch's grin faded a little. Yet? We don't have replacement parts for the super spearheads though, The Grunder mechanics didn't give the Archangel any spare parts for the super spearheads. He then shrugged. Nothing a little retrofitting can't fix, though, well, for the time being, let's just get the units loaded up. Murdoch looked around. Where's the strike? Cypher and Blaze shared a sideways glance. Murdoch scratched his stubble of a beard. We should be able to recover it easily enough with the duel and flying the ship near the strike. Did something happen to Kira? It sounded serious. Tall, by virtue of being tasked to escort the Archangel into dock, was able to relay what the battle was like for the crew of the ship, including the final results of losing 2 Rajgriz pilots, and Kira. And thus Tall Scent gave Mirialia a panic attack when she learned that Kira was apparently non-responsive after the battle. As far as the rest of the ship was concerned, Kira Yamato was blasted into a million little pieces. He's suffering from something, I don't think it's serious, but I say he doesn't deploy unless it's serious. Cypher said matter-of-factly. Isn't that a shame? Does this qualify as a serious situation? This is an extremely serious situation. Natarl practically yelled, before turning on Muru and lecturing the lady with her brand of polite seriousness. Muru listened to the rant about equipment fidelity and chain of command and rebellion inadequacy for all of 2 minutes. Cypher, if you feel that Kira can deploy to retrieve the strike, please let him do so. Muru said when Natarl paused to take a breath. Understood. Cypher saluted quickly and left the bridge as Natarl went into a new tirade. A small part of Muru's mind informed her that the bored, non-committal look on her face was probably only egging Natarl on. 4 hours later. At the crack of dawn, the Archangel flew to the position where the strike was. The Archangel, incidentally, had several new passengers and an additional crew member on board. Duel, you're cleared to proceed with the mission. How are you feeling, Yamato? Sky-Eye asked from his seat as a tactical officer, of sorts. Please just call me Kira. I feel great, sir. Kira said with a smile. Take better care of yourself and you'll fly better. Cypher laughed from his spot next to the bridge's walls. Okay, Duel, cleared for takeoff. Upon Sky-Eye's words, the Duel walked slowly out of the hangar and landed gently on the sand dunes. Wow! Do we have a shovel? Kira looked at the strike covered in sand. We have something even better. Murdoch pointed to a spare VTOL engine with his thumb. One sand clearing via cyclone later and the strike was loaded onto a pair of harnesses strapped to a pair of spearheads. Kira idly reminded himself to get the cockpit block properly cleaned later. With the help of the 2 spearheads and the Duel, the strike was lifted into the catapult, where it was latched onto said catapult and rolled back into a dock. All in all, an operation that took about an hour. Sky-Eye scowled at the new radar signature that looked very familiar. Mobius 1. Mobius 1 instinctively looked down at his radar. I see him. He then switched to a different frequency. Mobius 1 to Heartbreak 1, state your intentions. Good to see you again, Reaper. We could use a new contract after ZAFT just paid us. Bartlett laughed. And here I thought ZAFT would pay well. Ribbon's eyebrows shot up. Waldfield pays well. ZAFT, not so much. The wyvern rolled lazily in the sky. And since you guys killed Waltfield's ship, he's being assigned somewhere else. He survived? Ribbon thought. Yeah, he survived. The Lesseps is a tough ship. Bartfield said, reading Ribbon's mind. Hey, good for him. Ribbon said lightly. A man like that shouldn't die for something like this. Bartlett agreed. So what do you say? Might I remind you, Mr. Mercenary? Natarl's voice cut across the conversation. That he is not the ranking officer on this ship, and the prerogative to hire mercenaries falls upon this ship's captain. Oh really? You sound like a bag full of fun. Bartlett's voice suggested that he considered Natarl to be anything but fun. So who's the captain of the ship? Natarl scowled at Bartlett's immediate dismissal of her as the ship captain. That would be me, Heartbreak 1. Muru said. Please, Bartlett is fine. Captain Bartlett, Heartbreak 1 laughed. You sound friendly, Captain, so how about it? The X-02 Wyvern was guided to one of the Archangel's hangars, where it touched down and was brought to one of the anchors meant for the spearheads. So, did she end up hiring them? Cypher asked Ribbon once he left his spearhead. Who knows? Ribbon shrugged. The Wyvern was told to land due to it nearly running out of fuel. Hey! Kid! Kira and Blaze both looked around for the source of the voice. Captain Bartlett came out of the Wyvern and removed his helmet to show the huge grin on his face. Blaze strided towards his ex-captain with an equally large grin on his face. Do they know each other? Kira asked the closest person available. Probably. Cypher shrugged. Ribbon saw the second man from the Wyvern jump down from the co-pilot seat and approach him. I take it you're the pilot of that aircraft. The man said with a pleasant smile. That I am, and you must be Yellow 13. Mobius 1 said, offering a hand. The very same, it's an honor to meet a fellow pilot from Strangereal, even if we are on opposing sides. Yellow 13 shook the offered hand. Even if? I take it you know who I am? Ribbon asked. I do not. Yellow 13 shook his head. But Captain Bartlett filled me in on the details. Yellow 13 then laughed. I'm looking at my future killer from a different universe, not a lot of people get to see this kind of thing. Mobius 1 grimaced. I suppose this whole timeline business is confusing at best. To the best of my memory you are still the superior pilot. And I intend to keep it that way. Yellow 13 smirked. Ribbon shook his head. If only Captain Murr will let you. Yellow 13 blinked. Oh yeah, good point, well, until she decides, care to go for a drink? They don't serve alcohol on the ship. Ribbon shrugged. That's fine by me. Captain, I advise against hiring mercenaries who lose the trust of their employers. Natarl repeated. Murr sighed. Natarl, we're looking at a pair of people that ZAFT wanted to let go. Do you think it might be because they're anti-ZAFT? No, ma'am, but still. Natarl frowned. I don't believe they were released due to their political affiliations, so. Murr yawned, the constant sound of repairs when the ship was docked meant she didn't rest all that well. I know. I'll reserve my judgment for a little while longer, is that okay with you? Natarl shook her head in despair. In the ship medical bay. Looks like you're stuck here for a while longer, hey. Cypher said. Yeah. Talisman sighed. Due to Talisman's spearhead being totaled before he ejected, Talisman was forced, to rest until the ship doctor cleared him for further missions. Look on the bright side, we have 2 more pilots to take your place. Cypher grinned. Talisman rolled his eyes. Yeah, did Muru actually hire them? She's undecided right now. Cypher leans against a wall. But I think she wants to hire them, under the table if necessary. Under the table. Talisman frowns. What is she afraid of all of a sudden? Hiring ex-ZAFT mercenary not even days after they were discharged is pretty suspicious. Cypher said, and then saw Talisman stare at him. What? Never mind. Are you going to put a good word for them? I don't know them. Cypher shrugged. So I'm getting you to do it for me. Talisman shook his head. How very noble of you. Next day. While the Wyverns weren't formally hired, the pilots, pilot and spare, were allowed to room on the ship for the night provided that no support beyond fuel was given, per the international treaties that the EFA paid lip service to. Thanks to these rules, the now 6 Strangereal ACES were able to gather and trade information, largely from Talisman, since he was the latest in the timeline, and learn more about themselves from each other. Captain Bartlett was taken from the tail end of the Circum-Pacific War, when the Rajgriz was about to make their final sortie against the Grey Men. At no point did he remember Blaze suddenly disappearing, as all 4 ACES rescued him a few days prior. So we're all from totally different timelines then, this is convenient. Talisman had said. Yellow 13, on the other hand, was just given leadership of the Yellow Squadron before he was transported, and before the war against ISAF had even started. Thus, he had no memories of Mobius I, and the others, namely Blaze, felt that it was in their best interest to have an immediate showdown between him and the Ribbon Reaper. Things escalated and they almost went to the simulators before Mew told them off for disobeying Cypher's orders for rest. Oi, La Flaga! Bartlett, like Cypher, was fairly attentive to the news, and knew of Mew La Flaga's fame as an ace. Let us Ossens have our fun, yet. Oops. Ossens. Mew's eyebrows went up in surprise. Where's that? Strangereal. Never heard of it. Natarl had the fortune to walk in on that sentence. Which is why the 5 pilots, talisman exempt, are now in the captain's quarters. 5 pilots plus Mew and Kira, who tagged along on account of the rather somber mood. Now, then, gentlemen. Natarl said in a falsely pleasant tone. Care to explain what Strangereal is? It's where we came from. Did Kid not tell you that? Bartlett grunted. Man, Blaze. What were you doing? We got dropped into an EFA facility and they don't take kindly to strangers. Blaze shrugged, having agreed to himself that he was going to just go with it. So. Muru baited. So, we're all pilots from an alternate dimension, even from alternate timelines. Yellow 13 said, complete with a salute. Oh, that explains why you all have different call signs. Mew said with a very visible grin. Why are you so happy about this? Natarl demanded. Because it means I'm still the real ace. Mew's grin refused to fade. Muru rolled his eyes. Then, can you introduce yourselves to us again? Our names are still a bit of a secret, you understand. Ribbon denied respectfully. Natarl opened her mouth. Drop it, lady. Bartlett warned. Yes, sir. Natarl said almost instinctively. Look, we're still the same pilots as we are before. Cypher said, glancing at Kira to gauge his reaction. So this information really changes nothing. Yet, it's not like you guys are interesting aliens. Mew deadpanned. I think we should have made some eyes on stocks. Blaze smiled. Or do you guys not have those kinds of movies? Oh, we have plenty. Mew laughed, while Natarl seemed to finally come around to the realization that she called a mercenary sir. Well then. Muru cleared her throat. I think it would be best if we held that information here amongst ourselves until further notice. About that possible contract. Bartlett smiled. Muru rolled her eyes. The EFA isn't willing to hire mercenaries unless they absolutely have to, and I can't say I absolutely need new pilots, with the records these guys are setting. She motions toward the Rajgriz pilots. That being said, it's also not within the EFA's best interests to let aces like yourselves go back to ZAFT. So you'll give us repairs and resupply and we'll fly for your ship? Bartlett asked. Muru frowned, that was exactly what she was going to say. Yes. She said a few seconds later. Excellent. Bartlett grinned. The Strangereal pilots were asked to keep their origin secret. Naturally, it meant that the entire ship knew within the hour, and honestly could have cared less. Granted, the authenticity of the story was greatly diminished by the fact that the Strangereal aces came from a place named after Strangely Real. Start of EFA's Africa takeover operation, several days later. The EFA forces were poised atop aircraft carriers and landing ships, facing off against the ZAFT DINs, JINs, and emplacements along the ZAFT-controlled African coastline. Naturally, the Archangel was nowhere to be seen, since it was sailing in the Pacific Ocean, on a region that would be otherwise known as the Arabian Sea in a different universe. I didn't think the Archangel was this fast. Cypher said as he poked around on a map. It isn't. Talisman looked at his own map. Well, the trip to Orb is going to take us at least 2 weeks, assuming nothing usual happens. Which means we'll probably be attacked or something. Cypher mutters. Why Orb? It's the closest pit stop between us and Atlantic that isn't the Eurasian branch. Are we just being paranoid or is there a legitimate fear of the Eurasian branch here? Cypher poked around on his map some more. Captain Muru is worried that Eurasia is going to retask us to some bullshit mission as soon as we hit land. Talisman sighed. I agree with her, though. Yeah, I can see that. The tension between Eurasia and Atlantic branches weren't getting any better, especially since the Eurasian branch had apparently acquired a new civilian contractor for their arms production. What do you think about this one? Cypher showed a news story to Talisman. What about it? Talisman shrugged after scanning it quickly. Atlantic stops paying Eurasia for technical help and Eurasia stops paying Atlantic for loaning factories, what's not to like? Cypher looked pensive. I don't think an army needs to pay itself for its own facilities. Talisman stopped for a moment. Back in Blaze's war, Grunder charged a token sum for every aircraft they sold. Think that's what's going on here. What, the EFA has a hidden arms factory that nobody knows about churning out toys. Cypher laughed. It would be reasonable if their toys were worth anything to begin with. Yeah, I guess. Every nation has its secrets, but not every one of them has a hidden poison inside it. By the way, what are we doing here? Talisman asked. Threat assessment. Cypher went back to his map. Blaze wants to know if we need to worry about the ZAFT from down south. Given the current path the Archangel is taking, their route will take them precariously close to the ZAFT-controlled territory of Australia, since the Equatorial Union, consisting of a smattering of island nations between Eurasia and Australia, denied the Archangel rights to use the waterways, and Muru wasn't about to risk starting a war just to cut a few miles off of her sailing path. What is there to assess? They're going to attack us as soon as they can. Talisman sighed, going back to the map. On another section of the ship, a small party was being held for Kira's recovery. He wasn't clear on exactly what he was recovering from, but went with the flow all the same. However, it became very clear after the first 5 minutes that Mirilia organized the thing just so she could have a reason to relax for a while. In the hangar, Murdoch scratched his head over the conundrum facing him. What do we do about crafts 1 and 4? A technician asked after handing in a report detailing the maintenance results on the super spearheads 2 and 3 belonging to Cypher and Ribbon respectively. And here I thought this was going to be easy. Murdoch sighed. If we retrofit the B-types for air-to-air, how well are they going to perform? I ran some numbers. An engineer tapped his tablet computer. The B-types were retrofitted like fighter bombers, so they'll do fine as long as no strenuous dogfights are involved. Well, isn't that a hoot? Murdoch grumbled, his annoyance at the Grunder mechanics returning. Why the hell did they turn a multi-role craft like a spearhead into something so useless? The technician and mechanic shared a look that plainly asked and answered one question. Jealous. Very jealous. Fortunately for them, Murdoch didn't notice. 1 week later. Sure enough, as soon as the Archangel sailed near the ZAFT waters the sensors began to beep. Captain, we're being targeted by ZAFT long-distance scanners. Mirilia said, feeling a little uneasy. Estimates on contact time? Muru asked Cypher, who was looking over his notes. According to Talisman, if they launch we'll have about a 15-minute warning before anything will get within targeting range. Assuming the enemy doesn't pull out any new equipment, that is. Cypher said, resisting the urge to just toss the notes. If you want us to be on standby just in case, just give us the word. Well, I would like to avoid getting bogged down in a battle if possible. Muru mused. Increase speed, the sooner we get out of here the better. Aye. Arnold Newman the helmsman said. Chapter 11, Stage 9X, African Takeover Operation. EFA Africa Takeover Operation. After Action Report. EFA Assets, Estimate F-7D Spearhead, 150 units, VTOL Fighter, 200 units, Arkansas-class anti-air cruiser, 18 ships, Des Moines-class anti-ship cruiser, 12 ships, Fraser-class escort frigate, 40 ships, Spengler-class carrier, 6 ships. ZAFT Assets, Estimate AMF-101 DIN, 40 units, TMF/A802 Bulletin CUE, 30 units, ZGMF-1017 GIN, 12 units, ZGMF-1017M GIN High Manu Ever Variant, 1, White, Unknown, 2 units. ZAFT Reinforcements, ZGMF-1017 GIN, 2 units, GAD X-303 Aegis Gundam, GAD X-207 Blitz Gundam. EFA Losses, Estimate Spearheads, 140 units lost, VTOL Fighters, all lost, Arkansas class, 4 damaged, 6 sunk, Des Moines class, 1 damaged, 11 sunk, Fraser class, 34 damaged, 3 lost, Spengler carriers, all lost. ZAFT damages, estimate DINs, 14 damaged, 11 killed, GINs, 17 damaged, 3 kills, Bulletin CUE, 24 damaged, 8 killed. ZAFT units assumed to have received field retrofitting, causing tallies unaligned with initial deployment measurements. Battle results, the EFA operation to retake Africa was aborted. Notables. 0500, the Des Moines cruisers commence coastal bombardment on ZAFT defensive positions along the coast. 0630, ZAFT response minimal, EFA spearheads commence operation over ZAFT shores. 0700, ZAFT DINs take to the air and engage the EFA air assets. 0720, spearheads sustain heavy losses and are forced to retreat. Air superiority battle moves over to the EFA lines. 0730, ZAFT DINs are forced to retreat by Arkansas cruisers anti-air fire. 0800, coastal bombardment ceased, ZAFT defensive positions observed as destroyed. 0810, second wave of spearheads deployed. 0815, second wave of spearheads engage with ZAFT DINs, gains air superiority over the coastline. 0830, VTOL fighters deployed. 0840, ZAFT Jins and Byokyus found, air-to-land battle ensues. Soldiers collectively facepalm as head honchos forget land units is scribbled here. 0910, VTOLs deal catastrophic damage to ZAFT land forces through superior maneuvering and weight of numbers. 0930, White Gin sighted, this line seemed to have been emphasized after the document was printed. 0932, VTOL teams annihilated, the rest retreat with the White Gin pursuing. 0935, White Gin disappears from EFA observation. 0936, Des Moines class warships recommence coastal bombardment. 0940, second wave spearheads return for service, third wave spearheads deployed. 1000, ZAFT unknowns sighted over the fleet, this line seemed to have been added in the margins after the document was printed. 1010, ZAFT unknowns strike and damage Des Moines cruisers, anti-air cover ineffective. Scribbled in the margins are the words insignia of the unknowns, a red swallow sitting on a shield. 1015, all but one Des Moines cruiser sunk. 1018, ZAFT elements commence bombardment of EFA warships. EFA air elements deploy to engage. 1022, Spengler carrier Leopold sunk. Cause, ZAFT bombardment. 1024, Spengler carrier Tarawa damaged. Cause, ZAFT unknown crafts. EFA High Command declares emergency sortie of all EFA assets. 1025, Spengler carrier Tarawa sunk. Cause, ZAFT unknown crafts. 1028, Spengler carrier Augustus sunk. Cause, ZAFT bombardment. 1030, White Gin reappears. 1031, Arkansas class Alma, Austin, Monticello, Sherwood, Malvern, and Ozark sunk. Cause, White Gin. Profanities are scribbled over this line. 1035, all EFA assets deployed. 1036, Spengler carrier Alexander sunk. Cause, White Gin. 1040, ZAFT reinforcements arrive from orbit and engage EFA air elements. 1050, EFA loses air superiority to ZAFT. 1100, EFA in full retreat. 1101, Spengler carrier Hannibal and Damocles sunk. Cause, the Stolgi units Aegis and Blitz. Scribbled over this line are profanities targeted at the Atlantic Federation. 1102, EFA declares intention to withdraw from the battle. End of battle. Recommend to High Command, this section is blank. Side stories mean I can do some weirder things. The names of the ships in quotes are pretty much made up on the spot, except the Arkansas ones, which were picked out from a list of towns in Arkansas. Wikipedia. Also, yes, Isaac is getting more and more badass by virtue of just constantly needing to play catch up against the protagonists. It feels just, I dunno, right, to have the major antagonists get reassigned somewhere else and just kick serious amounts of ass. Chapter 12, Stage 10, Distant Thunder. Rajgris 3, Bugs on your 5, low. Copy. Mobius 1 banked and turned hard left. I'm spiked, he said as soon as he heard his radar warning blare. On it. Talisman zipped behind Mobius 1 and cleared away the missiles with a burst of machine gun fire. Damn, these guys don't give up easily, do they? Mobius 1 sighs as he found himself behind the Din, Bug according to Sky Eye, as its pilot focused on Talisman. One well-placed stream of gunfire later, the Din spiraled into the ocean with one set of its wings missing. Rajgris 1 and 2, status on refueling. Sky Eye asked. 2 minutes. Murdoch grumbled, watching the battery removal team go about their business. Almost as soon as the Archangel entered ZAFT territory, it came under attack from the ZAFT forces. Worryingly, the ZAFT attacks were at best light but extended, forcing the ACES to split their flight into waves in order to constantly maintain air cover over the ship as it traveled at top speed out of ZAFT territory. As such, the Archangel was now going through her 40th hour of sustained, light, attack. Bridge, we got a problem. Murdoch said as soon as one of his technicians made an X with his arms. Bridge. What's the issue? Sky Eye asked. Their batteries are shot. Murdoch sighed. The technicians responsible for replacing the batteries were currently spraying it down with coolant so it could be dismounted and a fresh battery replaced. Damn. Sky Eye to air units. We're listening. Mobius 1 returned to his patrol path as the other two Dins in the attack backed off. Your relief is delayed, can you maintain air superiority over your combat zone? Shouldn't be a problem. Mobius 1 said, taking a moment to look at the other combat zone, being manned by Kira. Kira Yamato was responsible for protecting the front of the Archangel as it sailed. Which meant that he was bearing the brunt of the attack from the enemy Dins, and responding beautifully. Unfortunately, his skill meant that ZAFT gave up trying to engage him directly and fell back on conducting long-distance bombardment instead, forcing Kira to constantly travel out of the combat zone as delegated by Sky Eye to stop the bombardment from their sources, and failing most of the time as the ZAFT artillery would move and hide long before the strike got within attack range. Kira here, I'm almost out. Kira said as he landed on one of Archangel's Gottfried guns above the hangar and quickly sipped from a drink. He hadn't had time to eat or drink anything since breakfast. Sky Eye, Roger, Tall Squadron, you're cleared to launch. Tall Squadron, Roger, launching. Tall and his spearhead, and his unnamed wingman, took to the air, as the strike jumped back into the hangar, walking in instead of using the catapults. Please hurry with the resupply. Kira said, not bothering to leave Strike's cockpit. Wouldn't it be faster to just take the duel out instead? Murdoch couldn't help but ask. The duel can't fly, and I can't fight underwater. Kira said quickly. Right, gotcha. Hurry with the recharging. Murdoch yelled. ZAFT units incoming from Zone 3, Mu flight, be advised. Sky Eye suddenly said. Damn. I can't hit them from here. Mu Skygrasper dropped suddenly to dodge a blast from a Din's shotgun. Bartlett. I'm on him. Captain Bartlett sighted the Din in his Wyvern and fired a missile, forcing the Din to evade into the path of his guns. Target neutralized. Bartlett said as the Din limped home with smoking wings. Why can't we just hit the enemy airfields? Tall asked, glad that the airspace he occupies is clean. Which role do you want? Protect the ship or hit the base? Mu asked with a bitter laugh. Well, I mean. I know what you mean, kid. Mobius 1 said, catching his breath after another session of protracted and fruitless combat. But we can hardly walk away from the ship as it is. I wonder why they didn't just launch a full-scale attack. Talisman heard his computer beep. Talisman to bridge, I'm on reserve fuel. Bridge, copy, hangar, how's the refueling coming? Sky Eye asked. They need new batteries, so we're going to have a hole in our net for a few minutes if those two comes home. Murdoch said gruffly. Cypher's spearhead actually had an electrical malfunction and the battery's connectors had burst into flames. The Archangel is hardly defenseless, we need to prepare in case ZAFT decides to launch a major assault. Have them come home. Muru said. Roger, Captain. Sky Eye to Rajgris 3, 4, you're cleared to return. Talisman, copy. Talisman banked to line himself up with the rather fast ship. Sheesh. A ZAFT base mechanic scratched his head as another Din waddled out of the water, miles away in a base. Why the hell is Command telling us to do this? He looked behind him at the Dins lined up missing some piece of their bodies. We're almost out of serviceable units as it is. Shut up and get back to work. His co-worker grumbled, signaling a service truck carrying a replacement wing. Sky Eye to all units, field is clear. About time. Mu sighs deeply. Seriously, this is the first break we've had since we got here. No kidding, I guess ZAFT ran out of units. Cypher chuckles. If they attacked en masse we'd be in trouble. Cypher, RTB. Mu, returning to ship. Which reminds me, why didn't they attack en masse? Talisman says between bites of his food. That seems like a very amateurish thing to do. Guess they knew about you guys. Bartlett laughs and claps Blaze on the back. You guys scored an incredible amount of kills in every major engagement, so they ran away scared. Sirs. Mirielias says from the doorway. Captain Muru wants all of you to rest if you can. If we can? We need to launch at a moment's notice, how can we rest like that? Tall grumbles, eating as fast as Talisman. Just do it. Mirielias snaps. Yes Miri. Tall said meekly. While our ship hasn't sustained any damage from bombardment, we're rapidly running out of parts for our combat units. Natarl says and folds the paper containing the report from Murdoch. Muru sighs. I guess we have to consider ZAFT as a possible abductor of this ship. Natarl nods. I can think of no other reasonable explanation for why they are trying to run us out of resources. I suggest that we ground all of our aircraft unless ZAFT launches an all-out attack. Muru frowns. I would like to get this ship to Alaska without having to stop for repairs on the way. That may be so, but I think we're going to end up stopping for supply in Orb anyways. Natarl's sense for military regulation had declined under the never-ending stress of the previous 2 days of incessant combat. We're starting to run low on munitions for the spearheads, even with the insanely good accuracy that the ACES have. ACES, hey. Muru has a slight smile playing on her face. Natarl caught the hint, but is just far too tired to care. I don't know what you're implying, Captain. Natarl's flat tone cut off that conversation. It's true, though. Arnold Newman the helmsman yawns, glad that he could finally set the autopilot for the Archangel instead of paying constant attention for evasive flying. They're really damn good, even after being shot down or whatever. I don't think the Archangel's munition list was designed with spearheads in mind. Psy grumbles. While Murdoch had erred on the side of caution when getting the Archangel resupplied, as in, he obtained far more small-scale missiles than he had any right to, they were still finding themselves short. Won't surprise me. This ship wasn't meant to deploy so quickly, after all. Newman yawns yet again. Speculation aside, you guys should go get some sleep. I doubt ZAFT will attack us right now, especially after when we sent so many of their dins into the ocean. Natarl half staggered out of the bridge. The ZAFT dock workers woke to the sight of the Red Aegis Gundam landing in the open runways, followed almost immediately by the Buster, Blitz, and, to the excitement of the base, White High Mobility Gin. Glad you could make it, Crusader team. The base commander saluted the four young boys once they walked into the briefing room. Athrun saluted back. We're here per orders from our captain, and we're here to assist in any way we can. Behind him, he heard whispers. Who are those kids? I didn't think Crusader recruited amateurs to his team. Think I could get in if I had connections like that. And so on. The commander, having heard those comments, couldn't help but roll his eyes at the pilots assigned to his base, although he could hardly blame them. Due to the Enjammers, ZAFT deployed communications with their home long-range communications is preciously rare. These young gentlemen are here to assist our efforts in our next operation. Please, he motioned at Athrun and company, introduce yourselves. Athrun Zayla. Nicole Amalfi. Isaac Jowl. Dirka Elsman. As soon as the introductions ended, a new round of whispers began. Zayla? The son of that council guy. Amalfi? Never heard of that name, must be another councilman. Crusader really likes his boys, I guess. Dirka. Hey man. How's it going? Dirka waved back at whoever yelled that one with a wide grin. However, the most numerous comments were made about Isaac. Isaac Jowl, so that's the Silver Scorpion. No, seriously? A kid that young is an ace. Not just an ace, he's good enough to be an ace of aces. Didn't you see the VID from Africa? Kid's got mad skills and some seriously huge balls. I can't believe it. What the hell have you guys been doing on the surface? Athrun demanded with a hiss. Those were ship kills though. Isaac said with a grin. Technically, all four of the ZAFT boys were aces, in terms of having more than 5 confirmed kills, although ZAFT bookkeeping is spotty at best, but Isaac is the only one to be an ace several times over. Before, it would have gone straight to his head. Now, it just cements the fact that the Archangel's pilots he fought against were miles above him, under the, rather dubious, logic that if he was good enough to be an ace many times over and still lose, then those pilots must be better. Before, it would have soured his mood. Now, it just fills him with the anticipation of battle. Now, gentlemen, please take a seat. The captain motioned to the ZAFT boys. For the past 2 days, we have conducted long-range strategic operations on this EFA prototype warship. The captain pointed to a picture of the Archangel on the large screen behind him, with the final operational objective of capturing the warship intact, if possible. Question. Athrun raised his hand. Why did you not conduct a full-scale attack at the first available opportunity? The commander seemed bored by the question. We heard from Ra about how good their pilots are. Pictures of the super spearheads popped up on the screen when backed into a corner and facing overwhelming disadvantage, so we're playing it safe by pulling out all their teeth first. And by doing that you've backed them into a proverbial corner before the battle even begins. Isaac growled. The commander didn't hear him. In any case, at 1200 hours today we will commence the final step of the operation. If you have any concerns, name them now. How are we gonna fly? Dirka asked. With these. A picture of a very flat-looking jet shaped like a banana appeared on the screen, complete with a pair of locks meant for a mobile suit's legs. We'll have to make some adjustments to fit the EFA mobile suits, but these ghouls should offer you the aerial mobility you need. Athrun noted that a bead of sweat ran down Isaac's cheek. You okay there? Isaac? He asked. No, I'm terrified. Athrun saw fear in Isaac's eyes, a fear created by knowledge, and it worried him greatly. In a fight with those guys, mobility is all that matters. We had some insanely good pilots tying them up last time, and that battle ended with us losing the lessups. I don't know how it's going to go with that advantage gone this time. He then saw a picture of a wyvern flying over the Archangel. Shit. 1120 hours, Archangel. Can't sleep anymore. Talisman asked Blaze as the second man walked into the cafeteria. I had a gut feeling. Blaze sighed, getting and wolfing down his food as quickly as possible. I think that goes for all of us. Sky Eye said, appearing at the entrance with Cypher and Ribbon. Geez, looks like nobody can get some decent shut-eye on this ship anymore. Mew laughed, accompanying Kira. Can you blame us? Talisman said while sipping his drink. ZAFT's planning something huge, even if we can't feel it we'd know that. Yet. Speaking of which, Murdoch. Cypher looked toward the corner. Murdoch slammed his coffee mug on the table. We had to jerry-rig your bomber for air-to-air, Cypher. Sorry about that. Cypher's air supremacy super spearhead's electrical malfunction effectively grounded the fighter until they could get replacement parts for it, which can only happen if a bomber was stripped down, and even then the mechanics didn't have the time to do that. That won't be a problem. Cypher said confidently. Blaze and Talisman were flying retrofitted bombers and were doing pretty well, after all. Flay took this moment to walk into the cafeteria with a very unkempt uniform. The two groups, men vs a girl, stared at each other for a few seconds before Flay woke up and ran away screaming. The general thought process among the men, at least the ACES, was she's still on the ship. It's not like ZAFT was going to seriously attack us without any units, Flay. Of course I let them sleep in. Muru said once Flay, properly dressed, lodged her complaint. The only action the Archangel saw during the entire morning was a half-hearted attack from a pair of Dins, and they were repelled quickly with a barrage from the Corinth missiles. But still. All of them suddenly being awake and gathering like that, it's just weird. Flay insisted, having totally forgotten the fact that most of the men in question were in fact from a different dimension. Muru didn't feel like reminding her. They've always been like that, besides, you shouldn't walk around a military ship as if it's your own house. Flay frowned. Yes, I apologize. I'm sorry. She didn't quite sound sorry. Contacts. Cruise missiles incoming. Sai suddenly shouted. ETA 60 seconds. Intercept. Muru shook off her exhaustion. Why the hell are they shooting at us with missiles now? She demanded from no one as Flay quickly left the bridge. Why are you shooting at them with cruise missiles now? Athrun felt the need to ask. First stage. The commander said smugly. All units, depart, I wish you all well. The cruise missiles flying at the Archangel were summarily intercepted by the Eagle Stallion anti-air fire. Yo. Sai ripped his headphones off his head in a hurry. We're getting jammed. Those missiles must have been loaded. With what? He didn't know. Damn it. Muru scowled. Have all crafts launch immediately. Way ahead of you. Mew said with a cocky grin. Mew La Flaga, launching. Kira Yamato, strike, heading out. Tall Koenig, duel, launching. Whoa, kid, what are you doing? Mew demanded. Murdoch, abort his launch. No can do, Flaga. We know what we're doing. Murdoch said with a cocky grin. I'll provide support for the Archangel. Tall declared, planting himself right on top of the Archangel's Gottfried cannon head. Inwardly, he admitted that there was very little else he could do in a serious firefight. It'll be fine. Kira reassured them. Did you help him with the OS? Blaze asked while his spearhead was rolled onto a catapult. I wanted to. Kira admitted. But ZAFT has some kind of protection on it, and I don't have the time to crack it right now. ZAFT? Blaze couldn't help but wonder. Why would ZAFT have protection on the OS after the Grunder mechanics got their hands on it? He then shook those thoughts aside. Rajgriz. Blaze felt an odd sensation down his spine. No. Blaze, Wardog 1, launching. Looks like they're out in force. Dirka muttered. Do we have combat clearance? As soon as we have a shot. Isaac said, double-checking out of nervousness. Isaac, this isn't like you. Nicole couldn't help but say. I'll be more like me once the battle starts. Isaac grumbles. Dirka, do the honors. With pleasure. Incoming long-range fire, probably from the buster. Sky Eye said, having taken his position as an operator. Looks like we're in for a hell of a fight. Blaze said, looking down at his radar on the sheer number of blips coming toward them. Although I expected more of them. Goes to show we're not all that important to ZAFT. Mobius 1 grunts. I count 20. Some of them have oversized signatures. Talisman frowns. Maybe they're fielding new equipment. Heat SIG. Blaze says as an alarm sounds in his cockpit. It's probably the buster. All units, break. As soon as the four aces split, a green beam struck the ocean near the Archangel. We're taking fire. Sai warns. Working on it. Blaze growls. Strike will engage the Gundams, Rajgriz will run support. Roger. Kira locks his sights onto the buster and fires haphazardly to its general direction. Geez. Dirka's cockpit lit up with a warning when the buster's shoulder took a hit. You lucky little bastard. Dirka, fall back. Nicole, Athrun, take the strike. Everyone else, focus on the aces, don't get separated from your company. Isaac said quickly. Roger that. Athrun and Nicole acknowledged as they dove at the strike, while the Dins climbed to meet the ACES head-on. Heads up, they're coming at us. Blaze warned, inverting and leading the other ACES in a dive. Two with me. Copy. Cypher poured machine gun to sweep ineffectually over the incoming Dins. Kira looked up and saw the Blitz riding on top of some flying platform, bearing down upon him. Out of my way. Kira said evenly, flying upward to meet the Blitz. The two flew past each other while exchanging a blow with their beam sabers. Kira turned sharply and fired a shot at the back of the Blitz. Damn. Nicole gritted his teeth, trusting in the acceleration of the ghoul and pulling up slightly to avoid the beam rifle shot. It's faster than I thought. Kira muttered, before turning his attention to the Aegis charging at him. Kira. Athrun fires his beam rifle at the strike. I need to get to the buster. Kira mutters as he dodges the Aegis's fire and returns the favor, firing at the ghoul attached to the Aegis's feet. I got you. The Blitz flies in with the intent to charge the strike, before being forced to break off the charge from a long-distance shot from the Archangel. What the? Kira, I got your back. Tal says with a grin. The duel, by virtue of being the same unit design as the strike, had no problems integrating the launcher pack's Agni positron cannon and utilizing it. This is Tal, give me the coordinates of the buster, I'll do the rest. Cheeky now that you have a Gundam, aren't we, Tal? Kira smirks, focusing on the Blitz that has just broken off its charge and was now flying above him a little too slowly. Damn. Nicole detached the ghoul as beam rifle shots from the strike tore its engines apart. The Blitz, lacking the propulsion necessary to keep itself flying, fell unceremoniously into the ocean. TCH. Nicole. Damn it. Athrun yells and charges at the strike. Kira's response is to turn and fire his beam rifle at the Aegis. Athrun pushes the thrust on the ghoul to maximum and then detaches it from the Aegis. The force of the ejection pushes the ghoul out of the line of fire and straight into the strike's torso. Kira felt himself slammed against the restraints holding him against his seat as the ghoul tried stubbornly to drive itself into the strike. Almost immediately his energy indicator beeped an alarm as the thrusters hungrily drank the energy required to keep the strike from being rammed into the water. Kira opened his eyes just in time to see the Aegis descending upon him with a flying kick, complete with an extended beam saber in its foot. 2. Talisman was getting sick and tired of the threat alarm blaring in his ear. 3. I could use a little help with my 6. He said, watching the 3 Dins on his tail follow him at a leisurely distance, blanketing his spearhead with shotgun fire. Would love to. 4. Mobius 1 pulled up sharply, throwing off a Din but nearly getting shot by the other 2 on his tail. But I'm having a little issue getting to you. Makes all of us. Blaze fired a missile at a Din behind Cypher, and watched another Din provide covering fire and destroy the missile. These guys aren't very good but their teamwork is a lot better than the guys we fought so far. Cypher laughed. That's not a very high bar. He then accelerated toward Mobius 1. 3. Stop flailing for a second. Mobius 1 flew straight for a second and then turned sharply. The Dins flying behind him turned to aim their shotguns. Team 3, sharp dive. Isaac ordered, and the Dins dropped fast, causing Cypher's missiles to sail over their head and miss harmlessly. Whoa. Cypher sounded just a little bit surprised. These guys are pretty good. He then inverted into a sharp turn and dove after the Dins with his machine guns blaring. Cypher then banked and turned hard to avoid a stream of bullets headed his way, courtesy of Isaac's white gin. This guy's got some good senses. Cypher muttered. Team 3, continue with your mission, and watch your fuel. Isaac said, focusing on the spearhead that just pulled away from him. Team 2, you're behind, don't let him go. Shit, this isn't getting better. Blaze growled, firing off a round of chaff against the missiles on his tail. Damn. Sky eye to all units. New heat signatures emerging from the water. Neil growled, looking at the large signatures. Size, they're probably ZAFT submarines. Valiant. Corinth. Calibrate and fire at will. Duel. Forget about the buster and hit the subs. Natarl commanded. More heat signatures. ZAFT bugs deployed from enemy submarines. Neil clenched his hand into a fist. Torpedo alert. Sai suddenly yelled. Get us out of the ocean. Muru ordered, and the Archangel began separating itself from the ocean surface. The Archangel then dropped heavily into the ocean amidst a flurry of explosions. What the hell were those things? Sai demanded from nobody in particular as he rubbed his forehead. Flooding in the bottom deck. Holy shit, Blaze, we're in trouble. Talisman looked at the cloud of Dins converging on the Archangel. I can see that. Blaze turned to avoid more fire aimed at his plane. Rajgriz. Ignore the idiots on your tail and sweep the bugs going after our ship. Easier said than done. Cypher heard something strike his wing. What's the matter, Rajgriz? We need your support here. Sky Eye demanded. We're having trouble shaking off the enemies on our tail. Mobius 1 hated himself for admitting this shortcoming. Neil looked incredulous, and then smacked himself on the forehead. Of course. I forgot, no Strangereal ace should fly without true AWACS support. What are you talking about? Blaze demanded. Sky Eye doesn't answer, but instead he pushes a button. A song comes onto the general EFA frequency, and upon hearing the first two notes, Mobius 1 could not help but grin. I see what you mean, Sky Eye. Ribbon laughs, feeling his spirits lift. We're aces because nobody can touch us. Mobius 1. His spearhead rolls to avoid a blanket of shotgun fire, and then flips so tightly and loses so much speed it might have stayed still in mid-air. As the dins flew past the spearhead, all of them immediately felt the sting of a missile, and the three dins spiraled into the ocean, trailing smoke. Engage. Sky Eye finished for him, smiling despite himself and the alarm sounding around him. What's with the music? Mew asked, firing his guns and missiles into the din cloud. It's tradition. AWACS in our world plays music to help psyche up its pilots. Blaze laughs. I can see your reputation is well deserved, Sky Eye. Well, I do try. Neil laughs, in spite of the hits the Archangel is taking. Cypher, I'll clear you, so return the favor. Blaze asks coyly. Sure thing, boss. Cypher turned and the two spearheads flew at breakneck speeds toward each other. The two planes then turned and flew inverted parallel to each other, close enough for Blaze to see into Cypher's cockpit, and in the instant they cleared each other's tail, both of them fired a salvo of missiles at each other's pursuers. Said pursuers, expecting the two to break away from each other at the last possible second like a feint maneuver, were caught by surprise and summarily shot down. All right, that's that. Cypher grinned. Let's clear Talisman's tail while we're at it. Talisman had dove down to the ocean surface, with the three dins following. Talisman counted in his head. Almost, now. He then fired his VTOL engines inverse to each other, one pointing up, one pointing down, and kicked up the ocean surface while rolling wildly, creating plumes of white water behind him. The dins, being designed well enough to handle a little water, could care less, and followed him unfazed. Until the water stopped and the spearhead they followed was nowhere to be seen. Talisman pulled up behind the dins, paying no heed to the alarm signaling VTOL engine failure, and sprayed the two dins with machine gun fire. The two dins heard their engines sputter and go offline, and realized too late that the spearhead they were chasing led them to a still-surfaced ZAFT submarine. Enemy submarine, sunk. Talisman said proudly, before hearing his threat alarm warn him of the last din hot on his tail. With his VTOL engines no longer working, Talisman simply pulled his spearhead's nose up into a near vertical and cut his speed to nearly nothing, forcing the din to overshoot. Talisman then straightened out his aircraft and shot the din full of holes before it finished turning around. Guess he didn't need our help after all. Cypher mused. No surprises there, he's an ace like us, after all. Blaze felt, odd, as if a part of him that was missing was now being returned, piece by piece. Rashgriz, form up, we're doing some extermination work. 4 super spearheads flew back into formation, before inverting to dive into the dins fluttering around the Archangel. TCH, how did they change like that? Isaac snarled. I don't believe this, all units, watch your backs. The EFA elites are headed our way. I'll slow them down. Dirka said grimly. Everyone else, focus on crippling that ship. Don't overdo it, Dirka. Isaac warned. Dirka only had a light laugh in reply. Kira heard the music resonate within him, as if providing him with strength. The Aegis, having transformed into its mobile armor form to provide enough lift to keep itself flying, flew over the strike and transformed back into a mobile suit, descending with a kick. Kira felt one thought enter his head, honing his focus, protect the Archangel. Athrun flinched in surprise as the ghoul suddenly exploded. The strike turned and the remains of the ghoul, namely, its engine, careened off into the ocean. Athrun, unable to stop his kick, decided to just follow it through while firing at the strike with his beam rifle. Kira accelerated straight forward and flew underneath the Aegis, ignoring it entirely. I have him, Athrun. Nicole took aim at the strike with his Glenir grapple, and fired it at the strike. The strike caught the Glenir hook with one deft move and continued to accelerate, dragging the Blitz forward with a jerk and forcing it off balance into the ocean again. You're not getting away. The Aegis transformed into its mobile armor form again and followed after the strike. The Din pilots felt the first shock when the spearheads blew through their ranks with their guns blazing, dealing a massive amount of damage and killing several Dins outright. They felt their second shock when the spearheads blew through their ranks, weaving through fire from the Dins and anti-air fire from the Archangel without crashing into anything at speeds that can only be described as suicidal. Rashgriz, missiles? Blaze asked, getting 3 numbers in reply. We have 10 shots total, okay. Hit anything and everything, kill them all. The spearheads, having broken through the ranks still in formation, separated and dove back into the dins. The din pilots recovered from their surprise and flew higher, creating more distance between them and the anti-air fire from the Archangel. Not that it helped any, since at any moment if a din turned its head away from a spearhead it would immediately take hits to its back, and if a din even so much as stopped within the flight path of a spearhead, say, in order to shoot them, the poor din would have its wings clipped by said spearhead at a frightening pace. To round the whole thing off, if a din flew high to get the proverbial drop on a spearhead, it would meet a quick and messy end at the hands of Mu La Flaga. I can't believe I'm all the way up here. Mu sighed. His Sky Grasper was equipped with the sword strike pack and per Muru's orders was told to stay the hell away from the main engagement. After a good minute of fighting, the few dins that were left decided to fire everything they had at the Archangel and go home. Damn. Dirka shook his head in disbelief. His attempt to stop the ACES was met with horrible failure, as the lead fighter simply inverted to be lower than him and totaled the ghoul the Buster was standing on, dropping the heavy bombardment Gundam unceremoniously into the ocean. Shit. Rajgriz. They're dropping everything they have. Stop them. Blaze's fighter made an astoundingly tight turn and fired its remaining missiles. Fox 3. Fox 3. Fox 3. The rest of the ACES echoed, firing their missiles at the dins. Talisman, you're 6. Sky, I said. I got him. Kira replied, as Talisman turned to avoid a bazooka shot. Damn, I don't need you right now. Isaac snarled, watching the strike fly up to meet him. Only 10% energy left. I need to win here. Kira thought, watching the white Gin pull out its beam saber. Kira threw the strike's shield at the Gin and pulled out his beam sabers. Isaac boosted upward with a jolt from his engines, dodging the shield. Said shield lodged itself in an unfortunate din and the two sailed into the ocean. Kira closed into melee range with Isaac, and with a swift, almost inhumanly swift move, separated the Gin from its sword arm. How? Isaac spun to kick. The strike ducked down, avoiding the kick, before using its engines to drive itself almost vertically upward with its beam saber outstretched. The Gin, with its back facing the strike, unleashed a jolt of power from its engines and pushed itself barely out of the strike's reach. In response, the strike turned and tackled the Gin from behind, and the two sailed into the ocean surface. God damn it, what's with this guy? Isaac couldn't help but smile due to his adrenaline. With a blast from his high-mobility engines his Gin broke free from the strike and flipped to be above it. Kira heard his suit raked by gunfire, and his phase shift armor powered down, finally out of juice. Stronger, faster. Kira's whole mind was focused upon those two words as the strike dropped into the ocean. Isaac. Nicole and Athrun finally arrived onto the scene, slowed by not having the ghouls or the raw thrust power of Isaac's high-mobility Gin. I think, no, like hell did I get him. What's the situation? Isaac demanded. Bad. Dirka helpfully replied, with the Buster's head barely visible over the ocean surface. Also, I think I need a swimsuit, or a good fish recipe. Commander, requesting withdrawal from combat, I don't think we're going to capture the legged ship at this rate. Athrun said to the radio. What? The ZAFT commander back at base didn't sound happy. We're almost out of energy here and... Athrun looked at the radar. All of our dins are dead. The sky over the Archangel was filled with smoke, shrapnel, 4 spearheads and a Sky Grasper, with not a ZAFT unit in sight. I don't believe this. The ZAFT commander was positively livid. How could you mess this up so badly? Continue with the mission. What the hell, you can't be serious. Dirka was incredulous. As if to bring the point home, an explosion some distance from the Archangel when it fired into the ocean suggested that ZAFT just lost one of their submarines. Suddenly, the water beneath the white Gin exploded, and the strike ascended with its beam saber alight. Isaac. Nicole moved to block with his shield-mounted beam saber. Without even a moment's pause, the strike cut the Blitz's arms from its body, and with a swift engine-assisted turn cut the Blitz in half. The strike and the remains of the Blitz plunged into the ocean. The rest of the ZAFT boys looked on in shock. Nicole. Athrun yelled into the radio. I'm alive, but... Nicole's voice came over the radio, choppy and static-filled. Continue with the mission. The ZAFT commander insisted. Fuck off. Athrun snapped. All ZAFT units. Cease fire. Cease fire. Commence search and rescue operations. Now. He stared at the position where the strike plunged into the ocean, as if wishing for it to appear again. Nicole. Nicole. Dirka shouted into the radio. Shit, no response. Can the Blitz's core float? Like hell I know. Isaac dove into the ocean with his Gin. Whoa, are they given up? Blaze remarked, watching the 2 remaining ZAFT submarines fire flares into the sky. Sky eye to all units, all clear, mission is complete. He winded down the music that has been playing in the background, on loop, the entire time. How did you like it, Mobius 1? Feels like home, Sky Eye. Mobius 1 sighed contently. Feels like home. Guys? Kira picked something up. Tall said, from his position in the water. How are you in the ocean? Talisman asked curiously. I fell. Tall answered sulkily. How? Was the general reaction from all of the Rajgris. Never mind that now. Tall said hurriedly. The strike's coming back and it's holding on to something. Oh, good. Murdoch said to nobody in particular as he listened to the audio feed. He has a gift for throwing away my shield. Now I don't have to skin him. Hours later. The 3 remaining ZAFT Gundam boys landed on top of a submarine, getting pulled back into its hangars. No luck. Athrun asked the sonar operator as soon as he arrived onto the bridge. The operator shook his head. No sir, we found the scraps of the unit, but there's no SOS from inside it. Our recovery drones didn't find anything either. Athrun nearly punched the machinery in frustration. I guess he's missing in action now. Dirka said with a hollow laugh. Izak seethed with anger at himself, Nicole, and the strike. Anger at the strike for attacking so underhandedly. Angry at Nicole for being so damned ready to jump the gun. And angry at himself for not having acted in time to fish the boy out of the ocean. How dare you supersede my order, Athrun? The ZAFT commander shouted over the radio, his face projected onto a screen in the bridge. Shut it. Athrun said softly. A good commander should know when to pull out of the fight, and you gave field authority to me. With all due respect, sir. The captain of the sub said, saluting the screen. We lost all 40 DINs, and we've recovered only 6 pilots, by all measures a retreat is the most logical course of action. I didn't ask for your opinion, Captain. The commander snapped. We lost 2 subs and 40 DINs and all we got was some of that ship's paint job. This is unacceptable. Don't you think we know that? Athrun said wearily, feeling his rage build. Commander, what do you propose we do to continue the attack, then? The commander gritted his teeth, which was all he could do so far removed from the battle. Watch your tone, boy. Whatever he was going to say next was interrupted by an air raid siren. The sky over the ZAFT base saw the presence of a single X-02 Wyvern, which then proceeded to, as one observer remarked, bomb the living hell out of that base. Archangel, this is Heartbreak 1. Neil heard over the long-distance radio. This is Sky Eye, report your situation. Neil replied. Strike on enemy base successful. Their hangars and radios are dead and I think I hit an ammo dump at some point. Captain Bartlett laughed. We'll be home free for the rest of the trip. Copy that, Heartbreak 1. Take Vector 060 and return to ship. You got it, boss. What happened? Athrun wondered as the line between the ZAFT commander and the sub broke. Report from forward observatories, an operator said. A single fighter struck the base, heavy damage, I guess he's dead now. Well, shit. The captain said apathetically. How unfortunate. So what did you find, kid? Murdoch grumbled, until he saw the thing in the strike's hands. Well, I'll be damned, kid, you recovered a cockpit block. The one belonging to the Blitz, I got it before it sank too deep. Kira said, gently putting the block down onto the Archangel hangar floor. Before it sank indeed. Murdoch looked at the strike's cockpit and the layer of water swirling at the bottom. The strike isn't built for underwater missions, god damn it. He bopped Kira on the head as if to make his point. Sorry, Murdoch. Kira said sheepishly. Never mind, I guess. Murdoch sighed. Oi. Get those tools over here. We're busting this open. A short moment of cutting later, the cockpit's hatch was pried away, and the EFA technicians, and 2 soldiers led by Maru, saw the unconscious form of Nicole strapped in the seat. A red uniform? That makes him an ace, doesn't it? Blaze asked. It makes him an elite. Mew corrected him. Let's get this guy to the medic bay before we question him. Geez. Sai sighed, relaxing at the lounge for the first time in 3 days. Nice going out there, Tall. He laughed, clapping Tall on the back. Me. Tall laughed in response. Did you see those guys out there? Holy shit, I mean, Tall made some weird motion with arms. Holy shit. Tall. Mirieli said tiredly. Sorry, Miri. Tall calmed down, giving Mirieli the cuddle she was implicitly demanding. Kira. Sai suddenly said, getting the brown-haired boy's attention. Kira walked into the lounge, dropping with a sigh next to Sai. Think we're good for now? Sai asked him worriedly. Probably. Kira shrugged. I don't think ZAFT is going to try anything after a loss like that. Elsewhere, a man watched a video, a very detailed video, concerning the Archangel's battle in ZAFT's Australian territory. Well, Isn't this wonderful for us? The man smirked. Looks like our blue and pure world can make people that can keep up with the damned mutants. He then scowled. For those of you wondering, the music that Sky Eye plays is the Kometa theme from Ace Combat 4. You can find it easily enough on YouTube. Chapter 13, Stage 11, Moment's Peace. After the battle in the seas near Australia, for a certain definition of near, the Archangel was largely left alone to its own devices for the rest of its trip in the ZAFT-controlled waters. Much of it had to do with a certain video that surfaced mere hours after the battle. The fact that there was a video of a large-scale battle in the ocean was interesting, however. Look at those camera angles. Ribbon said, stopping the video every so often. There's no way in hell anyone could have gotten shots like that. The angles he was referring to were very close-range camera shots of the four aces either killing ZAFT-dins or maneuvering in some physically implausible fashion between streams of bullets crisscrossing in the sky. For someone to get shots like these they had to have been flying with us. Talisman agreed. But if they did we would have seen it, and I'm pretty sure ZAFT isn't going to release a propaganda video with themselves as the losers. Yet, hell, look at how smooth it is. Mew said, frowning. Whoever shot this thing didn't care that he was in a war zone. Regardless of everyone's reservations on the matter, the general consensus was to happily accept the reprieve this video granted them. The consensus around ZAFT and the rest of the EFA was a little different, however. It was something more along the lines of oh shit those guys are actually real with the occasional I told you so. The Archangel had sailed through the ZAFT seas and was on its way to orb with relative ease for the past few hours. Hell, Maru even dropped the threat level on the ship and everyone who wasn't useful for running the ship's operations were told to take some well-deserved rest. Or at least, that's what Kira Yamato was expecting. Instead, he found himself in the bridge that also happens to be unusually loud for a ship on a relatively peaceful cruise. Oh hey, Kira. Tall said, clapping his friend on the back. Tall. What's going on? Kira asked, looking around and seeing some faces on the ship he neglected. You need to spend less time hanging around the ACES, that's what. Tall grinned. Kira spent most of his downtime on the Archangel cooped up in his room, refining the Strike's OS. It was decided after the battle that the dual settings would be left as is for the time being, which is why Kira worked only the Strike. Either way, Kira was now immensely aware that he had more or less ignored all of his friends for the past few days. On the bridge were all of the Seed kids, the ACES of Strangereal, plus Captain Bartlett and Yellow 13, Kagalai and her bodyguard Kisaka, and Flay Alistair and her father. I guess there's a really important reason for calling all of us here. Bartlett said gruffly once he noticed Kira on the bridge. Ah, yes, well. Maru said sheepishly. In a nutshell, Orb is a neutral country, this is the first chance you all have gotten in this entire trip to disembark. Natarl said stiffly, looking at the Seed kids. If you want to quit the army, now is the time, right? Cypher said. Maru nodded. In the end, I won't force any of you to stay aboard if you do not want to. There's another issue here, isn't there? Bartlett said. Otherwise you'd just be calling for the kids to be here. Correct. Natarl nodded. We still need a reason to enter Orb. The Archangel is an EFA prototype warship. If Orb accepts the ship into its waters with no justification it'll be seen as a transgression of its neutrality in the war. Maru said. So we need an excuse, big deal. Cypher shrugs and nods at Kagalai. We have a princess of Orb right here. There was a momentary pause as everyone interpreted the information. What? Kagalai's a princess? Kira asked, wide-eyed. Kagalai isn't a common name. Bartlett said with a shrug. I'm amazed none of you figured it out. It's not like we cared about political news on Heliopolis. Tall grumbled. On the other hand, Mirialia gave an excited squeal and hugged Kagalai yelling I knew it. I knew it. She then drifted off into excited chatter that nobody understood. Kisaka sighed. Just blow our cover wide open, sure. Besides, you still have civilians on board. Flay's father said, referring to himself and Flay. I'm pretty sure Orb wouldn't turn away a ship carrying normal people even if it's affiliated with the Federation. Thus, several hours later, the shores of Orb saw the approach of the Archangel near their shores, being escorted by several Orb patrol boats. So what's the word? Blaze asked Cypher as the two watched the Archangel get directed to a dry dock attached to what seems to be a large military facility. Orb is calling this a strictly humanitarian mission, and that they're accepting this ship out of goodwill among men. Not at all surprising, I guess. Cypher shrugs. Though I have to admit they reacted a little too quickly for my tastes. Blaze stared at him. Fast, it took them 2 hours. Cypher didn't look away from the dock, but cracked a grin. You know how bureaucracy works, besides, I expected them to just take the civilians and force the ship to stay in international waters. Well, yeah, but... Blaze shook his head. You know what? I'm not gonna ask. The two of them then blinked in surprise as the ship was properly secured in the dry dock. Oi! Cypher muttered, looking around. I feel it too, but I don't think it's around here. Blaze shook his head. It's really faint, too. What are you two talking about? Sai asked. It's nothing big, what's up? Blaze said with a smile. Captain Murr's orders, full disembark. Morgan Roet's going to do a full overhaul of the ship while we're here. Sai said. Morgan Roet? Is that where we are now? Cypher asked, following Sai as he made his way around the ship. Yeah, why? Sai asked. Just curious. Cypher shrugged. Elsewhere. Geez, are you serious? Isaac breathed as the smoldering husk of the ZAFT base they deployed from filled his Jin's main view screen. I knew they said the base was hit, but... Dirka looked around. I didn't think it would be this, total. And this was done by a single mobile armor, too. Athrun seethed. The combined losses of the battle, the base, and his friend Nicole weren't doing any favors for his composure. Do we have anything? Anything at all? Hold on a second. Dirka switched to his infrared screen. I'm picking up some signals, they're weak, but they're there. Survivors. Isaac switched to his own sensors, picking up nothing. Who knows, who cares? Give us the coordinates, we're digging them out. Athrun sighed. At Orb. The Archangel crew was given room and board in the main Morgan Roet facility, where Kira was currently being confronted by a woman in a light brown jacket with short, curly brown hair. You want me to assist the Orb's mobile suit project? Kira frowned. Are you sure? I'm technically still a civilian. I've seen what you've done with the Strikes OS, I'm sure you'll be a lot of help. Erica Simmons, the brown-haired lady, said with a friendly smile. It's not like we'll be relying on you to do all of the work, after all. As if to make her point, a grinning young man with brown hair restrained by a blue bandana walked up to Kira, offering a friendly hand. Yo. The name's Lo, Logwal. Nice to meet ye. The young man said. Logir? Kira took the offered hand. Kira Yamato. Hi, so. I'm responsible for that guy over there. Lo pointed over his shoulder to a red mobile suit behind him, nestled in a mobile suit hangar and separated from them by a wall of glass. Kira noted with a raised eyebrow that the unit in question was equipped with a mobile suit-sized katana. And I built the basis for the OS that you are going to be working on. Lo said with a grin. I haven't agreed to do it though. Kira muttered. Kman. You like fiddling with machines too, right? Lo clapped him on the shoulder. I can tell, from one mechanic to another. Help Orb out, they're a lot better than the EFA bastards. You don't like the EFA? Kira walked up to the glass screen to stare at the rows of mobile suits lined up in the hangar in various states of construction, namely, at the skeletons of the MBF M1 Astray, the new workhorse of the Orb military. They've never been good to the Junk Guild. Lo walked up next to him. The EFA keeps trying to pass and enforce stupid laws that don't make any goddamn sense, and they keep trying to blame us for all of it. He shrugs. It's hard to like people who do that. Politics aside, Erica piped in. Your expertise as a coordinator would be well received. Well, sure, I guess. Kira shrugged. Elsewhere. Orb accepted an EFA warship into its waters. A man said. Not just that, the ship was built with the help of Morgan Roet. A second man said with a chuckle. Looks like Orb is hardly nearly as neutral as it claims to be. Doesn't surprise me, Dozumi is anything but neutral. The first man sneered. Well, that's fine too, how's our little project coming along? Proceeding about as well as I can hope. The second man chuckled. Having the ACES give us such good footage certainly didn't hurt. We just need the EFA to keep working and we'll be well on our way. Orb. Lo, who's that guy over there? A blue-haired girl asks him. Who, Kira? Lo looks over to where she's pointing. He's helping you guys with the Astray program. Oh, so he's the guy Erica roped. A yellow-haired girl said. He's pretty cute, can he really do this kind of stuff? He's supposed to be a super coordinator or something. A red-haired girl said with a shrug. I guess that makes him special. Lo frowns at that. That's not very nice. The blue-haired girl quickly sides with Lo. Yeah, Mayura, that's not very nice. The yellow-haired girl pokes the blue-haired girl on the chin. Siding with Lo so quickly, hey, Jury, I think something's up, don't you? She looks at Mayura, the red-haired girl, who grins evilly and nods. There's nothing going on, Asagi. The blue-haired Jury pouts. What are you girls talking about? Lo scowls. So loud. Kira's face shows no emotion as he continues to read through the OS readouts on his screen, only looking up when he hears a knock on the door frame. Can we help you? Asashai says uncertainly, seeing Blaze at the door. Maybe, maybe not. Blaze grins. Kira. Your buddies are looking for you, not nice to just start working and not say anything, you know. Kira doesn't even look up. Oh, sorry. Blaze sighs. Does he always do this? He asks the people behind him. Yep, once he gets focused it's nearly impossible to drag him back out. Sai laughs. Yo, Kira. You should have let us know if you are doing something like this. Sai. Kira finally looked up. Sorry, we know, we know. Sai waves it off. So, have you decided? Kira frowns. I haven't. I'm honestly not sure what to do. Decide what? Lo asks, looking at the Seed kids. Well, for him. Sai ruffles Kira's hair. He's picking between acting as an EFA pilot or jumping ship. For the rest of us, well, we go with him. Except Cuzzy. Tall reminded him. Except Cuzzy. Sai agreed. Cuzzy left. Kira asked. Nobody was very surprised, since Cuzzy didn't have much of a presence in the story when Neil effectively took his spot. Yeah, I don't blame him though. Sai shook his head. He, like the rest of the Seed kids, has had trouble sleeping through the night recently, though none of them told each other. Well. Kira got back on track. I don't know. He didn't get back on track very well. You like doing stuff like this, right? Asashai piped in, taking a peek at Kira's work. I'm sure Morgan Rowett would hire you if you left the EFA. I don't think his job opportunities are what's bugging him. Blaze chuckled. Kira, you can protect without fighting in the front lines too, you know? Don't feel compelled to stay in the army just because you can fly. Kira stared at Blaze and realized that the man was smiling. Oh, I see how it is. Kira grins. You're afraid I'm going to be better than all four of you combined. Blaze chuckled. You'll be better than us once we retire for a few years, maybe. It's never too late to go back to being just a civilian, you know. Blaze said after a moment. I mean, sure, your skills are top-notch, but it's not like you owe the EFA anything. Kira looked down at his screen. I understand. I do believe, however, that my skills are best used on the battlefield. Well, as long as you're sure. Blaze shrugs. But on which side do I belong? Kira couldn't help but think. ZAFT Carpinteria Base, 1 week later. The ZAFT boys, minus Nicole, spent the previous half-day organizing the rescue effort aimed at digging out people from underneath the rubble that used to be their base, before getting a transfer order that effectively said let the lesser people handle it, but in more pleasant terms. Instead, they were to be transferred and stationed at Carpinteria for the foreseeable future. Is it our punishment? Dirka had asked with a faked, heavy sigh. If it is, just be glad we're getting off so easily. Isaac said. Against their expectations, their reception at Carpinteria base off of the coast of ZAFT-controlled Australia was fairly pleasant, with a fair amount of condolences on having lost their base due to, as the soldiers put it, command-level incompetence. Against their greatest expectations, Carpinteria was positively overflowing with activity, with hangars and barracks stuffed full of units and their respective pilots. Is Carpinteria this full all the time? Isaac muttered as the three were shown to their quarters. Supposedly the higher UPS are planning some sort of offensive with all these units, not that any of us know where we're going. The aide leading them said. Probably Panama. Athrun thought. It's the only EFA base near here that would require such a huge influx of troops. Here we are. The aide led the three boys into a fairly spacious officer's lounge. Upon getting a quizzical look from Athrun, the aide shrugged. Commander's orders. We give our ACES special treatment. Isaac chuckled with disbelief. After our colossal failure we're still considered ACES. He said. Well. The aide squirmed a little. We all saw the video of the battle, and as far as us lowly soldiers are concerned, you all are ACES for just coming home alive. The three boys paused. What video? The Gundams, understandably, were not equipped with internet access. Plant? Nichols' father was not a happy man. After all, since Raul Crusett himself came to his home, and heaven knows Crusett never made time for any sort of family ventures, it didn't take a genius to realize that he was the bearer of the worst kind of news. Indeed, his poor wife had done nothing but cry her eyes out ever since Crusett broke the news to them, that Nicole was declared missing in action, most likely dead. While a small part of him held just a tiny shred of hope that maybe Nicole was rescued from the oceans before the elements claimed his son, his logical side maintained that there was no way for Nicole to be alive. Either way, it led him directly to Patrick Zala's office, and to an interesting little project Patrick professed to be working on. He didn't care. As long as the Naturals paid for every last drop of blood they shed. Orb. Nicole, on the other hand, was alive and well, as much as one can be expected as a prison of war, in Morgan-Roet. I can't believe I'm not even being locked up. Nicole said blandly. Well, Muru doesn't consider you a risk. Talisman shrugged, having picked the short straw for guard duty. Besides, if you try to run they'll shoot you dead. The two were being tailed by a security detail of at least 4 armed guards. At least let me contact my parents. Nicole said calmly. And create an international incident? No thanks. Talisman laughed. Kid, just go along for the ride. It's not like we're torturing you for information or anything. Which was true, ever since Nicole regained consciousness in the hospital bay he was treated with a fair amount of neglect. Nicole sighed. And who are you, anyways? Why do your people hate you that much? Talisman laughed openly. Hate me? I have the easiest job here. He clapped Nicole on the shoulder, nearly putting the young boy on the ground. See? Talisman said with a cocky grin. Yet. Nicole scowled despite himself, now he could see why Zack placed his honors so highly above all else. Wasn't Zack captured by this ship before? He couldn't help but ask. Yep. Whitey Locks busted himself out without too much hassle though. Talisman nods. And you just let him go. Nicole stared at the man. This. Talisman. We got the duel back. Talisman shrugged. The kid has potential, you know? And, we, at least, don't like killing potential in the bud. There's always an after war, after all. Nicole blinked. Nobody in plant ever talked about an after the war, as if the war against the naturals is the natural thing to do. Part of it, at least, had something to do with maintaining the war effort. After the war? Nicole asked. Yet. Talisman grinned. There's always a time where the two sides stop fighting, you know? And hating each other for the hell of it isn't gonna make our lives any better. Nicole looked thoughtful. Then, can I walk around? And talk to people? Talisman asked, to which Nicole nods his agreement. Well, sure, as long as you stay within your clearance level. Thanks. Nicole smiled. This is your big chance to see this plant from the outside, looking in. Talisman smiled as well. 3 days later. Asagi, Juri, and Mayura, yellow, blue, and red, marveled at the progress of the Astray OS. It was really the only thing they can do, even as they experimented with it in the Morgan-Roet training grounds. Kira Yamato smiled sheepishly as he heard the 3 lay their praises upon him for his superior work. Looks like they're all smitten with you. Erica Simmons said with a sly grin. Except Juri, she's got someone else in mind. Asagi laughed. When do you plan to tell him? Juri, as expected, could only sputter in response. Kira watched the Astrays perform some acrobatic maneuvers while lost in thought and only barely registered Erica tapping him on the shoulder. Got a minute? She asked him. So what's this about? Kira asked, upon seeing Lo, Muru, Natarl, and Mew in the same room. Well. Erica pulled an image of a large, white flat something floating on the ocean on the main screen. Oh, is this the rumored Giga float? Mew asked with a wide smile. And the Giga float is? Muru looked to both him and Erica. The Giga float is a roaming structure, housing the first civilian-use orbital launching facility. In other words, it's the first and only mass driver not owned by either the EFA or ZAFT. Okay, so what does that have to do with us? Natarl asked. Well, we've received a support request from the Giga float crew, apparently their work progress is being hampered by attacks from an unknown party. Erica said. Orb isn't the only neutral nation to respond, mind you, but we happen to be the closest. Well, I mean, we're Federation soldiers. Natarl said. If Giga float is neutral, then they didn't call for help from either the EFA or ZAFT, thus, we can't exactly help either. Truth be told, I just wanted your opinion. Erica chuckled. Orb can't assist either, on account of the Astray project still in development, and we don't have the units or pilots to spare. The 3 girls back there are our best pilots right now, after all. She said with a knowing look at Kira. And they'll all die to a real enemy. Kira thought with a scowl. Hey, not a problem. Lo said, pointing to himself cockily with his thumb. I got the red, I'll go. Thank you, Lo. Erica said with a smile. And I suppose you wanted to ask them to lend me? Kira asked, still frowning. Exactly right, Mr. Yamato, you're still a Federation soldier, after all. Erica said. This goes against regulations. Natarl couldn't help but say. The fact that we're in orb right now goes against every regulation. Muru said lazily. Kira, it's your call. Kira nodded. I've made my mind up already, Miss Simmons. Erica smiles. You might have realized that you can't use an EFA suit for this mission. She sees Kira nod. Great. We have an Astray supplied and ready to go. It's probably not as responsive as the strike you're used to, and it lacks all the bells and whistles, but it should be more than adequate for this mission. If you have any armament requests, you should tell the mechanics now. Kira nods, salutes, turns, and runs off. Motivated, isn't he? Mew said with a cheerful grin. That kid's driven by the desire to protect others. Mura frowned slightly. I hope it doesn't come back to bite him. Morganrow hangar, 1 hour later. The MBF M1 Astray, Orb's new unit, is a lot like the strike in terms of its build, no surprise, seeing as it was built from the G project data, but differs in that the armor is comparatively thinner and lighter, making it look thinner and taller. On the back of the Astray is an engine with comparable output to the strike's normal engine and 4 built-in set of vernier engines mounted on wing-like emitters, which, due to the Astray's lighter armor, gives it more mobility than the strike, though not by much. Normally, an Astray is armed with a beam rifle, a pair of beam sabers, a shield with a prototype anti-beam coating, and head-mounted Vulcans. Logwell's MBF P-02 Astray Red Frame, on the other hand, is a prototype unit much like the strike. Compared to the mass production model, Lo's Astray is stockier despite using the same armor plating and has extra components mounted on the arms, and the head is smaller and more mobile in its neck area. In lieu of a shield, Lo's Astray was equipped with a pair of beam sabers, beam rifle, head-mounted Vulcans, and a mobile suit-sized katana dubbed the Gerber Astray. On the other hand. Seriously? Kira. Lo said, staring at the other unit, not knowing if he should be aroused or not. Kira's Astray was equipped with a lifter module, which looked like scaled-up versions of a Spearhead's VTOL engines taped onto the mobile suit's shoulders, and had also lost its shield. Instead, it carries 4 beam sabers, 2 on the back, 2 strapped to the wrists, 2 beam rifles mounted on the waist, and a pair of bazookas, and, of course, the head-mounted Vulcans. I wanted to be prepared. Kira said innocently. Prepared, you look like you're ready to start a war. Lo said, astonished. It happens, okay. Kira grinned, though nobody could see him. Sheesh. Lo shook his head, and then heard the launcher counter go off. Lo, Astray Red, go. His Astray is then pulled by the catapult and shot into the sky. Kira Yamato, Astray, launching. Kira's Astray wobbled slightly on account of its slightly oversized wings once he took to the air. I'm very glad those wings cleared the hangar walls. One engineer said, to the general agreement of his peers. Something interesting going on. Cypher asked once he saw Blaze watch what looks like a tactical screen. The kid's off on a mission. Blaze responded, his face a mask. Kira is? Who's the other guy? Cypher asked upon seeing 2 dots on the screen. A friend of his, I guess? I don't think they know each other very well. Blaze shrugged. They're heading off to some offshore facility. Offshore, Giga Float? Cypher thought. For whatever reason the name Giga Float made him feel uneasy. Well, if it's Kira, he should be fine, the boy improves so fast it's frightening. Still not as fast as us though. Blaze said offhandedly. Right, right. Cypher grinned, and then looked at him seriously. Can I borrow you for a minute? We got some people we need to talk to. What kind of people? Blaze said, not moving an inch. Our kind of people. Cypher said as he walked out the door. Blaze stared at where Cypher was, cursed, then jumped up and followed him. Carpinteria. The past 3 days haven't been easy for the ZAFT boys. Given their status as ACES, a title accepted only dubiously by a majority of the base staff, the 3 kids were told to train the newbies at the base, of which there was quite a few. In fact, Isaac wasn't sure if there were any experienced pilots at the base to begin with. Regardless, the stint as a teacher helped ensure their status as ACES in the eyes of their compatriots, and also helped their own piloting skills, especially Athrun and Dirka, as they had become a little lazy with their defense due to the phase shift armor they had. Lastly, it helped catapult Isaac to an almost godlike status among his peers, or so the rookies claim. Isaac and Athrun sparred in training dins very often, as a means of collecting data for the rookies to use, and Isaac was almost always the victor. Doesn't surprise me. Athrun said with a shrug when a rookie asked him about their skill levels. Isaac was always the better pilot at school, but his temper would get to him and he'd make fundamental mistakes. Now that his anger issue is gone, he's as good as he should be. Still not as good as me though. Dirka said with a smooth grin. Dirka scored more victories against Isaac than Athrun did, largely by sniping at Isaac regardless of what he would do. And that's why we work together. Isaac bopped Dirka on the head good-naturedly. Sir Jewel. The rookie said, snapping to attention. Isaac is fine. What is it? Isaac waved the rookie's terror away, or at least tried to. His constant scowl made him a bit unapproachable at all times. Sir Isaac. Would we be able to fight those demons as we are now? The rookie asked. No. Isaac's face showed just a brief flicker of anger. They are not to be underestimated. Even though they're flying spearheads. The rookie asked. Especially since they're flying spearheads. Isaac corrected him. It's only a matter of time before the EFA puts those guys on the top of the new requisitions list. Imagine how terrifying they would be if every one of them had one of those EFA prototypes. The only thing that scared the ZAFT rookies more than the ACES of Strangereal was the strike. I don't want to think about it. The rookie shuddered. I understand. In the event that we face the demons. If you can run, run. If you can't, call up reinforcements and hope for the best. Dirk repeated what Isaac has said many times with a sigh. You're putting them on too high of a pedestal, Isaac. You think so? Isaac looked at his best friend. I can't help but feel like those guys still have some untapped potential, and it scares me. They killed a battalion of Dins with 4 mobile armors, of course we're scared of them. Athrun said. Gigafloat, 1400 hours, 2 p.m. Kira Yamato whistled. Whoa, look at the size of that thing. This is even bigger than I thought. Lo's respect for the builders was interrupted by an incoming message. Ah, this is Lo, who is? The rest of his sentence was cut off by a girl's shriek. Lo. Where the hell have you been? We were so worried about you. Ah, Yamabuki. Lo said happily. So this is where you all went. Kira could hear the anger boiling over on the other side of the line and render the poor girl unable to speak. Lo, blessedly, could not. Does that mean the professor is there too? Yep, we're all here. The professor, a beautiful woman with long dark red hair said. The EFA hired the junk guild to help build this thing, and that's why we're here. Even after falling from orbit. Lo asked incredulously. Falling from orbit? Kira wasn't sure if he heard right. Yep. Well, the home is trashed as a result. The professor said, gently nudging the girl known as Yamabuki away from the console before the poor girl popped a vein. But the rest of us are totally fine. It's not trashed, it just needs a refurbishing or so. A man said, offended. Friends of yours? Kira asked Lo. Yep, they might as well be my family. Lo said with a sheepish grin. How touching. The professor cooed, much to Lo's embarrassment. We consider you family too, Lo. The man said with a laugh. Yeah, Lo scratched his face nervously, can we land now? Or are we worried about enemies showing up real soon? What enemies? The professor asked. Kira scowled. What? Orb said that it received a reinforcement request from the Giga float. Well, I don't know if the organizers sent a request, but we sure didn't hear about any enemies. The girl, Yamabuki, said, having finally calmed down enough to be allowed near the radio again. That's because I sent the request. A new man's voice came on the line. Guy. Why are you here? Lo demanded. It's my job. Murakumo Guy said, with an audible shrug, even if the man himself didn't do any shrugging. Actually, where are you, anyways? Lo asked, looking around and seeing no sign of Guy's blue astray. Kira felt a tingle run down his spine, and unhooked a beam rifle. Kira? You okay? Lo asked upon seeing Kira's astray turn and look all around him. Yet. Kira muttered, not paying Lo any attention. Underwater, a young man dressed in a really over-the-top, extravagant black cloak smiled. I see, looks like Orb isn't nearly as disconnected as we were led to believe. Is it time yet, boss? One of his henchmen asked. Stay put for the time being. We are, after all, in no real hurry. The young man said coolly. Kira and Lo were allowed to land on the Giga float after flying around rather aimlessly for a good 10 minutes. Upon exiting his astray, Kira heard a girl practically scream Lo's name before turning around to see said girl nearly crash into Lo. Once Kira put his feet on the ground, a red-haired woman in a white lab coat walked up to him. Ah, are you a friend of Lo's? The woman asked with a polite smile. Yes he is, Professor. Lo yelled over his shoulder, while the girl in question ranted on in front of him. The woman known as the Professor chuckled. Professor? Kira asked, wondering why the woman doesn't give her name. Yep, that's me. The Professor said. And you are? Kira Yamato. Pleased to meet you, Professor. Kira said with a polite bow. Because he wasn't looking, he missed the minor twitch the Professor had when he said his name. Yamato, hey. The Professor mused. Well, Kira, thank you for coming to the Giga float's defense, as oddly organized as it may be. Are you an orb pilot? Kira shook his head. I'm a Morgenroet engineer. While that's not technically true, he figured the truth of EFA pilot was less than ideal in the current circumstances. Seriously? The rust red-haired girl who was talking to Lo said, immediately forgetting about Lo for the moment. I didn't think Orb's Astray project got this far. Hey, they got data from me. Lo said with a cocky jerk of the thumb to himself. Of course they would have gotten super far. More like they got the data from Hachi. The girl grumbled. Who's Hachi? Kira asked. Oh, you haven't met him yet. Hang on. Lo jumped back into his cockpit and came out with a briefcase with a screen on it. Hi. Kira guesses that the briefcase is Hachi. Hello to you, too. The briefcase says back, in a rather boyish voice. Kira blinks. Whoa, he talks. Of course. He's my partner in crime. Lo grins, patting the briefcase. I'm responsible for keeping Lo alive. The computer says. Truer words have never been spoken. The girl nods. Hello, I'm Kiseto Yamabuki, his friend. Kira guesses from the fact that she nearly spat the last word out she's not exactly happy that they're just friends. He also refrained from staring at the girl in her rather odd choice of clothing, namely, at the utterly tiny tank top and jacket that fully exposes her navel for all to see. Hello. Kira nods with a small smile. So what happened to the home? Lo asks, looking at the professor. Nothing overly special. We dropped near here and the Giga float fished us up. The professor sighed. More like we crashed into the Giga float. It's a wonder we didn't die from it. A young man with long, black hair said. Yo, Lo. Liam. How've you been? Lo grinned and clapped the man on the back. So. Liam's face turned grim. Why is Giga float worried about an attack? Orb. ACES. Pleased to meet you. A grizzled man said with a wide grin and a booming laugh. It is an honor, yes. You give us far too much credit. Cypher laughed. I didn't think Grunder would have a facility in Orb. Best place to do business. The Grunder mechanic said. The feds don't want our planes and ZAFT are little bastards. Is that why we're here then? To do some business. Blaze looked around the hangar they were being led through. A lot of planes were being assembled in the hangar with a combination of mechanics and large, foreign-looking robotic machinery. You'll see. Our boss does the talking, I do the building. The mechanic led the two ACES to a small room near the hangar exit. You must be the ACES our African branch told us about. A man dressed in a sharp black suit said, shaking Cypher and Blaze's hand in turn. It's an honor to meet the legendary ACES from our homeland, even if we were on opposite sides. He motioned for the two ACES to take a seat. Cypher nods. Right, so what are we here for? He asks after sitting down. The Grunder representative sat on his side of the table and rested his chin on his folded hands. I'll get down to business then. Grunder is a business, and a business is no good without customers. Both the EFA and ZAFT have driven their war engines with their own units, and as a result we can't easily dig into the market as we once hoped to do. So you want us to fly your planes? Blaze asked. Yes and no. The representative looked at Blaze. I know how good you guys are, your reputations are well deserved, and having our planes with such spectacular results will definitely drive salves. However, the problem is that if your wing flies our fighters in an EFA ship, well, we drag Orb into a political scandal large enough to drag them into the war. Cypher finishes for him. Exactly. So what do you want? Blaze asked. Well, in the best scenarios, I want the four of you on Grunder's payroll. The representative says with a noncommittal shrug. But I know you guys won't do that. Not easily, anyway. Cypher said, and then saw Blaze look at him. What? You're not thinking of defecting just for a bigger paycheck, are you? Blaze asked him with narrowed eyes. Did you forget, Blaze? I'm a mercenary at heart. Cypher grinned. Well, that being said, it'll need to be a hell of a paycheck to get me to change sides though. And our bosses won't give me enough money for that, not immediately, anyways. The representative agreed sadly. So I'll settle for Plan B, I want your help in rolling out our planned flagship fighter. Even though we're attached to the EFA? Blaze asked the man. The EFA is, very easily swayed, as long as ZAFT isn't involved, so long as their reputation isn't visibly tarnished. The representative said with a note of anger in his voice. You don't like it? Cypher was slightly surprised. As a businessman, it certainly makes my job easier. The man said. But as a true Belkan, their disdain for their own values disgusts me. He shakes his head. Plus we're not exactly high on the EFA's friends list. Blaze muttered. If memory serves they still think we're coordinators. Do they? The man said, surprised. That's a little different from what he said. He mutters to himself. So if we agree to work with Grunder? Cypher asked. We'll send a Grunder work team along with you, along with the development prototype. So we can't fly it. Blaze grumbled. Grunder has a reputation to uphold, we won't deploy a fighter that's currently still being tuned, after all. The representative shrugged. Sounds all fine and good, but... Cypher frowned. A little money goes a long way. The representative reminded him. Besides, the EFA's intercontinental connections are horrible. They won't know for a long time anyways. Well, it sounds like it benefits you more than it does us. Blaze said. I'll let you in on a little secret. The man said, leaning forward a little. The EFA has been sponsoring a drug company in Eurasia lately. Said company went under a few years ago for making illegal stimulants that killed a lot of its users. How do you know this? Cypher scowled. We have contacts all over the world, setting up an information web was one of the first things we did. The representative shrugged. The point is I don't believe you gentlemen would benefit a whole lot by sticking with the EFA until the bitter end, and by doing this we'll take the heat if you guys ever decide to defect. Shouldn't you be contacting the ship captain for this? I think moving more crew onto the ship is her pejorative, not ours. Oh, don't worry. We have people for that. The man waves Blaze's comment away. What is that supposed to mean? Blaze's thoughts were interrupted by a call from his phone. Blaze here, what is it? The 4 aces decided to each get a phone yesterday. Are you near a television? Ribbon's voice came over the line. We need a TV. Blaze said to the representative, scowling. Something in Ribbon's voice put him on edge. The representative stood up quickly. This way. He led everyone out of the room. While the war was between the EFA and ZAFT, the fact remained that not all of the nations on Earth belonged to the EFA, or being the most prominent example, and thus not all of the satellites around Earth were destroyed. Satellite TV, at the very least, was still a luxury the world could enjoy. We bring you this video live from the Blaze heard the announcer say before an explosion overpowered his voice. Holy shit, Ribbon. Blaze said, watching with Cypher and the representative. I know. Ribbon, on the other hand, watched it from the Morgan Rowett facility along with some dock workers. Those guys have gone insane, the world has gone insane. Natarl exclaimed, looking for something to bang her head on. Giga float. The hell? Lo looked up from his food, hearing the alarm go off. I guess we're getting what we came for. Kira said, before shoveling food down his mouth. Your sense of urgency is a little odd. Lo wanted to ask whether if Kira felt the need to abandon his food and run off, like how Lo is feeling right now. If they wanted to destroy the Giga float they would have done it with cruise missiles, Kira said after he had finished shoveling food down his mouth. No amount of panicking will make us fight better. Lo shook his head. Man, Fed pilots are weird. We? Who else did you meet? Kira asked as the two ran off to the hangar. Carpinteria. Athrun walked into the break room on the base, and found the atmosphere to be far too quiet. What's going on, guys? Athrun asked, before noticing that everyone was focused on the TV. Athrun, the naturals have gone insane. Dirka said with a hollow laugh. Athrun read the tagline on the bottom of the screen, EFA declares war on Equatorial Union. That's not the worst part. Look. Isaac pointed to the action being shown on the screen. Athrun gritted his teeth as the television showed the EFA spearheads dropped bombs indiscriminately over the skylines of a major city. Are these the people you are trying to protect? Kira. Chapter 14, Stage 12, Operation Plant. Patrick Zala viewed the news with unbridled glee. How wonderful it was that the naturals, when faced with an overwhelming force like ZAFT, decide to fight among themselves further. Raul Crucet, on the other hand, viewed the news with something more akin to apprehension. The actions of the EFA made no sense to him this time, and he cannot simply dismiss it as naturals being stupid, especially not after the presence of the demons of the Federation. The chess game the two played lie abandoned on the table while both of them were transfixed with the news. The rest of ZAFT watched the news with a mix of curiosity, glee, and a vehement hatred for the naturals who decided to attack a neutral nation with zero provocation. Giga float. Lo, enemy signatures detected. Hachi, Lo's computer buddy, said. Their heat signatures match the EFA spearhead engines. Spearheads. Lo raised an eyebrow. Is the EFA trying to trash their own investment? By virtue of not having in-cockpit internet access, neither he nor Kira knew of the EFA's attack on the Equatorial Union yet. I don't think so. Kira said, peering at his visual camera. Their paint job is off. Paint job? Really? Lo asked, looking through his camera as well. How can you tell from here? On the cameras, the spearheads were a little more than a figurine on a table. It just feels weird, their cross-section doesn't match either, it's too bulky. Kira powered up his Astray, noting with a fair amount of discomfort at the smaller energy tank readout compared to the Strike. But if all we're up against is spearheads, then we don't have a lot to worry about. Lo said confidently. Professor, can you issue a warning against them? I'm trying, but they're refusing all hails. The professor's shrug was audible. Let me try. Kira switched his communications to a general channel and turned on the Astray speakers. This is the Giga Float Defense Squadron to unknown crafts in our airspace. Identify your intentions or you will be shot down. I repeat, identify your intentions or you will be shot down. The spearheads in the distance responded by dropping something from their underbellies. After a few seconds, Kira heard a repeating beep in his cockpit. Well, I guess I know how they feel about this. He sighs. The long-range missiles from the spearheads fly straight and false, since they were summarily shot down by a barrage of fire from Kira's beam rifles. I didn't they'd fly here just to take a vacation. Lo's Astray surges forward with its beam rifle drawn, spraying fire into the air a little ineffectually. The spearheads, against Kira's expectations, continued to fly in formation in spite of Lo's fairly poor shooting. He looked confused for a moment, scratched his head, and then aimed his arm-mounted beam rifles against the spearheads with a shake of his head. The 6 spearheads flying toward the Giga Float saw the first barrage of beam rifle fire fly ineffectually toward them and then hit pretty much nothing. Captain, what's the plan? One of the pilots asked, watching the second Astray cautiously. Follow the data, and strike the Giga Float's mass driver. The captain replied. As expected, he really can't hit anything at all. He muttered snidely to himself. Whatever other self-confident assertions he was about to make was cut short by his entire squad being shot down by a pinpoint accurate strike from Kira's Astray. Lo whistled. Wow, you're a really good shot. You're just really bad. Hachi said without skipping a beat. Lo bopped the little computer lightly on its frame. These guys weren't very good. Kira muttered to himself, scanning his radar display for any potential enemy units. So that can't possibly be all of them. A man dressed in expensive-looking black clothes regarded the loss of contact with his spearhead squadron with something akin to surprise. Sir, what are your orders? He closes his eyes and thinks for a moment. All units retreat. We'll take the Giga Float another time. I'm interested to know who the perpetrator is, however. New contact incoming. Hachi suddenly said. Is it him? Lo snarled, looking toward the direction as indicated by his threat receiver. Kira looked toward the same direction as well, and saw the target of Lo's sudden interest. A gold-colored Astray. He muttered. Must be really damn rich to get plating like that. He then noted with a scowl that the armor of the Astray changed color in several areas, a sure sign of the phase shift armor, and that it also had a bulky waist-mounted system that implies a large-scale weapon of some kind. Kira. Don't underestimate him. Lo said as he flew into the air. Oh, it's you again. The gold Astray's pilot said dismissively. I'm not here for you. Kira saw the golden Astray dive toward him. Damn, he's fast. Lo said, his beam rifle shots uselessly trailing behind his target. He's fast, but... Kira felt almost bored by the golden Astray coming at him. He's too easy to read. The gold Astray's pilot blinked in surprise as his target fired upon him with its head-mounted Vulcans. You have good senses. The pilot said over the general line. He heard the pilot of the red Astray in the air yell over the same line. Kira. Get out of there. Kira? Is that the name of the pilot in front of me? Kira smirked despite himself. All his time of practicing with Cypher had caused the older pilot's confidence to rub off on him, a confidence that was far from unfounded. The pilot of the gold Astray flinched when his damage control suddenly registered 2 hits to his unit. How in the... He looked down despite himself and saw 2 beam sabers lodged into his waist-mounted harpoon launchers. He looked up just in time to see the Astray charge at him with 2 more beam sabers activated. Kira swings at the gold Astray and misses as the gold frame uses its remarkably thrusters to jump out of the way, causing Kira's Astray to land behind him. The gold frame's pilot then felt a jolt as Kira's Astray kicked him in the back with a fast-spinning roundhouse kick. He's way better than you are. Hachi said snidely. No kidding. That guy is insane. Lo said through a wide grin. How? The gold frame's pilot snarled, using his thrusters to get some more distance before pulling out his beam rifle. Surely, you're fast. Faster than any unit I've gone up against. But... He heard Kira's voice over the general line as the Astray charged at him again. You're not as flexible as he is. The gold frame turned to aim its beam rifle and saw Kira's Astray almost on top of him. Kira accelerated to maximum speed and cut off the gold Astray's left leg from the knee, and then slams the gold Astray into the ground with a kick. And not nearly as savage as they are. Kira muttered to himself, turning and pelting the gold Astray with beam rifle fire. TCH. I'll get you for this. The gold Astray's pilot snarled, firing into the Giga Float and causing things to explode, covering his unit with a screen of smoke and fire. Did you know who that was? Kira asked Lo once the smoke cleared and the gold frame was nowhere to be seen, though he felt that the pilot wasn't the type to surrender even if the unit was disabled, so he wasn't too torn up about letting the guy go. Ronald Gina Sahaku. Lo said in reply. We fought in space and he kicked our asses. It's Rondo Gina Sahaku, he forced us to the earth. Hachi added helpfully. I see. Kira had no idea who it was, but a small part of him was certain that the person would be important in the future. Lo, Kira. You guys should see this. The professor said, and forwarded a news feed to their cockpits. Is this for real? Are they for real? What the hell are they thinking? Mu-La Flaga raged against nobody in particular, rampaging around a Morgenroet lounge. Maybe it's just a small faction. Natarl said hopefully. Small. Mu gestured to the television screen. Does that look small to you? That being a televised full-out assault of a city in the Equatorial Union with a battalion of spearheads visible. Calm down. Muru bopped Mu on the head. Sorry. Mu said sheepishly. So what's our plan? Nothing. Muru said very matter-of-factly. The Archangel is still in dry dock for another week, and I don't feel like being assigned to bomb civilians the instant I leave port. Captain, that means we're going to leave civilians unprotected, even if they don't belong to the Federation. Natarl frowned. Her sense of military duty and military honor were fighting with each other in her head. Muru sighed. I know, but right now we can't do anything without stirring up an even bigger mess. Kira Yamato returned to Orb a day later. Lo stayed behind to be with his Junk Guild family, and traded information with his friends. If nothing else, this event greatly shook his already faltering confidence in the Earth Federation. The fact that the three heads of their current ship, Mururamius, Natarl Bajaruel, and Mu-La Flaga, were nowhere to be seen for the better part of the day didn't do his mood any favors. Who are you? Kira asked with a frown, seeing a young boy with light green hair he didn't recognize. The young boy looked around shiftily for a moment. Nicole Amalfi. Nicole believed that there wasn't any danger from using his real name, nobody on Earth knew him anyways. His confidence was a little misplaced. Kira's eyebrow shot up. Amalfi? You're Yuri Amalfi's son. Nicole felt his heart sank, but the boy before him reminded him a bit of a Thrun. What makes you think that? Kira smiled. I'm an engineering student, he cost me a lot in textbooks. Nicole couldn't help but grin. Yeah, that tends to happen, hope your wallet feels better in the future. Kira's smile faded a bit. But that would make you a ZAFT soldier. What are you doing here? Nicole's grin faded as well. I was fished out of the ocean. Kira gave no physical response. Oh, so I guess you were in the Blitz when I took it down. How are you feeling? I feel fine, at least I'm not on the bottom of the ocean. Nicole chuckled half-heartedly. Kira frowned. What do you think of, well, us? Nicole didn't have to ask what he meant. I think. He shook his head. No, I know that most naturals are not okay with this. Nicole has seen the reaction around Morgenroet to the attack, after all. Kira sighed. Makes the two of us. An uncharacteristic hatred burned in his eyes. I don't know who or why they did this, but if I get my hands on them. Whoa there, kid. Kira felt a pair of hands descend on his shoulders. You won't get anywhere with that kind of mood. Blaze said behind him. You're not gonna tell me to master my rage, are you? Kira asked tiredly. What? No. Blaze grinned. Just that with great power comes great responsibility. Nicole and Kira both sighed while Blaze grinned wider. What do you think about this? Kira asked Blaze after he recovered from the horrible quote. That. Blaze jerked his head toward the television, getting a nod from Kira in response. I think something's real fishy here. Oh, really? Nicole asked sarcastically, he just can't bring himself to be on guard against Blaze. Yep, really. Blaze's grin slid off his face. Eurasia has always been more anti-coordinator than the Atlantic branch, so for them to suddenly turn on their fellow naturals is very, very odd, nonsensical, in fact. Really? Nicole blinked in surprise. Yet. Eurasia has all the bigots and Atlantic has all the failures. Blaze grinned widely. It's a wonder they work together at all. I thought you said they worked together. Kira said to Blaze glumly. Well. They used to. Blaze scowled. The two of them watched the Atlantic Federation denounce the Eurasian branch for unethical treatment of civilians during wartime. What do you think? Cypher said to the room at large. I think they're still nuts. An engineer grumbled from somewhere in the back, to the general agreement of everyone else. Think someone else is behind this? Talisman asked Captain Bartlett in an undertone. My first guess? It's Blue Cosmos, but for all their idiotic hatred they would never attack naturals unprovoked. Bartlett grunted. Something is really wrong here. The room watched as the Atlantic branch of the Federation declared their intention to support the Equatorial Union against this brazen act of violence. Cypher noted grimly after the speech that no promise of actual military assistance was given to the Equatorial Union. He wondered for a moment how the Atlantic Federation actually planned to help the EU. So what is Orb going to do after this? Muru asked Erica Simmons, Morgan Roet's chief engineer. Do? Who knows? Erica shrugs. Knowing Uzumi, he's probably going to sit back and prepare. Muru turns with a frown on her face. Prepare. Erica smiles slyly. Who do you think pays for Morgan Roet's estrays? In one of the Morgan Roet hangars, the three mechanics under Erica, Juri, Asagi, Mayura, stared at the data Kira's estray provided along with its maintenance estimates. How did he burn out almost every motor in 5 minutes? Asagi, the blonde one, yelled as she violently tugged at her hair. Juri, blue-haired with glasses, could only stare numbly at the estray currently sitting in the dock, its pristine appearance masking the fact that literally every joint in its body is screwed beyond all reason. I guess we should ask Erica for a full upgrade for the estray. Mayura, red-haired, sighed, before noticing that Asagi was charging out of the room. Hey, where are you going? Stuff. Asagi yelled back, already out of the hangar. Kira Yamato froze and instinctively felt the desire to run away screaming, while his friends turned to see a very angry Asagi charging at him. What did you do, Kira? Sai asked hesitantly. Maybe they were dating. Mirelia said meekly and hopefully, in fact. What did you do to my estray? Asagi roared once she got within optimal shouting range. So much for that. Mirelia sighed. Well, Kira took a few steps back as Asagi charged forward and grabbed him by the collar. I broke the limiter on them. Asagi's rage evaporated almost immediately. Limiter? Why would you do that? How did you do that? Kira felt more unnerved by the sudden attitude change than her anger. While flying towards the Giga float I felt like the estray couldn't handle the same joint stress as the strike, so I messed with its OS so that I could. He stopped short once he saw Asagi get angry again. Thanks to you we have to overhaul that entire unit. Asagi wailed. My day off. My glorious day off. Kira watched her melodramatically complain about her lost vacation time and lack of overtime pay as she tottered back to the hangar. You broke an entire unit in 5 minutes? Must be a new record. Blaze said with a nervous chuckle. I didn't mean it. Kira said, still in a bit of a daze. ZAFT base Carpinteria, 2 days later. Athrun stopped to watch a television screen set in a hallway next to one of the hangars, barely listening to the reporter's coverage of Federation aid transports arriving in the Equatorial Union territory of Fiji. A small part of him registered that the transports were a lot bigger than he thought they were. Carpinteria had received orders almost immediately after the Eurasia's attack to prepare for a possible invasion staged on the territory of Australia, and the Crusade team members, sans Crusade himself, since the man was still in space, were kept busy training a lot of rookie pilots being ferried to the base. Speaking of the Crusade team, due to Raul Crusade not being available to lead, the ZAFT boys were temporarily reassigned. Captain Athrun, sir. Athrun turned at the mention of his name. What is it? Athrun Zala, the brand new captain of the Sable Squadron, asked. The base commander wants you to be at Hangar 7 in 15 minutes. The messenger said with a salute. Athrun resisted the urge to curse. All right, thanks. The messenger salutes again and hurries down the near-empty hallway. Isaac, the captain of the Scorpio Squadron, patted him on the back. Is all this getting to you, oh Mr. Captain? Athrun brushed him off, but is smiling all the same. I didn't think I would become a full officer so soon. None of us did. Dirka grinned, his rank insignia denoting his promotion as the Falcon Squadron captain. And it sucks. He laughs. You said it. Athrun shakes his head good-naturedly. I'm really starting to appreciate just how much suffering our instructors went through. I just remember them yelling. Isaac grumbles. A lot of yelling and telling me to keep my distance. Yeah, I thought you were getting arrested when I first heard them say that. Dirka then noticed the girl trailing behind Isaac. Who's the babe? My lieutenant. Isaac said simply. Shiho Hanan Fuss, sir. Shiho salutes, which Dirka returns a little hesitantly. I act as Captain Jules' range support. I've been replaced by a pretty girl. Dirka said matter-of-factly. How long ago did you want to do this? I can't exactly tell High Command to shove it. Isaac says very dispassionately. So ever since you knew she existed. Dirka sighed theatrically. So are we looking at the beginning of a beautiful relationship, or? Athrun said teasingly, looking between Shiho and Isaac. Neither of them gave any outward signs of being affected by that statement. Damn. Athrun snaps his fingers. Your expectations were too high, Athrun, it's Isaac we're talking about. Dirka shakes his head. So what are we all piloting? 2 CGUEs, 2 fast Jins. Isaac said, fast Jins being the ZAFT common name for the Gin high mobility type. 2 of them? For you and her. Dirka's grin was visible from space. Yet. Isaac pointedly ignored his intentions. Hey. Dirka deflated a little. My buster's restricted to the base, they're reverse engineering the hell out of it. So I'm stuck with a Din squad instead. You too, hey. Athrun glanced at his blonde-haired coffee-skinned friend. They're stripping down the Aegis as well, Carpentaria doesn't have the parts to maintain them if we don't. I got a CGUE for a Din squad. So we're all in the air then. Isaac smiled for a brief moment. Do you guys think the EFA will come here after trashing the EU? EU being the Equatorial Union. Athrun shakes his head. I doubt it, if they wanted to hit Carpentaria they would have done it already. We're not that far from Eurasia mainland, after all. Blue Cosmos went insane? Maybe. Dirka said hopefully. Do you think this has anything to do with the demons? Isaac asked. If there are other elements like them in the EFA, maybe. Athrun looked around the base. We're all kinds of screwed if there are others like them in the EFA, actually. He shuddered at the thought of the rookie pilots, many his age or older, facing the demons, and found himself praying that the demons would exercise their mercy and not kill them. Oh, that reminds me. Did you guys see the Africa battle report? Dirka turns to face the other two. The red swallow, right? Athrun said, referring to the emblem featuring a red swallow on a few ZAFT-affiliated aircraft. Isaac thought back to the aircrafts he saw a few times in the battle, but didn't say anything. Dirka nods. They blew through the EFA and didn't break a sweat. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Morgan Roet, 3 days later. Kira Yamato, while visiting the Archangel, caught a fighter being rolled into its hangar bay by a group of people he's never seen before. What's this? Kira asked Murdoch, who was standing by and watching the fighter with a mix of disgust and desire along with a small gaggle of people. Muru accepted help from some company in Orb. Murdoch said, trying valiantly, and failing, to mask his childlike glee with a coat of bile and distrust. They're moving some gear into the hangar. Oh, isn't that an XFA? Cypher said happily, coming over to see what all the fuss was about. Are we flying XFAs now? I wish. Blaze said sadly, coming out of the gaggle of engineers and hangar crew. That's just one of their work pieces, we get to give data to a pair of skeletons. A pair. Murdoch looked around wildly. Where's the other one? It should be, aha, there it is. Cypher said, looking at the frame of an aircraft he didn't recognize. Oh holy shit, seriously. Talisman said almost immediately after arriving on the scene and then proceeded to nearly dissolve into a puddle of happiness. It's a CFA. Is it flyable? Please tell me that thing is flyable. Kira took a closer look at the CFA, it was very angular compared to the Spearhead, even when it was obviously in no condition to fly. The entire aircraft looked like a Christmas tree from where he's standing, actually. Is that thing good? Kira asks Talisman. Talisman was beside himself with happiness. Good? I had wet dreams about flying one of these. He took a deep breath to calm himself. These things are the best fighters we could field at home, well, if we had one to field, that is, last I checked Slovakia was the only nation that had them. Kira looked at the chassis that was the CFA-44 as it vanished into the Archangel. I think I would have liked it better if they had sent us working aircraft instead. Yeah, I do too. Blaze nodded. But there would be lot of issues that'll come up if we fly aircraft made by a company in Orb, so we have to make do with what we've got. What they have, all 4 pilots reflected, are a set of spearheads held together by an odd mix of terrific engineering and rush repair-induced prayer. Thank you for accepting our proposal. The representative from Grunder said with a gracious bow. With the way the world is now we need all the friends we can get. Muru smiled slightly. Ah, yes, indeed, I should be thanking Grunder for giving us these resources, actually, this will help greatly in our battles ahead. The Archangel was due to launch in 6 hours or so, the repairs were almost done. The representative waved dismissively. Please, for us, being able to service and assist the ACES of ACES is one of the greatest honors. The Project ACES Works team won't disappoint you, feel free to task them as you see fit. Project ACES? Sounds like a video game. Mew said with a laugh. The representative laughed. It does, doesn't it? The engineers wanted it to be known that they're the ones responsible for keeping the legendary pilots in the air. Legendary. Mew frowned. He knew that the Rajgurs was good but didn't expect them to actually be that good. You didn't know? The representative sounded surprised, and saw Mew shake his head. Pull up a chair, this'll take a while. Somewhere in Eurasia, 1 day later. In a velvet-covered room, 2 men sat watching a myriad of screens, especially one that contained a blonde-haired man in a blue suit denouncing the Eurasian army for their bloodthirsty actions. Who'd thought Azrael of all people would have turned against them? One man said with a tone of amusement. When his own dick length isn't under examination he can be quite intuitive. The other man said gruffly. So what do you think this will cause? The first man asked. It'll cause us to move another step forward. The second man said, with a tone of we've talked about this before. Just curious. The first man chuckled lightly. How goes the relief effort? Thanks to everyone else sitting on their asses, we're about done, just a few days and then we can set up our field hospitals. We might end up worrying about ZAFT though, especially if they decide to gate crash before we get everything set up. The man takes a swig of his wine glass. ZAFT, so they're going to be conducting an operation after all. The first man sighed, looking at one screen of the ZAFT council. Zayla, so what are you going to do next? Plant? Murata Azrael denounced Eurasia for cruelty? The blue cosmos of all groups calling others heartless. Patrick Zayla hasn't been genuinely shocked for a long time now. What the hell is going on now? He's always been focused on the advancement of the blue cosmos agenda. Perhaps he thought this would be the best time to strike. Ra-L-E Crusit said as he read a transcript of Azrael's speech. Wow, he's thought this one through pretty well, how surprising. Ra's voice had a hint of pride. Well, this helps us, at the very least. Operation Spit Break, hey. Patrick sat back down in his chair. Can we proceed as planned, considering the circumstances? I imagine that it will go a bit easier thanks to this. Ra waves the transcript at Patrick. As long as the EFA doesn't have anything buried in Alaska. Patrick sneered. I don't believe the EFA would bury a bomb inside their own headquarters, but I guess you can never know when it comes to the naturals. He then turns to face Ra. I'm counting on you for this, my friend. Ra smiles. Of course. Morgan Roet, next day, 1400 hours. The Archangel was finally crewed and in the water again. That wasn't much of a vacation. Mew grumbled. Too much politics going on. They had learned early in the morning that Eurasia, which was silent up until now, had declared the attackers of the Equatorial Union rogue soldiers not affiliated with any EFA establishment and also declared their intention to assist the EU in any way they can. All this means is that the EFA can now annex the EU in every way but name. Mew said disgustedly. It's not like the EU has anything to fight with. Largely true, the Equatorial Union fought back with spearheads and tanks, but in numbers too small to even matter against the forces being arrayed against them. Will anyone even believe them? Mirialia asked. Mew was hanging out in the bridge because he had nothing better to do with his time. If that didn't happen, I don't think anyone would. Mew points to the newsfeed of two EFA squadrons dogfighting over the skies of a city in the EU territory of the Philippines. He didn't know which city it was, only that the map showed it to be on the largest island in that particular area. Miruer sighed. Alright, once we're out of orb waters, we're going to run full speed to Alaska, the sooner we get there, the better. As the last words left her mouth, Miriali received a message marked confidential. Captain, you might want to see this. She said, after silently cursing Muru for tempting fate. Muru got up and walked over to the communications panel, read the message, walked back to the captain's chair, and sunk her face into her hands. I just had to say it, I just had to say it. She mumbled. What happened? Mew asked coyly, before reading the message himself. Oh, those sons of. Call up the all our pilots, I want their opinion. Muru commanded, jumping to her feet. Roger that. Mirialia said glumly. Bridge to all pilots, please report to the briefing room. I repeat, all pilots report to the briefing room. Does that count me too? Tal asked, pointing to himself. Of his squadron he was the only one left on the ship, the other two guys took the first chance to disembark, risk of being considered deserters be damned. Muru made a half-hearted wave of her hand that looked like go ahead. What's going on now? Kira asked, feeling a sense of foreboding. Muru pulled up the confidential message on the large screen in the briefing room. Everyone besides Muru and Mew stared at the message. Order from, Alaska. Recipient, EFA Asset Archangel. Command, assist Eurasia/Blue Cosmos in operations against rogue EFA forces in conflict territory. Chapter 15, Stage 13, Prelude. Alright, everyone here. Neil looked around the briefing room. Good, let's start the briefing. A picture of a coastline Ribbon didn't recognize appeared on the screen behind Neil. Today you will be deploying to control the airspace over the city of Davao, in the territory of the Philippine Islands. Ribbon tuned him out, letting his mind wander instead. The general response toward the current state of affairs and the order to assist Blue Cosmos has been, at best, hostile. However, while the consensus aboard the ship during the time of their mission statement was a resounding what the hell, the fact remained that the Archangel was still a Federation ship, and thus was still duty-bound to follow orders. Therefore, for the past 5 weeks the Archangel sailed as a part of the EFA's Rebel Suppression Task Force, conducting mission after mission in the Equatorial Union's waters. Their job would have been easier if all of their forces were available on hand, but Kira Yamato and Tall Koenig stubbornly refused to deploy in almost every mission they were assigned, and their stay from mission participation was further reinforced when High Command handed down an execute order that effectively grounded both the Strike and the Sky Graspers from flying within the Equatorial Union territories. Not that Tall would have mattered much. Ribbon thought idly, watching a grid map of the coastline depict the targets they were going to hit today. With the majority of the Archangel's diverse strike force gone, the only deployable unit left was, thus, the Rajgriz. The presence of the Rajgriz over the EU territory, flying as a part of the EFA military proper, led to a secondary development. While the ZAFT knew of the Rajgriz's existence, Patrick Zala trying to quash rumors of an elite EFA task force by means of censorship only added fuel to that particular fire. The EFA itself has been very noncommittal on the existence of such a squadron. Namely, EFA news outlets were encouraged to broadcast the feats of other, less successful squadrons to make the Rajgriz seem less important. However, 2 weeks into the Rebel Suppression War, the 4 Rajgriz planes were ambushed by several squadrons of rebel spearheads over a city in the Philippine Islands within sight of a major satellite television network helicopter. As a result, the world got to see in real time the sheer force of the Rajgriz as they annihilated their would-be ambushers while protecting the civilian chopper, and then continued with their original mission, which was the escort of an EFA cargo flight. All within the time span of less than 3 minutes. The EFA's flying a lot of cargo into the EU lately. Ribbon mused. Either way, the Rajgriz's on-camera achievement forced the EFA to break their silence. Almost overnight, their story on the Rajgriz switched from, well, they are a squadron of good pilots, but the EFA has plenty of men like that, to they are the EFA's ace of aces, the pride of the Federation. Naturally the sudden change in tone was noticed by pretty much everyone with a brain, but whatever the media outlets had to say about the Rajgriz didn't change the fact the Rajgriz were being deployed on essentially every mission within the Equatorial Union theater. That kind of deployment schedule was wreaking havoc on both the Rajgriz pilots and their aircraft. Ribbon felt a tap on his shoulder, and looked up to see Blaze staring at him worriedly. "You okay there, man? Need a break for today?" Blaze asked. Ribbon shook his head and stood up, aware now that the briefing was over while his mind wandered. "Nah, I'm good. What are we doing today?" Blaze rolled his eyes. "Good," he says, "same as usual, flying support for a cargo ship. Were it not for the fact that they had 2 replacement pilots on call, besides Tall and Kira, the situation would have been a lot worse." "You sure there, kid?" Bartlett asked, clapping Ribbon on the shoulder. "We can handle it for the day, no point machoing yourself to death." Ribbon smirked. "We can't fly 3-man formations forever." "Oh, you can and you will." Murdoch practically snarled from his seat in the back of the room. The Archangel had an unspoken policy lately: avoid Murdoch whenever he is outside of the hangar. "Something else came up today?" Captain Bartlett asked. "You guessed it." Murdoch growled. "We're grounding Unit 3, there's a power failure in the craft and I don't know where it is yet." Ribbon sighed despite himself. Despite the sturdiness of the super spearheads, the constant strain on the aircraft was causing a myriad of breakdowns, and the breakdowns were occurring faster than Murdoch or the Grunder mechanics could catch. "We've even retrofitted the bombers back into their all-purpose variants. This sucks." Murdoch raged toward the ceiling. "The price we pay for being famous, I suppose. See you when we get back, Ribbon, and get some sleep." Blaze ordered. Ribbon sighed again. The fact that the Rajgriz, not the Archangel, interestingly enough, was in the limelight meant that any shirking of duty on their part would draw some very unfortunate attention their way. "I suppose Muru knows this, given how hard we're being pushed." Ribbon thought, before being dragged off by Bartlett toward the officers' lounge as the older man said something about properly resting up. "Rajgriz fighters are cleared to deploy," Mirialia declared, per her job. "Good luck, guys." "Copy that, Rajgriz 1, away." Blaze confirmed. The Archangel tremored just a tiny bit as 3 super spearheads took to the skies, flying off into their next mission. "High Command is pushing them far too hard." Natarl grumbled. "Us, too." Mew, in lieu of having an aircraft to fly, not that he particularly felt the urge to, was pulled by Muru to act as a commanding officer so the 2 other captains could get a decent amount of sleep. Muru sighed. "It can't be helped, orders are orders." She looked wistfully out into the sky. "Though I really liked it better when they just wanted us back home for the Archangel's data." "Yet." Natarl sighed. "Well, Captain, here are the orders for the day. Can't I just have today off?" Muru complained to the ceiling. "Why are they still doing this?" Kira asked as he gazed into the screen of yet another city landscape on a small television screen. Tall idly flipped another page in his book. "Who, the good guys or the bad guys?" "Both of them." Kira sighed. "This is stupid, the rebels aren't putting up a fight and the EFA is dragging its feet. Dragging its feet? We've been here for weeks now. Tall exclaimed. Well, okay, I can see how that's dragging their feet, but the rebels are hard to root out. Kira shot him a look. Do you really believe the whole rebels business? Tall closed his book. No, not really, it's just too convenient, and it doesn't make any sense. He then jumps off of the couch. But at the same time it's not like we have any kind of evidence. Kira sighs, something he's been doing a lot in the past few weeks. Damn it. Why won't this war just end already? His attention is then drawn back to the screen to the sounds of explosions and the distinctive roar of the spearhead engines. Looks like ours. Tall watched the two flights of spearheads engage each other over the city's airspace. Kira frowned. That reminds me. Why are they sending out their aces on stupid escort missions? Seems like a waste of time to me. Tall shrugged. They're supplies for the war refugees, right? Those things have to take top priority. Well, sure, but... Kira drummed his fingers on the table. Wouldn't it be better if they sent their best pilots on just attack missions instead? What if the cargos are carrying something weird? Weird. Tall repeats with a frown. How weird? I don't know, just, weird things. Weird things. Blaze raised an eyebrow upon Tall's question, having just disembarked from the super spearhead. Yeah, like, you guys get a weird feeling whenever something big comes up, right? Tall asked. Something like that, sure. Blaze says warily, watching his plane get towed into a hangar lock. Did you guys feel anything with the cargo planes? Tall asks, and almost immediately realizes just how stupid the question sounds. Blaze, fortunately, doesn't care in the slightest. He strokes his chin. Not exactly. As far as I know we were just guarding normal cargo planes, something on your mind? Tall shakes his head. No, not really, Kira and I were just going over some theories on why the top brass is pushing us so hard. Blaze opens his mouth to respond, but is then distracted by Talisman rushing into the Grunder workshop, which was just a piece of real estate on the hangar floor, on the opposite side of the hangar and then hugging a small cylinder-looking weapon on the ground. What's this new love you found? Blaze asks with a confused grin as he walks up to Talisman. It's my baby. Talisman said happily. One of the Grunder mechanics laughed loudly. Blaze, you surprised? Yes. The mechanic taps a similar cylinder next to him. This is Ryan RCL. Best of their kind. Blaze frowns. RCLs, hey, I have to admit I liked UGBs a lot more. What are you talking about? Tall asks sheepishly. The mechanic overrode him. Ryan's very good at making weapons, we Grunder learn from them and apply our knowledge here. You have no idea how much I miss RCLs. Talisman says, still draped on the RCL cylinder. Not like we can use it here, though. Ribbon says, walking out from underneath the chassis of the XFA-27. Blaze had never gotten a look up close at the aircraft. During his time in ASEA he had heard about a project to create the ultimate fighter jet, many of them, actually, and as far as he knew the XFA project was discontinued after a single working prototype was made. The chassis laid out in front of him had pieces of fuselage removed to make room for wires that ran all around the plane and ended at either laptops or the CFA-44 that was currently out of sight. Despite this, he could still tell that this jet was designed for mobility at the sacrifice of everything else. Its plethora of thin, triangular wings gave it a menacing, almost alien look, and it gave him a kind of weird satisfaction to know that the stories he had heard about the XFA's ability to turn on a dime was at least reasonably true. What were you doing here? Did Bartlett finally let you go? Blaze chuckled. Both of them knew that neither Ribbon nor Captain Bartlett drank alcohol on duty, if ever. We can say that, I was helping out the mechanics with some fine-tuning. Can we really be fine-tuning for aircraft that obviously isn't going to fly anytime soon, though? Tall wondered. It is a necessary step in process, boy. A Grunder mechanic scoffed. You and brown hair brat not have any flight assignments to do, yes? Then lend us a hand. You might learn something. I really don't think I should be, Tall says quickly, but is also quickly overridden. You think nothing, young men shouldn't just sit and wait. You must take action. Without further ado, the mechanic dragged Tall into the workshop. Are we gonna help him? Ribbon asked, wiping his hands with a rag. Blaze looked between Tall being dragged unceremoniously into the CFA-44's underbelly and Talisman still hugging the RCL canister. Meh, it'll be fine. Earth orbit, same day, roughly same time. They're very, very dedicated about all of this. Sir. Raul Crusett continued to stare at the screen showing news coverage of the EFA within the Equatorial Union. Almost too dedicated, have our satellites seen anything over the EU region? The aide was caught off guard by that question. No sir, I don't, or, rather, there haven't been any major changes since last time. Last time being 2 days ago. Ro reminded himself. I see, and how have our scouts fared? Scouts being the blanket term referring to the ZAFT disaster relief personnel sent into the Equatorial Union at the behest of the Equatorial Union, which served the combined purposes of letting ZAFT get spies formally on the ground, letting ZAFT get good PR within the EU populace, and protecting the ZAFT soldiers from monumental harm. Our scouts haven't found anything of interest. As far as they can tell, the EFA's cargo runs into the EU really are just relief supplies. The aide glanced down at his noteboard. Of course, that doesn't really answer the original question. Ra nods, his attention fixed upon a document listing a series of ships currently within their fleet space. Sir. Ra gave no indication that he heard the aide, and merely waved his hand. The aide saluted and left the captain's quarters. The question of why the EFA is giving relief to a nation that definitely does not need it remains unanswered. Ra mutters to himself, going over the ship list one last time. But that doesn't matter to us for now. ZAFT submarine. Hey! Captain Athrun. Athrun heard momentarily before he felt a hearty clap on the shoulder. What is it, Dirka? Athrun said tiredly. Is everything ready on your end, oh great captain? Dirka asked with a grin. Athrun was too tired and annoyed by this point to care. Just about. How's it looking for you guys? Dirka seemed slightly annoyed at Athrun's lack of appropriate response. So, the second batch isn't nearly as good, but they'll manage somehow. Hard to believe High Command is suddenly sending us in for an operation, especially now, of all times. Isaac said, leaning on the door frame. Yet. Athrun nodded, double-checking his flight suit. How do you feel about all of this, Isaac? Isaac scoffed. As a soldier? Great. As a man? It sickens me. Dirka stared at him. If this operation goes well, the big war is pretty much done and over with, you know. I do. Isaac said. But it doesn't make me feel any better about stabbing someone else behind their backs. You do realize we stole their mobile suits, right? Dirka deadpanned. Yet. That's that, and this is this. Isaac shrugged. Something just feels wrong about the whole thing, that's all. Sirs. An aide asked timidly, earning a glare from Isaac. The captain wants you to be at the briefing room in 5, sir. We'll be right there, you're dismissed. Isaac said tersely. The aide saluted quickly and left. Going back to old habits, Isaac? Dirka asked lightly. Isaac grimaced. I don't feel good about this whole thing, I don't know why. Elsewhere. A man took a wine glass and drained it in one go, and then slammed it on the table. I thought you said you had all of this under control. He said angrily. A second man poured the first one some more wine. We do, everything is under control. The first man gestured pointedly at the television screen, at the news of the EU versus EFA war. You call this under control? It is certainly under control, a certain amount of rearrangement must be made before true progress can occur. The second man said lazily. True progress? What kind of progress can we have by doing this kind of idiocy? The first man said after draining his wine glass again. The kind of progress that won't be stopped by some small, technologically advanced island nation with no alignments. A woman's voice came from somewhere else in the room. The first man gave the woman leaning against the wall scant attention. End this stupid secondary war, and realign your focus toward actually killing the damned coordinators. He said coldly. It would be nice if it was that easy. The second man laughed, and lounged on the large sofa in the middle of the room. The first man opened his mouth to respond, but was interrupted by his phone. Yet? What is it? He said angrily as soon as he answered the call. It's showtime. The second man thought with a thin smile, his head tilted toward the television screen, as the first man's phone clattered to the floor. Archangel Bridge, 1900 hours. Emergency wire from Alaska. Mirialaya yelled out. Panama is under attack by ZAFT. Muru snapped to attention, all thoughts of dinner gone. What? When? Message time lag, 15 minutes. Mirialaya cursed ZAFT inwardly for destroying the EFA's satellites wholesale. Natarl slammed her clenched fist on her chair. Damn it, did we receive any orders? She demanded. Mirialaya shook her head frantically. The Archangel has been ordered to maintain current combat posture as demanded by the operation. What? Those goddamned idiots. Muru said into her hand, which was currently residing on her face, palm open. Connect me to the fleet commander. We got the message too, Captain Ramius. The fleet commander said almost as soon as the connection was established. But I don't think hurrying to the base is the wisest choice of action here. The hell it isn't. Muru snarled. She almost added the fact that they had the Rashgriz on their side, but thought better of it at the last second. I understand your concern, Captain. The fleet commander said with an edge in his voice due to Muru's lack of proper decor. But the fact remains that we will certainly not make it in time, let the forces stationed in the Americas handle it. Muru took a deep breath. Right, my apologies, Commander, for speaking out of line. The fleet commander waved it away. Apology accepted. If ZAFT attacked Panama, then certainly they're going to be attacking Joshua as well. He said after a moment of mulling it over. We can certainly get there in time if we move at full speed. Muru muttered. Sir, requesting permission to separate from the current battle operation. The fleet commander thought it over for a fraction of a second before a smile crept onto his face. Denied, the Archangel is hereby assigned to Joshua in order to continue its reinforcement of our Equatorial Union combat theater. Muru rolled her eyes. Yes sir, we will depart immediately. Seriously? Mu Flaga nodded. Yet. Apparently Panama's being hit right now. So why are we going to Joshua? Blaze snarled. Mu patted Blaze on the shoulder. Easy there, buddy, if we go to Panama now we won't make it in time to protect it. Judging by the sound of things ZAFT's deployed some pretty skilled pilots to take the place over. Blaze sighed. Must be those guys from before. Mu shrugged. Probably, either way, Natarl wants all free hands doing rush maintenance on our fighters. Which means I'm getting my hands dirty. Blaze said with an unusually bright grin. Mu laughed. Yep, we get to be bossed around by the mechanics this time. Orbit. The crew of the Vesalius was treated to a rare sight of Raul Crusat shaking his head in utter dejection. 3 days, why were they so rushed as to attack 3 days early? He sighed into his gloved hands. Sir? An aide asked hesitantly. Ra made a noise halfway between a snarl and a sigh. How are our preparations? About 80% of the ships are in place. The rest will arrive tomorrow at 0800 hours. The aide said. Ra smiled at the news. Wonderful, we're on schedule for Operation Spitbreak, at the very least. How is the Panama OP going? The aide checked another piece of paper on his clipboard. According to the satellite images, the Carpinteria forces have subdued Panama base in 3 hours, and summarily destroyed both the base garrison and a reinforcing EFA task force with ease. The aide grinned. Our boys are kicking ass, Captain. Good. Ra steepled his fingers like a man with scary shiny glasses in a different anime. Now then, Federation, what will you do with your heads cut off? Somewhere on Earth. How could you have let them take Panama base? The man currently being raised off the ground by his collars stared at his bedraggled assailant. Calm yourself, General, we knew this was going to happen. The man said coldly. Calm? How can I be calm? We lost a key position and we lost it decisively. The EFA general snarled. No, you lost it decisively. We should have never trusted the likes of you to handle our defenses to begin with. The general dropped the man and paced around the room. The man adjusted his collar. All of this is within our expectations, General. The general swerved to glare. You predicted that the EFA would lose Panama base. The man scratched behind his ear. It happened a bit earlier than we expected, and Panama fell much earlier than we anticipated. Regardless, there have been no hindrances to our plan. The general felt like he really should have strangled the man. Instead, he settled for violently demolishing a table with a punch. Please take good care of furniture, General. The man said lazily. The general's response was to kick a piece of table into a wall. Va. You're useless. He said as he stormed out of the room. Look on the bright side. The man said after a minute of complete silence. At least you won't have to worry about Panama in a few weeks. With a casual flick of his wrist, the small toy in his hand landed on the coffee table in the middle of the room. A small toy of a gun with an obscenely long barrel, pointed toward the sky. Chapter 16, Stage 14, Nightmare. Skies over the Pacific, near Alaska, 1,300 hours. Sky I hear, Rajgris 3, report your status. Ribbon put his super spearhead into a lazy aileron roll. Rajgris 3 here, nothing out of the ordinary. And how's your plane? Ribbon scanned the sky. Same as usual, there's not much we can do with duct tape and metal sheets. Copy that. You're cleared to return at the end of your patrol route. Rajgris 3 copies. Ribbon sighs. Seriously. We're so close to EFA territory and still need to fly patrols. Hey, it's all fun and games until ZAFT shows up with their subs. Cypher said with a hint of frown. That's what I find unusual, actually. Ribbon saw a glint on the ocean surface, and dove to an altitude of 100 feet above the ocean surface. If ZAFT has that kind of ocean superiority, why are the EFA fleets not wiped out? Cypher saw Ribbon's plane descend and adjusted his patrol path just in case Ribbon needed help. It's probably because ZAFT only had a few months to deploy subs. It's pretty amazing how both sides had only a few months and yet still had the material to wage large-scale battles all over the place. Ribbon murmurs, pulling his spearhead high into the sky again. Yet. Amazing. Cypher agreed, his frown deepening. Good work, pilots. The Grunder head mechanic clapped Ribbon on the back. Your plane dances in the sky like usual, no. The usual problems aside. Ribbon nods. Think we're going to get into a fight in Alaska? Better safe than sorry. The mechanic shrugs, a huge grin plastered on his face. We get good data from your patrols. Project ACE is making good progress. That got Blaze's attention. Oh really? We're looking at new planes. The mechanic's face turned apologetic. No. Factory's not on Archangel. He then laughs. Grunder headquarters has good data on machine. We have good data on pilot. Best of both worlds. Take a look at this. He held out his hand, a small plastic model resting in his palm. Ribbon glanced at the model fighter in the mechanic's hand and found himself entranced. This is. The mechanic took the model away with a wry expression. The child of ex-fighters from all over the world. Talisman stole a glance before the model was put away. It looks like a marriage between a CFA-44 and the PAC-FA. Are we getting the first ones then? The mechanic grins. Oh yes. Oh definitely yes. My babies are my babies. Space. Ra-Li Crusad heard a knock on his door. Enter. An aide salutes, having taken no more than 2 steps into the captain's quarters. Sir, our satellites have image of the legged ship moving toward Josh A. Ra-Li Crusad dismissed this information. As we expected. Also, we have caught something interesting. The aide continued. Upon a wave of Ra's hand, he pulled up a picture on his tablet computer. Sir, look here. Ra stared indifferently at the image for a moment. The aide, picking up on Ra's mood, quickly pointed at a region on the map. Sir, this region has a comparatively different color from the region around it. The EFA is hiding from a ZAFT satellite. Ra said indifferently. Yes sir. The aide nods. But going by the measurements, this region that they're covering? It's 1,200 kilometers wide. Ra blinked. That's absurd. The EFA has no such complex of that size. Does High Command know about this? The aide interpreted that to mean Patrick Zala. No sir. I thought you might want to know first. Ra thought for a moment, and then rose from his chair. I understand. Good work. Panama base, under ZAFT occupation. Athrun felt good. It was one thing to teach pilots, many of whom were older than he was, if only by a little, how to fly. It was another to lead them into battle as their actual captain. Seeing their skills proven against the EFA fighters, even if the EFA can't fly worth a damn on a good day, and seeing their training pay off did his reputation and, his pride, a lot of good. His current good mood, born from the fact that people respect him and he is 16 years old, or so, quickly turned into confusion as he saw a transport come from the general direction of Carpinteria base. Athrun saw the transport land on the undamaged airstrip in the base, and hurried to satisfy his curiosity. What's going on? Athrun asked as soon as he could see the back of the oversized cargo plane. Didn't they say we weren't going to get relief for another week? Dirka stared at him. Why are you complaining about that? I'm not complaining, but... Athrun said, watching the large cargo boxes get ferried down by the base's trucks. Isaac folded his arms. Apparently your father is changing his mind. They're sending in supplies and equipment to reinforce Panama base as a proper ZAFT foothold. Athrun thought for a moment. It's true that there has been rumors of a ZAFT planned attack on JOSHA. Dirka clapped him on the back. Look on the bright side, we can finally get a good night's sleep for once. The 3 Crusad team boys were alternating patrol, by virtue of being the squads with the best pilots, and the rigorous schedule was taking its toll. Though, being coordinators, they didn't show it. So what's in those boxes? Athrun asked. My guess? Perimeter guns. Isaac said. We tore every last one of them out when we got here. Archangel. Mirialia heard a beep on her communications console. Incoming message from Josh A. She read. ZAFT moving to hold Panama base, attack on Alaska deemed unlikely. Murray raised an eyebrow. Just like that? The top brass is getting stupid. Natarl looked at Mirialia. Are there any orders for us? Mirialia shook her head. Natarl frowned. So they're letting us go back to HQ anyways. Muru stretched, it has been a long day. We do have the most advanced ship around. She then turned to Mirialia. Call back our fighters, we're going to reach Josh A at full speed. Yes ma'am. Next day, 0600 hours. With the Josh A waterfall in sight, the Archangel finally slowed down from the breakneck pace it sailed at. Well, that only took forever. Arnold Newman, the Hellsman, grumbled. At least it was a boring forever. Sai chuckled, tired from the night shift. Later. Ribbon walked by the officer's lounge and saw the TV on. He doubled back to see what was on. How does it look? Ribbon asked Blaze. Blaze sat lower in his seat. Bad. The rebels got a second win somehow, and the feds are struggling. Both of them stared at the news report of the ongoing war in the Equatorial Union. Damn. Kind of makes you wish for home, doesn't it? Ribbon sighed. Blaze laughs. With all the wars we get into, I'm not sure we can judge. Ribbon shakes his head. Yeah, I guess you're right. Hey. You guys meeting in here? Captain Bartlett called out. Hey, Cap. Blaze said as a greeting, still watching the news. What are you guys going to do? This is an EFA base, after all. Ribbon asked. I'm going to get my pay and leave. Captain Bartlett said with a nonchalant shrug. I'm not like you, Ribbon. Bartlett said in a tone that sounded almost wistful. And Yellow 13. Hey, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Bartlett laughs. I'm not going to babysit an Arusan ace. I plan to do the same as Captain Bartlett. Yellow 13 said, having found the conversation while walking through the ship. Unlike the four of you, neither of us have any strong attachments to the EFA flag, and, well. He scowls at the blazing skyline depicted on the television. After that, I'm not sure I want to. Blaze nodded, not turning his head. Yeah, I get what you mean, if we weren't such celebs in the EFA I'd think of jumping ship too. What are they making you guys do? Captain Bartlett asked. Transfer. We're going to be part of a strike force to retake Panama base. Ribbon said bitterly. If I didn't know better I'd say they're trying to get us killed. Don't think you can do it. Bartlett grins. Blaze turns his head, looking at Bartlett over his shoulder. We can do it, it's just a matter of how many lives will be lost when it happens. Well, the transfer isn't happening for a week at least. Ribbon sighed. So at the very least we can sit and relax. Relax. The Grunder head mechanic repeated menacingly. There is work to do, you cannot be relaxing at this time. Ribbon felt the mechanic's hand on his shoulder squeeze, and wondered for a brief moment how he got that close to begin with. Right, of course. Sucks to be you, Ribbon. Blaze laughed, and then stopped mid-laugh as the mechanic put a hand on him as well. Right. Work, and all that. 4 days later, space. ZAFT orbital fleet. Ra-Le Crusat ran through a final checklist of his CGUE. All systems are green. Commander, how are the drop pods looking? The commander gave him a thumbs up over the screen. Drop pods are good to go, we're just waiting for the drop window. 5 days, Operation Spitbreak was delayed 5 days. Ra mutters to himself. I guess it's good that the EFA has such poor morale, to have such willing sources of information from within their ranks. Josh A. Ribbon turned to stare. ZAFT is going to attack today. Mirieli nodded. That's what the message said. Captain Muru wants all of you to get ready. Spearheads are good to go. The Grunder head mechanic grunted. Don't get shot. Thanks. Ribbon said as he jumped down from the shell of the XFA-27. He then looked at Mirieli. Who gave you the tip-off? She shrugs. We have no idea, the messenger didn't leave any hints, but going by the electronic footprint the sender was from space, Tall thinks it's someone from ZAFT. Hey, lucky for us then. Skies over Josh A, 1200 hours. Let's begin. Ra-Le Crusat said. The first wave of pods, which didn't contain him, breached the atmosphere and descended like bullets toward the massive waterfall that shielded Josh A's main entrance. Almost immediately, the ground lit up with anti-aircraft fire and surface-to-air missiles, and the sky was instantly full with missile trails and streams of bullets. The ZAFT pods, in response, relied on purging their ablative shielding, causing the missiles to go after the comparatively hotter heat panels instead of the pods. That's more resistance than I expected, but all things being equal, I suppose it's too much to assume that the EFA had no radar pointed up. Ra grunted. Second wave, prepare for descent. Yes sir. The second wave pilots acknowledged as the first wave's pods deployed, their cargo of GINs and CGUEs immediately spraying the ground beneath them with bullets. Shit, right on time, too. Blaze snarled. Command, can we launch? Negative, Blaze, the fire is too thick. You'll just be shot down if you deploy now. Muru said. Blaze cut the radio and yelled an explicative, his spearhead already hooked on one of the Archangel's catapults. What a day, hey. Ribbon sighed. If only the two of them didn't leave yesterday. They were mercenaries and their contract is paid up, I'm not that surprised, though given their past employers. Talisman's laugh sounded just a bit hollow. I'm amazed the EFA paid them at all. Ribbon then felt the ship shake. What the hell was that? The ZAFT drop pods are hitting ground, probably in a lot of pieces. Kira said, impatiently drumming on the strike's console. Come on, let us go out there already. Second wave, away, first wave is making good progress. Ra looks at the display again. The first wave of CGUE's engines, following their orders to the T, unloaded everything they had on the ground emplacements, and as such greatly reduced the amount of anti-air fire headed their way. However, the EFA hasn't launched any fighters. He mutters, and then scowls. Did they anticipate our strategy? Third wave, we're descending, now. Second wave incoming. Miriali reports. High Command is clearing all elements to engage. Good. Muru growls. About time. Archangel, forward. All fighters, deploy once we're clear of the waterfall. Enemy fighters have deployed. Ra gritted his teeth. The EFA spearheads were deploying from all around the waterfall, from excellently hidden catapults in the ground that shot the fighters vertically into the air, and straight into an interception path against the second batch of drop pods. Owing to the fact that drop pods have no evasion to speak of, even though they fly very fast, the spearheads were able to intercept and cripple a large number of those drop pods before the rest opened and delivered their now very angry cargo. Ra's attention, however, was immediately focused on the legged ship as it protruded from the waterfall, the catapults in its legs extended and ready. Shit. Rajgriz. Scramble launch. Protect the base. Blaze roars. The four spearhead lanced into the skies one after another and climbed as one to meet the drop pods. I have to admit I don't like this a whole lot. Talisman murmurs as his eyes flicker down to double-check his IFF signature. Makes the two of us. Cypher grumbles. I'll cover you from here. Kira promises. The strike flew behind the Rajgriz planes, not having the engine power to keep up with the smaller, nimbler planes in a steep climb. Do me a favor, pilots. The Grunder head mechanic ordered. Use new weapon and use it a lot. The EML, right. Ribbon got an acknowledgement in reply. Okay, let's do this, Mobius 1, firing EML. The slightly oversized electromagnetic launcher strapped to the bottom of Ribbon's super spearhead fired a bullet with a loud, sharp roar, and the drop pod in front of him shook as the shot missed the center of mass and ripped through one of the four shells of the pod, ruining the pod's aerodynamic balance and forcing the Jins within to deploy. Said Jins were quickly dispatched by a salvo of missiles from the Rajgriz. Shit, they're coming after us now. All units, deploy as soon as you are able. A ZAFT captain ordered as his pod deployed and his CGUE dropped away, its guns blaring at the spearheads rising up to meet them. Okay, they're coming out, don't get bogged down out there, Rajgriz. Sky Eye warns as blips multiplied on his radar in response to the EFA blips. Understood. Blaze acknowledged, and then armed all of his missiles at once. Fox 3. Blaze's spearhead flipped and dropped in altitude as the four Belkin-made long-range missiles, XLAAs, attached to the bottom of the craft separated and flew toward their targets. Ribbon, Cypher, and Talisman followed suit, and the set of 16 missiles found their marks in the descending ZAFT Jins. Though to be fair, there were a lot of targets to begin with. The other EFA spearheads quickly copied the Rajgriz's actions, saturating the airspace with missiles and mowing down the ZAFT mobile suits with surprising efficiency. Whoa, when did these guys learn how to shoot? Blaze laughed, diving toward the ground and away from an incoming salvo of friendly SAM fire. There's nothing but targets up there, what did you expect? Cypher laughed along with him, pulling his aircraft level and turning in a wide circle to engage the ZAFT units closer to the base's massive waterfall entrance. Rajgriz, be advised, warships are exiting the dock, don't get caught in their crossfire. Sky Eye warned. Ribbon looked down briefly to see the silhouettes of the other warships finally pulling away from the massive waterfall. You know. Talisman took aim at the back of a ZAFT Gin with his EML and perforated the poor thing. For an attack that we knew was coming, the EFA got caught pretty flat-footed, all things considered. That's true. Muru mutters. Maybe the message was sent only to us. Talisman laughs. Ha. We have a guardian angel somewhere. He then notices a set of Jins that successfully avoided being shot to pieces head toward the defense fleet. Kira, those are yours. I see them. Kira squints into the new targeting hardware that looks a lot like an oversized sniper scope. Aiming and firing. The set of Jins, and one CGUE that Talisman missed, saw the EFA warships long enough before they were summarily taken down by a long-range sniping attack from the strike. Kira frowns. I like this new gear, but it's really hard to use when I need to be mobile. He then cuts the engines on the strike and plummets like a rock for a second, causing a CGUE looking for an easy blindside kill to cut thin air. Though I guess at this range it doesn't matter. Kira said as the strike finishes its evasive turn to point its beam rifle at the CGUE, blasting away the head and one of its wings. Fox 2. Cypher didn't bother looking to see where his heat-seeking missiles went. Sky Eye, Rajgris 2 is Winchester, requesting permission to go home and eat. Neil shrugs, glancing at Muru for permission, she nods. Sky Eye, copy. To all units, don't get too cocky out there, if you run out then come home, we have a lot of work today. Roger that. Ribbon grunts, lining up a pair of gins and shredding them to pieces with the EML. This is going amazingly poorly. Ra-Le Cruset remarked, his previous anger at the plan going haywire has been replaced with curiosity, especially when he noticed how the EFA pilots just flew better when those 4 demons were around. Sir, should we continue with the operation? The fleet captain in space asked. That's a no, call for reinforcements, we'll retreat for now. I hear Panama's great this time of year. Ra said lightly. Both parties skirted around the issue of getting around the EFA-held territory of North America. Ra then felt his stomach drop, and wildly looked around for the cause despite his common sense and his immense experience. Meanwhile, Blaze, Ribbon and Talisman were doing the same thing. Oh hell, this is not good. Blaze snarls. Sky Eye. Is there something coming on radar? Muru frowns. What are they? Sky Eye here, area is clear. Neil replied quickly, and then switched to a common EFA frequency. This is a whack Sky Eye to all friendly units, unknown element possible, stay on your toes, people. Mullah Flaga, feeling a little ignored, decided to address the rest of the spearhead pilots. Oi! You lot! Stay on my wing! He received a smattering of acknowledgements in reply. Ribbon then took a sharp breath. Shit! He flipped to the same frequency. Drop to below 2,000 feet. Hurry! How much is that in meters? Mew demanded, but taking the steepest dive he dared, with the rest of the spearheads on his tail. This is Josh A. Everyone heard a gruff voice say over every friendly frequency. We're commencing with long-range support bombardment, stay out of the firing zones. Long range, don't tell me. Ribbon snarled, leveling his aircraft a few precious feet from the water surface. They already have Stonehenge-type rounds, makes sense for them to make the cannons too. Blaze agreed with his eyes full of fire. Son of A, who had the blueprints for that thing, and who did he give it to? Never mind that. Sky Eye cut across any retort. All units, check your radars. The impact range will be shown. Ribbon saw a wide red circle. Stay clear of the bullseye. He practically yelled as his spearhead accelerated away from the explosion radius. These aren't the rounds I'm used to, alright. He says in an undertone. Impact in 5, 4. Sky Eye counted. Why are they stopping? One of Ross' wingmen asked. Ross' bad feeling just reached a zenith. Everyone. Drop. Now. Impact. The sky lit up with massive explosions that engulfed a massive chunk of the ZAFT mobile suits and drop pods, leaving nothing but burning scrap metal in their place. As a collateral, several of the EFA warships were also affected by the wake caused by the explosions, tipped over just a little too much, and capsized. Holy! Kira breathed, feeling his heart seize up. We lost some of our guys too. Mew punched the side of his cockpit. Damn it! What the hell are those guys thinking? Recall all of our crafts, we're heading back to the docks. Muru commanded. How's our damage? Sai scans through the report quickly. The port side armor is behaving oddly, and some of the sensors have been knocked offline, nothing serious, though. Second wave incoming, get out, guys. Sky Eye warns. No mercy, I see. Cypher said coldly, his aircraft already back in the hangar for more missiles. At this moment, Ra-Le Cruset gained a very deep hatred for gravity, and the act of falling downwards toward solid surfaces. Come in. He muttered, going back to his piloting days a little. Okay, just a little bit. His CGUE fell through the sky, trailing thick plumes of smoke. It then began to purge pieces of its armor while rotating to find the best way to keep itself from slamming into the ground hard enough to kill its pilot. It mostly succeeded, and Ra's CGUE slammed into the ground hard enough to knock Ra unconscious, sliding and destroying a good stretch of trees. Second wave, impact. The second wave of Stonehenge rounds wiped out what the first round missed, and the sky was clear of ZAFT drop pods and their mobile suits. Blaze could only shake his head, his aircraft had suffered an electronics failure due to the pressure and was now floating gently on the water. Kira stared intently into the sky, taking in the steel carnage and feeling his allegiance to the EFA erode with every passing second. He then noticed that one of the explosions looked as if it lingered in the sky. What the hell is that? Mew wondered, noticing the explosion as well. Sky Eye heard a ping on his radar. What the? There's a plane in that explosion. I'll take a look. Ribbon ascended toward the explosion, and soon enough saw the outline of Mobius 1 to Sky Eye. It's a raptor. Sky Eye's eyebrows shot up, and so did every else's, but for different reasons. Try to contact the pilot. Roger. Ribbon switched to a common frequency, and heard nothing. He then took another look at the raptor. It carried markings that he wasn't familiar with, and flipped around in the air with all the grace of a dead bird, being carried by the air rather than flying under its own power. Maybe the pilot is already dead. Unidentified raptor, can you hear me? Ribbon asked. There was no reply, but the raptor caught the air currents and began to fly more normally. This is, Raptor pilot, can you hear me? Respond. Ribbon was about to rattle off numbers but realized that doing so on a common frequency is probably a bad idea. Still no reply, though the raptor was now seemingly in control, despite the fact that it was smoking badly from its engines. Ribbon then switched through the frequency codes given to him by Sky Eye, compiled by the rest of the ACES, for the Uruzen, ASEN, ISAF and MRIAN Air Forces, and got nothing. Sky Eye then blinked. Wait, I'm getting something. Switching, I don't recognize this pattern though. M, G, D, COM. Sky Eye let the computer do the frequency tuning. This is the ISAF AWACS operator Sky Eye, Raptor pilot, can you hear us? A pause. Magic, magic, respond. Sky Eye counted to 5 just in case the computer didn't get the frequency properly. There's no magic here, pilot. What is your status? No magic, right? Ribbon thought despite himself. Another pause. This is NATO Task Squadron 108, call sign Warwolf 1. Copy you Warwolf, this is ISAF AWACS Sky Eye, what is your situation? Asai. I'm not sure. My plane is damaged, and I need to land. Sky Eye looks at Maru, who frowns and shrugs, weirder things have happened. Roger that, Mobius 1, guide Warwolf 1 to land on the Archangel. Got it. Ribbon said, flying in front of the Raptor to get the pilot's attention. So what brings you here, Warwolf 1? Ribbon asked. I don't know, a few minutes ago I was, this isn't the United States anymore, is it? Warwolf 1 asked. Ribbon never heard of it. There's a United States of South America. Damn. Ribbon felt as if Warwolf 1 said that all the time. I hear ye, land and we can debrief you on the situation, it's that ship ahead. Warwolf. Archangel, a few minutes later. Warwolf 1 climbed out of his F-22A Raptor dazedly, not realizing that the engines have actually caught fire while he was rolling to a stop. Murdoch was handling said fire with the hangar crew. Maru saw the grizzled man drop to the floor with a groan and stand back up again. She felt like she needed to salute. I'm Maru Ramius, captain of the Archangel. The man returned the salute half-heartedly, wincing in pain. Lieutenant Colonel William Bishop of the United States Air Force. The rest of the crew felt the need to salute back at the fact that they were being vastly outranked. Let's get you some medical treatment first. Maru said hurriedly, as Bishop looked like he was about to collapse at any second. Plant, 2 days later. Patrick Zala stared at the replay data of the battle with something tantamount of unrestrained fury. I suppose this was what they were hiding. Patrick said to the empty room. Damned naturals, building a weapon like this. He then pulled another image, one of the suspicious hidden location that Raul Cruz had sent to him a few days before. So where might this place be? He read a few more documents, all of them concerning the theoretical capability of the EFA weapon system, and came to the conclusion that nobody knew what the hell was going on and were trying to guess to the best of their ability. Ack. Patrick pressed a button. We have all the satellites in space and nobody knows what the hell is going on. Panama Base. The ZAFT boys finished watching the video of Operation Spit Break, up to and including the drastic turnabout that was the result of the long-range bombardment. Dirka voiced everyone's thoughts first. Yikes. When did they build something like this? Isaac wonders. And more importantly, why did the brass say nothing about it? You think the naturals built it entirely out of sight? One of the other pilots in the room whispers to his friend. No way, we definitely would have seen it if they did. His friend whispers back. Athron scans the document that came with the video. According to what the High Command does know, this attack came from a stationary structure somewhere within the Northern America territories. He grits his teeth. But they don't have any more to go on than that. Shouldn't it be really close to Alaska then? Dirka taps the map posted on the side of the room. I don't think the naturals could put something together with that much power totally out of our satellite coverage. And the Northern Territories do have a lot of forests. Isaac nods. Regardless, our orders don't change, but it might be a good idea to pay a little more attention to your patrols in the future. Athron says, glancing at a pair of pilots at the back of the room. Yes sir. They say a little sheepishly. Archangel. Mobius 1 punched a wall. That was Stonehenge. Why the hell does Stonehenge exist here? What's Stonehenge? Cypher asks. A Rusin superweapon, built to shoot down asteroids. Blaze responds. Back in Strangereal it gave Mobius 1 and the ISAF a lot of trouble until they finally took it out. Must be fate, I get to kill it here instead of back home. Mobius 1 snarls. Dude, calm down. Blaze says gently. Ribbon takes a deep breath, not feeling calm in the least. For the past 2 days the fact that he was within striking range of the weapon that plagued his homeland has made Ribbon nearly impossible to be around. All of them turned toward the speaker. Kira stood at the door of the officer lounge. Bad time. Blaze's laugh was just a tad hollow. A little bit, what's going on? Your mechanics finished the analysis on the plane the other guy flew in. They want Ribbon to check it out. Ribbon wordlessly strode past Kira and stomped toward the hangars. Did something happen? Kira had a hunch. That thing. Blaze said hesitantly. The thing that saved Alaska is not a very good thing. It's a massive gun, isn't it? Kira frowns. Why do they feel the need to make a weapon like that? Good question. The remaining aces all thought at once. Archangel hangar. Mr. Ribbon. Good of you to make it. The Grunder head mechanic says in his slightly German-sounding English, raising a hand in greeting. What's going on? Ribbon asks fairly amicably, his rage largely tapered off by the walk to the hangar. We finished analysis on this Raptor. The mechanic taps the fuselage of the F-22A. It is faster than ours. It has a much more sophisticated missile stock system, and it has DFM. There's a set of letters Ribbon didn't recognize. What's DFM? The mechanic chuckles. This thing called Dogfight Module. It lets the computer fly behind the enemy for you, good technology, but bad in a big fight. The mechanic then sees someone behind Ribbon, and salutes. Colonel Bishop salutes back. Can my plane be repaired? The mechanic shakes his head no. This world's military doesn't use air intakes, and we don't have the plans to make spare parts from scratch. Your plane isn't flying again, so sorry. Damn. Bishop sighs. So I really am in a different world after all. The strike didn't tip you off. Ribbon gestured to the Gundam in question. I had hope. Bishop replied. Now. The Grunder head mechanic claps his hands together. I find this Raptor very interesting. I want to fly it back to headquarters and strip it down for technology. Ribbon raises an eyebrow. I'm pretty sure the Archangel isn't moving again for a while. How are you going to get it back to orb? The mechanic points to a super spearhead behind him, with what looks like a glorified set of grapples mounted on top of the craft. Oh. Yes. The mechanic grins. I need someone to fly it back to orb though, outside the Fed's attention of course. It can't wait. Bishop asked. I mean, from the sound of things this base is still under high alert. If a plane left now it'll be shot down by our own people. They are not our people, but I see your meaning. The mechanic sighs. Still. ASAP. He turns toward the plane, then suddenly swings around with a grin. You, Colonel. You get to help me understand your plane. Colonel Bishop glanced at Ribbon, who caught his eye and shrugged. Very well, I don't think I'll be going home anytime soon. Somewhere. A man savagely beats a table, angry at the other man sitting in the shadows. Who told you to use Stonehenge? We haven't properly fortified it yet. The table-hating man snarls. It was a necessity. The other man replies as calmly as he can manage. A small part of his mind registered the currently flipped emotional roles. He was the calm and collected one for a change. A necessity. Josh A was under no danger. The man pulled up a series of images. Look. The second man saw the insignias of Blaze, Cypher, Ribbon, and Talisman. I don't understand. The table-hating man smashed his fist onto the table. Your base was under the protection of the 4 greatest ace of aces in the history of mankind. What kind of dangers could you have possibly faced when they're in the skies? The second man was cowed, but maintained an outward image of calmness. Accidents can happen in battles. No, really. The first man snapped. Because of your actions you almost killed your own base. Goddamn idiots. I think what we need to focus on now is what do we do from here? A third man said, entering the room. The table-hating man sighed. Stonehenge Unit 1 is prioritizing its low-level anti-air defenses. Thanks to this moron the only weapons they can field are weapons they can make from their on-site factories. The third man nodded. What of the others? The second man looked around. Wait, what others? You made more than one. The first man understood. Unit 2 has all of its pieces in place, assembly is almost done and all defensive assets are in place. Unit 3 is entirely operational, but until we move on to phase 2 of our plan it's mothballed. What plan? What are you two talking about? The second man demanded. In the end, not a smart guy. The third man laughed. The second man rose to retort and then he felt his legs give away. The last thing he saw was the ground rising up to meet him. What about them? The first man asked, gesturing to the image projected on the television of the 4 ACES of Strangereal. If our plan works well, then we won't have to worry about them. The third man smirks. Do you have the intel? The first man held up a thick stack of papers. It's a good thing we found someone who enjoys doing things the old way. He shuffled the thick stack of papers into a drawer in the room. Indeed. The third man chuckled, and tossed the ZAFT army knife, crudely made, into the second man's pooling blood. Later, General. He waves to the second man. The two of them leaves the room in its neat and organized state, save for the corpse and the slightly rustled cabinet drawer. Archangel, 1 week later. The strike Gundam zoomed through the sky over Joshua, surveying the lush, tree-laden landscape below it. Strike 1 reporting in, nothing out of the ordinary today. Kira sighed. Understood, Strike 1, return to base once your patrol route is complete. Sky Eye responded. Why are we patrolling the sky with a prototype machine again? He muttered. Don't worry about it. Mulaflaga chuckled, making himself comfortable in the bridge. He and Kira were alternating patrols per the High Command's orders. At least they're not letting our ace of aces do the hard work. High Command had considered reassigning the 4 ACES of Strangereal to other bases within the EFA, in order to both efficiently use their experience and prevent any kind of unfortunate circumstances in case the ACES really were coordinators, but something had caused them to reconsider, and as such now the recruits in Joshua were getting a crash course in piloting. Fortunately, this batch was a lot more obedient and respectful than the ones on Artemis, and as a result their training is going by a lot faster. It also helps that the Rajgris are better atmospheric pilots than 0G1s. Which reminds me. Sky Eye turned toward Mew. Joshua is the headquarters for the entire Federation force, right? Mew nods. For all of its earthbound assets, yet. What about it? Sky Eye frowns. What kind of headquarters rely on green recruits for its defense? Mew thought for a moment. The kind that protects itself from hundreds of miles away with a giant cannon. He said. Speaking of that giant cannon, Muru spoke up. Do you know anything about it? When Ribbon came back he looked like he was about to kill someone. Sky Eye sighed. I know about as much about it as you do, which is to say, not a lot. Oh. Mirialia exclaimed softly. That's pretty neat. Muru turned towards the girl. Take a look at this. Mirialia brought a video up onto the Archangel's main screen. It depicted the ongoing war in the Equatorial Union, with one major difference. Natarl blinked as a spearhead with a bright yellow 13 painted on its tail zoomed past the camera. So that's where they went. They work fast, that's for sure. Mew laughed, inwardly a bit jealous that Yellow 13 did such a close flyby of a television station helicopter. Captain Bartlett is there too. Mirialia smiles. Thanks to them, the EU is gaining ground fast against the rebels. Good, the sooner we end that stupid war, the better. Mew grumbles. Kira, on his way back from the patrol, suddenly stopped in mid-air. Strike 1, did something happen? Sky Eye asked, bringing the bridge back up to full alert. I thought I saw something. Kira trailed off. He peered intently at a spot in the visual monitor, unable to be sure if it was a trick of the light or if he actually saw something. The infrared and radars aren't picking anything up, so what's making me feel so odd? Mirialia, once again, was distracted by an incoming message. What in the... She muttered once she read it through. Captain Ramius, there's a priority 1 communication from, someone. Someone. Muru repeated. Who's someone? No idea, there's no location data at all. What's the message? Mew asks. Mirialia stares at the message again. Hamelin. The Pied Piper story. Muru frowns. Who the hell sends a one-word riddle in a priority 1 message? Someone with a lot of money and an excess of time. Mew grumbles. What do you think it means? Muru thinks for a minute. Best guess? The sender wants us to get out while we can. Mew's eyebrow went up. Get out of where? Joshua. Get out of the EFA, most likely. Sky Eye thought. This is probably the same person who told us about the ZAFT attack on Joshua. Our guardian angel is telling us to get out while the getting is good, hey. Mew says, a grin playing on the corners of his mouth. Think we should follow it? Natarl shot him a hard look. We have our orders, and it would be remiss for us to desert based on just a message. Who said anything about deserting? Mew laughed, though he himself came to the same conclusion. Kira, unable to shake the weird feeling, looked up. Holy. What? What is it? Mirialia, having heard Kira, asked. Why is nobody seeing this? Kira demanded. Archangel, battle stations. Kira, what's going on? Muru demanded in return. Plant. Patrick Zala restrained himself from clapping his hands like a gleeful little boy. Operation Spitbreak is go. All units, decimate the naturals. Josh A. Guys. ZAFT just threw a pair of cruisers at us. Kira yelled, willing his strike to move faster toward the base entrance. What the hell, what's that supposed to mean? Blaze demanded. Kira tried to shake the image from his head. I mean, ZAFT dropped 2 of their cruisers from orbit at us. The entire Archangel crew went quiet, forced to imagine what it's like. Most of them failed. Why the hell would they do that? Cypher demanded. That's stupid. You're telling me. Kira was momentarily thankful that the Archangel was shielded by the waterfall and was inside the base still, instead of being outside like he wanted. Getting live camera feed from Josh A. now. Sai said. The Archangel main screen came to life and focused upon a pair of very large and blue-looking blots in the sky. Large, blue, and trailing an absurd amount of smoke. Holy shit, ZAFT went insane. Mew said as he scrambled into his sky grasper. Why has base command not noticed yet? Mirialai wondered. Who the hell cares? Muru snapped. Warm up our engines, we're getting out of here. Ma'am. The Archangel's engines kicked into full gear, and Josh A.'s air raid sirens went off full blast. Holy shit. Mew repeated, seeing the sheer number of heat signatures appear from around the 2 descending cruisers. ZAFT ships, orbit. The enemy's artillery will be firing at any minute now, keep your eyes on those satellites. The ship captain ordered. Skies over Josh A. One of the ZAFT captains using the cruiser as a heat shield heard a ping in his ear. They're gonna shoot any time now, keep your eyes open. EFA side. Muru heard a voice, the same one from before. All units, stay clear of impact area, we're commencing long-range supporting fire. Stonehenge incoming. Sky Eye said, feeling a little uncomfortable at regarding Stonehenge as a friendly asset. Estimated time to impact, 30 seconds. End, impact. A series of explosions engulfed the 2 descending cruisers, reducing one of them into a million pieces of shrapnel. Space. We have a fix on their position. One of the ship operators yelled. Transmitting coordinates to ground troops now. Do we have a visual feed? Patrick Zala asked. Another operator nodded. Coming on screen from satellite 22B, right about now. Christ. Patrick breathed, seeing the distinctive 8-turret ring of Stonehenge outlined against the ground and dwarfing the nearby buildings for a moment before it shimmered out of existence again. Archangel. One enemy ship destroyed, the second one is dropping far too fast. Sai said, alarmed. Oh, it's going to crash into the base. All hands, brace, Muru said into the intercom. Get rolling, we don't want to be buried in the base if the ceiling caves on us. The alive ZAFT cruiser, moving fast, propelled by the shockwave of the Stonehenge blast, slams into the waterfall front door of Josh A with surprising accuracy. The resulting impact tore a piece of the ceiling down, causing water to flow into the base at a worrying rate. As a side effect, the attack blasted the reinforced doors wide open. At no point was the reinforced steel gate of Josh A tested against the impact force of an attack dealt from orbit. Oh hell, the base is flooding. Sai breathed. Doesn't bother us any. Muru said savagely. Get us out of here. Newman nods. Whoa, they're coming out. The ZAFT captain said. Watch yourselves. Stay on the defensive until this bombardment ceases. Stonehenge attacks are effective. Sky Eye said. 20% of ZAFT forces neutralized. The broken and torn gates of Josh A glowed red as the Archangel blasted away the remaining pieces with its Gottfried main guns, clearing a path for both itself and the other ships in the dock. What are we going to do, Captain? Protect the base? Blaze asked. I don't think we're going to have that luxury. Natarl said. Look at the radar. Good God. Sai breathed, seeing nothing but red on his radar. I think, we might have to run. Stonehenge has gone silent. Sky Eye suddenly said. There's no more bombardment data being sent. Stonehenge ring. Shortly after the first round of fire, Stonehenge's long-distance radar showed a swarm of blips headed toward their direction. Shortly after the second round of fire, those blips revealed what they were, cruise missiles fired from ZAFT submarines. In order to destroy the first, an incomplete, Stonehenge installation, ZAFT had pooled all of their submarine assets and long-range cruise missiles currently available on Earth, not to mention tasking as many satellites as physically possible to monitor the territory of Canada, with the sole intention of killing whatever the artillery platform was back to the Stone Age. And they tried. After the third volley from Stonehenge, EFA interceptors were brought online in an attempt to shoot down the cruise missiles. It didn't work. After the fourth volley, the lack of point defense weapons to protect the cannons from fire proved to be fatal. The cruise missile volley blanketed the Stonehenge circle, hitting every meter of the 1,200 kilometer installation to the best of their ability. 3 of the 8 turrets were immediately hit and destroyed, and an additional 2 more had their barrels warped beyond use. I see the targets, moving to attack. Athrun said, furious at the naturals for making a weapon of this scope seemingly for the express purpose of killing coordinators. Athrun's din, inherent flight, beetle-like wings, zoomed over the snowy grasslands, its pilot not registering the sheer amount of damage done to the environment in order to give the installation its element of stealth. In range. Athrun muttered, and armed all of his missiles, locking onto the steam vent of one of the Stonehenge cannons. Firing. A salvo of missiles struck the cannon's heat vent, ripping the vent open but otherwise not really damaging the cannon any. Focus on taking out their barrels. Dirka said, flying closer than his normal sniping range in order to properly hit said barrels. If those things aren't straight then they can't fire at us. Easier said than done. Isaac growled, annoyed that his heat seekers were being foiled by the near-constant belch of steam around the cannon. Oh hell! Dirka cut the engines on his din upon seeing one of the massive guns rotate towards his general direction. Don't let up. We need to destroy this thing. Athrun roars, bringing out the din's shotgun. Elsewhere. The 2 men from the previous meeting sat themselves down at a round table. Gentlemen, how goes our mission within the Federation? One of the other men asked. The first man from before, the table hater, bowed his head. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we had to make some changes, namely, the sacrifice of the first Stonehenge defense system. Another one of the other men turned slightly. We're abandoning it only days after it becomes operational, are you not moving too quickly? His tone was accusing at best. It is an unfortunate necessity. The table-hating man said sadly. Sacrifices must be made in order to continue our plan, and the turret is better off lost for us. I suppose you plan to let it do something before losing the installation in its entirety. Another man growled. The accomplice of the table-hater chuckled. Oh, it wouldn't be a sacrifice if we didn't. Stonehenge Unit 01. Got them. All turrets are down. Athrun yells in triumph as the last Stonehenge cannon falls silent, its barrel twisted and useless. Good thing, too, we're out of ammo. Dirka breathed a sigh of relief, then switched to a different channel. Captain, how long until the reinforcements get here? The submarine captain tasked with reinforcing the 3 of them glances at a map. The fastest guys will reach you 3 in about 15 minutes. Whew. Isaac cut the thrust on his din, letting it drop to the ground softly. A little much for you, Isaac. Athrun teases. We just killed the largest anti-drop weapon the Naturals have ever faced, and we managed to do it a week after they brought it online. Isaac mutters. Athrun, if you built something like this, would you just leave it undefended like that? Athrun thought back to the sheer lack of point defense and interceptor aircraft they met for a base this size. Yeah, I agree. There should be way more guards than what we've met. Dirka saw a movement in the corner of his eye, and turned to look. The center pedestal of the Stonehenge installation, which was not, incidentally, equipped with a jamming system, opened up. Before Dirka could open his mouth, a plume of fire erupted from within the belly of the installation and something flew up and away from the opening. What the? Athrun. Look. Athrun didn't need the prompt, as he heard the roar of the thing escaping them at high speed. Oh shit. He breathed. The Naturals just launched an ICBM. Chapter 17, Stage 15, The Battle of Josha. Skies over Josha. What just happened? One of the ZAFT captains demanded upon hearing the panic over the radio. What's going on? The operator manning the station jumped in surprise, not realizing that he had left the line open. The enemy defensive station launched an ICBM. The captain's eyes widened with shock and confusion. The hell? They can't use nukes. We took care of that. It wasn't a nuke. Whatever the hell it wasn't a nuke. Another operator's voice was picked up by the microphone. ICBM on course for Panama base. Alert the base. We don't have a comsat in position. The first operator yelled, into the mic, making the captain win CE. It's not a nuke, it's not a nuke. He then said hurriedly to himself, trying to calm down. For God's sake it's not a nuke. Panama base. Through a line of pure, accidental chance, one of the shipboard operators in orbit around Earth alerted Panama base about the impending missile attack. Unfortunately, the alert wasn't enough. While the DINs were being deployed, the ICBM they were supposed to intercept struck the base. The explosion of the ICBM tore into the compound, shattering the hangars and the DINs housed within. Even the reinforced command center stood no chance, blown away by the awesome force of the missile combined with the ignited ammunition stores, both Federation and ZAFT. The light of the explosion could be seen for miles, and the resulting shockwave tore through the trees, jungles, and the mass driver that made Panama Base one of the EFA's primary, if not only, way into space. As expected, the resulting waves of the ammunition plus ICBM explosion struck the mass driver like a sledgehammer, shaking the frame of the large cannon, bringing it to near collapse, before an explosion-induced wall of water slammed into it and folded the mass driver into the ocean. JOSHA. Did you guys just feel that? Talisman breathed. Something big just went off. Blaze growled. Bridge. What just happened? Stonehenge has been lost, and... Neil's face went white upon hearing the intercepted ZAFT communications. Panama Base has been struck by an ICBM originating from the Stonehenge site. There was a momentary silence. What? Ribbon resisted the urge to punch something, as he's sitting in his cockpit. Why the hell would we nuke our own base? It's not a nuke, that's not possible. Neil said dazedly. The base is gone. ZAFT is getting no communications from it anymore. No primary, no secondary, nothing. He clicked off of the patched line into ZAFT's communications, unable to listen to the operators frantically trying to reconnect with the now vanished base for any longer. We need to get up here. Blaze said suddenly and hurriedly. Captain Ramius, give us the orders to sortie. There's a goddamn cloud of ZAFT units up there. Sai shouted. We should just get the hell out of here. Oi! Natarl snapped. Watch your mouth, Sai. Screw it. Cypher snapped. This is Golem 1, I'm deploying, Murdoch, open the damn door. Cypher. The hell are you? Murdoch started to say. I'm not playing with a military that bombs its own people. Cypher cut across him. Murdoch, open the hangar door or I'll doing it for you. I'm with Cypher on this one, I'm afraid. Ribbon muttered. If the EFA feels okay about bombing the hell out of its own people then I'm jumping ship. Rajgris 3, what are you saying? Natarl exclaimed. We would never sacrifice our own forces to advance our own cause. Bullshit. Cypher snarled. I'm heading out. Murdoch had opened the Archangel's hangar doors in order to protect the ship, and his own sleep schedule. Cypher. Wait. Mururamius said hurriedly. Golem 1, heading out. Cypher said coldly, launching out of the Archangel without assistance from the catapult. Mobius 1, taking off. Ribbon echoed, doing the same. Blaze gnashed his teeth. Ah, hell. Rajgris 1, launching. Rajgris 4, deploying, we're still going to protect the ship. Talisman said stubbornly. Yet. Kira nodded. Strike, heading out. God damn it, the two of you. Mew said. We're got something more immediate to worry about. Mew La Flaga, deploying. Quit setting my catapult on fire. Murdoch groaned. 4 spearheads, 1 Ale Strike Gundam, and 1 Launcher Skygrasper deployed from the Archangel's hangar legs, along with a flock of spearheads deployed from the rest of the Federation warships. I can't believe it. The ZAFT captain breathed. All units. Burn them to the ground. Avenge our comrades and theirs in equal measure. Prior to its destruction, Panama Base still held many of its previous EFA staff as prisoners of war. Naturals. You don't even care about your own countrymen. One of the pilots yelled on an open frequency. This is your divine punishment. The pilot emphasized her roar with firing a round from the Jin's recoilless rifle, the bazooka. Her shot was then echoed and accompanied by a veritable blanket of shots from the rest of the ZAFT pilots. Intercept. Shoot them down. Muru ordered, and the anti-aircraft fire from the warships rose to meet the incoming torrent of poorly named ZAFT ballistic rounds. As expected, the effect was less than desirable, many rounds were intercepted, but many more slammed into the waters and the ships themselves. The resulting explosions looked as if they set the water ablaze. Catapult 1 destroyed. Sai reported. Gottfried number 1 is offline. Maydays from ARC's Anna's escorts number 1, 5, 9, and 12. Miriali reported in a panic. Des Moines ships 1, 3, and 6 sunk. Half of our ships in one go. Muru breathed. Remainder of the ships, focus your efforts on protecting the Spengler carriers. Mew roared on an open frequency, ignoring the smattering of acknowledgements in reply. This is just not my day. He seethed as he aimed the Agni cannon into the cloud of descending Jins and fired at random. Kira gritted his teeth, focused on taking down a swarm of anti-ship missiles from a squad of Jins with his head-mounted Vulcans. Stop. This isn't the time to be fighting. He yelled, taking aim at the Jins with his beam rifle and systematically shooting their heads off with precisely aimed fire. Ah. Shit. Sai flinched as the Archangel shook again. Portside Valiant, hit. It's on fire. What are our orders, Captain? Natarl asked as calmly as she could, ignoring the burning gin that dropped almost on top of the Archangel, it was too far forward and slammed into the water instead. Our orders are to protect the base. Muru said through gritted teeth. Don't falter. Take them out. Second defensive fleet is clear from the base entrance. Mireille reported, letting out the breath she was holding. They're deploying interceptors. Meanwhile, Cypher and Mobius 1 were busy tearing their way through the ZAFT skin cloud with their electromagnetic launchers and their Vulcans, ripping out arms and separating legs from the ZAFT mobile suits with practiced ease. Oi! Assholes! We're just trying to leave, god damn it! Cypher yelled into a ZAFT frequency, courtesy of Sky Eye. We're not letting the likes of you leave. One ZAFT pilot retorted, charging toward the spearhead with the Jin's sword drawn. As the Gin took its swing, Cypher inverted his aircraft and pumped the VTOL engines, causing the swing to strike nothing but air as the spearhead zipped neatly between the Jin's legs. Like you have a choice. Mobius 1 said coldly, to himself, as the Gin turned to engage Cypher once again. The Gin then met its end via an EML shot in the back right into the cockpit block. Golem 1, the rest of the Jins is falling out of reach. Mobius 1 said, banking his aircraft a little to look at the Jins landing on the riverbanks. We could probably reach Orb from here. He added lightly, watching the streaks of fire fly from the Jins to the Fed warships. Cypher simply scowled and said nothing. Mobius 1 knew that Cypher wasn't one to change his allegiances so easily. He himself wasn't either. We could help the fleet get out of here, you know. Yeah, I know. Cypher growled, circling around high in the sky. This is hell and a half. Blaze said as he zipped past the Archangel's port side with his Vulcans blazing, shooting down a barrage of bazooka fire with Talisman flying on his wing, following and supporting his actions. The Archangel's Eagle Stallion anti-aircraft guns intercepted most of the rest. Hit on the port side. We have a hull leak on deck too. Sai reported. Compensate with the engines. Muru ordered as a group of Jins appeared on the bridge's main screen. What's the rest of the fleet doing? Third wave has deployed. Mireille reported as the displayed Jins suffered from a barrage of warship shells and exploded. We're slowly gaining air coverage. The Archangel shook again. Engine 6, hit. Sai reported. We're listing again. Damn it. Mu cited the trio of Jins responsible for strafing the engine as they zipped between the wreckage of other Federation ships. Let us catch a break. He yelled as he depressed the trigger, unleashing a blast from his Agni cannon that tore the Jins, and one of the Des Moines ship wreckage, to pieces. Assist the Archangel. One of the faceless Federation captains ordered as his Arkansas-class cruiser used itself as a shield for the comparatively much taller Archangel while spraying the air with its loadout of anti-aircraft weaponry. Oh hell! Second ZAFT wave dropping from orbit. Estimated unit count, 50. Sai said. Rashgriz, intercept. Sky Eye ordered. Roger. Blaze and Talisman said, deploying from the second, undamaged catapult after returning for ammunition for the third time. Oi! Stop throwing a hissy fit and lend us a hand. Blaze yelled to Cypher. Cypher's response was to point his spearhead's nose south, and exit the battlefield, with Mobius 1 in tow. JOSHA anti-aircraft fire away. Sky Eye warned. Son of a, Cypher. Ribbon. Blaze roared, ignoring both the dropping ZAFT forces and the rising EFA intercepting shots. Where the hell do you think you're going? I can understand Cypher leaving. Talisman thought. He's a mercenary at heart, and he won't fight if his employers are actively trying to kill him, but I don't get why Mobius 1 is leaving too, or, rather, I don't understand why Blaze isn't jumping ship, given the Rashgriz's history. Exactly what you think I'm doing. Cypher said coldly, noting that Blaze was on full afterburners to reach him, and slowing down as a result. This is desertion. Blaze snarled. I know I'm not in any position to care, but at the same time, people are dying down there. Whose fault is that, I wonder? Cypher sighed. Blaze slowed down as well when he realized that Cypher was slowing down to meet him. Wardog leader to Golem 1. Breaking away from my squadron will be regarded as an act of treason, and I'll deal with it appropriately. Oh shit. Talisman thought. Try me. Cypher grinned. Cypher inverted and dove just as Blaze fired a barrage from his Vulcans. Seeing Cypher's maneuver, Blaze inverted and followed him down. Cypher and Blaze are fighting. Tall said in a slightly higher voice. Sky Eye face-palmed. God damn it. Mobius 1, what are you doing? I cannot condone fighting alongside a nation that freely sacrifices its own people to further its ideals. Ribbon said sadly. Thus, I'm afraid I'll be exiting the battlefield as well, this is the proverbial final straw. Is this really the time to be talking about this? Kira demanded, separating again from its arms with his beam sabers. The Archangel's going to sink at this rate. I am aware. Mobius 1 said calmly. You're just going to sit and watch. Talisman's eyes went wide. Second ZAFT wave, deployed. They're firing. Sai said. Ribbon weaved through the descending ZAFT gens and their machine gun fire. Sorry, but my ideals don't line up with those of your higher UPS. He sighed. Plus, there's something strange about this entire war. He thought to himself. And I can't investigate it while being tied to the ship, as long as the ship is tied down to this dock. Damn it. Ribbon. Talisman yelled, but it was to no avail. Mobius 1 had hit full afterburners and zoomed away from the battlefield. Ha! AZAFT captain laughed. Even the demons don't want anything to do with the EFA. Demons or no, I'm still here. Kira roared, feeling the sense of otherworldly focus again and firing into the ZAFT units in the sky with pinpoint accuracy. Unfortunately, the strike doesn't have infinite power, and not a minute after he attained that unnatural focus his cockpit kindly alerted him of his quickly dwindling energy supply. Damn it! Kira muttered, his super focus gone. This is Kira, I'm returning to resupply. Got it, be careful. Muru said as the strike Gundam's armor turned into its dull grey color. Tall, can you provide him support? Yeah, I can. Sure. Tall said distractedly as he rose from his seat. Muru then stared at one of the displays showing the current balance of power. We're losing air control again. More than a few spiraling, burning spearheads featured prominently on the main screen drove her point home. How's the current spread of forces? Muru asked. We've lost about 30% of our spearheads, and ZAFT has lost maybe a quarter of their gens. It also doesn't help that we've deployed more. Sai said then gritted his teeth as the Archangel shook again. Hit on the starboard side. We've lost 2 anti-air guns. Sai said, not bothering to pronounce the weirdly named guns. Damn it. Pull the Archangel back. Natarl ordered, glancing at the Arkansas cruiser that moved to protect them, before focusing her attention away from that ship's burning bridge and slowly sinking hull. Kira, you okay up there? Tall asked as he hopped into the second Sky Grasper. Yeah, I think so. Kira said, suddenly feeling very tired as the adrenaline levels faded off a bit. It's a mess out there. Tell me about it. Tall sighed, his mind filled with the various streaks of colors of the battlefield as viewed from a wide distance. Kira looked at the Sky Grasper taxing to the catapult. Did Muru order you to launch? Tall flashed a thumbs up, even though Kira couldn't see it. Yep. I'll be flying support for you, Kira. Kira frowned. Don't get too cocky out there. Tall grinned. You know me, Sword Grasper, heading out. Several of the gens on the battlefield turned to see 2 blurs heading toward them at an obnoxiously high speed. Those same gens felt the impact force of the Vulcans being fired by the second spearhead toward the first as both spearheads flew past the gens close enough for the ZAFT pilots to simply reach out and grab them. What's with those guys? One of the GIN pilots demanded as one of the spearheads performed a barrel roll, positioning itself behind the second spearhead. Aren't they on the same side? Not the Demon Lord for nothing. Blaze said, turning sharply to avoid being shot down by Cypher. I haven't even gotten a single hit in yet. You're wasting a lot of my energy. Cypher growled, firing his last missile at Blaze before pulling up and away from Blaze's spearhead. And not doing a lot in return. Yet? I think I did all right. Blaze grinned, through their dogfight, at least a good 24 gens were taken out of commission due to the collateral damage of the 2 ace pilots trying to hit each other. If you're out of gas you can always land on the ship for a resupply, we'll even give you a discount. Blaze pumped his VTOL engines, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris that detonated the missile, and then pulled up as well, intent on chasing Cypher down. Sky eye to all Allied forces. Neil's voice came over the radio. New ZAFT contacts approaching from the southeast and southwest, DINs incoming. About time, I suppose. Talisman took a moment to observe the battlefield. Damaged gens and destroyed GIN parts littered the shorelines along with many downed spearheads, those that managed to crash, anyways, surrounding Josh A.'s destroyed waterfall entrance. The waterways themselves are cluttered with the smoking remains of Federation warships that remained afloat, as well as the smoke plumes of many more that sank to the bottom of the river. The gens that remain were continuing the attack, pelting the base entrance as well as most of the remaining ships with their bazooka and machine gun fire, but were met with stiff resistance from the spearheads and tanks finally being deployed en masse from within the base. Having eventually learned from their abysmal performance against mobile suits, the EFA's answer to making their land-based mobile armor more useful was simply just strap some more missiles onto it. Thus, regardless of the maneuverability of the gens or their targeting ability, the sheer weight of the EFA missile barrage was enough to push the gens back step by step. So did we win? Mew asked with a heavy sigh, his Sky Grasper back in the Archangel for resupply. One hell of a victory if we did. Kira muttered, taking pot shots at the gens on the ground with his beam rifle. Kira, we got more ZAFT goons coming. Tall reminded him. Might be a good time to stop mopping up the gens. Kira scanned the skies and nodded. Got it, I'll leave the cleanup to you then, Tall. You got it. Tall grinned, and pointed his spearhead toward the ground. EFA territory of Alaska, coastline. Athrun, how about we just call it a day? Dirka asked with no small amount of hope in his voice. We can just cite mechanical error and not go to the Federation death trap. Dirka, that kind of talk is improper for a red. Isaac chided him. That being said, I echo his sentiment, we've spent a lot of resources to take JOSHA, and they've made no real headway. I don't see how pooling even more resources into it will help any. See? Isaac sees what's up. Dirka says. Let's just stay home. Enough talking, kids. The ZAFT lead mechanic said. I'm not writing your doctor's note. Damn it. Dirka said sadly as his din was loaded onto the submarine's catapult. Well, so much for that. Dirka, heading out. That's a ZAFT submarine. Cypher muttered, watching 3 dins deploy from the vertical catapult barely visible against the ocean surface. What's it doing alone all the way out here? Cypher almost decided to engage the submarine, but then realized that the dogfight with Blaze ate all of his ammunition. That's unfortunate, I guess. He murmured, staying above the clouds to avoid visual detection. Ribbon, on the other hand, was flying in the general direction of Orb, and met the ZAFT din reinforcements head-on. Seeing the spearhead, the dins naturally fanned out to engage. Seeing the infinity symbol on the tail of the spearheads caused the dins to unleash their missiles upon the lone target. Mobius 1 gritted his teeth and put full power into the engines, weaving through the net of missiles with not a single shot fired. Is he seriously outrunning the missile lock? One of the ZAFT pilots exclaimed. Who cares? Shoot him. His wingman yelled as he pulled out the din's shotgun and fired a few rounds toward the ribbon spearhead. I don't need this right now, ZAFT people. Mobius 1 snarled. Bartlett's voice came over his radio. Yo, Ribbon. Dive for the deck now. Mobius 1 didn't question why and dove sharply as Bartlett advised. What the? A ZAFT pilot muttered, and then took the cue from Ribbon. Crap, dive now. Too late for that, boys. Captain Bartlett laughed, leading a squadron of X-02 Wyverns armed with Belkin-made EMLs. Regardless of how quickly the ZAFT dins could dive, they weren't a match for the Wyverns' ripple fire into their ranks or their superior battlefield position, and very quickly the skies were clear of the purple beetle-like mobile suits. You all right there, Ribbon? Bartlett asked, as Mobius 1 pulled up to fly on his wing. You're flying pretty far out from the Archangel. I quit. Ribbon said tersely. More importantly, where did you come from? Giga Float. Bartlett replied. We're currently under the employment of the Grunder branch on the Giga Float. They saw the ICBM attack on TV and sent us to investigate. I take you're bailing on the EFA because of it. Ribbon nodded, looking around at the Wyverns flying in formation. Yet. Never mind how evil the EFA appears, I don't believe that they will do something like this without some kind of provocation. Where did he get these guys? He wondered. And you don't think losing Panama counts as provocation? Bartlett frowned. Ribbon nodded. Right, I don't believe the EFA is capable of actively trying to lose the war. Bartlett leaned back, letting his X-02's autopilot do the work for him a little. Well, you're always welcome to stay with us for as long as you please. Who's us? Ribbon asked, and could feel Bartlett's grin without seeing it. You'll see when we get home, Mobius 1. Near Josh A. Athrun, we've received new orders. Isaac said. Yeah, I see it. Athrun replied, seeing the new order display on his screen. They want us to cover the remainder of the ZAFT forces as they retreat. Dirka frowned. Damn, it's that bad. We're attacking the nerve center of the Naturals military, of course they're going to put up a fight. Isaac said. Still, I can't help but think this is because of that legged ship. And the demons that reside within, hey. Athrun mused. All units, fan out and focus on providing covering fire to our retreating units. Wish we had our squadrons here right now. Isaac growled. Dirka's laugh sounded empty. With any luck they would have gotten away from Panama. Athrun then heard his threat radar go off. One enemy unit sighted, signature match, it's the strike. Aw shit. Dirka spat. What do we do? Pretty sure we can't outfight it without beam weapons. Stick to the plan. Athrun said. Cover the djinns until they get to the coastline. I see 3 djinns. Kira reported, having chased the djinns that ran away, since they ran in the same direction. Should I engage? He asked the bridge. Given the circumstances. Maru sighed. If they're not picking a fight, don't chase them out too far. She then turned her attention to the fleet of tugs being deployed from the base. The first retrieval fleet should cover the west side, second fleet, go to Area 14 and focus on recovering personnel. He's not attacking. Athrun remarked. Good for us then. Isaac shrugged. All remaining ground units hurry up with the retreat. But what about the downed pilots? One of the faceless ZAFT pilots asked. We don't have the luxury. Isaac said coldly. Now get moving while he's still just standing around. I can't believe Cypher and Ribbon both left. Blaze grumbled. Yet. Talisman sighed. Blaze had returned to the Archangel in high spirits, under the belief that he was able to fight the famed Demon Lord of the Round Table to a standstill. A thorough examination of his aircraft by the mechanics proved otherwise. Of course, seeing the Archangel barely afloat didn't help his spirits either. Good thing you two flew together as a squadron, no. The Grunder head mechanic had chuckled. Blaze pushed the images of the bullet scratches on his fuselage out of his mind. Yet, I can't imagine what would have happened if he really thought us as his enemies. Demon Lord of the Round Table. Talisman looked up at the officer lounge's ceiling. Famed for his peerless flying and his steadfast loyalty to a cause despite his status as a mere mercenary, has betrayed our cause. He laughs. Maybe that's an amazingly bad sign for us. Well, I suppose it helps to keep mercenaries loyal when you're paying top dollar to keep them around. Blaze grunted. Hell, it's not like the EFA hasn't crossed lines before, what made this time different? EFA territory of North America. I'm running out of fuel, as expected. Cypher muttered. A mysterious voice came over the radio. To the spearhead flying in our airspace, identify yourself. The voice was scrambled and impossible to read. Cypher did a little mental math and then shrugged. This is Cypher, call sign Golem 1 of the Independent Yuuzhan Mercenary Force, to whom do I have the pleasure of addressing? A pause. Golem 1, if you are in need of resupply and resources, feel free to land at this location. The mystery voice said. How gracious of you. Cypher said slowly. Golem 1, understood. He then banked left towards a very unassuming airfield in the middle of the desolate, desert-like region. Even through the scrambler Cypher could hear the smile. Canopus to Golem 1, you're cleared to land. Archangel Medical Bay. Jesus. William Bishop breathed, staring at a picture of the remains of Panama Base, broadcasted by a local TV station, and the incredible amounts of smoke from the scrapped buildings. I didn't know the Federation had weapons of such power. The ship doctor murmured. Is the Federation capable of using nuclear weapons? Bishop asked. Not since the April Fool's incident, sir. The doctor replied. ZAFT made plenty sure of that. So that means. Bishop felt a chill run down his spine. Moon EFA Base Copernicus. Looks like Josh A was kept, against all expectations. The men wearing EFA uniformed looked around the round meeting table at each other. Well, that's hardly a bad thing. The first man to speak continued. It's a little bad for us, but whatever. It shows the unbreaking spirit of the good people of Earth. A mildly arrogant-sounding man said, referring to a news anchor touting the victory of the Federation at the top of his lungs. If this is the kind of resistance the Atlantic branch can put up, then the war will be over in a week. If every battle happened like this, we'd be out of manpower by the end of the week. His comparatively more pessimistic neighbor growled. Look at how many ships were lost just to keep one base functional. More importantly, the first man thought, ignoring the exchange of bravado amongst the background characters. The EFA lost 2 of the best aces to, well, us. He had the barest hint of a smirk. Is it a sign? The conversation eventually turned towards the weapon used to destroy Panama Base. Can we get our hands on it? One of the men wondered. It would be a major boost to our efforts to have something that powerful on our hands without the drawback of nuclear fallout. Don't you Eurasians control it? Another man sneered. Since it flew at Panama and all. Pa. The Eurasian general waved off the accusation. If we had control over it, we would have shot it towards Carpentaria. Someone else owns it. And that someone else would be us. One of the men sitting across from him said. You can be assured that the weapon's usage was an accident. Its firing mechanism was improperly triggered due to the ZAFT attack upon the weapon installation. All eyes turned on the speaker, a man with sharp, rugged features and an eternally angry mask for a face. Never seen him before. The first man thought with a bit of worry. Is he one of us? You control those weapons? Do you have any proof? More importantly, who are you? The fattest man in the room said, incidentally also the highest-ranking general in the Federation military. The angry-looking man smiled thinly. My name isn't important, the name of my weapon, however. Well then, what's the name of your weapon? The fattest man asked impatiently. Trinity. Chapter 18, Stage 16, Separate Ways. == plus EFA territory of North America, Nevada region. Cypher climbed out of his spearhead and looked around, squinting against the harsh sunlight and the shimmering desert landscape, taking in the view that is this dust-covered excuse for an airbase. His gaze eventually settled on the man greeting him. Cypher walked up to the man. I take your Canopus. The man shook his head. That's my superior, my name is Eugene Solano, call sign Crux. He offered a hand anyways. Welcome to the base. Cypher shook the offered hand. What kind of base is this, anyways? You guys don't seem like a Federation outfit. Cypher glanced at the outline of a Gin being outfitted in one of the farther hangars. Crux nodded. We're a mercenary group, the EFA lets us operate as we wish because we mainly stick to protecting the civilian areas from attack. He then saw Cypher grimace just a little. Is there something wrong? No, not at all. Cypher sighed, and Crux decided to avoid pursuing the matter. Hey Crux, who's the new guy? A grinning young man asked, yelling from the front of the main building. Also, get your butts over here. It's hot outside. This is... Crux started to introduce as the three of them met and shook hands in the reception area. Cypher figured he had nothing to lose. Cypher, pleased to meet you. He saw the man's eyes widen for a moment. Cypher, hey? Pleased to meet you, man. The man grinned, clapping Cypher on the back. I'm Chopper, the best pilot in this dump. Crux rolled his eyes. Keep telling yourself that. Chopper grinned. What? It's true. Cypher looked around the rather run-down-looking reception area. So how many of you are there? Before that, what do you plan to do, Cypher? A black man with a military beret asked. I'm Canopus, the leader of this little outfit. He extends a friendly hand. Glad to have you with us. Cypher takes the offered handshake. Well, he said after a moment. I'm looking for a job, got anything in mind? Giga Float. Mr. Ribbon. I'm honored by your presence. A man wearing a Grunder uniform and a slightly pink jacket bowed. It's certainly not every day we get a guest of your caliber. Ribbon's smile was a bit sheepish. The honor is mine, I suppose. He then glanced at Bartlett. I take it Captain Bartlett let you know I was coming. The man nodded. Indeed. Now, he clasps his hands together. As you are aware, the Federation has just lost their only way into space from the America territories, due to, whatever that thing was. The man made a disgusted face. Given how the Federation is acting recently, we here on the Giga Float believe that they will attempt to obtain our mass driver for their purposes. Ribbon nodded, letting the man continue. Knowing your reputation both here and at home, the man looked solemn. It would be a great boon to us if you were to lend us your skills in defense of the Giga Float. He then snapped his fingers. Of course, we have your data from the Archangel and the prototype model in development, thus if you could continue to lend your support for our development process. I'd be happy to help. Ribbon said. Given the current state of affairs, the world is too strange. Bartlett chuckled. That's putting it a bit lightly, Ribbon. You can take a look at our databases if you'd like. The man said. There definitely is something wrong with this war. I'll let you get to it in a little bit, but let's go over our squad setup right now. Bartlett said with a yawn. How do you feel about acting as a squadron leader? How many pilots do you have? Ribbon asked. Good ones. He added silently. Bartlett ticked off some names. Let's see, we have me, Yellow 13, you, the Junk Guild guys, and Antares. This Antares guy is pretty good, by the way, and roughly 30 rookies. Bartlett chuckled. Of course, as long as they can fly straight and shoot at the same time, the X-02 compensates for their lack of skill just fine. The Grunder representative made an sound. Since we're mass producing them, it might be a good idea to change their numbering. Yes, let me show you the prototype we're working on with the data you're gathered for us already. It's not ready to fly yet, of course, but... Archangel, 3 days later. Kira Yamato stumbled into the officer's lounge and collapsed face first into the sofa. You okay over there, Kira? Sai asked as Tall poked Kira's brown messy hair. Kira mumbled something into the sofa's armrest. This is harder than actually fighting. Tall laughed bitterly. I want a pay raise and a few days off. Kira, by virtue of being the pilot of the only large-scale unit in JOSHA that has opposable thumbs, had spent the past 3 days taking the bulk of the reconstruction efforts. Tall, by virtue of being a pilot that nobody really cared about, helped Kira by using the second Skygrasper as an air-capable tug with the Sword Strike pack. The fact that he was low-key compared to Kira let him do as he pleases with the Skygrasper's equipment, to Murdoch's consternation. The duel was shipped off to God knows where. At least you're not in Mr. Flagga's shoes. Sai consoled. Tall faked crying. May God rest his soul. Mullah Flagga was still in the air, doing patrols, very long, very boring patrols justified by the top brass as an unfortunate necessity, which meant that Mew was spending a lot of time either flying or sleeping. Blaze and Talisman were kept under watch, which prevented them from taking the load off of Mu's shoulders. Due to 2 of their flight deserting, Muru decided to preemptively place the 2 on watch just so that the top brass didn't get any unnecessary ideas. Where did you think they carted off the duel to? Sai wondered. Having it would help us a lot. According to some of the other fighter guys, the EFA is developing a mobile suit based on the strike's data. I guess they wanted something more concrete. Tal said. Kira, here. Kira reached up without looking and caught the drink Tal tossed at him. Can't help but feel like it's a bit too little, too late though. Sai muttered. Tal nodded. Yet. A week passed with no other major events. Following the JOSHA operation, ZAFT forces deployed on Earth withdrew to their bases and spent a majority of their time protecting their territory, and the Federation forces spent their time doing the same. The Equatorial Union, on the other hand. Federation territory of North America. Deployment order. Cypher looked up from the ZAFT pilot training manual. Deployment order to where, sir? Crux continued to ask. Where else? The Equatorial Union. Canopus replied. It's flaring up again. Again. Crux sighed. It seems like the war in this world is never ending. Pretty sure we don't have any room to talk. Cypher thought idly as he flipped a page. Well, regardless of the politics, we have a job to do. Canopus said. Cypher, do you think you can handle it? Cypher didn't need to ask what he was handling. Beats sitting around and reading all day. He jumped up to his feet and pocketed the instructions manual. Canopus nodded. Good, meet in the briefing room in 10 minutes. Giga float. I think a good old-fashioned oh shit is in order. The pink-coated Grunder mechanic said, raising a glass to the television screen. Ribbon shook his head. Damn straight. The EFA can't seem to do anything nowadays. He glared at the news headline heralding the increase of hostilities. Good thing we're far away from them, The mechanic laughed. Otherwise this would have gotten amazingly bad amazingly quickly. Sir. An aide caught their attention. We have an incoming communication from the army. The man in ribbon shared a worried glance. Let's hear it. The man commanded. Plant. Looks like the situation on the ground is getting worse, Princess. Lakis Klein nodded solemnly. Is there anything we can do to help? She looked toward the speaker, the same mercenary pilot from the little incident in Junius 7. Given the way Zayla Sr. is acting, I doubt it. The pilot sighed. The way the war is going on Earth is letting him consolidate his power far too quickly. This is definitely a side effect. He thought. An unfortunate one. Lakis looked confused. But my father is royally screwed, if you'll pardon my expression. The pilot grimaced. Zayla's trying to set Plant up as some kind of messiah, as if winning this war will solve all of Earth's problems. The fact that it's actually working is quite telling about how the Plant citizens see the situation on Earth. Plus, he's using the fear of the new Federation weapon as his sledgehammer. Siegel Klein, Lakis's father, said as he walked into the room. Lakis stood up to give her father a hug. I've seen the videos. It looks as dangerous as their nuclear warheads. I'm just glad it wasn't the V2. The pilot thought. If that weapon is capable of being mass-produced, then the feds are, well, as dangerous as Zayla says it is. If that's the case, his fear-mongering would actually be correct. He looked up to meet Siegel's gaze. What? It feels like you know more than you're telling us. Siegel said. Sorry. The man shrugged. I know exactly as much as I'm telling you. His phone rings. Excuse me. Siegel nods as the pilot leaves to take the call in a less intrusive place than the Klein household living room. Father, what do you plan to do? Lakis asked. I'm not quite sure. Siegel chuckled. Although an extended vacation to Orb sounds very inviting at this time of year. The pilot then returned to the room in a hurry, slamming the door against a wall. Siegel, we have a problem, Zayla's making a move. Siegel Klein gritted his teeth. Of all the mistakes he could ever hope to make. Please, this way. The pilot said hurriedly. Miss Klein as well. What? What's going on? Lakis asked a little desperately, not really moving. The pilot gave her a friendly nudge. Someone's trying to put a bullet into your dad's brain, now hurry it up. What? Why is Athrun's father doing this? Lakis inquired again as the pilot pushed her along. Giga float. Emergency requisition of Earth's sphere resources, they're calling it. Ribbon grumbles to himself. What a joke. Something fun going on. Ribbon turned to see Logwell make his entrance. Who are you? Ribbon asks. Logwell, Junk Guild. Pleased to meet you. Lo extended his hand, which Ribbon shook. Lo, hi, sounds familiar. Ribbon mused. I take it you are responsible for putting this thing together. He gestured all around him. The Giga float? Yeah. Lo nodded. The pay is good and I get to see a lot of cool new things, not a thing to complain about. So what's this about resources? Ribbon rolled his eyes and shook his head. The Federation is asking for Giga float. Lo's eyes went wide. Seriously? Ribbon smiled thinly. Yeah, and they're backing it up with a threat, too. Lo's eyes expressed his confusion and distaste. What do they plan to do, attack and destroy their only way into space? Ribbon shrugged. You got me, as far as I can see the EFA is doing a fine job of shooting themselves in the foot. He then stared at the computer screen he was working on. That being said, if they do attack I'm sure it's not going to be an annihilation type attack. They have the troops for an occupation, in other words. Lo grumbles. Well, that sucks. What are you working on? Data for the Grunder fighter. Ribbon said tersely, and Lo caught the implication. Sorry, trade secrets, right? Lo said quickly, and then grinned. But I caught a glimpse of the prototype, I never thought I'd see the day when people attach feet onto a fighter and call it an innovation. Ribbon grinned despite himself. We have orb tech to thank for that. Does the new baby have a name? EFA fleet near Giga float. Archangel Bridge. Are we really doing this? Mirialia asked. Orders are orders. Muru gritted her teeth. Do we have a reply yet? No, Giga float hasn't sent a reply. Mirialia said. I don't think we can stall for much more, Captain. Natarl said quietly. Let's just fight a mock battle and get it over with. Muru stole a glance at the Des Moines-class cruiser barely within the Archangel's sight range, unable to shake off the feeling of dread that emanated from the two missiles strapped to the ship's hull. They can't be. She told herself again. It's far too quickly for them to have mass-produced those things, they just can't be. Incoming message from Tal. Mirialia said, patching him through. Oi, Captain, I'm seeing Giga float roll out some of its weapons, it's probably not going to just lie down and roll over. Tal said sadly. I see. Muru sighed. Let's wait until the last possible moment. Blaze. Yeah. This sucks. I know. Talisman stared at the Archangel's catapult. It's very weird to be on the side of the aggressors. I never thought I'd be attacking a defenseless civilian center. Makes the two of us. Blaze muttered, thinking about the time when the war dogs were accused of attacking a college. As long as we put up a good fireworks show it'll work out just fine. I can't get rid of that feeling though. Talisman admitted. Me neither. Those missiles outside were probably those things. Blaze snarled. Then it's our job to make sure the missiles don't hit their mark. A third voice said. Blaze looked around, seeing a bomber spearhead that used to belong to Ribbon. That's William Bishop, right? Yeah, Warwolf 1 will join the Rajgriz squadron for this operation. Bishop said. Thank you, sir. Blaze said, remembering that Bishop was still a colonel. Bishop chuckled. I don't think my rank has any meaning now. Bishop is fine. Talisman stared at the strike. More importantly, are we going to use the strike? Blaze glanced at the strike as well. I don't think so. Muru doesn't want to, and Kira sure as hell isn't going to. Using it would damage our morale a lot more than it'd help. Bishop added. Great, so it's just us against the civilians. Talisman said dryly. Blaze heard a click on his radio, and sighed heavily. Well, here goes nothing. Rajgriz, sortie. Giga float. This sucks. Lo said plainly. Yeah. Ribbon agreed. But a fight is a fight, and since our opponent is the Archangel then we can get away with faking the battle a little, it's a lot better than just rolling over for an attacker just because you used to be friends with them. I know, but it still sucks. Lo grumbled. Astray, deploying. Mobius 1, taking off. Ribbon said, taking to the skies in his Spearhead Revision 2, the Grunder mechanics upgraded it again. Archangel. The enemy has deployed fighters. Mirialia groaned. IFF matches for Captain Bartlett, Ribbon, and Yellow 13. We're really fighting friends. Yesterday's friends become today's enemies. Natarl said calmly as her training overruled her emotions. At the end of the day, this is business. She's right. Muru said softly. All units commence attack, our objective is to secure the airspace over Megafloat so the invasion fleet can land safely. She then gets a bright idea. Send a message to the invasion fleet, tell them to hold position until we have achieved total air superiority, we're up against Ribbon, after all. Yes ma'am. Mirialia's reply was a little bit happier. We're really doing it. Blaze sighed. Roger that. Rajgriz 1 engaging. Rajgriz 2, engaging. Talisman yelled, trying to rouse himself for this unpleasant fight. Rajgris 3, engage. Bishop said calmly, not having the same level of attachment to the other pilots as his squad mates. The 3 Rajgris spearheads quickly climb up and join the rest of the Federation spearheads in a small fighter cloud, bearing down upon the artificial island that is the Giga float. Here they come. Bartlett growled. This is just like before. Pa. Even if they used to be our friends, don't let your guard down. If the Fed is really trying to take over Megafloat, they'll be coming in with invasion ships, so keep your eyes peeled. He looked around at the X-02s flying in formation behind them. You rookies, stay with your captains and listen to what they tell you. You'll live longer that way. Copy, Yellow 13, engaging. Yellow Squadron, engage as a formation, don't fight them single ship. Yellow 13's X-02 with its yellow wingtips led a squadron of X-02s colored in the same way. Damn it. Lo, I understand. Lo, being the only mobile suit pilot, had no squadron to look after. His red Astray and its Gerber straight katana lagged a little behind the rest of the fighters, as a reserve against the strike if it deployed late. Antares 1, Roger. Antares flight, stay close to me, those guys are the real deal, fly defensively and watch each other's backs. Mobius Squadron, the same. Ribbon said, and then took a deep breath. Mobius 1, engage, Squadron, fire XLAAs on my signal. Mobius 1 waited until he heard the radar lock tone from the experimental long-range anti-air missiles, and depressed the trigger. Fox 3. A wave of 16 XLAAs dropped from the X-02's underbelly, and 16 missile trails flew towards the incoming spearhead cloud. That's bad for us. Break. Blaze ordered as soon as he heard the threat alert, and some of the spearheads broke off from the pack in response, leaving the rest of soak the hits from the missiles. What the hell, you guys are actually shooting at us? He asked over a common frequency. Kid, know your loyalties. Bartlett responded, his squadron flying high above the EFA spearheads. If you choose to fly for the Federation, then we're on opposite sides here. The only thing that matters is if your flying can keep up with your mouth. Blaze grinned. I think I'll keep up just fine. He pulled up and accelerated. Bartlett grinned as well. Let's do this, Blaze. He inverted and descended. God, you two are battle hungry. Talisman remarked with a shake of his head. Ribbon, I think you know why we're here. Orders are orders, right? Mobius 1 laughed sadly. Well, I'll try to pull my punches, make sure to bail out before you go down in flames. Talisman laughed. Took the words right out of my mouth. He said as the two turned to face each other in midair, accelerating and charging towards each other as if justing like knights. Why are they doing this again? Sai asked nobody in particular. For all their talk about not wanting to do this, they seem pretty gung-ho about it. Natarl agreed. It's because they are the legendary aces. Sky-Eye chuckled. And no ace can go without testing his skill against another. Besides, he watched as Yellow 13 and Colonel Bishop fight tooth and nail for the more advantageous position while the unknown Scorpion craft, Antares, laid waste to the other Federation fighters. I imagine all of them wanted a fight like this since the day they met. Sai rolled his eyes. And the simulators aren't enough. Sky-Eye openly laughed at that. As with most things in life, nothing beats the real thing. ZAFT submarine. Isaac whistled softly under his breath. They really are going at it. He said as he stares transfixed at the display screen of the air battle currently raging over the Giga float. Ex-friends, fighting each other over the dumbest things. Dirka's smile was just a bit too playful. Well, hey, if things go well we'll be rid of two really pesky enemies in one day. Isaac laughs. I root for whichever god made this fight happen. Dirka and Isaac continued to trade light-hearted jabs at the Federation's expense. Athrun, on the other hand, was sitting in the corner fuming. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. Why are we just sitting here? Athrun's question was full of agitation. Dirka looked at Athrun, and then looked at Isaac. Did you two switch places when I wasn't looking? Isaac jabbed Dirka with his elbow. Funny. He then looked at Athrun. What do you mean? People are dying. Athrun said simply. Civilians are dying and all we are doing is sitting around. They're not our civilians. Dirka shrugged. I feel for them, but this is a war, and besides, why did those civilians build something like that to begin with? He gestured toward the Giga float. They are still civilians. Of the three of them, Athrun had the most mental baggage from Junius 7, and it was rearing its head now. I'm going. Dirka exclaimed as Athrun headed out of the officer lounge. Oi! Athrun! What the hell? He gestured towards the empty doorway to Isaac. As much as I hate the naturals, I think if they kill each other here then we should all throw a party. The hell is wrong with him? Isaac grumbled. Let's go, Dirka. Dirka jumped up after Isaac. What? Why can't we just sit here and watch it on TV? Because the captain of the ship will have our head, now let's go. This is easy. One of the rookies on Gigafloat's side said, reveling in the fact that he hasn't been hit yet. Especially when they're not using their guns. We're not using our guns either. Don't get complacent, keep your eye out for the invasion fleet ships. Mobius 1 chided. Sure thing, boss. The rookie said dismissively, before his threat receiver chirped loudly. What the, lead, ZAFT units closing in. Credit where it's due, the instant a threat appeared against the rookie pilot he immediately searched a wingman to fly with. ZAFT? Mobius 1 thought quickly. Keep your eyes open, we don't know what their intentions are. He changed his radio channel. Mobius 1 to Gigafloat. Gigafloat here, Ribbon, what do you need? Lo's employer, the woman known only as Professor, asked. Hail the ZAFT units and see what their intentions are. She said, bemused. Ribbon didn't need to have bothered, the lead din opened a general channel for everyone to hear. A Thrun's wrath-filled voice came over the radio. EFA fleet, you are conducting an attack on a civilian installation. Cease fire and withdraw immediately. There was a brief moment of stunned silence before Natarl face-palmed. He's right and we want to get out of here, but we can't just leave because the enemy said so. Repeat. Cease fire and withdraw immediately. A Thrun demanded again. The EFA warships, sans the Archangel, responded by opening fire in his general direction. Oi! A Thrun! Did you really think that would work? Isaac demanded, finally catching up to a Thrun in his own din. A Thrun simply gritted his teeth and dove towards the sea, leveling out near the ocean surface to zoom straight towards the EFA warships while dodging their retaliatory anti-air fire. Christ, the boy's gone insane. Mullah Flaga growled, spooling up the Skygrasper's engines. I'm heading out. He says as he prepared to taxi toward the nearest catapult. Before he could, however, he saw the strike run full speed out of the Archangel's catapult. A Thrun. Stop. You're not making things any better. Kira yelled as his strike barely avoided crashing into the ocean on takeoff. Kira. Are these the people you're trying to protect? A Thrun yelled in response, still on the open channel. They know each other? People from both sides thought simultaneously. Barging onto the battlefield like this won't solve a thing. Kira yelled, before blocking a shotgun spray from a Thrun's din. Stop. I don't want to fight you. Then get lost. A Thrun snarled. You pilot that suit to protect your friends, right? So don't shield the people that attack the innocent with that suit of yours. That's right, just like Junius 7. His emotions reached a zenith, and a Thrun felt his senses crystallize into one thought, one desire, vengeance. Whoa. Kira couldn't react in time as a Thrun's din suddenly charged into the strike shoulder first, and only barely registered the din stealing one of the strike's beam sabers as it grappled onto the strike and tossed it towards the ocean. This is what you get for copying ZAFT engineering. A Thrun said coldly, reprogramming the link-up code for the din and the saber, letting the saber use energy from the din's batteries, at a breakneck pace as he flew towards the EFA warships again. A Thrun. Damn it. Kira pointed his rifle at the back of a Thrun's unit, and pulled the trigger. A Thrun, by virtue of being something other than a total novice, dodged the shots without any real difficulty. Kira still regaining control of his suit probably didn't help his aim any. Damn it. All units. Break off the attack on Gigafloat and focus on the incoming din. Murr ordered. Blaze, copy. Blaze took a high G-turn and dove towards a Thrun's din. Bartlett saw no reason to chase after him and instead pulled high along with his squadron to sit and wait. A Thrun paid no attention to Blaze bearing down on him from above, and instead schemed along the ocean surface and fired his machine gun towards the nearest EFA destroyer. After a few rounds breached the bridge, the destroyer's ammo dump took a critical hit, and the ship's body was torn clean in half by the resulting explosion. That kid got real good all of a sudden. Blaze snarled, diving down to the same altitude to chase a Thrun down. Strike, you all right? I could use some help. The strike by now has impacted the water and gave Kira a slight headache. Yeah, I'm good. He says as he pulls all of the strike's energy into its engine, taking it into the air. I don't think I can assist you from here though. Kira growled as two more dins flew in to bar his path. Maybe we should help a Thrun. Dirka asked as he flew around the strike. We are. Keep the strike occupied. Crazy ass over there can handle the rest. Isaac ordered. Aye aye. Dirka fired a few missiles at the strike and then closed in for melee combat. As Isaac predicted, a Thrun was indeed able to handle the rest. The EFA fleet of the Archangel plus escorts, totaling 8 ships, was soon whittled down to only one functional ship, the Archangel. What are you doing? Natarl demanded as the Archangel suffered another hit. It's just a din. Kill it. We're trying. Talisman snapped. He hasn't stopped kissing the damn ships. Talisman's description was apt. Even as the EFA destroyers were being killed, Athrun only flew the shortest distances possible, and he flew as closely to the burning wrecks of the ships as possible, bouncing between the burning wrecks with impossible precision and making the heat-seeking missiles from the spearheads useless, all to force the ACES to fly closer for a gun kill that didn't happen because the Din could fly around obstacles in a way that would force the spearhead to either slow down to follow, or to fly at it in an insanely predictable approach. As Blaze found out to the cost of one VTOL engine, Athrun is perfectly willing to take the shot the instant anyone showed an opening. That being said, it wasn't as if Athrun was totally untouched. His distance to the EFA ships was only achievable by taking an absurd amount of fire, and the once beetle-like shape of the Din is now missing almost all of its wings as well as its right arm. Were it not for the assistance of his vengeance-induced seed mode, his suit would certainly not have survived. Either way, the Archangel is having a pretty bad day right now. Portside guns hit. We've lost almost all portside AAS. Sai reported. Jesus Christ, Kira, your friend is insane. Athrun. Kira dodged a burst of shotgun pellets from Izak's Din. Gah, out of my way. Kira's hasty deployment and the subsequent damage it sustained smacking into the water caused an error in his electronics, forcing him to target via his eyes. Kira's eyes, as it turns out, were pretty good. Damn. Dirka tossed his shotgun away as a shot from the strike hit it square on the barrel. You're still a tenacious bastard, I see. He pulled out his machine gun, spraying the strike with fire. Athrun. Izak yelled as he pressed in on the strike with a flying kick. You're in too deep. Get out of there. The strike blocked the kick with its shield and returned fire with its Vulcans. The kick did force it back down to the ocean surface, however. Athrun, still in his seed mode, didn't answer. Kira glanced down at his energy gauge, noting that he was very close to being dry. The self-launch out of the Archangel and the constant use of afterburners to reduce any kind of distance between him and Athrun's Din took its toll. Damn it. Kira cut all excess power and dove into the ocean. What the? Izak responded by firing at the ocean surface. That strike can maneuver underwater? Athrun. He's coming towards you. He warned. Athrun didn't seem to care. OSH portside Valiant is gone. Sai bit his tongue. Ow. That Din ripped it off. God, that hurt. Athrun tossed the barrel of the Valiant railgun into the ocean and fired several shotgun blasts into the base structure, causing it to explode outwards. God damn it. Blaze snarled as his infrared scanners warned him of a friendly fire hit should he launch missiles now. He switched to the Vulcans and peppered the Din in the few seconds he had in his window of attack before he had to break off to avoid the counter-fire. Athrun barely registered the damage alert among the other alerts and warning alarms blaring in the cockpit of the Din. He did, however, realize that he was almost out of energy. Izak, Dirka, we're leaving. Athrun said emotionlessly as he dropped to the ocean surface, scheming it with his engine exhaust to create a screen of obscuring mist. Dirka couldn't believe his ears. What? What the hell? Athrun. God. He fired wildly at the spearheads chasing Athrun's Din. You owe us big for this crap. Izak, on the other hand, was grinning. It's about time you stopped acting so emotionless all the time, Captain Athrun. Athrun didn't respond, instead simply choosing to disengage from the battlefield and return to his submarine carrier. Owing to the interference of the ZAFT forces, namely just Athrun, and the destruction of the entire fleet, Muru decided to call it a day and sail home to a nearby EFA dock on the coastline of Asia. The Giga float, not really interested in prolonging a fight, had no issues letting them go. The EFA invasion fleet took Muru's advice and stayed the hell away from the battlefield, and returned to the docks as well once Muru informed them of a potential ZAFT submarine in the area. Well, that was a surprise. Bartlett remarked. The aces of Giga Float were gathered with the Junk Guild crew in a bar somewhere on the Giga Float. So Kira knew that kid. Bartlett said, looking at Mobius 1. Ribbon shrugged. I guess so, probably a pretty close friend, if they're perfectly okay with calling each other out over a general band. Hey. Bartlett scratched his chin. The kid took out 7.5 warships, but if all the yelling told us anything it's that his behavior was abnormal. Is ZAFT making their pilots do drugs? Everyone fell silent as they turned the implications of that little assumption in their heads. I think I saw something similar before. Ribbon mused. Kira had a similar condition sometimes where he would drastically change in battle. Kind of like a super mode. Low grinned. His hand is burning red, and all that. Ribbon smiled and shook his head. I don't think they know how to achieve that kind of state. If this Athrun showed us anything today, I guess their mental condition has something to do with it. Well, that aside. Yellow 13 grimaced. ZAFT now has a leg up on the Giga Float thanks to the EFA, talk about strange. Thanks to ZAFT's interference against the Archangel, they were now able to place a submarine around the Giga float under the reasoning of further protection against unwanted EFA aggression against neutral assets. Of course, both sides have tried placing assets near neutral territories before, but it has always failed due to the neutral country, in many cases, orb, citing a lack of reason to patrol around their waters. As far as the Giga float is concerned, they now no longer have the shield of neutrality to hide behind, and thus must rely on ZAFT for defense, if only because any attempt to deny ZAFT aid might cause ZAFT to attack them as well, or worse, cause an EFA versus ZAFT fight right over their heads. Bartlett's scowl told everyone present what he thought about this situation. Yet. Archangel. Kira heard a knock on his door. Kira, can I come in? It was Muru's voice. Yet. Kira stood up to attention as Muru and Natarl walked into his quarters. What's this about? About that ZAFT pilot. Natarl said tersely. How do you know him? Are you in contact with him? Kira didn't like the implication. You think betraying you? Muru cut across Natarl. No, Kira, we don't. But at the same time, we lost 7 ships, and 7 ships worth of crew today. Kira grimaced, and nodded. Athrun, is a good friend of mine. I'm not sure what made him snap like that. No, I think I do. He glared at Natarl. The EFA attacking a neutral place like the Giga float probably set him off. So he lost someone on Junius 7. Muru frowned. Her frown deepened when Kira nodded in response. Small wonder he would go off the deep end then. She scratched her head. Well, it's not like the Archangel is in a combat-capable state, with so many of our guns killed. I wonder if the top brass will just let us walk away like this. Given how utterly insane the top brass has been behaving nowadays, I severely doubt it. Natarl grunted. It is my personal opinion that the Federation has sunk far since my father's days. Sai's voice came over the intercom, with a measure of calmness that seemed otherworldly. Captain Muru, we have an incoming message from Copernicus City. Copernicus City is located on the moon, and is a part of the EFA military infrastructure. Why? Muru muttered. Sai audibly took a deep breath. JOSHA has been annihilated. Shortly after he was shot down. Ra-Le Crusit surveyed his situation, it didn't look too good. While he was able to crash land his din in a way that preserved his own life, the din was certainly dead in all ways, shape and form. Ra climbed out of the din's cockpit and sat on the din for a while, simply observing and taking in the forest around him with a single thought rolling around in his head, what do I do now? Certainly, he had no way of signaling for help, any normal signal he could send can and will be received by the EFA first, and going by how the battle above his head was going the EFA will probably win it, and win it easily. He could, however, use his ZAFT emergency signal, but that would take away too many options for no gain. Ra thought, and then heard something that sounded like engine noise. That sounds like it's getting closer. He ducked back into the cockpit and pulled a pistol from an emergency supply bay. Whatever the engine belonged to, it pulled up pretty close to the din before the noise stopped. Looks like this din belonged to someone important. A voice said. Up, it came down pretty solid too. A second voice drawled. You think he's still alive in there? Sounds like our crew. Ra thought. Rescue and recovery crews were vital for ZAFT, as a dead mobile suit in the vacuum of space means the death of its pilot in all but the best situations. It made sense to him that the Federation headquarters, one of them, on Earth would employ specialized recovery crew as well. The hatches popped. The first voice mused. Cover me, I'm going in. It ain't that big of a deal. The second voice chuckled, and then looked down. Oi! Ra-Le Crusit is a coordinator, engineered to have superior abilities over your average human. As such, before the first voice had started talking or was aware of what was happening, Ra took the advantage of height to carefully crawl out of the cockpit block and slid down to the side opposite of the EFA recovery crew. Thus, the second recovery crew member was blindsided by a white blur rushing at him from behind the din's leg stump. Before he could yell for help, Ra had charged the man and tackled him into the ground. Shit! The other crew member climbing up the din turned around and raised his gun, giving Ra just enough time to put a bullet squarely into his head. Well, that was a little tougher than I expected. Ra said breezily, leaving the two now uniformless corpses behind as he drove their car towards Joshua. I suppose I should thank the lucky stars one of them has my hair color. He laughed. Welcome back, what the hell happened to you? Ra consciously touched his face, where a rough bandage substituted his usual mask. Unlucky with ammunition. The officer made a face. Yikes, sorry to hear that. Since all rescue and recovery crews deployed in crews of 2 and only one returned, it wasn't hard to guess what happened to the other guy. Good work, get yourself to the infirmary and some rest later. Ra, who had purposely looked for and approached the most conscientious-looking officer, saluted. Yes sir. Good officers are hard to find, fortunately the militaries are all full of officers who misconstrue naivety as good. He thought with a mental eye roll. As expected, Ra went nowhere close to the infirmary, instead taking his time wandering around the oddly empty halls of Joshua until he found an interestingly deserted room. This must be a control station, so the high command already left? Ra thought. No, judging by the defenses arrayed against us some form of command must still be here. So only a select faction left. Hey, I wonder who it was? His thoughts were entirely different by the time he saw what the control room was for. Cyclops. Ra said with a slight grin. Must be nice, having land that will selflessly support life even if you blow it up sky high. His grin turned sour. Now let's what happens when your Cyclops no longer listens to you. Unfortunately, it took him a while, much longer than he'd like to admit, to put the Cyclops system under his command, and during those days he secured his stay by hacking into the Josh AS intranet and installed himself as a reasonably average-ranked officer under the EFA command with several interesting connections. Those connections gave him an interesting veil of secrecy generally reserved for the highest EFA commanders, and also allowed him to give several commands to Federation assets, including the most current command given to the Archangel, telling it to attack the Giga float. It also had the pleasant side effect of marking him as safe from investigation, which was certainly nice. Eventually, he was able to gain access to the Cyclops system and rigged it to detonate, but only detonate after he was as far away from this place as possible. Now, he sits comfortably inside an officer quarters back on a ZAFT submarine, immensely pleased at himself, but not showing it, as he watched the crater that used to be Josh A bellow forth fire and smoke while listening in on the intercepted panicked radio communications from the EFA forces. Archangel, now. Upon hearing the news that Josh A had been annihilated, Natarl and Muru looked at each other. Kira observed them for a moment. I thought you two would be more panicked. He said at last. Well. Muru made a motion that looked almost like a shrug. The implication was pretty clear, both women regarded the loss of Josh A with apathy at best, glee at worst. Aren't you two supposed to be, I don't know, responsible adults? Kira asked with narrowed eyes. Oh, we're entirely responsible. Muru assured him. That's why we haven't celebrated yet. Kira sighed and shook his head. ZAFT carrier submarine. So this was the gift he was talking about. Isaac laughed. Commander Crusett knows his stuff, all right. I wondered where he was. I heard he was shot down over Josh A and I was really surprised that Zayla Dad wasn't going out to get him. Dirka said. Isaac raised an eyebrow. Zayla Dad. Dirka grinned. Athrun Zayla's father, Zayla Dad. Dad Zayla. Isaac shook his head. Sure, whatever. He turned to Athrun. How are you feeling, Mr. Berserker? Guess that red coloring wasn't just for show, hey. Athrun wasn't all too happy with himself. Only after he came back to the ZAFT submarine did he realize how many people he just killed by sinking those ships. While they were soldiers, and certainly they did obey an order to be on those ships, his conscience certainly wasn't keeping quiet about any of this. Dirka frowned. Oi, you okay, Athrun? Your face doesn't look too good. I'm fine. Athrun mumbled. If how you acted back there was you being fine, then I'm worried about what you'll do when you're not fine. Dirka clapped Athrun on the back. We're buddies here, right? So don't hold out on us. Athrun simply looked glum and scowled some more at the floor. Isaac sneered. What did you expect, Dirka? Athrun is a little bag of quiet whenever we're not talking about combat nowadays. He got a glare from Athrun. See? Athrun sighed. I'm reflecting on my actions. So he says. Dirka chuckled. Athrun, due to his actions of killing 7 EFA warships and disobeying every order in the ZAFT rulebook, was given a field promotion and ordered to stay inside the sub until they returned to Carpentaria. As expected, not even the sub-captain, who had de facto control while the submarine was in transit, knew what to do in this situation. What did you do back there? Isaac asked Athrun. It looked as if you suddenly lost control of your senses. That might be accurate. Athrun nodded. I just felt incredibly angry and then, nothing. Dirka stared at Isaac. Maybe you need to get angrier more often. Isaac rolled his eyes. I'm past that, you know. Which is true, Isaac is much calmer and far more controlled than he would have been had the ACES not shown up. Still, do you think you can do it again? Athrun stared at the floor. Archangel, Hangar Bay. Blaze stared at his spearhead as the mechanics crew finalized repairs on its craft. Hey! I heard you got your ass kicked by a brat. Someone yelled loudly right before Blaze felt a large hand come down onto his shoulder. Hey to you too, Murdoch. Blaze smiled. Murdoch was responsible for rush fixing the spearhead. How does it look? Murdoch scratched his head. Not too good, much as I hate to admit it, we can't compete with the Grunder mechanics, and now that they've left, Well, to cut to the chase, your VTOL engine is shot, we're going to need to replace it with a new one, so in the meantime you should avoid trying to use the other one. Blaze made a mental note to try maneuvering with only one VTOL engine in the near future. We also needed to replace some of the armor on the wings, so it's a bit heavier than before. Murdoch continued. But that shouldn't pose too much of an issue. How did that kid outfly you of all people? Because I wasn't about to risk my life for a ship trying to kill civilians? Blaze thought. There was something strange about his flying, it was very, measuredly suicidal. Murdoch stared at him. Really? He said after a while. Well, thanks to him we lost a Valiant, I still can't believe he just tore it off with his hands. There was now a running bet among the mechanics to see which gun would be torn off next. Everyone's money seems to be on a Gottfried cannon barrel, for some reason. So what's the plan? Blaze asked. Murdoch shrugged. No idea. Josh A got bombed or something, so we're holding our ground for the time being. Got bombed is putting it lightly. Talisman said from the second floor. Did you see it on the news? There's a massive crater where the base used to be. Any idea on what caused it? Blaze called up towards him. Beats me. Talisman calls back. But I think it's similar to what we saw in our first battle. The first battle being the conflict in Endymion, where the 4 Aces of Strangereal fled the scene when they felt the EFA unleash something powerful on the battlefield. Blaze thought about it a little more and then turned towards the head mechanic. Murdoch, did the feds ever say what they used on Endymion? Murdoch shook his head. We know it's called a Cyclops system, but nothing more than that. So that means the feds installed something like that under their own base. Talisman exclaimed. Can we call Gigafloat right now? Can we just call them and just leave this damned army? Elsewhere. 2 men in very formal business suits were busy celebrating with very, very expensive champagne upon seeing the crater that used to be Josh A. I don't believe this. The first man said after calming down some. They actually went and did it. Here they come to save the day. The second man sang. If everything goes this well we're going to be done by next week. Neither of them knew exactly what happened, but they didn't care. Josh A was destroyed, and it was destroyed in a way that clearly framed the EFA themselves as the culprits, and that was good enough for their purposes. Actually, we might as well hurry the plan up. It would make sense right now. The second man wondered aloud. It would make sense if the EFA looked like they were panicking, and hurrying towards space. The first man smirked. Oh, we're finally unleashing that, huh? The ultra-special Stonehenge Extreme. The second man stared at him. Your naming sense never went past middle school, did it? No. The first man laughed. A few days later, the world received a shock. A civilian airliner, inbound to the Gigafloat from Orb, was shot down by a long-range strike from the Equatorial Union. ZAFT, predictably, blamed the Federation for smuggling equipment into the EU for the rebels to use, in order to use the bodies of the neutral nations for their own purposes. The EFA steadfastly denied that they knew what was going on, which was actually true. Nobody in the EFA knew what was going on, although by now some of the more insidious members have caught on to the fact that there was a secondary organization manipulating the Federation commanders to their own ends. Unfortunately, the realization came far, far too late. Everywhere across the world, both on planet and Earth, simultaneously saw one message, being delivered by one man, one, slightly unkempt man. He opened his mouth, and the world listened. Greetings, all peace-loving people of the world, I am Casper, Cohen, and I have a message for all of you. Chapter 19, Stage 16X, A New Era. == Cohen speaks behind a simple wooden lectern, and all around him was blackness, save a single spotlight shining onto him from above. A grey map of Earth is displayed behind him, its grey color replaced by blue with every word. The world has, up until now, been controlled by the all-powerful and all-inclusive nation known as the Earth Federation Alliance. They have done their part in maintaining peace and prosperity amongst the good people of the Earth. The now entirely blue map is suddenly recolored red. However, with the advent of the coordinators, their objective changed. Instead of being a nation devoted to the well-being of its citizens, it became a little boy dedicated to proving its misguided sense of superiority. The image changes to a still image of the destruction of Junius 7, along with images of people in mourning, images depicting both naturals and coordinators. And now, faced with the deterioration of their war, faced with the inevitable loss against an enemy that they made themselves, faced with a despicable situation that they inflicted upon themselves, they turn upon their own civilians, their own people, as if the problems will be solved by these foolish actions. More images appear, detailing every Federation loss so far, namely Panama Base and especially Josh A. With their past atrocities, they have killed so many, and for what? To simply satisfy their own misguided sense of superiority, so that they wouldn't feel so small on the world stage. Cohen smirked. Their time is now past. The stage around him lights up, and sitting behind him is an array of people, dressed from all walks of life. 3 flags are boldly represented, one of USIA, 2 white rings surrounded by a ring of stars, one of plant, and one of the iconic 3 connected triangles of the independent state allied forces. In light of the current events, I hereby proclaim that we, the Knights of Belka, shall rise up to become the new protectors of the people. We shall be the shield for the weak, the sword of the brave, the justice for the oppressed, and the despair of the wicked. The blood-red map appears again, this time slowly returning to a lighter shade of blue. With the courageous men and women here as my witness, I hereby declare the formation of the Republic of USIA. Let all who harbor strength and justice in their hearts come. We will stand and become the new world order. We will bring this dark world into its deserved new era. The men and women standing behind him, wearing an assortment of uniforms from both EFA and ZAFT, as well as the garb of many non-military professions, stand and clap in unison. The audience, unseen, makes its presence known by cheering and clapping. Cohen shouts over the noise. If you desire peace and justice, come. We will greet you with all of our love. If you desire to test our resolve, come. We shall meet you with all of our fury. For we are the Knights of Belka. We are USEA. Cohen raises his fist in triumph to deafening cheers, and the screen turns black.